HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day. Great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Hope you had a great weekend. Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are live at Texans training camp, day 9. Practice number 9 today. 9 a.m. takes place. We've got you covered all day long here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How was your weekend?
It was great. We were out here Saturday on a very rainy morning to watch a practice where it was competitive, but not. It was kind of sloppy. C.J. Stroud had his foot stepped on by Foley Fatukasi, which was a little bit scary because he was hobbled afterwards, limping around a little bit. But then I would say the final series the offense had, they probably looked the best they had all day, CJ himself included.
Yeah.
So nobody's overly worried about it, but on these sloppy days, the defensive linemen wear their 7 studs instead of their molded cleats. They're wearing their spikes.
Do those hurt more when you
It
get
hurts
stepped
a
on?
lot more.
Okay.
A lot more.
Okay. Why are they 7 studs? What are they? Is that like the length of them or something like that? Or
8 is gauche.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha.
I don't know. That's a good question, Sean. What are you, a 4-year-old? Asking me why the sky is blue? It just is, damn it.
Where do babies come from, Seth?
Because there's 2 on the heel.
Okay.
And then 5 in the front.
Oh,
That's
okay,
why,
so there's
Sean.
7. Okay, I
It
didn't
just kind of spaces out that way.
Gotcha.
The linemen, you like wearing the moldeds because it's more cushiony.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just more comfortable. But there's times you got it. And I didn't see if Foley was wearing the 7 studs or not. But if he was, that's when it really hurts.
I don't know what he was wearing, but I know he's 300+ pounds, and that would hurt if he stepped on your. If he stepped on your foot wearing Hey Dudes,
right.
it would hurt because he's 300 pounds.
On a team full of large human beings, Foley Fatukasi is one of the largest.
He is one of the biggest.
And at least among, who's not a fat O-lineman.
All right, so are we taking attendance then today with CJ to make sure he's out here in his red jersey and his pads ready to go?
If he's not out here, I'll tell you one thing I won't be doing.
Yeah.
I won't be Joe Espada-ing this thing.
No.
I won't be like, well, yeah, he's fine. Don't worry about the quarterback. Needed a rest day. Quarterbacks don't need rest days.
No.
So, yes, DeMeco was very dismissive of it afterwards.
Yep.
Kind of playfully so. He had a good time with it. But I think the fact that it hurts, man. When you get, and it happens a lot, like with the linemen. So it's unlikely that it's a big deal.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of my fellow defensive linemen used to get angry at me because I liked wearing the 7 studs just because I was Joe Turbo and wanted to always have an advantage no matter where we were.
For sure.
I just didn't want to slip one little bit anywhere.
Yep.
But I would, you step on guys' feet a lot.
Yeah.
You get angry.
Yep. That happened on Saturday, but it looked like, you're right, it looked like by the end CJ was fine. I was watching him after he got stepped on, just even when he was off to the side, and he was still doing some of that thing where you kind of hop up and down a litlittle bit to make sure it's okay. He was doing quite a bit of that, but it looks like he's going to be fine. As you pointed out, DeMeco dismissed it. So what are the themes so far, man? Because this is the first time we've been back on since talking about a practice since like Thursday, because we didn't, the practice took place after our show Friday, and we had a whole nother practice on Saturday.
I know how the clock works, Sean, and the calendar.
Yep.
So right, Friday though they've had 2 practices since we were on the air on Friday.
Yep.
That I'd say the offensive line took one on the chin. Sorry, there's water dripping down onto my phone. The offensive line took one on the chin on Friday and Saturday. Saturday especially when the first team offense tried to run to the left. Where, remember, you've got Blake Fisher filling in with Laramie Tunsil at left tackle. You've got Kenyon Green at left guard. Then you've got Drew Scruggs at center. They couldn't get out of the backfield. The offense couldn't. Now, the big thing, and where I'm trying to take everything with a grain of salt, is that this defensive line for the Texans is hyper-aggressive. It looked like, and sometimes in practice that can be a little unfair. It's hard for me to admit that as a defensive guy. So Bobby Slowik, through the course of that practice, I think he started to resort to some trickery. So I think some things to try to take advantage of the hyper-aggression by the Texans defense. With some success, it was a Tank Dell that hit that end around.
Yes.
So, when your defensive end isn't paying attention to his responsibilities and he's just hell-bent for leather into the backfield, that's when you can get him with an end around, and they did. So I I'm still pleased with the progress the offensive line has made, but they are facing a hyper-competitive bunch of really good football players over there on the defense, and it hasn't looked great at times. But I want to see them out there versus actual competition that has to play it honestly.
Well, and your biggest concern with this team, but certainly on offense, was the interior of the offensive line, and that's the area right now on this offensive line where they've actually, the first unit has been trotting out the guys who presumably, if they had to play week 1 next week, would be the guys. Right. Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, and Shaq Mason. Now, Shaq has not been out there full-time. He's an older guy, so he's ceded some reps to, is it Jaden or Jalen Thomas at number 72? He's gotten in there with the first stringers a few times.
Kendrick Green has gone over there at times.
Yeah. So there's been a little bit of shuffling, but what I was going to say was, the interior of the offensive line, I can't remember if it was Friday or Saturday. There was one of those 2 days where it was kind of leaky in there on the interior. I mean, there's a reason C.J. Stroud got stepped on by Foley Fatukasi. He was in the backfield in 2 seconds.
And look, as of right now, just based on the first week and a half of practice that we've watched, they're experimenting, or they're at least considering having Blake Fisher be the swing tackle, be that first guy in. And look, he's no George Fant. George Fant ain't walking through that door. Got himself a nice contract with the Seahawks after. My boy, I'm going through puberty again, Sean. My voice cracked.
Fant gets you excited.
George Fant. That's what I'm into. George Fant. Now, this is important to remember. George Fant looked horrendous during training camp last year. I was very nervous about George Fant going into the season, and it turned out he was just shaking out the cobwebs because he ended up playing pretty damn well as the swing tackle when he had to play at right tackle. So Blake Fisher is a work in progress, and I would say that's what I feel about a lot of these offensive linemen at this point. Some of the errors have been mental, which theoretically is correctable. They just got to get their assignments and how they pick up blitzes and stunts down a little bit better. But I do think that Blake Fisher has 100%, he has the physical ability to do it.
Oh, yeah.
He's just got some rookie glitches that he's got to learn. And it is one advantage of DeMeco and Bobby Slowik stressing real competition as much as they do, is that he's getting plenty of on-the-job experience.
If this were a prize fight and we're 8 rounds in, because we've had 8 practices so far. Actually, you know what? Let's just use the padded practices.
8 or 7.
This is day 9. So we've had 8 practices. So there's been half of them, I think since the fans got here, they've all been padded practices. So we've had 4 of those. If it were a prize fight, who's winning right now, the offense or the defense?
I'd say the defense.
I think so, too.
And I think that this is it's not unexpected, just because the style of defense that the Texans play, where they're very, very aggressive up front, they keep it relatively simple on the back end, and they've added some really good players where the offense, they can't really come firing off the ball. I was talking to Sarge about this. I feel like Sarge may have talked to an offensive person who really gave him the old O-line propaganda, which is true and accurate, that you can't, as an offensive lineman, you can't do everything that you would in a game, especially cut blocking. But as a defensive lineman, I would say, go die. No, that's just a stupid excuse.
Okay. So you're spreading the truth, not propaganda, about the defensive line.
Sure. But Sarge made a good point. I'm glad he talked to me about it, because I think you're kind of in wait-and-see mode, and I got to take a little bit of a baseball spring training approach where don't worry as much about the results right now. I think the one thing I would caution people against is when you watch one-on-ones between the wide receivers and defensive backs on social media, just know that drill is heavily slanted in favor of the offense. You've got a defensive back on an island, no help or support from any safeties or anybody else. There's no pass rush. There's no obstructions in the passing lanes. Guys are hitting double moves. So just because you see, for instance, Jalen Petrie get dusted by Tank Dell, that doesn't mean that that's how it looks all the time for Jalen Petrie.
Better not.
But I think they are. I think they are really challenging Jalen Petrie. Yeah. And working into this slot position, they've got him up on the line a lot. And I think they're saying, look, go ahead and do it versus Tank Dell, do it versus Stephon Diggs, do it versus Nico Collins, and then you can kind of hit the easy button at times once we give you a little bit more help, both with coverage and game planning and everything else like that.
No doubt.
But what that also does, it does give you the opportunity with Jalen Petrie to blitz. And when he's already naturally up at the line of scrimmage, man, that blitz from a slot corner when it's well disguised, can be lethal.
He's good at it, too.
Yeah. So I'm kind of excited for the upside of that, but I'm going to be nervous about the downside until we see him in games.
What, shifting gears for a moment here, how are we feeling about our Astros after the weekend?
I feel freaking awesome.
I do, too.
I feel good about Spencer Arrighetti. I feel like Framber on the Apple TV broadcast, Sean, there was one point where they were interviewing Clayton Kershaw, and Kershaw was in the middle of an answer, and Framber threw like a hellacious breaking ball, and Kershaw stopped in the middle of his answer and just say, wow, that was pretty good.
Framber's got that club in his bag.
And, and those sycophants on the broadcast were like, yeah, but Clayton, you're really good, too.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Clayton Kershaw needs his ego bolstered. And Kershaw, to his credit, turned it back to Framber and said, yeah, but, he's added some stuff since the last time I watched him. It's really sick. His breaking balls, they break so late.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It looks like it defies the law of physics, Sean.
Yeah, he'll get acknowledged today at 7:20. Framber will. He was awesome.
It's all been worth it. All the struggles. Then did you see him deke that rookie with the pitch clock?
Jumped out of your chair. What?
Did you see it, Sean?
No, I didn't. I didn't get to see the game on Friday.
Framber, remember how much we worried about Framber adjusting to the pitch clock?
Yeah.
Framber, with the rookie Dodger up at the plate, I can't remember his name, it was like strolling, doing his breathing through the eyelids thing back towards second base at the time where the batter had to be squared up. And as Framber turns around, they call him out with the third strike, and Framber kind of gave a
got
knowing
him
look.
Use the pitching clock to his advantage, a little bit.
He took a weakness and turned it into a strength.
Yes.
Sensei.
Well, the crown jewel from the weekend was Bregman walking it off on Saturday. That was awesome. The best part about that game was the fact that the couple of rallies they had to tie the game was a bunch of soft contact.
Yeah.
Suck on that, Dodgers.
That game, well, the Dodgers had some soft contact go their way also, so it turned into that kind of a game.
Yeah, man.
Joey Loperfido and Chaz, I'm getting Friday and Saturday mixed up, but I think it was Friday. Loperfido had a couple. Oh, no, that was Saturdays. Loperfido had a couple great plays in the outfield on Saturday. Friday night, I was watching Shohei Ohtani had that. That was Saturday. Had that huge home run. He had
that
one.
was Saturday because, Amy and I were out to dinner. We were watching the game where we were out to dinner, and I went to the bathroom, and I got a push notification about a 450-foot home run. I'm like, I wasn't in my seat for this one.
I was a little peeved because I was watching the highlights this morning of that, and on the Dodgers broadcast, they said something along the lines of, like, you never seen that in this ballpark before or something. I was like, look at the orange seat up there in the third deck, you Yahoo jackasses.
What the hell? All right, trade deadline's tomorrow. We got to talk about that at some point here because the Astros definitely have moves to make. Dana Brown is working the phones. Let's circle back to the Texans, though. Bobby Slowik was on the Greenlight podcast, Chris Long's podcast last week. Played a little of the C.J. Stroud stuff, digging into the entire thing. This was a really good conversation. And I think if you haven't been out to camp yet, Bobby Slowik provided a lot of really good insight as to where some of the most important Texans are right now as they get ready for the season. So we'll hear from the Texans OC coming up next. But the weather's gotten a little bit better. It's not been hurricane-style storms, but as we pointed out, it was raining.
together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Texans OC Bobby Slowik was on the Greenlight podcast. I really like this episode of this podcast, Seth, because if you're a Texan fan who hasn't been out at camp or you haven't been following the team super close during the offseason as to how certain guys are doing or what the plans are for certain guys, this was some really good insight on this podcast.
And Chris Long does a great job.
He's excellent.
Usually when you're watching national people interview our guys, they're kind of asking all the surface level stuff that you've already heard them talk about. You can tell Chris actually reads stuff and he watches the entire league, so he knows. But this is interesting. Sean, I want you to listen to this clip of Chris Long asking Bobby Slowik if Laremy Tunsil is the most underrated tackle in the league, and I want you to listen to just if you pick up on anything specific about the type of blocking that Tunsil's good at.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is Laremy Tunsil the most underrated offensive lineman in the NFL?
As a pass protector, I would say he's probably the best there is in the NFL right now in pass pro. I mean, he is hard to beat. What he did in our playoff game against Cleveland, I thought was exceptional. We gave him, I believe, almost no help all game, and Miles would still line up over there, and we counted on LT to be able to go block him, and he did.
Okay, so let me see if I can go through the forensics of this answer here. The question was, is he one of the most underrated tackles in the league?
Yeah.
The question was not, is he one of the most underrated pass blocking tackles in the league?
Yeah.
That whole answer was about pass blocking.
Pass protection. Slowik,
he's very good at
Slowik is being very honest about it, which is he's an artist when it comes to pass blocking.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to the run game, there's an element there where Laremy doesn't utilize all of his God-given athleticism in the run game as well as he does in the pass game. And I wonder just how much this year maybe we'll see something click there, because this is a team that is going to continue to run a ball. Just how effectively they do it, a lot of it just depends on the offensive line. And you take Trent Williams as an example. Trent Williams is an incredible offensive tackle. I would say not as athletic as Laremy Tunsil. He's not the same type of guy, but that dude is a dog.
He's a dog.
To use one of Laramie's favorite words in describing people, Trent Williams is a dog.
Yeah.
Tunsil, when it comes to pass protection, I mean, there have been games versus the Browns where Myles Garrett has just run away.
Yeah.
Right. This last game in the playoffs, Myles Garrett actually stayed over on Laremy Tunsil more, and I wonder if he'd been kind of badgered by his defensive line mates about running away from Laremy Tunsil. Yeah, that does happen. So
it's a scaredy cat.
Micah Parsons, Laremy Tunsil handled him. But when it comes to the run game, which this team wants to be really good at the run game, it's not because they don't want to let CJ cook or anything like that. It's just all intertwined. The entire offensive line has to get there, and you hope that Laremy Tunsil can be a part of just something that's better than just an okay run blocker.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating, man, to watch over these next couple of years. Look, Laremy and Titus, I believe their extensions that they signed both kick in this year, so they're both on 3-year deals. I think I'm not. I should double check that before I go down that road. But anyways, it doesn't change my overall take here, which is you drafted a guy in the second round, Blake Fisher, who's getting a ton of good work in at this camp, who's probably going to be your swing tackle this year, who works much cheaper than Titus Howard and Laremy Tunsil. And, oh, by the way, you got to pay C.J. Stroud in 2 years.
You do?
You got to pay Derek Stingley Jr. possibly in a couple of years.
You think C.J. Stroud will get that Tua money?
I think he'll be angry if he gets Tua money.
He will, for sure, 100% by then.
Yeah. So, and then Will Anderson Jr. as well. So, look, it's 2024, training camp out here, getting ready for a big season and whatnot. But when I watch Blake Fisher out there, I can't help but think, like, okay, what's the plan down there? Like, what? There's got to be in the back of Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryan's mind sort of a 3-year plan here that they'll never acknowledge. because it's all about this season and it's all about 2024.
Well, I think in terms of, even if you're not actually specifically trying to forecast what happens 3 years out, and I think Nick really tries to stay true to that because there's just too many unknowns. There is that matter of, all right, you never want to be spending too much money at one position group. You want to be able to spread it out as much as possible. So you want to draft well. And, having two high-priced offensive tackles makes it hard to do a lot of the other stuff that you want to do once you're paying that quarterback.
No doubt.
As far as the offensive line goes, and the way the defensive line has looked very, very good, especially versus some of these younger offensive linemen. Slowik talked about how good it is for the offensive line to face this defensive line every day.
The front is playing awesome. What the defensive front is doing for our O-line is huge. In pass pro, how they're challenging us, how much better we've gotten as an offensive front, and how we've had to drill it to handle the guys we go against every day in practice has been massive for us as far as developing here, getting ready for the season. In particular, since LT's, he hasn't quite been going yet. Titus isn't getting every rep. Shaq Mason isn't getting every rep. So for the young guys in particular, and really the depth of our line has been fantastic. And you can see the growth. You can see the improvement every day.
And I can't remember if I was talking to Nick Casseri about this off air on Sean, but Nick was talking about how this veteran defensive line, especially when you've got Mario Edwards and DeMeco, Autry, and Jerry Hughes, all these older guys.
The oldest group on the team,
a lot of the stuff that they do kind of on their own, when you're not blitzing but you're twisting and stunting up front, you call them games on the defensive line, the veteran guys are very, very good at figuring out what the pass protection is going to be, how to set them up. And there's a lot of little tricks of the trade to it that a lot of these young guys on the offensive line haven't seen, and that's where they get a real education, because you got to make some decisions on the fly. And that's what I'm worried about more than anything with the offensive line is it's not the physical side of things. I think that Kenyon Green has already shown, even when he was less athletic, that he can keep up physically. It's the mental stuff. It's picking up blitzes. It's reading games and all that stuff that they're getting a lot of experience at right now. And it's just they got to keep getting better. I'm not panicking about it. It's just that, yes, this needs to keep improving.
Yeah, Matt Burke talked about similar dynamic between the offense and defense in his media availability last week. I think what Slowik's referring to there is mostly the actual plays on the field, helping them prepare. But I would imagine this goes on between the O-line and D-line, too, and we see it go on after practice with CJ and Azeez Al-Shire or Derek Stingley and John Mechie or, like Stephon Diggs and everybody, which is during the downtimes at practice, the conversations that go on between the two sides of the football. Matt Burke said he's never coached a team where there's been more interaction during the downtime than this one with the offense and the defense.
Yeah, and it's it's one of those things that it sounds obvious and that you should do, but people get kind of isolated into their own little bubbles so much that sometimes you forget that you've got a really good resource on the other side of the line when it comes to talking about – because part of it too, Sean, this is the hard thing, is that you are competing against those guys.
Right.
And there's a part where you're just kind of like, screw that guy. I'm not going to tell him.
Well, if you're trying to make a team.
Yeah. So it is like sometimes the veterans know more, and B, the veterans have a little bit more confidence in just,
Diggs isn't getting cut.
Right. Yeah, so with the defensive backs and receivers, there is that element to it. You don't want to – you're trying to make a team, and you don't want to give this guy away like your tricks of the trade.
Yeah.
And you might have to see him down the road.
That's
true.
It's
finding a balance between all that stuff.
What else we got here?
Okay, so this is encouraging because we haven't seen a whole lot of Joe Mixon out here.
2 practices.
He was out there the first 2 days, and then he's been nursing some kind of, I'm guessing, soft tissue issue or something. He's been out there watching the last couple days.
He's been working out on the side field, too, a little bit.
So is Kyle Tucker, but that's neither here nor there. Not here, but with the Astros.
Is Joe Mixon playing catch?
He's doing baseball activities. That's what I hope they just start doing baseball activities off to the
Joe
side.
Mixon's back to base. Why is Joe Mixon fielding ground balls?
But this is interesting because remember they have GPS tracking on all the players. They wear little monitors and they can track how fast they're moving during practice and everything. This is Bobby Slowik on how they'll use Joe Mixon this year.
Schematically, a lot really won't change. What does change is just the way he runs it, how big he is, how fast he is, how physical he is. You see really quickly why he was able to do what he did. We're here in OTAs, and I mean he's hit things on the GPS that everyone's like, wow. that's incredible.
Yeah, the cool thing about the GPS is that, they use it to monitor guys to see if they're perhaps getting overtrained or fatigued and they might need a rest day, whatever it might be. But the guys get that feedback, and after practice, there's like little mini competitions going on to see who moved the fastest that day. And it's motivational in a lot of ways, especially on a team that really preaches competition. But you can also then use it to look at a guy and compare it to other players and other guys that you have the data on from previous years. And it sounds like Mixon, at least at the beginning of a training camp or in OTAs, has been as explosive and as fast as probably anybody else out there. And the scheme, when it comes to Joe Mixon coming into this scheme versus what he was doing in Cincinnati last year, the Cincinnati scheme just changed a lot last year. They were in gun all the time, and it was a different skill set out of a running back there that's not necessarily Joe Mixon's strong point. Here, with the quarterback under center a lot more, that's what Joe Mixon is good at. So as long as he's still showing those good GPS numbers and everything else, I feel good about it. He's just got to stay healthy.
Night and day. He said it's going to be night and day compared to Cincinnati last year. That's what Mixon said.
Yes.
Night and day, baby. Now get back on the field, Joe. Get back on the field. All right, what else?
It's Bobby Slowik. This is interesting. This is kind of along the same vein of Tunsil. Slowik says a lot without necessarily saying it about Titus Howard's experience last year.
I'm really proud of Titus. I think what he had to go through last year, he had to fight off the injury with the hand, so he lost a lot of time in training camp, missed some of the season, and then by the time he came back, George Fant, who was playing right tackle for us when he was out, was playing good football, and we needed inside help badly, and Titus was willing to take that for us, and he went in and he played guard, good enough for us to go compete and go play. We know that's not his best position. He knows that's not his best position, but that's what was best for the team.
Yeah, basically, Titus is awful as a guard. That's what he probably would have said.
Bobby kind of undersold that one.
He's really bad as a guard, and I do think my public service announcement to just anybody listening who's down on Titus Howard is, you gotta just trust me on this one. It's not as simple as, offensive tackles are better athletes than guards, so they should be good guards, right? They're different positions. Some guys can do that and are good at it. There's other guys that a lot of times the very thing that makes them good as a tackle is what makes them awful as a guard.
Yeah.
And Titus falls into that category. Your impression of him last year is not what he is as a right tackle. He didn't play a single snap at right tackle last year in the regular season. So as long as he's playing tackle, I'm just fine with it. I do like also hearing from Bobby that basically we're forced into having to do that because we had just run through 4 other guards and we're running out of people around the league to sign.
Yeah, that's where because that would be the question I have. Okay, Titus Howard better be a better right tackle than George Fant for what you're paying him.
Right.
And so are you telling me that Titus Howard, that you couldn't put Titus in his natural position where he would theoretically have been better than George Fant and then find somebody who's a street-level guy who would have been better than Titus Howard last year, or duke a 6th-round pick to some other team? They picked Nick Broker up off the waiver wire, whatever. None of those solutions were better than what Titus Howard was doing last year?
I think ultimately just hopefully we never have to talk about it again.
Ever.
I just hope that's
I like the fact that they kept Titus at right tackle when Laramie's not working out here. That was a good sign to me.
Yeah, that's true.
Blake Fisher was a right tackle at Notre Dame last year. Last 2 years.
Last year, right. He started off as a left tackle. But
and got moved over pretty quick.
Well, that's a good point. There maybe they've pulled back and said, all right, versatility is great, but we got to be sure that these guys are really good at their chosen thing.
Yeah, Juice Scruggs even said it in his press conference. I can focus in on just playing center this year.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
The comparison I've made before where, if sometimes people overly simplify it and think that, because offensive tackles are more highly paid, they should be really good at guard.
Yeah.
It's the same as having Will Anderson play nose tackle.
Right.
He would be an awful nose tackle.
That's right.
He would be the worst nose tackle in the league, Will Anderson would. But he's going to be awesome as a defensive end.
Yep. You want to squeeze one more in here from old Bobby
No, we
Slow?
should get going, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll move along?
Well, that's the clock, Sean.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Right.
We're a minute past we got to go.
All right, let's keep it moving. Headlines, Texans training camp, day 9. Astros, big weekend for the Astros. Big night tonight out at Minute Maid Park. We're going to miss a real spectacle by one day. at Minute Maid Park tonight. We'll get into that. And big news in the NFL over the weekend. Big news that affects the Texans a couple of years from now. We'll talk about that as well coming up next. But, did you get your ship?
factory clean?
And protects.
So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for $37.99.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This hour is brought to you by Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. Together, let's drive.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Texans back at training camp today, day 9 of Texans training camp. The weather will be, I would say, drastically different than it's been throughout camp.
I think for the first time since I got to Houston in 2002, I was excited when I stepped out of the door at 3:30 a.m. and it was like kind of ridiculously hot and muggy.
Yeah.
Because it meant that perhaps it won't be raining like we're in the Pacific Northwest all day, every day for a while.
Yeah. I kind of enjoyed the rainy weather for a while, but I'm not going to lie. When we got here this morning, and Aaron Raybold, our engineer on site here, wasn't having to set up amidst a swimming pool, like a small child wading pool.
Aaron has had to act basically like we were doing a Stars and Stripes broadcast out of Nam.
Yeah.
You know, he just we're in the bleeps, Sean.
Yep.
We're deep in the bleep.
Deep in the bleep.
Yeah.
Yep. So if you're coming out here, know that today. It's probably going to be a little hotter out here today, so react accordingly. I will say this, the weather, though, the rainy weather was not keeping people away. Saturday and Friday both, which were the toughest weather days of camp so far by far, these bleachers were packed to the brim, and the standing room only area down there along the north end zone, all packed over there.
Okay, explain this to me like I'm a quizzical 4-year-old. I'm sitting underneath a nice, huge pavilion right here that shields me from the elements, and also in the end zone, there's a car. I was surprised that some of you were surprised that people were still out in the rain when they don't actually get rained on.
They get rained on standing in line out there.
Right? Yeah.
You
get yourself an umbrella or a raincoat or
a lot of them don't. Just and leaving the house and driving in traffic. Okay, riddle me this at least, that the rain would have been enough to keep people away during the Cully and Lovie Smith years?
Hell yeah.
Okay,
100%.
Thank you. Okay.
I don't want to.
Trying to express the excitement out
There's
here.
an excitement, but I just don't want to give people an attaboy for something that I feel like most of the people will be like, look, what do you think? I'm soft, Sean? I think you thought they were soft.
No, I don't. I know. I'm not
the one that said it, people.
I like that. I'm not
Sean's
putting words in your mouth. I'm not putting words in your mouth. You don't put words in my mouth. I am glad these people were out here and they were excited and they stood out there in the rain in a line that went all the way down Merworth to the Shipley Donut down there. Practically. Almost.
Yeah, that's an exaggeration.
Almost. So day 9 out here today. Astros over the weekend take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers, which Joe Espada said following yesterday's 6-2 loss that they accomplished that goal for the weekend.
You want to win series. We play really well. We've been playing really well here at home. We're going to be here for another 6 games, so I'm excited of what's ahead for us. But we're playing really good, and we should be proud of our effort and how we played the series against the Dodgers.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, Dodgers a little undermanned, but so were the Astros. No Kyle Tucker still for the Astros. No Freddie Freeman, no Mookie Betts for the Dodgers this weekend. It was fun, though. The people I talked to, I didn't go to any of the games, but the people I talked to, and they were saying this on the telecast as well, like, they were all sellouts. You know, I think at least I know Saturday and Sunday were definite playoff atmosphere out there, that kind of thing.
You got, Shohei Ohtani's in town.
Yeah.
The hated Dodgers. It was fun that on Saturday you won it in a comeback fashion, partly because of Dodgers idiocy, because Kike Hernandez overran second base, and the Dodger running home just decided to stroll his way home, but he ended up getting tagged out before the Dodgers could touch home plate, and they had they battled. Yesterday it wasn't as much of a battle. Arrighetti looked really, really good until the Dodgers made their adjustments that they tend to do versus younger pitchers, but he's coming along, and I think Arrighetti. The upside on Arrighetti finishing out the season and maybe continuing to make improvements along the way, I'm feeling better and better about that. Framber Valdez was just awesome on Friday night. His stuff was working extremely well, and we need that version of Framber for the rest of the season.
Blanco had a weird outing because he got knocked out after 4 innings and change, but he struck out 9 guys. So I have no idea what to make. I've seen a lot of people point out that his advanced stats things are kind of evening out now. Like even when Ronel Blanco was having success early in the year, there would be some indicators there that some luck was involved. Yeah,
and I think that is one of the things too. I think when baseball was looking at it in terms of making the All-Star game, they look at that stuff now and just
that sucks.
Yeah, it sucks that they get in it. I don't mind because this, for the longest time, remember, was what Kyle Tucker had the weirdest multi-year stretch of, man, he had really bad luck at the beginning of the season. And you'd have to tell yourself, well, by the advanced stats, it looks like he should be.
His expected batting average is 850 right now.
Over time, it would work out with Kyle Tucker in those seasons, but that knife cuts both ways.
Yep. Tonight should be fun. Paul Skeens, one of the biggest stories in baseball this year, the rookie Pirate starter who started the All-Star game for the National League.
Versus a menagerie of Astros pitchers.
Well, presumably. Maybe Bloss can go more than 3 innings this time.
That would be I don't think they'll let him. Yeah. It's like the Dodgers rookie yesterday. Got yoinked before Yiner ended up pulling the game within 2, within 1 there at that point.
1 pitch
with a 2-hit home run.
Yeah.
But Bloss. Now Bloss is another big X factor.
Yeah.
And we're approaching the trade deadline. This is a seller's market. It doesn't feel like they're. Dave Brown just flat out said, "Hey, we're gonna jostle some cages a little bit and start making some calls."
Yeah.
During the broadcast the other day, as Aaron Raybald, our producer, pointed out, our on-site producer pointed out, the Callis pointed out that Dana Brown's phone was very active during the break.
Yep.
It was rattling off the table almost. Apparently.
Yeah, that stands to reason. So Pirates in town tonight. It's a shame we missed. Hunter Brown is tomorrow. That would have been fun. Hunter Browns and Paul Skeens, 2 of the best pitchers in over the last month and a half in baseball. Would have been a lot of fun. Hunter will be tomorrow. Our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You get tons of benefits, and you save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile/switch. Over the weekend, Tua Tagovailoa and Jordan Love both get paid. Jordan Love is in that market resetting group of $55 million a year, along with Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence. Tua gets a little less than that. He gets $53.1 million a year, which felt like his representation was like, can you at least give us $100,000 more per year than Jared Goff?
Yeah.
Fine. Okay. So Tua is now the 4th highest paid quarterback in football based on average annual value, and Jordan Love is tied for first.
It's funny because if I looked at both Trevor Lawrence and Tua Tagovailoa, I actually still see more upside with Trevor Lawrence, and yet I'm guessing the fan base that feels the best about this between Miami and Jacksonville is Miami.
Probably.
I think they're truthers down there. They, for the most part, they call it Tuanon. The fan base that is just maniacally in love with Tua Tagovailoa. He's had better weapons to throw to, and he's had a better offensive coordinator. So whether Tua is genuinely better than Trevor Lawrence or not, at the end of the day, he's had more success because he's got better surroundings, better supporting cast, all of that. Time will tell whether this is a good, just as it is with all these third-year extensions for quarterbacks.
Yeah, dude, I'm looking at the list. Adam Schefter, or it might have been Rich Eisen, posted the list of the top 8 quarterbacks now based on average annual value. We could probably do a segment on this, but I'm looking at it. Like, you can poke holes in all of them because Mahomes isn't on that list.
Right.
You know, Josh Allen to me is in that top 3 in quarterbacks. He's not in the top 8 anymore.
The highest paid in average by year are Joe Burrow. Okay. And then who's paid as well as Joe Burrow? Tua Tagovailoa and Jordan Love.
Well, no, Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence.
And Trevor Lawrence, that's right, Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence, who Jordan Love was great for 9 games last year.
Yeah.
You know, Trevor Lawrence has been great for like one big stretch at the end of 2022. Even Burrow I know he got to a Super Bowl, but 2 of the 4 seasons he's been in the league, he's finished on injured reserve.
Right.
You know, like he's hurt all the time. So you can put Tua, Goff, Herbert, Lamar Jackson's probably the most foolproof one because he's managed to stay healthy and he's won 2 MVPs. But even he, once it gets to the big game in the playoffs, has not performed.
Guess which quarterback has the highest cap hit, Sean?
I know who.
Deshaun Watson.
Our old friend Massage Envy. Yeah.
$64 million cap hit.
Yeah.
Which the Browns, when they traded for Deshaun Watson, in their minds, what they thought probably would have happened was that by this point, Deshaun would have been playing so well that they would have renegotiated his contract, extended it out a little bit. His cap hit this year would have been like $25 million or something.
Yeah.
The Browns right now are saying, we're not touching that thing. We want this thing to be over as soon as possible if it keeps going the way it's been going.
And they're having to restructure everybody around him on that list.
He's done like 10 other guys in the last
they just did Amari Cooper last week.
Amari Cooper.
Who's
doing obvious. Look, we know he went off for 240 yards versus us here, but he's getting up there in years.
Well, he is.
Like, that's the guy you wouldn't want to necessarily extend and push money out into the future.
Dude, I wonder how much that game helped him kind of get more guaranteed money this year and whatnot. Like that, he had 265 against the Texans, and I wonder how much that game, kind of shaped the view of Amari Cooper. Like, oh look, he still has that club in his bag.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was
as long as Joe Flacco's the guy throwing him the ball,
and D'Angelo Ross is covering him on deep routes. Yeah, exactly.
And Jalen Petrie is forsaking his duties
near the line of scrimmage, watching him run by him.
Hey, what happened to that guy that got benched after Amari Cooper went off for 200-plus yards? Oh, he's our slot corner now.
That's right.
Now, it wasn't a coverage error. No. It was a mental error in him not helping out D'Angelo Ross.
That's right. Okay, trade deadline is tomorrow in Major League Baseball. Dana Brown met with the media late last week. What are we looking for? Is anybody untouchable? And who are the names that are still out there that are on the list for the Houston Astros? We'll get to that. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20 on the show as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Our guys on Area 45.
O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We are live, sun coming out here at Texans Training Camp, day 9. We'll get back to the Texans.
It's beautiful right now.
In just a little bit. It's nice because we're in the shade, but it's going to get – days of those frigid 82-degree high temperatures are over, my friend.
This
Prepare to
moment, this moment, it feels like I'm sitting in Minute Maid Park in the early part of the season when they hadn't figured out whatever the air conditioning system's deal was. And they never acknowledged, but still. It's not hot. It's comfortable.
It's pleasant.
But they figured some things out, I think. Unless the last time I went, maybe it was because it was during this cold, I don't know.
Maybe. So speaking of the Astros, we'll get back to the Texans in a minute. Speaking of the Astros, we alluded to this during headlines. It is trade deadline time. This is it's always a fun time of year to be an Astros fan because the Astros, regardless of who the general manager has been, because of who the owner is, they are active every year.
Because the owner wants it, and he wants it now.
Now.
I didn't pile up all this money just so I could sit around and not win World Series.
So I just sit on it. So I just sit on the pile of money. I want to spend this damn money.
Spend this money.
Yeah.
Get me some players.
Yeah.
Let's do this thing.
Yes.
That's how he says it, too, Jim Crane.
He does.
I saw him there the other day before the game, and he said, let's do this thing.
Yeah. I think he said thang, not thing. I read his lips.
Look, this is an extreme seller's market right now for everything the Astros need.
Yes.
I am guilty of this. I put all of the Astros injured players in a box and I set it off to the side. So I really haven't allowed myself to think about the return of Justin Verlander, Luis Garcia,
who are both supposed to throw off.
McCullers.
Who are well, not McCullers, but the other two are going to throw off of a mound here very soon.
Right.
They're not playing catch anymore, baby. They're throwing off a mound.
You look at it right now and you think, man, all right, boy, Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco especially you could spread it out a little bit with them with an extra starting pitcher. You are getting those other guys back, presumably. Relief pitching, as much as they've come along, like Brian King is the only lefty that pitches before the ninth inning.
Right.
Like they've got to go out and get themselves a reliever, and yet, as Dana Brown said this weekend, the reliever market is more expensive than the starter market at this point. He's out, he's rattling cages, he's making calls, trying to get the ball rolling on some of this activity before the trade deadline.
He met with the media, Dana Brown did, I believe on Friday, to talk about the trade deadline and other things going on with the Astros. And he basically confirmed, he said starting pitching is the big priority.
Yeah.
The starting pitching is a priority, without a question. We have 7 starters on the IL. We have to go get a starter. We would like to get a bullpen guy. That would be, pretty helpful because we wore our guys down a little bit in the first half. They pitched a lot. And so to give these guys a break sometimes would be good. So if we can get a bullpen guy, that would be nice. And if a bat comes along that makes sense, we'll pursue it. But we are working in those 3 lanes of players.
I think you need a body as a starting pitcher. Given what the trade deadline or what the trade market looks like, I don't need an earth-shattering announcement or anything. It'd be awesome. I'm not going to complain about it if they do. But I think they need somebody to be able to, at times, perhaps go with 6 pitchers through the month of August. And just because Verlander, you're going to want to be extra careful with Verlander. Luis Garcia is the guy that I'm most excited about returning. That might, he's gone through a normal Tommy John surgery recovery. Just had normal setbacks here and there, but it's pretty much gone according to plan. I feel like he might end up being rock solid. Verlander, you're gonna have to be very careful with.
Yeah, I heard Dana Brown talking about both those guys this weekend. I don't know if it was in this press conference or if it was in one of the he was on the broadcast yesterday. But, Verlander comes back. He's going to be in your rotation, probably near the top of your rotation, if not at the top of your rotation. It seemed like he's open to using Garcia a myriad of different ways. Like they may bring him back, and he might be one of these guys that eats up a couple innings for you in the middle of a game.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So the word on the street was that teams are looking at Garrett Crochet, the White Sox starter, who's been really, really good this year. He has 2 years of arbitration remaining. So you've got 3 playoffs out of him, theoretically, with team control. He's saying that he's not going to go. He's going to fight tooth and nail and doesn't want to go unless he gets a new contract.
He doesn't want to pitch in October if he doesn't get a new contract.
If he doesn't get a new contract.
Right.
Would the Astros, as we said, and he's a lefty. So he's a lefty arm that could be used as a reliever until the playoffs.
He said he doesn't want to do that either.
I know he said he doesn't want to do that, but you flash a big wad of cash in front of him, and people change their tune.
He said, let me correct myself. He's saying he won't pitch in relief in the regular season or pitch at all in October if he doesn't get a new deal.
Unless he gets a new deal.
Yeah.
Would the Astros go there?
No. No, I don't think so. And I don't want him to.
Come on, Jimmy. I was just telling you about how you want to do this thing.
No, I think, man, when contract stuff starts to affect how you use a guy in season, like I don't know that the Astros would have agreed to what I think it was the Brewers who agreed to it with Hader back in the day, like that you're only going to use me in the 9th inning because I got arbitration coming up next year and I got to be a free agent at some point.
Baseball is very sensitive to precedent.
Yeah.
A lot of people wouldn't realize the fact that baseball players' salaries are guaranteed, it's not in their CBA.
Yeah.
They just insist on it.
Yeah.
You know, that's the precedent the players have set. So I think a lot of owners don't be the ones that start to bend towards the NBA and the NFL in succumbing to those types of holdouts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's another one from Dana Brown, and said that no prospect in the system is untouchable.
If you got a deal that you feel like, it's going to help this team win, I don't think anyone's in that untouchable mode. I mean, there are guys that we really don't want to have to trade, but ultimately, no one's untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of proved that last year. They traded two of their best prospects for Verlander. You know.
Yeah.
And that will always be the. I don't think that's even. I think that's Jim Crane's words with Dana Brown's lips moving. You know what I mean? Dana Brown theoretically would be a GM who might feel that some of the guys are untouchable because he's steeped in the building through the minor league system school of thought. He's a scouting guy.
Right. He is a scouting guy. And he's also thinking, look, GMs are judged. You pay a GM to have a long-term perspective.
Yeah.
It's the check and the balance between, like in the NFL, the coach wants to win right now. The GM has to say, all right, listen, man, we got to keep the long term in mind. And those two forces work against each other. There's a check and a balance, and hopefully work out. It's kind of like Dana Brown versus Jim Crane in some respects now.
Well,
Jim Crane more than Espada is the guy that wants to win right now.
And I hope it is behind the scenes that way. I hope, constructively.
They can have open dialogues and arguments.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I think you need, look, not having a guy like Dana Brown in the room for the couple of months where there was no GM is what got you Rafael Montero at $11 million a year and Jose Abreu at $20 million.
Dana Brown almost has to act like a trust fund manager for a rich kid there. But listen, man, no, you've got one nice luxury vehicle. I can't approve you getting another one. You've got enough for now.
And yet, I have a sneaking suspicion, Blake Snell is going to be an Astro come Tuesday night.
Ooh.
I was they were chasing a little bit. I mean, not based on any information I have, just based on the behavior of this team and this owner. And I say this, I'm referring to him not by name as if I'm angry he's made all these trades through the years. It's been so fun having Jim Crane as the owner, other than having Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero on the team. But they chased Snell this offseason, actively chased him. And then as Reggie Jackson pointed out on that podcast, a lot of things just didn't stack up for us there. The thing that's scaring teams about Snell ended up signing a 2-year deal with the Giants for $30+ million a year with a player option for the second year. So that's what's scaring teams about Snell, especially early in the season. He wasn't good. He's been really good. His last 4 starts, he's been excellent. He had a 15 strikeout game within the last week or two.
The thing about the Astros' ability to develop players is something that I think this could be a conversation between Jim Crane and Dana Brown, too, that if you trust in our organization's ability to actually develop and bring these guys along, that our pipeline is actually always a lot stronger than Baseball America thinks it is.
Right.
And is that an edge that the Astros can sustain over time? I think it is. Some of the things that happen in scouting, some of the the Astros, they had a lot of advantages, and this goes back to the Cardinals days with Jeff when he was with the Cardinals. Some of those the league starts to pick up on, and they start using the technology and everything to scout and develop guys. You lose your edge over time with that. Player development is one of those things that everybody knows you should be focusing on it, but it's boring and it's hard to do. So you can always have an edge in player development.
Yeah.
It's just like with long-term investing. Everybody knows that you shouldn't panic and let short-term things affect you, but it happens because it's hard not to. So I think Jim Crane probably tells Dana Brown at times, listen, I know you're letting go a couple of your prize developmental gems. There's more. We'll get more and we'll develop these guys.
Well, we'll get more and we'll develop these guys. And by the way, Dana, you're scouting and the guys you're bringing in, now I'm not sure if the guys that they would be trading in a deal for, say, Blake Snell would be guys that have been handpicked by Dana Brown. They might be guys who've been in the system before Brown got here.
Yeah.
But the prospects do two things for you. They either replenish your own roster or they allow you to go get guys that put you over the top to go win 2 World Series in 6 years. So feel okay, Dana. You're bringing money into the organization. We're just deploying it differently, man.
That's
We're
right.
just using it to go get Blake Snell.
Yeah, there's 2 sides to that equation.
Eric Fetty or Yusei Kikuchi or Jameson Taillon.
Kikuchi. Give me some Kikuchi.
Kikuchi.
Although I kind of dread how much fun Blum would have with Kikuchi.
You do?
Yeah. You know, he loves his little
too much dad joke fun.
Yeah. He would be a little too dad jokey.
Well, the good news is Kikuchi is a pitcher, so we wouldn't get a trademark Blum like home run call afterward, unless he's a hell of a pinch hitter and they bring him in and he hits bombs. But because that's usually where we get the cheesiest version of Blum is after a guy hits a home run.
One of the ones that, I just thought in my mind, I thought like KK.
I don't mind Blum.
After a strikeout, going KK Kikuchi, but that doesn't sound good at all.
No,
that's
no, that's not good. I kind of want Cal Quantrill just because you saw the video last week of him yelling at McGuire, that Red Sox player. He tells it like it is, Cal Quantrill. He was pointing out something that McGuire did that was a little.
He got caught doing something very embarrassing. In a parking lot.
Yeah.
He was focused very intently on himself.
Yes.
He's a little too. He's all about me. This guy.
In a pleasure-laden kind of way. Yeah. And Cal Quantrill reminded him of that when the two teams were jawing at each other last week. I kind of like this Quantrill fella. All right, Payne.
That's got to be one of the more embarrassing crime, like misdemeanor that you don't want on your record.
No.
That's got to be. Are you a sex criminal at that point, or is it?
That's a good question.
It's probably lewd behavior.
Text in 713-572-46.
You have to go register in your neighborhood and go.
Dude.
It would be the look of relief on people's faces when like this guy comes to the door and like, just so you know, I'm a registered sex offender, and I got to tell you that. So then you go and you go check out the registry afterwards. You're probably like, oh, thank goodness I don't have to worry about this guy. Like,
well,
being a
but
predator.
Is it true? Like I've heard, like if you get caught like urinating in public in a neighborhood or something like that, that you've got to.
That's
register.
A sex offense. It probably depends on municipality.
Maybe. All right, this ends your legal. Legal lewd acts segment of Payne and Pendergast. Yeah.
We've got legal people. Text in 713-572-4610.
For sure.
Tell us what happens if I get caught urinating in public. Am I a sex offender?
We'll do acknowledge.
I think if it's near a school zone, that's where
that could be.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that could be.
If you get there's certain things that happens, and it's like it's 3 a.m. on a Saturday night or Sunday morning, but it's in a school zone. Yeah.
You and I are so out over our skis right now legally, right? Damian Pierce met with the media over the weekend. We didn't get a chance to play it on the show. I think it was Friday or Saturday. Damian met with the media. Really, really good stuff from Damian Pierce. It always is. Man, I hope Damian has a good year. Here's Damian Pierce on Joe Mixon's influence on him in the locker room.
I ain't never played with a guy like Joe. You know, a back-to-back 1,000-yard rusher in this league. You know, that's somebody I aspire to be. That's something I aspire to do. That's a standard I have for myself. That's something I think every back wants in this league, especially being a young guy. And, you know, Joe came in this league when he was like 20, 21, so he's been that young guy on the team. He's been that veteran guy in the room. So and he's been everything in between as well. He's also had a year where he was hurt, and he bounced back and had a 1,000-yard year after that. So having Joe Mixon in the running back room is a great addition to my mind. And in terms of my development, you know, it gives me, you know, it motivates me because that's somebody I look up to. Joe's one of my favorite running backs when he was at Oklahoma, and then getting drafted going to the Bengals. You know, I was like, he's always been in my top 5. Like, as current running backs, he's always been in my top 5, so it's just crazy to kind of, like, have, like, that welcome to the NFL moment, like, oh, it's Joe Mixon in my room, you know what I'm saying? Like, I never really had that before, and it's kind of cool, you know, to see somebody that I look up to be in my running back room, and I have him to lean on for information, support, or anything I ever need.
I fact-checked him on this, Sean. I went back and I watched his rookie press conference because I remember that he had mentioned some of his role models, like
Pierce did.
He looked up to. He didn't name 5 guys, but they were all big power backs. They were stronger guys.
And
he said, "What's that?"
And it was.
Oh, Joe Mixon wasn't one of them.
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
Joe Mixon. But it's not like he named his top 5. He named 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I'm blanking on who they were. He said specifically, you know, like I didn't try to emulate Chris Brown because I'm not running no 4.2 40.
Right.
So
right.
I was impressed that he brought
Chris
up
Johnson.
Chris Johnson. Excuse me.
Yeah. Chris Brown was on the Texans back in 2008.
Not the kicker. There was a running back.
There was a running back, yeah. He went to Naperville North,
Chris
the alma mater
Johnson.
of Judy and Sammy Pendergast.
No positive reinforcement bell for me at the end of this one. I screwed up Chris Brown and
you didn't
Chris
even bring
Johnson.
it. You don't even have the bell out here with you.
I respect that he brought up Chris Johnson, though, too, because Damian would have been probably, like 10 years old? That
was like 09. He ran for 2,000 yards. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I feel like Damian Pierce is somebody that if you asked him his top 5, he's got one in the back of his head. You know, they do that with a lot of these guys. And I'm like, hey, who's your top? Remember they did it to DeAndre Hopkins, like, who's your top 5 quarterbacks? And DeAndre appeared to be in a state where he couldn't even name 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah, you know my policy. I try to tell guys, listen, whenever you're asked to power rank anything, you don't have to answer the question.
Killjoy.
Because this is what you do. In your mind, you just start thinking of names.
Yeah.
And you go, you don't want to be
people
caught
like me run with it, and it's awesome.
You don't want to be like the UCLA coach up there at the podium last week. You just want to spit something out so you don't look like a fool.
Right.
And and then it ends up becoming headline porn.
Yeah. Seth just told all of you to be more like Deshaun Foster. Just don't say anything.
That was tough. He was in a prepared remarks.
Deer in the headlights.
There.
Yeah.
What's going on with him? Did he explain that at all about why he blanked?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's get to Acknowledge Me. Let's acknowledge some of the big performances from over the weekend. We do this every Monday at about 7:20, and big performances from over the weekend or the past several days. We are Astro and Texan heavy in this one, so let's start off with Alex Bregman.
Acknowledge me.
We will acknowledge Alex Bregman for this play, this at-bat, right here on Saturday night.
And Bregman drives one. Ball game over. Up on the train tracks. Union Station is starting a party tonight. What a game. What a win. Mayhem at Minute Maid.
Yeah, there you go. So mayhem at Minute Maid. That was I didn't go back through all the games. That felt like the best win of the year for the Astros. They've had some big ones. That felt like that was only the second time this year they've come back from 5-0 down. The fact that it all came after the 6th inning, so much of it came with 2 outs on Saturday. All the runs they scored in that 6th inning that got them back in the game. It all came with 2 outs.
Yeah, that was one of the big differences between yesterday and those first 2 was they were very, very good with runners in scoring position.
That's right.
In those first 2 games. Then they were 1 for 10 yesterday.
Yeah.
And it took a while for that game yesterday to get going. After all the excitement of the first couple games, there were just
no hits through
5
4 innings in that game
with no
for
hits.
either team.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, look, Bregman, that was awesome. I think some of the things in those first 2 games that was most exciting was that, Joey Loperfido was huge in the outfield. Yiner and Singleton showing off their power. All the guys that are not the marquee names really just playing their butts off.
Jordan had a crappy series.
Yeah.
Jordan wasn't good in this series.
I could even sit back and enjoy dang it, Sean.
I'll need a clue here.
Young
Seth.
Biggio, thank you.
Kevin Biggio. Yeah.
I could enjoy Kevin Biggio's performance in hindsight.
Because they took 2 out of 3.
He had a triple on a really nice hit to right field that just creamed off. But that was I felt bad. I feel bad for Biggio when his son is playing the Astros.
Why?
I don't know. You just kind of caught looking there like you got to. I don't know.
I think it worked out great. The Astros win.
That's true. You can hope for his.
Astros win 2 out of 3, and Kevin had a great series.
Yeah,
it worked out as good as it could have.
He looks too much like his father. I honestly get an uncomfortable feeling when he's at bat because he looks too much like his father. That I
don't think he looks like Craig.
Just that there's a resemblance. No, he doesn't look like him, but there's something in his jawline or whatever from his profile.
Yeah,
you can see it when the camera's behind him. There's a little bit. You can tell. You can tell that he's related, and I don't like it.
I don't think he looks anything like him.
There's enough of a resemblance.
Is there? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
But what the hell are you? What the hell are you alleging here? My God.
Yeah.
Jeez.
One thing we got to go on is he's good at baseball.
He looks a lot more like Bagwell. Come to think of it.
Okay, now you went there.
I didn't. I'm just reading what the tea leaves that you're reading. You're laying out in front of me.
So we say all this to say, Bregman, you've got acknowledged. Great walk-off home run. Great moment. It was and a great call. But hey, you know what, Ben? Let's acknowledge Todd Callis for that call as well.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, that's acknowledge. That was a great call. Ball game over. As soon as it hit the bat, he said it. That was great. Good job,
I feel like
Callis.
he's gotten a little bit of his fastball.
Callis is.
Yeah, I don't want to say back. He never lost his fastball. I feel like there's a little extra oomph in his fastball this year.
Had a good year.
Yeah,
Todd Callis. Yeah.
Well, you know what? Yeah, he's had the. You know what? I bet as a play-by-play guy, you go through a year like 2022, for instance, it probably gets a little bit boring
They're so good.
Right around when you get to August or so, right? Yeah. So these last couple of years, he's had more drama. It's probably kind of like honed his skills.
Well,
he's got more dicey situations.
Never know who gets blamed for a down season. Sometime it might be the announce team might get blamed. You say, you know what, we need to shake things up. We need a new voice for the team. So Callis knows, man, he's playing for his job too. Everybody's playing for their job, man. You got to bring it every single day. Good job, Todd Callis. Framber Valdez.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge him for his big performance on Friday. 6 1/3, 10 strikeouts. Ball moving so much that, as you pointed out, Clayton Kershaw had to pause in the middle of an interview because Framber was so filthy and nasty.
Clayton Kershaw. And then the people interviewing him the broadcast booth interviewing Clayton Kershaw tried to direct it back to Clayton Kershaw.
That was the Apple game. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Because he said, wow, that was a nice pitch. And he said something nice about Framber. And the broadcast crew was like, but you're good too, Clayton. You're really good. And Clayton was like, yeah, all right, guys. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But let's talk about Framber for a second. And everything he's added to his arsenal since the last time Clayton Kershaw paid attention to him.
I'm not going to acknowledge Clayton Kershaw for that, because you have to be special to get acknowledged. But that's nice of him to do that, I think. That was nice of him.
It is, man. Framber is, you know what you do when you're watching TV and you convince yourself that, sure, I could hit this pitcher. If I had enough time and I spent enough time out there in the batting cage and everything, sure, I could. Framber, I don't know how anybody hits him when he's on. It's just incredible how late that ball breaks and how much it drops.
Well, and he's not a junk baller either. He can dial it up to 97, 98 miles an hour, too.
Yeah.
You know? Sometimes a little too fast on his sinker, as they pointed out earlier this year.
Oh, and I'll especially acknowledge him for, as we discussed earlier, for a guy that we were worried about, going into last season, how will he adjust to the pitch clock? Deked the batter by walking away from the mound as the play clock expired for the batter.
Yeah.
He didn't square up in time. By the time the batter was supposed to square up, Framber was off, up damn near to second base, breathing through his eyelids and everything.
Yeah.
He turns around, boom, you're out.
Dummy. Out. Good job, Framber. All right, let's get to some Texans training camp acknowledgement. Derek Stingley Jr.
Acknowledge me.
He's been awesome this camp. These are just general acknowledgments. Although Stingley's had some moments over the weekend, like a lot of guys. He had an interception of C.J. Stroud, I believe, at Friday's practice, where kind of a lazy throw by C.J. uncharacteristically.
How was it lazy?
Oh, he was kind of. I mean, like he. It was a bad throw. Like he was just throwing off his back foot, just throwing it up in the air. Maybe I'm using the wrong adjective. Careless. How's that?
Careless. Okay.
Yeah. So, kind of a careless throw by C.J., which Derek Stingley jumped in. It would have been a pick six.
I think C.J., I like that. I almost wonder if C.J. has thrown more interceptions at this point in practice this year than he did last year, which is a good thing in terms of playing with things and figuring things out. You don't want a quarterback.
Explain to the audience why it's a good thing, because I think people just...
Because in practice, this is when you're supposed to make mistakes.
Right.
It's one of the hazards of training camp video being out there for everybody is that you see all these mistakes. You're acknowledging Derek Stingley. There's people listening right now that were like, I saw him get roasted by Stephon Diggs in one-on-ones.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what's supposed to happen for defensive backs in one-on-ones.
Yes.
If you're playing aggressively, it basically cover zero all the time, and you're going against a really good wide receiver, you should be making – if you're not making mistakes, you're not actually pushing the envelope.
Mm-hmm.
So with quarterbacks – practice is the time when you can push the envelope, you can experiment with things, you can really refine what the edges of that envelope are. And if you've got a guy who's never thrown interceptions in practice, then he's not actually trying all that hard to get better.
Yeah.
So, I like that CJ is experimenting and pushing things, and, he's going to make mistakes. That's where you learn.
Do you agree with me that Stingley's had a great camp so far?
I would say, you know what, 100% honestly, it's really hard to tell with these wide receivers and Derek Stingley because you've got iron sharpening iron.
Yeah.
So, yes, I think he has been very competitive. I think Kamari Lassiter is the guy that I would say has looked like the guy that has improved from day one to now. Day one, there are a lot more episodes of him, allowing some separation, bigger separation, and he's just kind of reeled it in as he's starting to figure out NFL route running.
Yeah.
And he's made some really nice plays on the ball. The best thing I would say about this group of starting cornerbacks versus starting wide receivers is that you get those great plays where, when you're watching your own team practice against itself, usually it's always like, okay, great play for the offense. What'd the defense screw up?
Right.
And vice versa. There have been so many plays where wide receivers were covered, but a reception was made because CJ had perfect ball placement on it. To where you can feel good about both.
About
You're
everybody.
like, okay, well, Stingley's not going to face CJ Stroud every single week, and you can't ask him to cover Stephon Diggs any better than he did.
That's right.
But CJ placed it right on the sideline, going away from the 50-50 ball, and CJ caught the ball.
That's where you're like, I like having all three of those guys on my team.
Yeah,
all the guys involved. All the guys involved, I like having them on my team. Stephon Diggs.
Acknowledge me!
I think he's been the best offensive player in camp so far. Stephon Diggs has had a really good camp.
I'm
not even adding in the leadership aspect.
I saw a fantasy person say that he was leaning towards Stephon Diggs being the actual number one for the Texans. So in terms of fantasy, in terms of actual football scheming, I don't think there is or needs to be a number one. It's going to be a game-by-game basis. But this person, I cannot remember who was saying it, was saying that, well, based on targets and everything, it seems like Diggs will be the guy. I would wait on that just because I think that CJ and Bobby Slowik and everybody else is probably spending a lot of time really trying to get Stephon Diggs ingrained in the offense and bring him on board.
Yep.
So based on training camp targets, I'm not going to think about that one bit. I would shy away from drafting Robert Woods. That's
Skoranek has been feisty out here, but I don't know that I'd necessarily draft Ben Skoranek.
I've noticed that when Robert Woods is running with the ones, I'm kind of like, well, all right, I'm going to zero in on somebody else who's probably more likely to get the ball.
For sure. Diggs has been great, though. It's been that's been good. Any of the naysayers about the second half of the season that Diggs had, putting it on Diggs?
Yeah.
Which, you pointed out many times. It was probably more on the new offensive coordinator, scheme. They were winning games, doing it the way they were doing it in the second half of the season.
Well,
Diggs has not lost a step.
Joe Brady, the new offensive coordinator, came in and he did some really smart things, and it actually involves something that Slowik talked about on that Chris Long podcast. It's that, man, Diggs is really lethal with the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
It's not, and we've seen that out here. When he catches stuff underneath, he has got an ability to make people miss to an extreme degree.
Big time, yeah.
So Joe Brady took advantage of that to try to open things up elsewhere. You don't have to just open things up by being a deep threat. You can open things up by teams being conscious of where a guy is underneath. The encouraging thing about that for me is that I think if the Texans decide to use Stephon Diggs a lot in that same way, unlike how it was with the Bills last year, Diggs would have room to run.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have to necessarily be stifling Stephon Diggs. It would be kind of opening things up. If you get him matched up on a safety, if you get him matched up on a linebacker, that you can do some lethal things after the catch.
Yeah. Let's do an under-the-radar guy acknowledgement. Brevin Jordan.
Acknowledge me!
Now, this is DeMeco Ryans on Friday following practice, and this dovetails off of an OTA and minicamp sessions where DeMeco Ryans was saying similar things about tight end Brevin Jordan. Here was DeMeco on Friday about Jordan.
From Brevin, what I've seen a young man who stepped out since day one, with more confidence. He's been very confident this camp. He's been on the details of his job. He's playing fast. He's playing physical. Brev is, he's training. He really sticks out on tape out of everyone watching not only offense but our special teams. Show some reps of Brevin the other day of him on our punt coverage, how physical he was on the snap, how he got out and beat everyone downfield. Brev is doing an outstanding job his first 2 weeks of camp, and I'm so excited to see his growth, right? That's why I enjoy coaching. Man, I get to see guys develop and see them grow, and it's not any guy I'm more proud of than Brev with the steps that he's made so far.
So, I guess the question with Brevin would be, because he showed some things at the end of last year. He's sick of answering questions about his touchdown in the Cleveland game, he said. He's had a really good offseason this year. DeMeco Ryans back in OTAs and minicamp had a comment where he said, man, the guy we keep showing on film every day is there's a Brevin Jordan play on our film cut-ups every single day.
Yeah.
I guess the best case for Brevin Jordan, Seth, in my mind, would be he's this year's Jonathan Grenard, or maybe more like Blake Cashman might be, because Grenard was legit double-digit sack guy last year. I don't know that Brevin's going to get enough usage in this offense to where he's going to have the equivalent of what Grenard did sack-wise last year. But I think he can have 30 or 35 catches and show enough other NFL teams man, if we get this guy and we plunk him down in our offense, but we're doubling his targets, he can turn into something.
He has a versatility to him that I think Bobby Slowik is probably really excited about using. He's not a classic inline tight end, that your prototype can block, can catch at all. So if you think about the three types of tight ends, if there's a flex tight end who's more of a wide receiver than he is a tight end, your hybrid is a guy that can play H-back and can also split out as a wide receiver, not that great of a blocker. He's somewhere between those two. And there's going to be times and opportunities within games where they can use him creatively. So it's not going to be a steady diet of Brevin Jordan. But I think just like on his long touchdown last year, they're going to find ways to use him, and it's not going to be every week, but he's going to explode here and there.
Yeah, it should be fun. Should be a whole lot of fun. All right, another tight end I want to acknowledge on the Texans, rookie Cade Stover.
Acknowledge me.
Really good video from the Texans content team, digital team. I think it's called My Story, and they have stories of different young players who are on the team. And Cade Stover's story has been pointed out many times. He has a farming background.
Yeah.
Farmer Gronk. Was initially a defensive player at Ohio State, became an offensive player, became a tight end, really good tight end at Ohio State, drafted in the 4th round by the Texans. Here was Stover in that video. It's about a 5-minute video. Go find it. It's worth your time. On finding out he was drafted by the Texans.
With the 123rd pick of the NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Cade Stover.
I didn't watch 1 second of that draft. Any of it. I was actually unhooking my dad's chisel plow from his tractor, and my phone rang.
Coach Ryan's here with the Texans, man. He's about to turn his pick in for you. Excited?
Oh, thanks so much.
We just got done working ground, and I was literally cranking the jack on the chisel plow to unhook that. And, I had headphones on, just on one ear, just so I could make sure my phone, I didn't miss it.
All right, so my question, Seth.
That's good. He got away from it.
What the hell's a chisel plow?
Oh, okay. All right. Chisel plow is if you think about what a classic plow looks like, where the wedge look to it.
Yep.
When it's just in it and you pull it along and there's just nice fresh ground behind it.
Yep.
A chisel plow, it's just got these curved hooks.
I've
bunch
seen
of those.
those.
You've seen those.
Yeah.
So what it does is it leaves the vegetation on top.
Yeah.
So it helps with erosion.
Okay.
It kind of loosens everything up and
Tills the
aerates
land
it.
a little
yeah,
bit.
but it leaves a lot of the vegetation on top. So it helps with erosion and no-till plowing or no-till farming and all that. Yeah.
Like aerating things a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. I was always told back when I owned a house, because I don't anymore. I live in an apartment now, but I was always told you got to aerate your lawn.
Right.
So they'd come out and they'd use, I guess,
an
the
aerator.
True Green version of which is the suburban version of a chisel plow.
So he was doing unhitching or hitching the chisel?
Unhooking the chisel plow from the.
So you just finished a bunch of work.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's watch the Texans just put out a video, that video on him that you just we grabbed that audio from, which is good. And there's a really good video out there from the American Beef Council. And I'm like, oh, look at this. This was done while he was in college. Like, man, he got
NIL.
He's getting that NIL money from Big Beef.
Dude.
Yeah. He's got to get himself a podcast because he can get that funded by Big Ag.
Yeah.
There are a lot of different Monsanto will get his hooks into him and ban it's all over.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they do a really cool type of farming, which is they raise beef, but they sell whole cows to individual consumers who will keep it in their freezer. So they're selling it to a family. Like, hey, we're buying a side of beef for this year.
Yep.
And they get repeat customers and everything. He talks a lot about creating a good environment for the animals, and the customers actually come out and visit the farm. It's cool.
How's he look so far to you?
I think he looks good. I think it's for the blocking. I've seen some good things. I've seen some work that he needs to do. He's only played tight end for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
I think when he gets the ball in his hands, he's got that rumbling, stumbling kind of element to him.
Yeah.
I don't like the nickname Farmer Gronk because I think it does a disservice to.
Yeah, we need a new nickname.
Well, Gronk was like one of the best blocking tight ends ever, and that's why he still and will always be better than Travis Kelce.
Right.
Like he affected defenses differently than Travis Kelce did. But and when he's asked about. When Kate Stover's asked about the Farmer Gronk nickname, he'll actually name off other tight ends that he thinks he more compares to than Farmer Gronk. So I like him for that. He's got an understanding of it. But he's got an appetite for contact. I think he's not as athletic as George Kittle, but there's some George Kittle elements to him because he's almost the exact same body size.
Yeah, that's exciting.
He's like the exact same height and weight as George Kittle, but George Kittle is obviously a very, very good blocker. Stover is very raw in his blocking, but he's very much working at it. So I think he'll get opportunities this year when they go out in 2 tight end sets. It's just a matter of how quickly can he bring along the blocking.
Where is C.J. Stroud in the MVP talk right now, early here in training camp? The odds are out. This is, wow, man, green arrow up for C.J. Stroud amongst the betting community right now and amongst a former player who is now a national NFL analyst. You'll hear that as well as we roll on here live. Day 9 of Texans training camp. Stay there.
You're thinking about your future, and maybe sometimes.
888-688-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, we're back, Doug.
Oh, we are? Okay,
Yeah.
Seth and I were just talking about investments during the break. Literally, we were.
You've been leaning on me a little too much to be the mature one. Hey, Ben, how long have we been back for?
I can't be long. I put my headphones up to...
Oh, 5 seconds.
Yeah, 5 seconds, yeah.
Man, you panic so hard.
Good. Put it on Ben, not on
you
me.
need to go to TrajanWealth.com. Are you stressed out about your future?
Yes.
All right. Well, Seth's got a pamphlet.
I'll hook you up
Seth's
afterwards.
got a
I'll hook you
pamphlet
up
for you when we get back in studio on Wednesday.
That's what I started working with Trajan Wealth, and I was like, okay, so can you give me a bunch of brochures? They're like, oh, boy. You want me to hand these brochures out? No, Seth, we'd like you to direct them to the website.
Right.
What about the brochures?
Brochures. Every investment I've ever had has had a brochure that goes with it.
I get some, by the way, there's some like hyper... This is a company that funds medical professionals, and they do send me. I don't know how I got put on their list. I must have checked the wrong box sometime at some point.
Yeah.
I get these brochures sent to me that are. It looks like it probably gets. They probably spend $10 or more per brochure.
Per brochure?
Like it's glossy as hell.
Really
it's
nice.
a piece of art.
Yeah.
You know. And I've called them and told them like, hey, you might want to take me off their list. And they keep sending them to me. I'm like, I am not a doctor nor a dentist. And they keep sending it. It makes me wonder about how careful they are with actual people's money.
Or wonder if you're actually a doctor and you don't even know it.
It is the kind of thing I would forget about.
Did I get a medical degree?
I hate it when you wake up from one of those dreams where like you're leading a different lifestyle, and it's in your mind when you wake up you're still leading that lifestyle, and all of a sudden it dawns on you. It's basically like living through the great stock market crash of 1929.
Right.
You find out, oh, everything I worked for is gone
5 minutes ago.
You go jump out your window. I'm on the ground floor. I can't even do this right.
So this is basically the conversation Seth and I were having before we were 5 seconds late coming back from the break. C.J. Stroud is up to number 2 on the MVP list.
Dose?
To the odds board. He's dose on the list, man. Patrick Mahomes plus 475, which means you win $475 on a $100 wager. C.J. Stroud, number 2, plus 850. On the board for MVP of the league.
It's a big vote for Pat Mahomes having a better regular season than he had last year.
Big time, yeah.
Big vote for expecting Rashee Rice to not have more than what? How many games? What's the over/under on Rashee Rice suspension?
I don't know. They haven't announced it yet, have they?
They kind of do these things sneaky sly. It involved firearms. Possibly. I mean, there's not.
Well, there was weed in the car. There were firearms.
They care more. They care a lot more about the firearms.
Yeah.
The NFL does than the optics of that.
Well, and probably the danger he was putting other people in with
that
the drag
too.
racing.
Right. Well, in that situation, his car was a much more deadly weapon than the firearms.
Good way to
were.
put it.
It's not like he brandished a weapon or anything like that.
Right.
But I should be clear to anybody that doesn't know the situation. He had a bunch of weapons in the vehicle, or at least one of the vehicles in their group. Yeah, they weren't. He wasn't like threatening people with it or anything.
But Patrick Mahomes, pretty substantial favorite, plus 475. When the next guy is basically double the odds at double the odds at plus 850.
Look, I think if you look at the narrative around C.J. Stroud headed into that last season was like, it's not a very good environment for him. It's the Texans and they suck. And look, he doesn't have any weaponry at wide receiver. To where all of a sudden that's been flipped on its ear, partly because of the work of C.J. Stroud. That he's got this plethora of wide receivers.
Yeah, and now everybody wants to come here.
And I think he will get. Unlike Brock Purdy, he's not going to have to fight for acknowledgement with the production because he's established. Brock Purdy stepped into a situation where it's almost like no matter what he does, people are going to say, well, yeah, but you got Christian McCaffrey, you got George Kittle, you got Brandon Ayuk, you got Deebo Samuel.
He can win the Super Bowl, and they'll say that.
Right.
Yeah.
So whereas with C.J. Stroud, there's more of a perception, I think accurately so, that you proved yourself with much less. So when we pile these weapons on top of you, it doesn't somehow, it doesn't detract from his standing as a player.
Purdy is 8th on the list. It goes Mahomes, Stroud, Allen, Burrow, Jordan Love, the newly enriched Jordan Love, plus 1,400, tied with Lamar Jackson, and Jalen Hurts. Brock Purdy is tied with Aaron Rodgers at plus 1,600 for the MVP. of the league.
Is there what you're good at stuff like this? The last time there was an offensive rookie of the year and a defensive rookie of the year on the same team, was that the first time when the Texans pulled it off?
No, the year before. Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner.
That's
the year before, so it happened 2 years in a row. It's happened the last 2 years.
My memory doesn't go back that far,
That's okay.
Sean. Sean, you're good at knowing things that probably 80% of the audience remembers and Seth doesn't. Yeah.
Lay it on me, Seth.
Hey, okay, tell me what calendar year came before 2024, Sean? Do you even know that?
Let me go. I'm going to play some audio so I can Google it during the break. Keyshawn Johnson loves.
This is why I paid for Gemini.
There you go. Here's Keyshawn Johnson on whatever the Skip Bayless show is, Undisputed. And he loves the Texans, and he agrees with C.J. Stroud at number 2 in the MVP odds.
Our offseason, we're talking about teams that could win the AFC. I got them right behind the Kansas City Chiefs. I got them right behind the Kansas City Chiefs. And they just picked up Stephon Diggs.
They did.
That's big.
And so
that's huge.
And no matter what the scouts, anonymous scouts and general managers out there saying Stephon Diggs has lost a step, okay, sure, he's lost a step because he's not on your team. And so you pick up that weapon, and C.J. Stroud's working his tail off as he's always done. You know, I got him right there. I got him right behind Mahomes.
Yeah, that's hard to argue.
I have a hard time accepting praise of the Texans by Keyshawn Johnson.
You do? Why?
Well, because when DeMeco took the job here, after,
is he one of those
long
people?
after it was known that DeMeco basically turned down opportunities with the Broncos and others because he was zeroed in on wanting to be the Texans head coach, Keyshawn said something to the effect of, like, man, I mean, like, why has he got to go to the Texans? He tried to present it almost like, you see, these are the only opportunities he could get. It's unfair, and he was clueless about the fact that DeMeco even had other options. It annoyed me.
I do love the Diggs thing where he's like, yeah, he's slower because he's not on your team.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny, and maybe true based on what we've seen out here. All right, Seth. We give way to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer.
Oh, I see both of them.
They're both here.
I was wondering where they were.
Ready
John's
to go.
sneaking off to the side, trying to steal content.
There you go.
John.
Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you,
All right,
too.
we're done. We're out of time.
And everybody else.
We, day 9 of Texans practice. Hope to see some of you out here today. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Texans Training Camp Live is up next. Stay there. Oh, but before we go, get your Shipley done. If you're in the car right now, get to Shipley and make sure.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's time.
Here we go!
To get back to the grind.
Let's go to work, baby!
And prepare for the 2024 season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live, presented by Community Coffee. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
Day 9, Houston Texans Training Camp. Good morning, everyone. We've got 3 days of this, and then Thursday it's game night. Let's go. Hall of Fame contest with the Chicago Bears, and we are looking forward to it. We are right beside Field 1 here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Field 1, which has taken a beating in all these rainy practices. All the cleats. Seth was talking about the cleats that Foley was probably wearing. We'll hear from Foley in a bit here. Foley was probably wearing when he stepped on C.J. Stroud's foot.
Did your heart go?
Are you kidding? Foot? Hey, Johnny, do I have any PTSD from quarterback having foot injury in the history of this franchise? Maybe a little. In fact, we're going to see Matt on Thursday. Well, maybe not Thursday, but certainly over the weekend. He'll be there for Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction. It's Hall of Fame week, in addition to game week, of course. What a monumental week this is for the organization. I mean, we've talked about it all season long, and here it is. We're in Monday of game day Thursday, Andre in Saturday, and I cannot wait. We've got the McNairs on the show. We caught up with them after a practice on Friday, and we're going to run that in the second hour of this program, so you got to hear that. We're going to break down the tight end position groups, and because of that, why not bring in a tight end to talk about it? Matt Murphy is here, Texans former tight end, Legends community member, as Matt has done a great job on the air over the years in addition to everything else he's done. He's also developed a really nice golf game. I remember when he couldn't even play, Johnny. I was at Wildcat with him in the O's at one point, and he was just learning. And then he just sort of vaults right past me in the ability factor. And he'll be here talking to the fans and visiting with us on the air. Also, D'Angelo Ross coming up in the next half hour. He has a story, you caught up with him, about Bill Belichick taking the whole team to the Hall of Fame. So that's interesting.
That's really cool. And they weren't playing the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah,
that I think is the most interesting part. They weren't playing the Hall of Fame game. He just took them to Canton before they went to a preseason game in Detroit. But I'll let him tell you the story because I was like, and the thing is, if you had said 32 coaches throughout the league last year, which one would have done that? I would have known it was Belichick because he's really a historian of the game. When they did that NFL 100 on NFL Network,
he was great.
They would bring him in to talk about players from the 30s and 40s.
That was like having you in to talk about the draft.
Really cool. Yeah, it was really cool to have
Belichick
him on
in
to
talk about that stuff. We'll have that story. Also, Ben Skoranek, he's going to factor. I have a feeling that he'll be a big part of this thing, or at least a significant part of this thing, and we'll see, of course. But we'll visit with him around 8:30-ish. But let's start things out like we always do with Hot Reads. All right, first of all, we mentioned practicing outdoors in the rain. They did not shy away from it. We thought at one point on Saturday they were going to go in. They didn't go in. They stayed out. So the fans in attendance here, and there are fans here today, the fans in attendance got to see the Texans get to work on the practice field. That was cool. They got to deal with the elements, and here's the head coach talking about practicing in those conditions.
And when you think about the elements of the rain, right, I definitely flash back to our game versus the Jets last year where when I felt like when we stepped on the field, I could feel that the energy wasn't there, right? We were more so sulking about, what was happening, things we can't control. And the quicker we can get over it, and we didn't get over in that game, and we see the results. So it was great for us to have this outing today in the rain, and hopefully we can learn from it, get better from it, and understand, like, we don't control the weather, but you control how you respond. A lot of things can happen to us that we don't control. How are you responding? All right, if you respond in the right manner, we can go out and handle any elements, be it cold weather, rainy weather, right, sun, it doesn't matter. Like, when you line up, are you locked in and ready to compete?
Well, we all know that it was not a good game for C.J. against the Jets.
That's correct.
Right?
Yes.
And he had a bad weather game at Ohio State. That might have been his worst game, right?
It was. That was almost hurricane-like conditions at Northwestern.
So that's
that
tough
was
for
really,
everybody.
really, really tough. I'm glad he brought that up, though, because I felt the exact same way with that game in New York. When I walked out, it was like high 40s and it's raining, and obviously I'm on the sidelines.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more about how am I going to keep my equipment dry. I'm thinking about it like that. I'm not even thinking about the Jets. I'm not thinking about the game. I'm just like, let's just get through this. All this kind of stuff. It had been just nasty weather. I'm glad he brought that up because I think he's absolutely 1,000%.
Got to be ready.
I remember getting on the plane, and it was just like you could just see it. You could just see it throughout the game. There was just that energy was absolutely lacking in that particular game. And look, you lost Nico on the third play of the game.
Yeah.
And then you lost Tank the week before, so you're dealing with the Tank injury. You lose Nico. So you could tell CJ was kind of off that game. And then, of course, he gets hit and he goes down and has the concussion. So what I loved about this team, though, is what was the next week?
They bounced back. It was Titans.
Titans. With Keenum,
yeah.
Bounced back and went and got a W. So this team showed it can bounce back from adversity. I'm with you. I think the weather was really in everybody's head in that game against the Jets.
It was in my head. I was sick for that game.
Yeah.
I thought, great game to be sick for.
Yeah.
I had the chills, massive fever the night before. I just threw breakfast with Andre because you were already at the stadium.
Yep.
I'm thinking, I just got to get through this one, man. And
that was the way a lot of people, I mean, you obviously were sick, but that was the way I think everybody was thinking, let's just get through this, as opposed to let's go beat them up a little
kick
bit.
their butts. I mean, Zach Wilson has looked good against the Texans. Isn't he 2-0 against the Houston Texans?
Yeah, he's 2-0 against us.
Jeez. Zach Wilson looking good against the Texans. That's painful. But anyway, today is not an elements day.
No.
The only element you have to deal with today is heat. And I'm calling you out and John Lopez out. Lopez put out a tweet yesterday. Here's what it looks like in case you forgot, a picture of the sun, right?
Yeah.
And you said before we came out here, I better see the sun. I'm thinking, what is wrong with you people?
Yeah.
I don't need to see the sun.
I don't
want to see the sun from June until October.
I want to be able to write in my notebook.
Well, all right. Listen, I've enjoyed this camp. I'm calling this the best camp ever because of the weather. It's been amazing.
But
good. Today, Houston is back, baby.
That's right.
Houston is back with a vengeance. We've got almost no clouds in the sky, full sunny, hot, typical Houston, Texas training camp day, and we are on. We're on the stream, by the way, on YouTube, Sports Radio 610 stream and Twitch. And we're twitching, streaming, doing all of it. All right, that was the head coach on the Elements. Let's get to a guy named Foley Fatakasi from Far Rockaway in New York, Queens. Real New York dude, went to UConn.
Yep.
And Foley, big guy, stepped on the foot of C.J. Stroud. But here's him talking about facing the offense in general here at the Houston Methodist Training Center.
Well, offense, obviously, these are the guys that you go up against every single day. I think the greatest thing that they do is they make me become a better player because they see what I do on a day-to-day basis, and they make me sharpen myself. So my only hope is that as they're sharpening me, they feel like I'm sharpening them. So it's been pretty good, been pretty competitive, and really been growing.
All right, let's be honest. The defense has been having a lot of W's, a lot of dubs for the defense. Yeah, and I have to point this out. I think it was Friday's practice. Yeah. So the defense has their day, but then they get into field goal situation. C.J. Stroud, scramble, hit Tank, hit Nico, kick the field goal, mic drop. Good night, everybody.
Right.
That was a great way to end it for him that day. And the other day on Saturday, again, defense having some
success
playmaking occur, and C.J. Stroud late in the practice, they finally moved the ball. They moved it at the field goal range, which was better than nothing, and that was good. So I enjoyed seeing him end his sessions with positives.
Well, yeah, I mean, the day prior to that, both days, it was like they came off the off day on Thursday, and then you could just tell like the offense was struggling, but the offense is struggling a lot because the defense is pretty darn good.
Yeah.
And the defense's pass rush now on Saturday. I got to think about my days.
Yeah.
On Saturday, the day before the off day, there was no Will Anderson. So hopefully that was just a rest day. But there was also no DeMeco Autry that day. So they didn't have as powerful a pass rush. And what I mean by powerful is they didn't have Danielle Hunter opposite Will Anderson. Because when Danielle's been opposite Will, shut it down.
They spent more time in the backfield than the running backs.
Yes, they have been dominant. And so hopefully that was just a rest day. But then I see Will, they go to the first individual drill, and they've got like a 3-station tackling drill. And Will is going with the defensive ends to each drill. Like, he might as well have practiced. He was right there with them. But, good to get, a day to rest going into an off day for Will, keep him fresh. I think Hopefully that's coming for Daniil at some point to keep him fresh. But my goodness, they have been nearly incredible. They've been incredible. They've been nearly unblockable at times. And I've always respected guys when they rush. John Grenard had this. Whitney Merciless had this. Daniil Hunter's got this in spades. It's like he's got this bag of pass rush tricks. I say tricks. Just moves.
Right.
Things he can do. And it's amazing to watch. You watch 20 reps of Daniil Hunter rushing the passer. And I swear to you, he'll have 5 or 6 different moves within those 20 that he's kind of cycling through and working on. And then he's got enough strength and power. There was a great rep in one-on-ones. He had been using all these, rip inside arm overs, all the different tricks, double swipes, things that he does as a rusher. So on the first rep of one-on-ones, he realizes the tackle is like kind of standing up, ready to try and, be quick and agile. And he notices this, so he just says, all right, speed to power. Boom. He lifts the tackle up, like literally lifts him up in the air. Luckily, got back on the ground and held his own, so Daniil did just run over him. But just the power that Hunter has, too, I think is amazing. So really, if we're being honest, it's because the offensive line is struggling keeping those two guys from just living in the backfield. And that's really kind of what's been worse than the rain is those two in particular. So one of them's out on Saturday. Offense moves it a little bit better, especially near the end of practice. I think Timmy's throwing it well. Tim Boyle's throwing it pretty well.
Yeah.
Davis, I think, is throwing it pretty well throughout camp. I don't know that Friday and Saturday were those 2 days. I don't think he threw it exceptionally well. But, CJ's had moments. He's just been, he's been wearing 55 or 51 every time he's back there to throw.
You don't worry about him. It's funny because when you're watching it live here in the field, and everyone's seeing little fan videos and whatever videos we put out on the Texans' social media platforms, but to see a pass rush, several times Will or someone would just get in the face of CJ and stop, like, hi.
Yeah.
And they're not going to hit him. Now, Foley, I guess he could. I was on the far end.
Yeah.
I saw it happen, but I'm not watching the feet from that distance. But he must have just sort of held up and couldn't hold up all the way.
So CJ had taken just a short drop. And because he took a short drop, Foley beat whoever it was so quickly. So as he's coming through, I think what happened was Foley did kind of an arm over like swim move. And as he did, he won so cleanly that, like, you're CJ, you're 3 feet. He's that close. He couldn't really kind of pull up. He was trying to. So CJ's starting to step into his throw. Foley's already immediately, like, won the arm over, but he kind of lost his balance and just stepped on it. So he didn't mean to. And CJ hopefully is going to be okay. But it just happens that quick.
Yeah.
And that kind of goes back, and I'm glad we circled back to Foley because that's the kind of thing that you'd love to be able to have with a guy that's 320 pounds.
All right,
you interviewed him before, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've interviewed him. He's a massive dude.
Oh, he is.
But he won a one-on-one rep against Shaq Mason the same way. He won the same exact rep on Saturday. And just arm over, boom, he's right there. And I'm like, man, if you get that from your interior too, holy smokes.
Well, I also have to talk to him about where to find true New York style pizza.
Yeah. You got to
talk to him about that because he's from Queens and he's
maybe
probably
out of the
missing
season,
it.
Though. Maybe off season.
Oh yeah, you don't want him eating his way into the bench area.
Yeah.
No, he won't do that.
Did you ever watch 30 Rock?
Yeah,
Season
of course.
2 when Jenna Krakowski comes back from doing Mystic Pizza on Broadway. And she's now enormous because she's eating 4 pieces of pizza every night during the show. You don't want him doing that.
You know what? I've just seen episodes here and there. I can't tell you seasons and things like that. Tracy Morgan. All right, next hot read. What do we talk about all off-season and the OTAs and minicamp and early training camp? Oh, let's see what they look like when they get into pads. Let's see what this looks like when they get into pads, or that looks like when they get into pads. You were just talking about some of those things, O-line versus D-line. All right, one general question before I get to some of the other things that we can address here, things we want to see in pads and what our reaction to that is. O-line. You mentioned it. Laramie's not out there right now. He will be out there.
Right.
Laramie, in my mind, Dr. Vanderveer says if they're playing this weekend, Laramie's playing. Okay, Laramie can get out there and play. I see him pulling sleds out here. I got a feeling Laramie can play. I got a feeling he's not pulling sleds late in the season when he's all banged up, having trouble getting out to practice or whatever they do with him in practice. But he's playing in the games at a high level. Okay, so I'm not worried about Laramie. I'm wondering if it's the Peter King thing again. things I think they think, or I think, but things I think they think. I'm wondering what they think of the offensive line right now, seeing what they've just seen. And Seth was mentioning some interesting things this morning, and you've brought this up as well about, look, the play calling isn't what it's going to be either, right? As they started to call some plays differently on Saturday, they started to move the ball because they wanted to get the attention away from, I'm just going to drop back straight or clean play action. We're going to throw a little trickeration in there, or not trickeration, but just speed things up, move the ball around a little bit differently. So I wonder what they think. I wonder what they think of the lineup, interior, how's Kenyon really doing? It's hard to tell. He's next to Blake. You know, things like that, Johnny. I'm not so sure how it's all going to shake out. I think they have all the bodies in the building. And I think they do have their 5, but I'm wondering what the private conversations are at this point.
I'm with you. I understand. I mean, look, I like to think I have somewhat educated eye of watching the offensive line, and there have been some good moments. There have also been moments that you got to step back and you go, okay, how can we do this better? Do we have the right guys? Now, I think one thing to keep an eye on is, have they gone out and made a move? Have they made a move and said, we've got to bolster this. We're going to go out and sign this particular guard or this tackle or this guy that can play the interior or whatever the case might be. So from that standpoint, I think it's still kind of a work in progress. And again, you haven't had a day in training camp because you haven't had Laramie where you've had what you think your front 5 is going to be. And I think with Laramie, things change so drastically.
All boats rise with the tide.
Kind of, but you just think about it. When you have Laramie, you're on Will. Okay. Well, how much is Will going to be able to get back there against Laramie? Now, he might get back there because he's Will and he's getting better. Or Deno, whatever the case might be.
Now you can help on the other
Laramie's
side.
Going to win those battles one-on-one. You can go over to the other side and help. I'll tell you one thing I feel like the offense has done a really good job of, and that's blitz pickup. They've done a really nice job when there's blitz. If the receivers read hot like they're supposed to, you're the hot receiver and you know you're a hot receiver, get yourself open. I saw one time that I remember distinctly where the receiver didn't read hot. Davis wanted to throw it, couldn't throw it. Desmond King's unblocked. Well, the quarterback's got to account for that. Well, if your receiver doesn't turn around, there's nothing you can do. So they've done a really good job with the blitz pickup, knowing who to block, and I think it's going to get better. I think it's going to get better, obviously, once Laramie steps in. Titus is still coming back off whatever injury he had last year, and he's still kind of working himself into that. Those guys, those 4 that have been in practice, they're going to need some game reps. They're going to need game reps, and so I don't know if that happens against the Steelers on the road. I don't know if that happens the first time here against the Giants. You definitely should get some of those during practice against the Rams. They need some game reps. They need game reps together before they go flying out there against the Colts.
Another thing that I wanted to see, we all have in pads, the running game, offensive line obviously factors heavily into that. But Dameon Pierce specifically, Johnny, as he's been getting all these number 1 reps with Joe Mixon not practicing the bulk of the time since, the early day or 2 of training camp. So what about Pierce? How's he looking to you in pads in year 3?
Much different, much more decisive. Getting vertical much more. There really haven't been moments where you watch Dameon and go, okay, he's reverting back to last year, whatever the case might be. I think Dameon's just much more comfortable all around. He's comfortable hearing the play call. He's comfortable knowing what he's being asked to do. I think he catches the ball in the backfield well, so he's got that aspect as well. So I think he's looked much, much better. The biggest thing being decisive, getting vertical. You take your first 3 steps, and boom, you're gone. And I think that's what you really want to see from Dameon Pierce. And I think you're seeing it. And I think that's really what you want. This is such a fast flow defense. Fast flow defense. These guys can absolutely fly. And so if the play on the outside is held up at any point, these linebackers are going to get there. And we haven't even seen Christian Harris yet. But Henry To'oto'o, Azeez Al-Shire, those guys just run the football on wide runs. Now, there's going to be a point in the game where if those guys are flying towards those runs, and I'll give you a great example of what happens. But you run all those, the linebackers are flying, taking off. Well, what do? You boot, somebody's wide open. And that happened the other day with Brevin Jordan. But also, sometimes those linebackers, I don't say they're guessing, but they ran what could have been a boot. It kind of looks like a mid-zone, outside zone kind of play. and the running back is going to the left. And I remember seeing Azeez Al-Shire in a line. I can't remember who was next to him. They both took off going the other way. So there was some sort of key read that the offense gave them. And all of a sudden, I think it was Dare. And Dare just cut up in this hole. I'm like, why is that hole so big? And I could see right to Azeez, and he's running the other way. I'm like, I don't know if they were chasing, like a motion man or whatever. They were completely out of the play.
Right. And, it's a great thing you just brought up because people hear about the defense doing so well. They're great, whatever. Good performance out here. But you have key plays like that don't really pop. Mm-hmm. They don't really pop the same way with fans and media, but they're significant. If you were playing an actual game, that would be highly significant. Huge. You get a big chunk run, and then all of a sudden things start to go better for your offense. Mm-hmm. And again, play calling, differences, but give the defense credit. And like I always point out, you want your defense to be ahead of the offense this time of year. This is a process. You opened 6 weeks from yesterday, and I'm not using that as an excuse, but I'm just saying this is what they're here for, to work on this stuff, to get better before they open at Indy.
One of the other things, too, is as they're going through these team drills, it isn't just spot the ball at the 20-yard line, run a play. Spot the ball at the 20-yard line, run a play.
Yeah.
Each of these periods has a particular focus.
Yeah, like 3rd and 5.
Right.
Second
3rd and
7,
whatever. 3rd and 9.
Mm-hmm.
And there should be a reason why the offense is not getting all those. Hey, it's 3rd down. I mean, they know it's a pass.
Yeah.
More likely so DBs are cheating a little bit. So those things kind of all play into it. And you put your offense in tough situations like that because, obviously, you want to practice those situations.
Yeah.
So what's the defense doing on the other side on 3rd down? DeMeco likes to blitz a little bit. He likes to show some blitz, disguise it, and drop out. He likes to do different things. And so the offense is seeing that. But now DeMeco's doing it with even more dudes than he had last year. Mm-hmm. And that is making it that much more difficult for the offense to kind of slow down, especially in those 3rd down situations.
All right, next hot read. I rolled the R there. I don't know why. Because we're going international, okay? We're going international to the Olympics. And Mark Cuban has weighed in once again that NBA players should not be participating in the Olympics without some sort of good, significant cash contribution or something of that nature because he says the Olympics, it's a business. We're sending our guys over there. We're helping them. We're not really helping ourselves. I will argue that they are helping themselves because this promotes the game globally.
Yes.
The reason why you have – I don't have the numbers. Vanderkid was actually giving me these numbers of how many NBA players are participating in the Olympics. Yeah. Non-USA NBA players are participating in the Olympics versus the Dream Team Olympics because the Dream Team Olympics, 92 – help the game explode globally, and you're reaping the benefits as a league of all these international players coming into your game, and it's awesome. Yep. So you are promoting your game. But I bring this up here because flag football is coming, and I think it's a great thing. You got to let the NFL guys participate. This is going to promote the game globally. And Cuban also made the point we should have our own World Cup, which they kind of do. They have a World Championship, but our own World Cup, and treat the Olympics the way soccer does. Interesting point, but there's just something about basketball in the Olympics. There's a mystique there that does not exist with soccer in the sport of basketball. It just does. Yep. Certain sports have it. Like, who cares about Olympic golf or Olympic tennis? I don't care. Nobody cares, right? But basketball, you care. There's something about it. Hockey, you don't care as much as you used to, but you still care.
Well, those two sports, hockey and basketball, have been played in the Olympics since
Greece.
24, 32, whatever, way back in. So the basketball, hockey, boxing, boxing is one. You don't see professional boxers. You don't have that. You don't have professional boxers.
And there's something really glorious about Olympic boxing.
I kind of like it. I mean, I loved when the American team with a bunch of college players would beat up on the Russians, but then eventually that stopped. It actually happened in 88. 88 is when it kind of hit its peak, because in '88, with a bunch of college players and David Robinson, they went and got beat by Russia, and Russia had Šarūnas Maršalonis, they had Sabonis, guys that weren't in the NBA,
but they were good.
But they were professional players. They were playing professional ball, and it was kind of at that point like, oh man, they're not even beating our best. Send our best and see what happens. Well, then they did in '92, and it wasn't even close. Because those guys they were playing professional leagues, but they weren't playing in this professional league.
Right.
Now they are. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is playing for Canada.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks is playing for Canada. I mean, It's a team that's, they got stars. Giannis playing for Greece. I mean, he doesn't have a bunch around him, but Serbia.
They used to have a better team.
Serbia, Jokic, who's the shooter, Bogdanovic. I mean, they've got some guys that can play, guys that have been in the NBA. It wasn't like that in 92, but I don't know. I'm curious if you went back to here's the problem. College has changed too, because are you going to take the best from college? Because if you're taking the best from college, what you might not get a lot of guys playing, because what are we doing in college? You got guys that are playing in college for 1 year, then they're going to the NBA. Well, are you going to jeopardize maybe your first year in the NBA, going over and playing in the Olympics and getting hurt, and all of a sudden you can't play in your first year? Oh, that's
what about
dicey
football
as well.
You want to see Tyreek Hill. Now, he'll be older by then.
Yeah.
But do you want to see Tank Dell in the Olympics? Now, that'll promote the game to get – I'm just throwing out examples here, but whoever's the X-factor player at that point going into 27, 28, going into the Olympic year, flag football, you promote the daylights out of football itself by having your best players play flag. I don't know if it does that, but I think it goes a certain length to doing that.
So what was it? Last year? Aaron's looking at me. He can tell me. Was it last year, the World Baseball Classic? Yes. Who's the Astros' favorite player? Jose Altuve is playing for his home country.
Oh, man, I know.
He takes a shot on his thumb. He's out for how many ever weeks?
Yeah.
I mean, do we need the World Baseball Classic to pump up baseball? Look, I
no, but it's fun.
It's fun. It's really fun. And for those moments that you're watching, and look, I know critics could say, well, he could have done that during spring training. Yeah, sure.
But he didn't.
I get it.
I get it.
But those games at spring training versus the games in the World Baseball Classic are going to a different level. Now, again, the World Baseball Classic is a new event. You're trying to grow that event and, find national pride in your team in another event that's not the Olympics. So, I kind of get why he's playing. I get why they're playing, but I can't hold my breath each and every time.
The chance to win an Olympic medal is going to be a big allure to NFL players. A lot of them are going to want to do it.
They've never had the opportunity to do it.
Exactly. So, some guys, I could have done it in track. Well, maybe, but obviously you chose this. All right, let's get to the wide receiver group. And a wide receiver is going to figure in heavily in the plans this season, I think. Also, D'Angelo Ross, the story about Belichick and the New England Patriots when he was there. We have that coming up. Matt Murphy, former Texans tight end, Legends community member. We have him coming up. We'll break down the tight ends. It's all happening this morning on Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
One of the great mysteries here is we are live from the Houston Methodist Trading Center. Field 1, fans in attendance filing in and getting ready for a big day of practice, day 9. Johnny, have we solved the mystery, or how far are we to solving the mystery of the wide receiver group? What are we seeing out there? Is it still, I can't figure it out.
No, can't figure it out.
When camp started, I said, there's no way Robert Woods is not on this football team. And then I see everybody else performing. I'm thinking, I don't know. He looks really good, but so many of them look good. So many of them are making plays. Tank looks awesome. Obviously, Diggs, Nico, you know the names.
Yep.
Noah Brown has made some explosive plays out here.
He had a one-handed catch in one-on-ones. I was down watching the O-line, D-line, and so I was only able to get a few things through our social media handles, and I saw that video of him just reaching out and snatching a one-hander. I'm like, whoa, that was nice.
Davis looks for him sometimes in key situations.
Absolutely.
And Steven Sims has looked good. I mean, so many. Your guy, Yankee, okay?
Jaden Yankee.
Yeah,
nice catch across the middle.
Oh, he can catch the ball.
Absolutely.
So you have a lot of that kind of stuff going on. Mechie has flashed. So let's get to this guy because I have a hard time imagining him not on the team. Ben Skoranek came over from the Rams. They acquired him in a trade. Wasn't like a high-value trade as far as draft picks. What was it? Him and a 7th coming this way for a 6th. Something like that. So it was typical Nick Caserio stuff that he'll turn into magic on draft day. But that was the deal. And Skoranek, after practice, I visited with him on a bunch of things. All right, Ben, you've been in some camps now. What is this camp like, your first with the Houston Texans?
One word I'd use is competitive. Every single snap, whether it's drill work, team, OD, and then special teams. Everyone's competing for a roster spot, and it's awesome. It gets you better. Iron sharpens iron. That's kind of the word DeMeco uses, and it's been great. And I feel like we've all been getting better through what is it, 8 practices now?
Yeah. What is it like practicing in the rain? Because many of them have been wet practices.
Man, personally, I love the rain. I think it makes it a little tougher on the offense, but you never know. Could go out there this year and have 3 or 4 rain games, and this is what prepares you for it. These days where it might not be perfect, but you got to get to work out here and just get that rain work in case it rains on a Sunday.
What's it like being in a wide receivers meeting, be with these other pass catchers in the room?
It's a lot of fun. We have a close group. For it being really our first year together, as a whole, with Steph coming in, myself coming in, there's been some guys, some carryover the past couple of years, but I feel like we've really gelled well. This offseason we got together a couple times, and really, I'm starting to feel that brotherhood, and we're pushing each other to get better. And when you got a receiver room like that, you got to push each other. You're pushing competition for targets, all that. So, I feel like there's been a lot of growth so far, and we're just going to keep growing, till the end of the season.
Special teams practice, the new kickoff rules. What's that like for you practicing this stuff?
It's different. Personally, for me, I've always been a speed player in the past. Now I got to use a little bit more hands, a little bit more savviness, play more like a linebacker. So I actually, did some of that stuff this offseason, training, trying to get, I added probably like 10 pounds of muscle for that, the new kickoff rule, and just being able to play with length, play with strength, and make plays in, a tighter area.
You said linebackers, it applies to special teams, but what about offense? You do a lot of different things for this attack.
Yeah, really I'm not sure what the role is going to be on offense this year yet, but in the years past in LA, really whatever the coaches asked me to do, whether it's dig out linebackers, dig out even defensive linemen. I played fullback in the past, and then I can run routes too. So like to view myself as a Swiss Army knife, or maybe like a janitor, like just do all the dirty work. I don't need the credit or nothing, and I just love to come out here and compete and play football, and I just want to win. And I feel like we got a good chance to do that this year.
All right, you're from Fort Wayne, Indiana, so sell Fort Wayne to me as a destination. The Convention and Visitors Bureau, you're a part of it right now. Sell Fort Wayne.
It's a great place to raise a family. I love going back home. The people are great. I got a lot of support there. My family's still there, so this is a great place. It was a great place to grow up, great place to go to school, and every time I get a chance to go back home, I just love the support I get, throughout the city.
I hate to ask this next question, but I guess you grew up as a Colts fan, right?
I did not. No. I grew up as a Trent Green fan. That was my uncle, so whatever team he was on, I was a fan of, and I was fortunate enough to be able to go to training camp practices, with the Chiefs, where we spent a lot of times with the Rams, be able to go in the locker room, practice all that stuff growing up, on the field before and after the game. So whatever team Trent Green was on, I was a fan of. I was a diehard fan, and he's one of the reasons I'd say I'm here today is because I fell in love with the game at such a young age, being able to have those opportunities to see the game up close. And for me, it was always like, oh, the NFL is normal. It's normal to go play in the NFL. I never had a doubt in my mind that I'd make it. So I think it's because of him. I just thought it was normal.
Wow. Well, Trent got into broadcasting after he was done. When you are done eventually, many years from now, Ben, would you want to get into broadcasting?
I need to work on saying my R's. Sometimes I get stumbled on my R's a little bit. Maybe radio. Some people say I have a face for radio, so we'll see. No, I'm just playing. We'll see what happens. I definitely want to stay in the game of football when I'm done, but right now I'm just focused on playing football for as long as I can. I love this game. I love the locker room. I love competing every single day. So, we'll see what happens when I'm done, but it's definitely a possibility.
Ben, thanks a lot. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, yeah.
All right. He has trouble saying his R's, he says. And look, the W's and R's, when you have W's, R's, and L's all in a sentence, they can be very tough. Crawl. All right. Or combinations. And I invented a tongue twister to help with W's and R's. You want to hear it?
Yeah, hit me.
All right, here's my invented tongue twister because I used to have difficulty with this. And if you don't drill, every once in a while, you'll stumble on one of these. Orlando Woolridge will reportedly require rewarding work as a wide receiver. All right? If you say that.
Orlando Woolridge is just hard enough.
Orlando Woolridge is a tough name.
Orlando Woolridge.
You know what?
Is tough.
I think that's how I found out because when I used to do sportscasts a lot in the early days of my career, his name would come up.
Yeah.
You do these AP style. Orlando Woolridge had 28 points last night as beat the whatever team he was on at the time.
He used to pop in studio with Sean and I back in the day. Our first year, he would pop in. A friend of his, a friend of Sean's, and so Big O would come in, and he was great. He was awesome. Miss him. He passed away. He was so good. Just talking about the game. He'd make us laugh. He'd tell us NBA. He'd tell us 80s NBA stories, and he'd have us in the breaks just cackling, laughing.
I'll bet there was some
Orlando Woolridge is hard to say, especially if you're just firing off. You're just on some sort of rant, and you're like, well, back in the 80s, Orlando Woolridge. I mean, if you're going fast.
It's like going over a curb.
Okay, a couple of things.
Yeah.
Number one, I think we have two really good nicknames.
Okay.
Number one, that he just gave us one, but Tommy Towns and I came up with Tommy Rockets. I think Tommy Rockets is good. And Ben Skoranek, the janitor.
The janitor.
He does all the dirty work.
Does the dirty work.
That was awesome. I've told you this.
Yeah.
I said this. You can go back one of the first days of training camp. We were talking about wide receivers. And, depending on how many guys you're going to end up carrying on the roster that day, look, Ben Skoranek takes care of your personal protector, your number 5-6 receiver, backup fullback.
Yep.
I mean, he has 3 or 4 different things he can do.
He's the Swiss Army knife, whatever.
He's the janitor. He does the dirty work. I love that nickname. Becoming the janitor.
Speaking of fullback, good to see Troy Hairston back at practice.
Yep.
So he's doing some things again, which is nice because you want to have as much depth as possible. They had to operate at practice without Andrew Beck and Troy Hairston, and that affects things.
Yep.
You want to run stuff with your fullback, whoever it's going to be. But you mentioned to me off the air.
Speaking of fullback, I see a fullback with his pads walking across the field, and I love seeing that.
Beck is back.
I
and you
like
mentioned
that.
to me the other day, you said, with Beck in there, it's not like Beck is, all pro, whatever.
He's not CJ. He's not Diggs.
But he does something to the offense. He's effective. he enables you to run certain things that could put pressure on the defense.
Absolutely. And what did I say the other day about him? He's the only Texan to have scored 3 different ways, I think maybe in a season, because he scored with a run, a pass, and a return. And we've put our heads together, and we can't think of anybody for the Texans that's ever done that in any one season.
Right.
So, I mean, and yeah, I understand, the kickoff was a fluke and the run is a short, whatever. I don't care. Andrew Beck found a way to score 3 different ways for the team when you needed it. He had that pass, the touchdown catch right before halftime against the Colts in Week 18. That flipped that game. He had the return that flipped that game. I mean, he made the touchdowns came up at game-changing times.
Those were game flippers. You're right. Those are impact touchdowns right there, and Andrew Beck obviously helped. Back to Skoranek, though. You made a great point. You have him on the 53. He can address a lot of needs, so you dress him as he addresses needs, and it enables you to do some other things with the guys you are allowed to dress on game day.
Yeah, and here's another thing, too. The whole special teams thing is something to definitely watch. Like I said, when it comes time to compare this receiver and that receiver, if you had lawyers for each one of those guys, the lawyer for Ben Skoranek goes up there and says, well, look at all the different things my guy will do during practice, during a game. And the lawyer comes up for this other receiver and is like, well, what does this receiver do? Well, during special teams, he goes over there and he drinks water.
Yeah.
He's not even contributing to special teams. Well, which guy are you going to carry?
Yeah. Well, let's go here. What division was Ben Skoranek in, and who was coaching defense when Ben Skoranek was in that division?
He was with the Rams.
And DeMeco's with the 49ers, so he knows what Skoranek can do. Yeah. Hey, Nick, that guy was a problem or contributed to making problems for the defense. So let's explore this possibility. And if nothing else, hey, you can never have too many good football players.
That's exactly right.
That's why they brought in Cephas. That's why they bring in certain guys and have a look at them.
That's exactly
and by the way, Cephas just has this look about him. We never talk about him with the receivers. I know you do, but a lot of people don't.
Yeah, I wanted him. A long time ago, my office mate was Jesse Clark, who did our social media stuff back in the day. And Jesse's a Badger. He went to Wisconsin, and he would always ask me about Cephas. Hey, what do you think about Cephas? I was like, I wanted him here. I think he's a true deep threat. He's got great ball skills down the field. He's got acrobatic hands. He can go up and make plays over guys. And he's made a few plays during training camp. Now, the other day, didn't make as many. DBs making some plays. But what I noticed is that both Boyle and Case will look him up. They're definitely looking for him. And that's one of the things that I also look for, too. Like, if I see consistent targets going to a guy
quarterback
with the
likes
second
him.
and third group, I'm like, that quarterback likes him. Not only does the quarterback like him, the quarterback trusts him. And that's hugely important.
Okay, next up, what's the Belichick story with the Hall of Fame? We'll have that from one of his former players who's here in Texans camp, and also breaking down the tight ends. The McNairs join us at around 9:30-ish. We're going to have that conversation for you. It'll be fun. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit.
experience them with thousands of other fans live. Tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
We broke down defensive backs last week, and it's a voluminous group. I mean, there are guys for days in the defensive backfield, and we'll see how they sort all that out. And the guy who's been hanging around this league for a long time is somebody you had a chance to catch up with. Now, let's see, what is Ross listed as? Year 3.
But this is his 6th training camp.
Yeah.
And that's where it gets tricky, because for some of those years when you're on practice squad for a whole year, you don't get credit for that particular year.
Right.
So this is his 6th training camp.
He's 27 years old.
Yeah.
And it's his 6th training camp. So he's had opportunities, just hasn't been able to crack through the way he wants to. But he's been in NFL camps. It's a weird dynamic. I'm not sure if he's got the pension. If it's his 3rd accredited year, I think if he gets through it, he gets the pension. But they must have a way to stack time in another fashion for that. But that's not really what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss numerous things, including when he was a Patriot, what Bill Belichick did for the squad, and other things Johnny visited with D'Angelo Ross.
All right, hanging out at practice with defensive back D'Angelo Ross. Okay, about halfway through training camp. Well, not halfway, but as we're now into it, how's the body feeling right now? You starting to get a little weary? You're feeling okay?
No, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, the weather's been helping us out a lot. I'm going to take advantage of these days, and, our staff, we have the biggest staff in the league, so just using them and trying to get back for the next day. So,
D'Angelo, it's interesting because at the end of practice, most days here, nobody wants to do interviews. You guys want to just go into the locker room, but at the end of practice, you're kind of feeling okay because of the weather being in the 80s. How has that really kind of helped out these last couple of days?
Yeah, I mean, it gives us a chance to, lock in a little bit, but I mean, we're missing the heat a little bit too, because that's our edge here.
Yeah.
Being able to operate under those conditions. So, I mean, it's every day just focusing on just one thing, like Coach says.
You've been in training camp. How many training camps is this for you? Is this 5 or 6?
This is 6.
What's the key to getting through training camp? Like mentally, physically, what's the best way to get through training camp?
I think physically you're going to feel how you're going to feel, but just the mental aspect of it, like our coach says again, just you can't attack everything, at once. You can't get better at everything on the next day. Just one thing, you get better at that, you pick the next thing. So it's just, going through that cycle, and then you master your craft.
I feel like the DBs, I said this the other day, and I was a DB a long time ago, long time ago, D'Angelo. So I stand up for you guys, but it felt like the last few days you guys maybe weren't looking for a fight, but you certainly weren't looking to back down, and you guys have played extremely well. What's been kind of the key for you guys playing the last few days?
Yeah, it's just our mentality. Again, just winning. We want to win every rep. Like we should win every rep. It's like our coach says all the time, it's hard. It's already a hard job, so let's just make it easy on ourselves and master our technique, and just compete. When you compete, good things happen.
What's that room like? Add a couple pieces to it. What's that room been like for you guys this year?
It's one of the most competitive rooms I've been in.
Yeah.
This is one of the most competitive teams I've been on. So you have a lot of different perspectives. You got a lot of body types. So you're able to learn just a lot of different things. It's cool to see different ages, different experience levels. So it's been great for us.
Okay, we're going to Ohio in a few days. It's kind of snuck up on us. Have you ever been to the Hall of Fame? And are you excited about going back if you've been, or for the first time you're being excited about it?
Yeah, actually I have been to the Hall of Fame my rookie year. Bill Belichick, we just popped in there on a quick trip before we went and played Detroit. So yeah, it's gonna be great. I know they're always adding things, so it'll be cool to see the new things that's in there. And it's something you look at, especially the Hall of Fame game growing up.
Yeah.
Like we all watched that. It's the first football game, so it's an exciting opportunity.
It's my first time being there, and I can't wait. And people ask me all the time, like, "You've never been there?" I'm like, "No, man. I'm gonna take advantage of it." And with Dre going in, that's gonna be really, really cool. We're gonna represent him for the Texans, and then we get a week up in Ohio to get out of this heat, even though we didn't get any heat. So when you get away with a team like that, and I know with the Patriots, you guys probably got away a few different times. What's that like for the team, and what's the advantage, in your opinion, that you get when you get away just the team on a trip like we're about to take?
Yeah, I think it just allows even more bonding, and we're already tight as it is, but when you're in town, everybody wants to go home, be with your family, so we're kind of like, it's kind of an old school training camp feel now, so I know we're going to have dinners, we're probably going to bowl a little bit, so just have a little bit of fun and have fun on the field as well.
Absolutely. D'Angelo Ross, appreciate your time, my friend. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
All right, a few things on what he just said. First of all, next week's weather in Cleveland, highs around 80.
Yes.
Very nice.
Love it.
Can't wait for that as they practice at Nick Casario's high school. Literally, people hear that and they're thinking, what? Yeah, that's going to happen. Yeah. That's actually going to happen. It's going to be great. The other thing about that, I love that Belichick took the team to the Hall of Fame. You mentioned it wasn't even associated with the Hall of Fame game. They were going to Detroit, and they just popped in. So they must have landed the plane, took the buses over, saw the Hall, and left. Most players haven't been to the Hall. Most people haven't been to the Hall. Johnny, another thing, people assume, somebody was telling me, well, wasn't John with you guys when you went in 2002? People assume you were with us on the broadcast crew from the beginning of time. And it feels like that because it's been over 10 years now.
Yeah, it's 11th year.
But that was, 22 years ago we went to the Hall of Fame game with the Houston Texans facing the New York Giants, a team that will face this preseason as well, but not that Hall of Fame game. It'll be the Chicago Bears. And wouldn't it be great to play the Bears 3 times this year?
Oh, man. Yes.
Preseason, regular season, and in New Orleans. I'm up for it. You know what? If they can make it to the Super Bowl with a rookie quarterback, fine, as long as we're there too. Great.
I'm with you. 3
Let's set
times,
the
that would be
date.
great. I don't care. We played, 3 times would be awesome.
I don't care who we
See
face
him in
in
New
the
Orleans.
Super Bowl. But
Bears
I'm not
fans
picky.
in New Orleans.
I'm not picky. I don't
Bears
care
fans would show up in mass because that's the last place they won. That's the only place they've won. Is in New Orleans.
That's right. In New Orleans, that dismantling of the New England Patriots.
Yes.
When it was much more fun with the New England Patriots when they would lose a lot.
They
it was
lost
great.
a lot.
It was great.
Lost a lot. They're dealing with a loss right now. Christian Barmore. Oof.
Ooh,
that could be tricky.
That's tough. D'Angelo Ross sounds like he's 27. You know, he's mature. He
Very
just has
mature.
that.
That's a good interview.
He's lived some life. He's in his 6th camp, as you said, but year 3 accredited in the National Football League. And it's an uphill battle for him, let's be honest. But, he can hang around, maybe practice squad, and maybe injuries, who knows, gets dressed, plays in a big spot in a big game and does something for you, and it turns his whole career around.
Absolutely. You never know when it's going to happen. And look, think back to when you grow up playing football with your guys, all your boys are together, and you're all like, well, I'm Deion Sanders, or I'm such and such. And everybody thinks they're going to the NFL, and yet of your neighborhood group, maybe one guy in 15 years goes. D'Angelo Ross has been in the NFL for 6 years.
Yeah.
And I know that right now that doesn't, for him, he's just fighting for a roster spot. He's fighting for playing time. He just wants that opportunity to show what he can do in front of the big crowds, all that kind of stuff. You've been in the NFL for 6 years. I mean, that's 6 years longer. Some guys you grow up with, they go to high school, they think they're great. They can't even play in college.
They never get to a camp.
Never get to it. They never sniff it. They're sitting there, the guys that sit at the top of the stands like, well, if I got hurt in that Pop Warner game back in '83, I'd have been in the league. I've been 4-time All-Pro. People just don't understand. You've been in the league for 6 years. And I don't want to minimize his opportunity to make this team because, like you said, he was banged up at the beginning of camp, comes back. He's got an opportunity.
Well,
he can cover. He can run. He's tough. He'll play on special teams. He'll do, he'll be the defensive janitor like Ben Skronik was talking about. He'll play the nickel. Yep. He'll bump outside. He'll play special teams. All those things he can do.
A guy I met in the O's through the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. I did an event for them, Wade Hopkins. He was with the Oilers in a preseason and caught a touchdown pass against the Cowboys in the Governor's Cup game, in a preseason game against Dallas. And that might be all he gets. But you know what? That's pretty cool to have that memory. But I know we have higher aspirations here with this year's Houston Texans 2024 camp, day 9. They are on the field. Some of the guys doing special teams practicing catching punts out of the jugs machine. A bunch of other guys in the bubble right now doing a walkthrough, and they'll be out here on the field soon enough, and we will set up the day for you as we've got a hot one scheduled. Back to Houston weather, breaking down the tight ends. Former tight end Matt Murphy scheduled to appear in the McNairs around 9:30-ish. We'll have them on as well. It's all happening here on Texans Training Camp Live.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
I am your tech-savvy AI assistant.
At Hyundai, all our 2020
92 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're back with a front row seat.
Let's have a day.
On Texans Training Camp Live. Presented by Community Coffee.
We're going to have a day today for sure. Absolutely, because it's game week Thursday with them playing Thursday night. That's Sunday, so today's Thursday, tomorrow's Friday. We'll fly out on game week Saturday, Wednesday. Everybody got that quiz later here on Texans Radio.
Oh, I'm confused.
Yeah,
See, you
but
can't
they're
confuse
not.
me right now. I'm reading this article from Kevin Seifert of ESPN on the new kickoff rules. Wow.
All right,
wow,
so
wow.
one, we're not going to get too into the weeds on that, but one point that needs to be brought up because a lot of people either forget, didn't know, whatever. The touchback is at the 30, but that is a different kind of touchback.
There's a different kind of touchback. If the ball lands in the landing zone between the 20-yard line and the goal line.
Yeah, so just visualize that. That's the landing zone of the kickoff.
Right, and most kickoffs land there. But if you kick it and it lands in there and it bounces and goes in the end zone and is downed, you get that ball at the 20.
Right.
If it goes just a regular touchback, like normal, like you just, all right, we're going to blast it all the way through the end zone.
That's the 30. See, that incentivizes the kickoff team to not kick it into the end zone because you don't want to have it. You don't want your opponent at the 30.
Here's another one.
It's funny because the 20 now feels punitive, but that's what we had forever.
If the ball
the 20 feels like, oh, you're all the way back at the 20, but we used to, that was the touchback.
If the ball hits the ground before the 20-yard line.
Yes.
Or if it goes out of bounds, it is spotted at the 40.
Yeah. All right, so you got to get it.
You got to get it to the 20, which I think you can.
Well, of course, you can always get it to the 20. I mean, the punter can kick off and get it to the 20. That's not an issue.
So does everything move? What if there's a 15-yard penalty on the touchdown? Because we've had that before.
And you're kicking off from your 20.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's that. But what
or
if there's
you
one
kick it
on
off
the
of the
defense?
50.
Now we had that in the Tampa Bay game because Levante David threw his helmet and we got a 15-yard penalty. So now we're kicking from the 50.
So you got to punch it. You got to chip it.
You just got to punch it.
Right.
Same rules apply, I guess.
Yeah, because that punishes you if you kick it too deep.
Yeah.
You know what? It's funny. That's a great point, Johnny, because now you have a 30-yard, well, like just call it a 40-yard kickoff from the 50.
Yeah.
So Fairbairn's got to really take a lot off that. He's got to choke up on that
he was
rescue club.
He was funny. I was talking to him the other day, and I was saying, we were watching you with those kicks, and he was funny because he was like, he's like, at some point Frank was just like, just shank one. He's like, what do you mean just shank one?
Yeah,
like
purposely shank. I don't want to shank.
Purpose?
I'm not shanking. I'm not hitting it off the hosel here at the practice facility. Are you kidding?
Well, here's one of the things.
People are watching too, Coach.
Here's one other thing he gets into, and we talked about this back in the offseason. The Chiefs have considered whether to use Justin Reed to make those kickoffs as opposed to Harrison Butker because the belief is
another guy to stop the return.
Well, they think that kickers are going to take a lot more punishment because they're going to have to come up and make more tackles. Justin Tucker talked to Seifert and said he's put on a few pounds this offseason to actually prepare for it.
Yes.
To prepare for the tackles. Man, can you imagine?
How about that?
You lose Kaimi on a kickoff, and oh man, that would suck. Oh, that would be terrible.
No. You know what? We'll get the guys. Frank Ross will do it. Yeah, Aaron Rabel, our engineer, is knocking wood or whatever the surface is on this table.
I didn't say that it was going to happen. I want it to happen, but yeah, that's a tricky aspect. Dave Taub, they've, and I guarantee you, Frank has considered all options. And I would think this is my gut reaction is Justin's a safety. I mean, that's what he does. I got a feeling at some point in the game, Dari's going to kick one when they potentially, they've had some struggles, maybe stopping a returner.
Yeah.
Having Dari back there, at least Dari's been on special teams. I think he had 10 to 12 tackles on special teams last year, so that might be a consideration.
Okay, let's get to this. We promised it and got sidetracked a little bit, but it's always productive because we're talking about things very relevant, especially to Thursday night. This is the first time we're going to see the kickoff rule in action on Thursday night. The whole league's going to be watching to see how the Texans and Bears handle this and what the results are. And I was talking to the officiating crew on Saturday in the cafeteria here, and they said, yup, there's no doubt that game's going to get a lot of attention. And I was asking them everything I wanted to know about the kickoff rule, but we're afraid to ask. Okay, let's do this now. Tight ends for your Houston Texans, breaking down the group, as it's not a huge group, but it's a good group. And I'm going to start with a guy that doesn't get a lot of ink. Dalton Keene, Johnny, second year, Virginia Tech, 25 years old, 6'4", 250. What are you thinking?
He's having a good start to camp. He's making himself available to all the quarterbacks, and they were going to him. Case was throwing him the ball like 2 and 3 times in a row one day, and he was throwing the ball regularly. But then he was out. He was not at practice one day. I don't know if that's an injury or if that's a veteran rest day. I would imagine guys that might think they're on the bubble would want a veteran rest day, but maybe it was. I don't know. I hope he's not hurt, because
I think he's got something. Hopefully it's not bad.
He's got that dual threat ability to play your fullback spot, to be a tight end. He's more tight end than he is fullback, but I like the fact that he can play both. You could do some different things with him. He's got some athletic ability after he catches the football. This is going to be a really tough nut to crack with tight ends. I've been thinking about this since I realized we were talking about this. How many tight ends do you end up keeping? Because let's just go back to, we were talking about the janitor, Ben Skoranek.
Yep.
What if you know that Ben can play fullback if you need it? Last year Brevin Jordan gave you those fullback reps.
Yeah.
If Andrew is banged up for a game, do you just keep this, what roster you have and not bring up Dalton Keene? Like, how do you handle that? I think it's going to be really interesting to watch how that goes down for this roster.
Well, with Brev, and Brev's on this team, in my opinion. You're keeping at least 3.
Keeping at least 3.
So you got Schultz, Brev, Stover, right? So those are your guys.
Right.
But Keene, here's what stinks for Keene. No matter where he is, whether it's here or somewhere else, he's got to play in these preseason games.
Yes.
So he can ill afford any kind of injury. We'll see if he's practicing today. Because Thursday night, I would think you'd play 3 quarters in that game.
Yeah.
You don't want to play Brev a ton in that game.
No, exactly.
And certainly not Schultz.
And you don't want Beck at fullback. So Keene would get a lot of reps. And if you don't have Keene, well, here's the other side of it. If you don't have Keene, is that limit? Then obviously those, who's getting those reps? I mean, is it all Troy at fullback the whole time?
Well, since we're on the subject of tight end, which bleeds into fullback with the H-back stuff, there's a guy on this roster that you thought could play some fullback, certainly not tight end, I would think, but British Brooks, rookie running back from North Carolina. Can he play some fullback for you, especially Thursday night? And it's the most Texans thing ever to have to improvise in your offensive sets just to get through a 4th preseason game here. Reminds me of opening day last year when you arrived in Baltimore injured and had to deal with all sorts of stuff.
Absolutely. British Brooks has been one of the more impressive running backs in this camp. He has been very, very good. Downhill runner. He's powerful. I would think if you went to British Brooks and said, look, man, I don't know if you're going to make the roster this year. Look at our running back depth. However, there's a shot that if you learned how to play fullback too, you could maybe stick around and see what you can do.
Practice squad.
I think British Brooks would be like, my guess is, if they said that to me, and I knew I was an undrafted running back, I didn't even start for North Carolina, I would be like, whatever I have to do, I'll do it. So I think that's absolutely in the cards with British Brooks thinking about playing fullback. So Skoranek can do it. He's proven he can do it. Could British do it? Yeah, I think that would be interesting for sure.
Well, Teagan's going to play a ton, and he's out there healthy, making plays. We really like him, but you get the feeling they're going to have to keep 4 if Teagan's on the 53. 3rd year, Oregon State, all last year, spent it injured, and here he is in this camp. And, you like what you see out of Teagan. I mean, I remember rookie year catching a touchdown pass against the Philadelphia Eagles, Thursday night battle, red night, all of that. What do you think of Teagan?
Yeah, I think Teagan's come a long way. I think he's really improved. And why is he improved? Because he's here every day. The last few years, training camp, it would be like, well, there's 2 days of Teagan. Then he's gone for a couple weeks. Then you come back at the end of a week getting ready for a preseason game. And he would play in the preseason game. We're like, boy, he could be pretty good if he were, stacking good days. Well, he's starting to stack good days. And he is, even though I think if the Texans went with those 3 tight ends you talked about, Stover, Brev, Dalton, Stover's got to be your inline Y, right? Well, Teagan is that inline Y, that blocking tight end. Now, everybody out here, you see him catch the football, and we get excited about that. But really, Teagan's the one guy at the end of the line of scrimmage that really can get in a fist fight and win consistently. I think Stover could do it eventually, but I don't know that he could do that right now. Teagan, because he's getting better and better, he's so big and physical, he could be able to do that. To me, you either have to do a bunch of things pretty well when you're at that point in the roster, or you have to do one thing that nobody else in the roster can really do. That might be an advantage for Teagan, that he can do that he can, at the end of the line of scrimmage, go toe-to-toe with defensive ends. Now, he's not going to win all of those,
right?
But he can get in that fist fight and have an opportunity to give the Texans something on an outside run game. So that might be what separates Teagan from all these other tight ends and give him a chance to be a four-man tight end group.
Nobody else has the body tight end wise of Teagan on this team.
Exactly.
I mean, he's Ivan Drago, right? He's 6'6", 260. That's Teagan Quitoriano.
Right.
All right,
Let's
get to the rookie, Cade Stover, Ohio State. What you're seeing so far, 6'4", 250.
Yeah, he's catching the ball really well, and I like seeing that. He's been in a competition almost every day with Kalen Bullock. Those two going at it, those two rookies. That's fun to watch because that's the future of this team. He can play the inline Y. He can be physical. He is physical. He's got some technique work. He only played a couple of years at tight end, and he was used at Ohio State partially moving, partially inline. So he's got some experience that he's got to gain before you feel 1,000% confident that he's going to be the inline Y. And that goes back to one other question too, Mark, is how valuable is that to this team? How valuable is it to have a tight end that you know you can stick at the end of the line of scrimmage and really go win consistently in the blocking game? I mean, maybe that's not hugely important to them. Maybe they want to be a little bit more 11 personnel with the receivers they have. I don't know.
Got to protect the quarterback.
Exactly. So Cade can do that. He's got to work on his technique. Things have got to get cleaned up, but he's physical, farm kid. He understands the work ethic it's going to take. He is competitive. And as we talk about that, I see Dalton Keene over in short, so it looks like he's not going to be in practice today.
That's tough.
So I hate that for him.
Mark Teagan down for 3.5 quarters on Thursday night at this rate. And, you know, they're in pads today, so stay healthy today, folks.
Yep.
This is Game Week Thursday, as I said. I know I make fun of all the days and everything, but Game Week Thursday, you play Thursday night, and you don't want to play your starters in that game.
Yep.
And you have to get through 4 quarters of football. I mean, this is war of attrition stuff right here, preseason. You got to survive it, stay upright. All right, next one. Let's get to our guy. We love him, Brevin Jordan. Makes plays, making plays out here. And by the way, back to Stover for a moment. I use the basketball coach terminology here. He looks like he belongs.
Yes,
that's
like true.
He belongs.
Absolutely true.
But Brevin Jordan, to me, really belongs. 245, 6'3". We saw the big plays last year, seeing big plays out here at camp.
Yeah, absolutely. Go back to Stover for one other thing. When you brought up basketball, I thought you were talking about him as a basketball player.
Oh, okay.
That was one of the things that he did extremely well. In fact, he was recruited to be a basketball player. He's got basketball skills. He's got the body control. He's got vice grips for hands. So Stover's going to be around this organization for a while. The fact he got to the 4th round is absolutely lucky. I mean, that was just luck that we were able to get him in the 4th round. I think he's going to end up being a guy that can stick around and do some great things for this team. So Brevin Jordan, that's a guy that we thought in 2021 could do those things. Now, he's not as physical as Stover, but what we realized last year, and we talked to him in the offseason about this, he played fullback in that game against the Tennessee Titans at home, and he was very comfortable doing that. Very, very comfortable. He caught a pass out to flat, made something happen. He made a couple of key blocks that they asked a fullback to make. He was very comfortable in that fullback position. And that's what made me think about all these numbers. Like, okay, Brev can play the fullback. So will you keep 2 fullbacks? Will you keep both Troy and Andrew? Oh, man, that's tough.
I doubt it.
I doubt that you're going to do that. Well, I almost would 100% doubt it because you got Brevin. Brevin can play that fullback. He showed you he can step in there in that fullback role, and you don't lose a ton with him when he is in that role because he's going to catch the ball out in the flat, as we saw in the playoff game, take off, make a play. He's explosive. He's the tight end that when you go 12 personnel and you've got Dalton Schultz and you've got Brevin Jordan out on the field, you're really putting the defense in a bind because Bobby will run out of that formation, out of that scheme, out of that personnel group. But now you got to try and match up with those 2 tight ends in the passing game, especially if you have Laramie, so you can just send all 5 out en route. You don't have to use either one of them to help. Now you've got trouble because one of them's getting a linebacker, and that's going to be a win for either one of them. So Brevin's dynamic. We saw it on that touchdown run. He didn't want to talk to us about it anymore. He was done. He was moving on because he was more focused on this year. So I love what he's been able to bring. And here's the other thing, too. We said it a few times. With Tegan Couturiano, say with Brevin Jordan. Brev's been out here every single day. He's been healthy. And there have been periods of where Brev has not been 100% healthy throughout his career. But when he is at stretches at a time where he's healthy, he has been very productive and explosive for this team.
Two things you hate in sports more than anything else other than losses: contract negotiations and injuries. That's it. I mean, that's it right there. True. And injuries, put that at the top of the power ranking list. All right, let's get to him right now. Dalton freaking Schultz makes a ton of plays for this football team. He's back. How's he looking? What are you thinking?
Yeah, he's just so feisty. I know everybody wants to talk about the fight and all that kind of stuff, but he's tough. He's physically tough. I mean, you think about a guy from Stanford and, a smart guy and, loves to game and do those kind of things, but he's a brilliant dude out on the field. He's got a really good connection with CJ, and he'll block. He doesn't have a lot of, as they would say, lead in the pencil, but he'll block, meaning he's not as big and physical as, say, Tegan or even Stover.
Glad you went there with that.
Yeah. But that's an old Southern football coach saying.
Is it really?
Yeah. He didn't have a lot of lead in his pencil.
Thought it was something else.
No, it just means that he's light.
Good.
He's light. I was going to say something else, but no, that would be bad. No, that's a good old Southern football coach. But Dalton lines up all over the field. Dalton has to line up in that fullback role as well, so he does some of that too. Mm-hmm. So you have some crossover with that, but he's just such a reliable receiver. I know that in the divisional playoff round, he dropped a key pass on the sideline. It would have been a big play. So those things are going to happen, but he typically has vice grips for hands. He made a huge play against Tennessee where he ripped a sure interception away from Roger McCreary. I mean, that was a huge play. I mean, going back and watching that game the other day, I'm like, I don't even know if we gave that play enough credit. That play was huge. He just snatched it away from him and I talked to him after the game. He was like, yeah, I knew I had it the whole way. He goes, I had it the whole way.
You got to have that attitude.
And then he does. He's got that quality. Mm-hmm. He's got that kind of gamer quality where he is like, I'm not backing down from anybody. Mm-hmm. I don't care who you are. I'm going to go make big plays. Catches the touchdown, the sliding catch against the Cardinals. He has the touchdown against the Falcons that should have put them in a victory formation at the end of the game, but he makes big plays. Has the touchdown catch against the Browns right before the half to make it 24-14. Great stuff from Dalton Schultz. This is a tight end group that I think is as good as it has been in a long time. And I can't wait to see if everybody stays healthy.
All right. Well, we thought we were going to have Matt Murphy on, but we've got a better surprise here because we've got an OG. We've got an original Houston Texan with us right now, and a guy who's going to have great perspective on this camp and a bunch of things. That would be Fred Weary. What's up, Fred?
What's going on,
Good
Mark?
to see you.
You guys all right?
It's the OG. I love it. It's the OG.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Double
this
OG.
Is it. This is
nice.
it. Okay, guys are coming out. So, Fred, tell me something first about the Hall of Fame game, your memories. This is the second time in the history of the franchise the Texans will be in the Hall of Fame game. You were in the original one in 2002. What was that like?
Man, it was a great experience. That was my first time ever, going to the Hall of Fame and all. Yeah. So just the history and the tradition to be a part of that, and also got a lifetime pass. So I'm bringing my lifetime pass with me. So
lifetime pass? I didn't know about that.
So we got the lifetime card from playing in the game. That was one of the gifts for it.
That's
Did
nice.
we get lifetime passes?
No, we don't.
Go?
No,
we were not playing.
I doubt it.
I love that.
It's just for the museum, though.
Yeah.
That's
well,
cool.
that's good.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's the only reason I want to go. I mean, obviously I want to see the Texans play. Fred, you had an opportunity to play and stand in the same huddle with Andre Johnson for a number of years. Seeing him go into the Hall of Fame, and I'm sure you've played around other Hall of Famers, have been around other Hall of Famers, but seeing a guy that is the first one from the Texans to go in, what's that like for you guys and your teammates?
I mean, just the hard work, that he put in it, and again, having that type of caliber player and being able to play with them, man, is phenomenal and all that stuff. I mean, I think that, away from the wins or the losses and all that stuff, I mean, just being in that mention, having him as a teammate. I mean, Andre's, man, top notch all the way around. Great community person as well. So, man, it's great to see him, achieve that honor.
Fred, I feel like Andre getting into the Hall brings back all the original Texans, or Texans from that era, because I know he's drafted year 2, of course, but brings everybody back and gets everybody in a way. That era of Texans football, didn't win as many as you want, but there were some sweet wins along the way, and Andre just validates all of that, getting into the Hall.
Absolutely. I mean, from the first win against Dallas, game 1 Sunday Night Football. I mean, Dre coming in the second season, he going to Miami that year, him being from Miami and being Miami for the second, season over the franchise win as well. So, all of those things culminate. I mean, Gary Walker, man, Jimmy Herndon. I mean, just having those guys and being able opportunity to see them, especially with our Legends community and stuff what the Texans is all doing with the Legends community and the homecoming events that we have and all that stuff. So I think it's going to be a great, fantastic year. And guess what? Hey, we got some good football to watch as well, too. So.
Yeah. And Fred, we're going to get to that, but you got to settle a little bit of a debate that we've had. We've had like 8 days of rain or 9 days straight of rain. We've watched practice in the rain. So would you rather have 80 degrees and a bunch of rain, or would you have a 95-degree Houston kind of day for training camp?
When we came in, we had Coach Capers and all this stuff. You guys remember those days? We were always out in the sun, 3 o'clock heat and all this stuff. So, man, whenever you can get that overcast, it's always good. But, I mean, I think the way that they're, doing training camp now with the morning practice, and I think they have a few in the evening as well. Man, that's great. Helps take care of the guys, keep them out of the sun. And, also with the fans. I mean, it's good to see this fanfare back. Hey, in H-Town on Kirby again.
Fred Weary with us. Fred, the offensive line had some issues with the Texans' D-line last week. What goes into getting those 5 guys to function well together to protect the quarterback, to get the running game established? It's just a different position group where you really have to be aligned, maybe more than any other on the team.
Right. And that all comes through, the team meeting. I mean, you got to have continuity on the offensive line. I mean, you're going to have, especially during training camp, you're going to have some moving chairs. Some guys that might not be, your veteran guys that might not be practicing. So a lot of younger guys, given the opportunity to get the reps and everything and stuff. I mean, just bringing it all together as an offense. It all starts up front. Man, I think those guys are definitely, on the right track. I mean, Titus, Laramie, Kenyon Green, Juice Ruggs. I mean, I even like Fuller, the rookie from Notre Dame this year. Fisher and all and stuff. So, I mean, it all starts up front, the veteran leadership, Titus and Laramie are bringing to the table for those guys to get them all going on in the right track.
Fred, how important was it for you, or just for an offensive lineman in general, to be able to say, yeah, I can play left guard and right tackle, I can play guard, I can play center, to be able to play a couple of different positions?
Man, you got to be versatile in this game. I mean, shucks. I mean, we're only dressing, seven linemen and all and stuff. So you got your 5 starters, and then you got a guy that's got to be able to play both, right tackle and left tackle. Sure. And then also, someone that can play guard and both the guard positions and also a center as well. So,
all right, what about the practice schedule these days versus your era? You talked about it, 2-a-days with Capers. And look, that wasn't even what it was 20 years before that.
Right.
But these guys have 1 practice a day. It's all collectively bargained. Your thoughts on the way they handle things now overall?
I mean, it's great. I mean, that's, the longevity of the game, this sport. I mean, especially coming out here in training camp and all and stuff and, landing on the line, trying to make the 53-man roster. That's always good. I mean, it's a lot easier. I think we're a little bit before my time, especially. I mean, I probably could play about 12, 15 years and stuff, but this practice schedule was like this and all and stuff. So it's good just to see the collective bargaining agreement, get things like that so they can take care of money of these guys and stuff. Hope you see less injuries and different type of things like that coming out of training camp.
Fred, going to the Hall of Fame, I always think about this. Hall of Fame or otherwise, who is the guy that when you got ready to face that week, you're like, oh man, this dude. Not that you were ever going to back down from him, but you just knew for 60 minutes this guy was going to give you an absolute bare-knuckle brawl fight. Who was it?
Man, Leroy Glover.
Oh,
Roy
yeah.
Glover played, that first game, man, I used to always watch him because, I was a former D lineman, so I knew a little bit about him. He played like John Randall. I mean, you talk about somebody that's going to give it to you every single play and all. It wasn't no plays off. It wasn't like, hold on, young buck, man, let's get take a couple right here. Nah, he's coming every single play. So I really enjoy, even when he was in New Orleans, that's where I really enjoy playing against him.
All right, they talk about iron sharpening iron. I talked about this with Travis a little bit. Hopefully this isn't you, by the way. I asked him about facing the same guy over and over in camp. You only face 2 or 3 different guys because of the way the units are lined up pretty much. What is it like facing the same guy over and over on your team? It's highly competitive, and eventually you got to be teammates. Yeah. But in camp, it's almost adversarial, and I see that between the offensive and defensive units here. It's like, remember the Titans, except it's offense versus defense, and they got to find a way to get along eventually.
Hey, you're going to have to go up against ones versus ones and all this stuff. And, I don't know if they still do 9-on-7 these days, but, periods like 9-on-7, we were, man, that's a game experience and all that stuff just for that period. And, going against guys like Robert Smith, Gary Walker each and every day. I mean, it's just we all made each other better.
Gary, as a teammate, must have been a lot of entertainment. I've heard stories. I've heard stories. G-Funk. Yeah, G-Funk, definitely an interesting guy, no doubt about it. But being a part of the Legends community, Fred, because you are one of them, and there's so many good guys. You guys seem very tight. You're still a team in many ways.
Absolutely, all the way through. I mean, when we had the Legends and Rookie Social, that was some things that we pointed out to those rookies, man. You got to protect that locker room and stuff. The wins didn't come, during that time, but I think, to a T, no one could question, our locker room. I mean, we were close-knit. I mean, we went out there and worked hard. We busted our butts and everything for the team and all and stuff. So, man, it's always good.
Other than opening night against the Cowboys, because that's going to be number one, but give me a couple of wins that are always going to stand out to you from that era. Is there anything that you look back on and say, wow, that was pretty special, that win?
I would definitely say the beating the Christmas Day game when we beat the Colts.
The Colts in 06.
Yeah, Colts in 06. That was, one of those, games that really kind of, stood out, man. We kind of just, went out there, run Dane, and, man, we ran the football all over them.
Must have been really satisfying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ron Dane went for $150 in that game. That was nice. Vontae caught a TD. Brown hits the field goal to win it. That's beautiful.
Yep.
Fred, what are you doing these days? What can you share with the audience?
Oh, man, just spending time with family. I got my son. He's at Tennessee. I got a daughter. She'll be a senior. She's playing basketball over in Manville area. And I also got my son. He's be a sophomore at Manville as well. So, man, just enjoying life.
Get to watch them.
Yeah, getting to watch them and, going to a few Tennessee games and coming to the Texans games, too.
Beautiful. Fred, always a pleasure to catch
up.
Thanks a lot.
Good to see you guys.
All right, take
care. Appreciate it.
Fred Weary, OG, Texans Legends community member, joining us. Coming up, the McNairs, Cal McNair, Hannah McNair. They have been out here giving away shirts, making people happy. They're making people very happy with this organization right now. Let's visit with them next here on Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank
to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Team Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Team Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to call home.
It's been said that your network is your net worth. What better way to grow both than through Houston's most exclusive business network? 50% of Fortune 500 companies in Houston are part of the Texans Lux family, where you can tap into our network from day one. Lux is an asset that goes beyond game day, and our team is here to help you make business connections and gain visibility to meet your needs. Find out how you can make lasting, intentional connections by visiting HoustonTexansLux.com.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Texans fans, you're invited to Louisiana's largest casino resort, Coshada. Coshada Casino Resort has the largest and most spacious gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, with thousands of the newest slots, over 55 table games, live bingo, and off-track betting. Plus, 3 beautiful hotels, delicious Cajun cuisine, and the #1 rated golf course in Louisiana at Coshada Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston Texans and Play 60. Because at Texas Children's Hospital, everything we do is to ensure your family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildrens.org/Texans.
Our guys on Area 45 have high expectations for Jalen Petrie headed into this year.
We need to see the guy that looks like he's a third-year player. Looks like he's not fooled on defense.
Look, it's time for him to be a dude. We know he has talent. We know he has ability. Now it's time to put it all together and be a dude.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
At the Houston Methodist Training Center, Field 1. Sunny day, hot day. It's going to be great here. Team in full pads with the game Thursday night. Countdown to kickoff presented by Modelo Especial starts at 4 o'clock that day, and we will rock from Canton with your Texans. And Andre Johnson gets into the hall on Saturday. Ron and Clint will do their show from Canton Friday afternoon, and we're going to do Texans All Access live at 6 Friday as well. It's a busy week. It's a great week for this organization, and leading the way for the organization is Chairman and CEO Cal McNair. Also, Vice President of the Houston Texans Foundation, Hannah McNair. We visited with them after one of the rainy practices last week on Friday, went into the dry Hyundai Texans radio studio and caught up with them. The McNairs, welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Well, thanks for being here. Camp going well so far, and you two are very popular out there. You give away things. That's not the only
That's
reason.
why we're popular.
That's the trick.
I don't think that's
We
it,
have
but it helps.
products, so people cheer.
What is it like being out there, Cal?
Pretty awesome. We tossed some hats to the folks that were there today. Yesterday it was T-shirts, and so we have a lot of fun doing that and getting to mingle with the fans. And, we're all there watching the team come together in training camp, which is just a whole lot of fun.
I know it felt like yesterday, but yesterday was an off day, babe.
2 days ago, we gave away.
Close enough. Close enough.
What is it like for you guys to see the level of interest with the fans at practice as it's been? I mean, 8 o'clock, we turn the mics on outside and we see people like running to a spot where they can get autographs. It's been incredible to see. But what's it like for you guys to see that crowd?
Oh, it's awesome because, the weather's been off the last couple of practices with rain and all. And so I was expecting a very light crowd. Mm-hmm. But no, they all showed up and they're in their seats and ready to go and excited. And, yeah, I mean, it's really, really a lot of fun.
It's
It
impressive.
is really fun. And the kids that are excited in the stands, it's nice to have players on the field that you're proud of and that can be role models for these young kids that are in the stands. So that's a lot of fun to see the young kids.
Some of them are waking up at 3 a.m., to gather themselves and head down here and stand in line. And like you say, when the gates open, they rush for the seats. And so, it's a day.
I'm calling it the greatest training camp ever, weather-wise. Even though it rains, hey, rain is better than 100-plus degrees, right?
I don't know. I like the heat. So
Okay.
the rain is not good for my hair.
I don't think the rain's good for my hair either, Anna. So we're just, we let it all hang out there.
It looks good.
It's fine. It's fine. We get there.
Just whatever the weather
See, y'all
is.
can just put a hat on. It's easy for y'all.
I'm just glad to be out there on the grass, whatever the weather. So.
Yeah. And it was good that they were playing in bad weather today because last year, all the bad weather games, we lost. So for them to get some reps in some bad weather, to me, I thought that was really good.
Probably a good thing,
Yeah.
So, Hannah, you were a point guard in high school. What other sports did you do? Anything outdoors?
That was year-round swimming.
Yeah.
So swimming was outdoors, but you're already wet. So.
But, yeah, it doesn't really – the elements aren't affected. Cal, did you ever play in weather like that, just driving rain, weather like we had in practice, or the jet game or something like that, football?
Oh, sure. Those are the most fun games because you'd hit the ground and slide and – the mud everywhere, and so it was awesome.
Except for that Baltimore playoff game. That was, you hit the ground and you're hitting ice.
Yeah,
that was so cold.
That was cold. That was cold.
I wasn't talking about that. But yeah, no, that was cold.
Yeah, that was definitely cold. Tommy Townsend said not as cold as it was in Kansas City for that playoff game, which could have been our game.
Right.
That could have been our game had Tennessee not done us a favor. That doesn't happen often, but
we appreciated that.
We appreciated that one because that allowed us to
I
stay here.
did thank Tennessee that day. I did. I was thankful for Tennessee that day.
It was weird to root for the Titans.
I did root for the Titans that day. I did.
That one day it ended at like 3:30, and then you were done with it. You're like,
and then I was good.
Done.
Yeah,
we're done with it.
Go Derrick Henry. Season tickets. It was announced that season tickets are sold out. What's your reaction to that, Cal? That's pretty amazing.
That's amazing. The fans are there. They're buying all the tickets, all the season tickets. There are some single game seats left, so let's not forget about those. But yeah, suite sales have been strong. Season tickets have been strong. A lot of work, a lot of credit goes to the ticketing department and the managers there and the folks making the calls to get the seats sold. And just really proud of, the whole team coming together and making that happen. Of course, it helps when you have a good year in the rearview mirror, and that helps a lot. But our guys are working hard, and those are great results. We have great fans.
Well, I know so much work goes into the game experience, win or lose. There's so many other things going on to entertain people. And do you guys participate? I know you participate in that. How does that process work in a way? Because I know so many people are involved with it. And you got to be excited about what you're going to unveil this year, whatever it might be when we start playing home games August 17th and the 24th.
Yeah, down to how the fields are painted, and then the game presentation, and then the
if we have a roof or not.
And, yeah, we're talking about the roof, and it looks like we'll have the option to open it or close it this year, even before it's repaired. So that'll be interesting to see, get everyone's input on how we want to handle that, and also listen to the fans because they like to be comfortable watching the game too. So we'll listen and take all those inputs and come up with good decisions. But we get to visit with the folks that are help managing the traffic inbound and manage the traffic outbound and trying to get the fans in and out as efficiently as possible, and then how they check into the game and where those checkpoints are. We've moved them out so people can roam around the stadium a lot more easily. And then we've gone out to the tailgate. Did we go last year?
Hey, we've
a
gone
couple
the last
of times.
few years.
Yeah, and they're having a lot of fun out there. So we just need them to wrap that up a little bit and come in and watch the game. But you can see why, because they're having a lot of fun. There's some major setups out there.
Well, I noticed this morning fans get to practice so early, and the seats are jammed way before it starts. I said, this is what we need for the game.
Right?
Yeah, we need that same energy in the season.
That's right.
So, I mean, last year we really worked on it, and we'll continue to work on it, but we've got a great facilities department that is helping us work on ingress and egress and trying to fix those issues that we may face with traffic and just getting people in their seats. So we're continuing to work on that, and we hope that this year it's even better. You know, there are some things we can't control, like construction and things like that, but we are still trying to find ways around that. So continue to check on that, and we continue to try to get better.
So we started down this game path, and it got me thinking about the season. And the one thing that we're going to have in this building that we haven't had in a while, and that's Sunday night primetime games. Mm-hmm. What's your excitement level about having those primetime games back here, and what do you think that means for the fans to have those games back here, guys?
It has been a bit, 2018, 19?
2019. Sunday night Patriots.
Yep. Sunday night. I love consistency of the noon games, but don't tell anybody that. But I also love primetime games. I think there will be a lot more excitement. I think if we're talking about fans in the stands, I don't think we'll have that problem of fans in the stands before kickoff. So that will be great. And it's really loud. Fans are into it. It's a different vibe for sure in those primetime games. And you see it with the players first. I mean, their energy on the field in those primetime games, they know what it is.
All right, speaking
of fans feed on that.
Primetime events, the season premiere is one of them, and this is Thursday of Labor Day weekend, and this has been a smashing success. So what about this year? What are we expecting?
Smashing success.
Smashing success. This year we are way above our expectations and excitement level and what we're going to be able to do for the foundation. We've shifted a little bit of where our focus is, and we're focusing on flag football and specifically girls flag football and really developing that. And so this is going to go a long way into helping us achieve our goals. So we're really thankful for that and thankful for all the support from our football side and our business side to getting this going. And Brittany and Amanda have just been incredible. So really excited about it.
There's a lot going on because we got training camp going. We got just announced season ticket sellout. We're packing for the Hall of Fame for next week. Then we got the premier event right around the corner, and we're playing games, and it's a lot going on, and we just can't wait.
You forgot Cal's Cookout.
Cal's Cookout is at the end, so we'll do that.
Presented by HEB? Yes.
Yeah.
Nice. Very good. Yeah.
Very nice.
All right. So
are we partners?
What are we making this year? Do we know yet? Have you planned the menu?
Probably hamburgers and hot dogs.
And hot dogs.
Maybe some popsicles thrown in the mix.
We're diversifying.
Oh, nice.
But the Hall of Fame, quick comment on that, Cal, because this is a pinch me thing. The first Texans Hall of Famer. He goes in. There's a game involved. It's everything.
Everything. And a lot of planning for our folks. Hannah's been attending a lot of meetings. I've been missing a lot of those meetings. But we're excited. It's going to be a full schedule. And, you can only have the first one time.
Yep.
And we're so excited. That first one is Andre when we drafted him in 2003. You have high hopes for someone, but for him to come in and fulfill those and put on that gold jacket, I don't know, Hannah. I'm just so excited.
It is a pinch me moment, but it's also, Andre came into this building, and instead of going, this is a new team, I'm not going to do much. Instead, he said, you know what? This is my team, and put this team on his back, put it on the map, had a Hall of Fame career. And he is the epitome of everything that you want in a Texans player. And he's still doing great things for our organization and this community. So he is the fabric of this organization. He's in it.
All right, outstanding. Well, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck with the rest of camp, and let's get fired up for the season. Thanks so much.
Go Texans. Thank you.
McNair's joining us, Chairman and CEO Cal McNair, Vice President of the Houston Texans Foundation, Hannah McNair. Season premiere is going to be awesome that Thursday of Labor Day weekend, but the Hall of Fame week is here. Thursday night game, Saturday induction, a bunch of other events along the way. You'll be hearing all about it here on Texans Radio and Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is coming up next. We'll wrap up this show, tell you what's going on as they're working on field goal right now. I don't even know what Fairbairn just did there, just pooched one over the line. But we'll set the stage for you. Day 9 of practice. It continues. Team opens 6 weeks from yesterday at Indy. It's Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
The same things that help your favorite team win are also the same things that can help your family business win.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
All right, John Lopez is going to tell us who he has. Who do you have?
That would be one Noah Brown.
Noah Brown's going to be on the In the Loop program. It's going to be awesome because he's been making some awesome plays out here. And we talked about that wide receiver group a lot this camp and earlier today, as a matter of fact. And the mysteries have not been solved in the wide receiver group. Still plenty of mystery. We talked about 8-9 deep heading into this camp.
It's good mystery.
You know, Johnny Johnson makes plays, and Yankee makes plays, and all of these guys are making plays, so it'll be tough to sort through that, but that's what these games and practices are for. You know, once you get to this preseason game one, it's really week 0 because the rest of the league will wait another week to play preseason games. You start to filter through some of this. Injuries occur, unfortunately. You don't want to see that at all, but you know, it's an inevitability. But let's just hope it stays at a minimum, Johnny. That's all I'll say. Stays at a minimum.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I mean, last year in training camp, we had so many offensive line injuries. You know, remember going out and getting George Fant, signing George, and then watching the first 2 days going, hey, George has got something. George's pretty good, and then started and played a lot of really good football for this team last year.
So no one's been added since camp has started, correct? Since camp began.
I believe you are correct.
Nobody.
Cam Akers.
Oh, Akers. Wait, camp had already started?
Camp had already started.
Okay. All right, there it is.
Camp had already started.
Cam Akers. You're right. That's the one. All right. You know what else has changed in this camp? Special teams practice. Now I see them practicing the kickoff, and I start to say stuff like, ooh, let's watch this.
Sexy.
Damian
See,
Pierce.
You're watching special teams
I'm
now.
watching this.
They converted you with this whole kickoff
with
thing.
the kickoff rule because this is the goal that they had. Not me watching special teams practice, but that's a little sidebar there.
Yep.
The goal is that you don't go to the refrigerator when the kickoff occurs. Remember the old days? Not that old. where touchdown occurs, they take a break. You're watching the game. They take a break. Kickoff, they take another break, and back to the action.
Yeah.
They wisely got rid of that because once a touchdown occurs, if they're going to take those back-to-back breaks around the kickoff, you could have left for 10 minutes. You could mow the lawn, and then come back and not miss anything other than the kickoff. And the percentage chances of anything happening were low.
I like how you called those the old days.
What do you mean?
I was thinking you're going old days, like you're going back to the 70s. I'm thinking old days.
No.
It's like we're now old days.
Yeah. The old days when the touchback was at the 20s.
Those consecutive breaks had to drive people. I mean, it drove us nuts.
It drove us nuts in the booth.
It was crazy.
Because
Robert would be losing his mind. Like, this is break number 21.
Yeah.
We should on break number 20. Why are we taking? Yeah.
What they did was they went to fewer breaks, but they're a little bit longer. But that worked out great.
Yep.
So they're actually 2:20. If you're wondering, in an NFL game, the typical break is 2 minutes and 20 seconds total. That's away from the action, so the networks will bring you back after 2. Radio, we bring you back sooner so we can go to Johnny and talk about the game. That's why you want to be listening to Texans Radio all season long with Aaron Raybould engineering and Johnny on the sideline and Robert Hensley producing, Andre Ware and myself in the booth. We're going to have a great time this year. Cannot wait. Thursday night it all starts. My gosh, I just felt it. I felt a wave. I felt the wave of broadcast excitement. Here's Fairbairn with another kickoff. We talked about this earlier. You got to get it in the landing zone between the 20 and the 10. You kick it in the end zone and they touch it back, that's going to come out to the 30. That's major punishment for the kickoff team. If you kick it to the 10 and it bounces in the end zone and they down it, that's a touchback at the 20.
Yep.
So you want to incentivize them to return it if it's in the landing zone.
You know who's not going to like this?
The Rams.
Well, yeah, I know the Rams. That's one team. But our partner on game day.
Andre, I am ready for Get Off My Lawn. Folks,
I am ready for it.
The very first Get Off My Lawn moment on Thursday night will occur at 7:07 p.m. Central Time. Andre Ware. And look, I don't know this for a fact, but he doesn't like a lot of these changes over the years. I'm predicting he doesn't really like this one, but we'll see. Maybe he does love it. I can't speak for him.
No, I know. But part of the reason that his issue is mainly my issue, too. Like, why was a kickoff that went in the end zone down and put it to 25? A punt goes in the end zone, it's down and put it to 20.
Yeah.
I think that's what kind of – well, now with kickoffs, you can have different – you got the 20-yard line, you got 30-yard line, you got the 40-yard line. Kymie's the last, and he's hitting these perfect. He's hitting right to the goal line. Those are really good.
Yeah, just to
those
the one
are really
the goal
good.
line. And here's Jordan. Jordan's got some quicks.
Yeah, he does.
Jawar Jordan.
Shady McCoy, that was my comp, Mark.
Yeah. Well, let's see him in action. If he looks
just a
shady.
style. I mean, look, when I make a comp, I'm talking about stylistically.
Yeah.
I'm talking about body type and stylistically. I'm not saying that he's going to – if he turns into Shady McCoy, he never gets to the, 6th round. Mm-hmm. But he's got the way he runs, his smoothness, but then he's got that little bit of shake that he can put on you.
The comp is always for the highest ceiling
of course.
And some player that people can relate to. I get that. Okay, officials here today, as they've been here every single day of camp, but not the NFL officials. They're back to the local crew. All right, a must listen for you tonight at 6 o'clock. Johnny breaks down practice, what he saw today. It's awesome. Reed Harris hits on HoustonTexans.com as well on the Texans app. Want to thank Benny for producing. Ben Gary does an outstanding job in studio. Aaron Raybould, our engineer today, not dealing with any wetness here at camp other than sweat. In the loop next, they'll have Noah Brown on after practice, and they'll set it all up for you. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
How do we solve the world's
for additional prizes, and so much more. Let's get together. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, day 9, Texans training camp. Adam Spillane alongside John Lopez, Aaron Raybold with us at the Methodist Training Center, and then we have Figgy back in the studio. Day 9, right now we are doing 11 on 11. Texans are working on the red zone. And, John, I've got some numbers on just how bad the Texans were in the red zone last season. We'll get to that at 11, but it is a very different day today than it was when we were last here on Friday. It is sunny, it is hot. But there are a lot of people here.
Or the last 6 days, 5 days, whatever it is. Look, you touched on it, man. This is Houston. Houston has arrived to the party. The other thing about this, like you said, they're going 11 on 11 in the red zone. We'll keep you guys up to date with everything that we see. But the crowd, whoo, baby. I got here probably right a little before 9 o'clock. There were probably 1,000, 1,500 people outside the stands. I don't know what it looks like right now, but this is the biggest crowd by far. Funny what a little clear skies can do for you.
Well, they are wrapped around this back end zone here to our right. That wasn't the case, at least when I was here on Friday. I don't know what it was like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday when you guys were here. But yeah, there are a lot of people here. C.J. Stroud is practicing. Remember, he got stepped on Saturday, limped off a little bit, but he is fine. For the most part, though, that's really it on the injury front. Case Keenum not practicing, probably just a Veterans Day for him. Still no Joe Mixon, though.
Still no Joe Mixon. That's the one I was going to add. I'm not really worried. Well, I shouldn't even say that. I'm not worried. I think it's probably a little thing. I trust DeMeco on this one. But it's something that you want to get some reps. And looking for John Mechie, terrific play right there. Like you talk about putting it in the bucket. It was actually Davis Mills connecting with
Xavier
Hutchinson on that one. So terrific play there. But yeah, clear, hot skies. The only thing I've seen so far that is very indicative of the weather is our guy Frank Ross wearing a black T-shirt, and it is drenched. It is absolutely drenched. So kind of a rookie mistake there by the veteran.
You know, I'm always surprised at the coaches that will wear the sleeves. They will wear the long sleeves and like the little pullover jackets. And it's not just football coaches who do this.
No.
There were I knew some baseball guys who would do the exact same thing, where we would be in the desert of Utah in the middle of August, and they're wearing like a heavy long sleeve turtleneck.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here?
You can
with
have that.
pants too, and they're wearing pants.
You can have that.
I don't understand it sometimes. Are they trying to look tough? Are they trying to look, are they trying to pull off? I don't know. It's very strange. Like, it's hot. You can dress like it's hot.
Absolutely. And I will say this, as we're getting into some of the 11 on 11, some of the real exciting stuff here at Texans training camp. I feel like, and we're going to give you updates. We'll give you the passing thoughts in about, I'd say about 14 minutes, as well as play-by-play, so to speak, from here on the 50-yard line next to the practice field. The offense can use a good day. That's how I pulled in. I'm watching them doing their drills. They come out here and start doing the red zone. The offense has not been bad. We've seen some spectacular plays offensively, and it's absolutely what you thought it was going to be. So I don't know if it's a good news thing for the defense or what it is, but the offense can really use a good day. And as I say that, another touchdown here in the red zone. And this time I believe it was with Tim Boyle as quarterback. But, this is going to be a nice day for the offense, hopefully.
All right, we will hear from Noah Brown, Texans wide receiver, coming off the practice field, part of that very good, very deep wide receiver core. Noah Brown had some big games last year, especially that Cincinnati game where he had 178 or 172 receiving yards in that big win over the Bengals. Now, on Saturday, we heard from Dameon Pierce for the first time this camp. And I think Dameon Pierce went into training camp last year with big expectations. He was a guy that I think a lot of people figured would run for 1,000 yards in his second NFL season, and it just didn't happen for him.
No.
Got off to a slow start, and then he was basically overtaken on that running back depth chart by Devin Singletary, and really the only impact that Dameon Pierce made was in special teams on kickoff return. So big camp here for Dameon Pierce in his second. It is now in his third NFL season, his second camp with DeMeco Ryans. And on Saturday, Dameon Pierce basically took the blame for what was kind of a disappointing year last year.
5 years from now, bro, I'm going to be able to say that year 2 was my best year. Probably not on paper, but the process and the growth that I had mentally is going to be something that's carry over to every year that I play in this league. Just being able to deal with the lows, being able to battle through injuries, being able to bounce back, being able to just sit back and see that, it's necessarily not a bad thing. It's unfortunate, right? Nobody wants to be on the sideline. Nobody wants to be hurt. Of course, I want to be, I want to be Peas. I want to be DP. I want to be out there making plays. I want to be out there with my guys. I want to be out with my brothers. But ultimately, the first step in solving a problem is honesty. And if we're being honest, I didn't invest enough time into myself. I didn't invest enough time into my body. I didn't invest enough time in making sure I was, clear on the playbook and sound in my fundamentals. So at the end of the day, the only person I can point the finger at is me.
Look, man, that is exactly what you want to hear. You couldn't have drawn it up any better from the guy that we all talked about last year. We knew, he got benched. He had his special teams play. Obviously had some injuries that he was dealing with as well. You couldn't have drawn it up any better. And the response is what we're all looking for right now. And thus far, it's been pretty good. DeMeco has talked about him, obviously in good terms. And I think he's going to be integral and can really go a long way with the new kickoff rules. He's been, I'll get to that as well during passing thoughts, but he's been pretty integral on that.
Well, let's just kind of run down some of the numbers for Dameon Pierce. As a rookie, he ran for 939 yards. He would have gotten to 1,000 had he not been hurt at the end of the season. Last year, 416 yards, so more than cut in half. His long last year, only 22 yards. This is a guy who had a 75-yard run as a rookie. And then the stuff that really matters the most, yards per attempt. 4.3 yards per attempt in 2022, 2.9 yards per attempt last year. And then the success rate, 47% as a rookie, 37.9% last year. Now, some of it is offensive line related. There were some inconsistencies up there. You had kind of a revolving door, especially early in the season. But again, a lot of it is also on the player, on the running back.
Oh, it's on the player. No, that doesn't let him off the hook. Like this is not. They're not doing anybody any favors here. They're not doing anything like just because they like him, and they do like him. But no, this is crucial for him. Don't get that twisted. He knows what he needs to do,
and he will get some opportunities this year. That with Joe Mixon's older. Joe Mixon's not going to be on the field most likely all 17 games. He's not going to be on the field all 3 downs, so there will be chances for Dameon Pierce to make an impact, like you said, both in the run game and in special teams. I think the thing that I also want to see from him, how much does he improve on the stuff that doesn't include running the ball? Catching the ball out of the backfield. Pass blocking was a big thing. Remember, he wasn't playing as a rookie on 3rd downs and really in a lot of passing situations because of pass protection. He wasn't very good at it. He understood he wasn't very good at it. And he even admitted, remember that first game against the Colts, his debut, when they went to overtime and he was not in the game at all during that overtime? He said, Rex should be out on the field because he is better in pass protection than me. So how much better is he in that aspect of the game? Because everybody wants to talk about how well do you run the football. Being a running back in the NFL is a whole lot more than just running the football.
And he learned it the hard way. See, and that's why I like that those comments that we just heard from Dameon Pierce. It's not like he was making excuses, and I think, the pass blocking, as you talked about, it's too often just minimized, but it's not minimized for the teams in the NFL, and they understand what he's got to do. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, coaches probably care more about how you do in pass protection than you do with anything else. They probably care about 2 things the most: fumbling and pass protection when it comes to running backs. That sort of stuff really matters. We also heard from Tommy Townsend for the first time. And listen, hearing from a punter during training camp is really not that big a deal, but Tommy Townsend is coming from Kansas City, where he just won back-to-back Super Bowls, and I do think that it's interesting to get the perspective from him just because he has been part of a team that has won at the absolute highest levels over the last couple of years. And he was asked, like, what was it about those Chiefs teams that allowed them to come through when things really mattered?
I think one of the biggest things I noticed, from my time in Kansas City is like when things really get tough or, we get into tight situations, big games, late in the game, trying to come back and win. Nobody on the sideline freaks out. Like everyone is very calm. Everyone knows what they need to do. And it's just, everybody knows what they have to do. Everybody knows their job and everybody just wants to go out and execute. Nobody is, wide-eyed or freaking out or making the moment too big. And I think that's been one of the, coolest things to watch in Kansas City was just how, all the players treat those big moments.
We've talked about this, but I think it's worth mentioning again right here. The types of players that are coming in aren't just like, quote, culture guys. They're guys that have been in winning programs. And I don't care if you're the punter, not the punter, or whatever. It does resonate when he talks about the similarities in the two places. There are characteristics that winning teams have.
And remember, it's not like those Chiefs teams, even though they've won back-to-back Super Bowls, it's not like there was no adversity during those Super Bowls. They got off to they had a bad regular season last year. It was bad for them. I mean, they finished with the third best record in the AFC. They had some really bad losses during that stretch. They had just that dreadful Christmas game against the Raiders where they looked absolutely awful.
Yeah.
But then they figured things out. And then you look at what they did in the playoffs. Okay, pretty easy win in the wild card game against Miami. But then the divisional round, they go to Buffalo. They're trailing in that game. And then they still find a way to win. AFC Championship game against Baltimore. It looked like the Ravens were going to come back on them. But again, they made the plays when they needed to. They forced some turnovers when they needed to. And in the Super Bowl, they're trailing again. They come back, they win that game, they get to overtime, and they were trailing in the Super Bowl against the Eagles as well. So that's what great teams do. Just because you're down on the scoreboard in the second quarter, it doesn't mean the game is over. They stay composed, and then they make plays when they have to make plays.
And it's almost like which came first, because all those things that you talked about, number 15 had something to do with it too. So it's a matter of, the culture that you have, the winning culture that you have, and the quarterback, the belief you have in him and the belief that he has in himself. So all those things matter. And by the way, that's something that the Texans feel they have as well, obviously.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before, but you look at the free agents that they brought in. Azeez Al-Shaair was in San Francisco when they went to the Super Bowl in 2019 and went to a couple of NFC Championship games after that. Stephon Diggs has done a lot of winning in Buffalo, getting to the playoffs, getting to the second round of the playoffs. Each of the last 4 years, getting to an AFC Championship game in that span. Like, they have guys who...
Al-Shaair.
Yeah, they have guys, when you get to that part of the season, understand what it takes to win games, because the Texans had some success last year with C.J. Stroud and with Tank Dell and with some of these other guys that they have on the roster. They've never been able to get past that step. So it's important to have guys that have been past that step because they understand what it takes to get that done.
And it's up and down the roster. It's also coaching. Look, start with Nick Caserio. I know he's a general manager, but what he can do, we kind of downplay. I mean, 17 years, 18 years, whatever it was. Then obviously DeMeco in San Francisco, Slowik in San Francisco. All these guys that have come in, coaches, players, and then it starts with the quarterback. It's all there.
Yes. So Texans day 9 of training camp. We got first team offense back in now. Good. Now all the players are out of the way, so we can actually see.
How about that?
Yeah, that's always nice. It is game week. And so this week, the start of this week is a little bit different just because you are going to be playing a game here in a few days, playing the Hall of Fame game on Thursday. And then the Texans will stay in Ohio after that. They'll stick around for Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame enshrinement on Saturday. And then they'll play in Pittsburgh, a week from Saturday?
Yes.
So it is that time of the year where you start to get into this game day routine. And we brought this up on Friday, but I want to bring it up again. Playing preseason games. I don't think that you play the starters in the preseason on Thursday as C.J. Stroud goes deep here to Stephon Diggs, incomplete. He was pressured a little bit on that play. But I do think it's important to get these guys live reps once you do get into the preseason.
Look, they're doing that right now, and they've done that a lot in these open practices, which is good. The players get juiced up a little bit. It's a lot more intense. We know it can get a little bit too intense occasionally. Yes. We've seen that the last 2 practices. Keeping an eye open for that today, obviously, as well. But now they're working on, it looks like post-kickoff. They're starting on the 35-yard line, so the entire playbook is open. And it's interesting, they have a couple of backups in on the offensive line, not for any injury-type purposes, I think they're just kind of rotating guys in.
I did see someone go into the tent, and I could not see who that was, but we'll let you know if it's someone that we have to, that if, whoever comes out of there, or if it looks like it's something that might be somewhat serious. But the Texans so far, they've been pretty fortunate with just the injuries. There really has not been anything like significant.
No.
You've had, knock on wood, you've had some teams that have had to already deal with that at this point of camp, but so far the Texans have been able to get away with that. I mean, the big thing right now, I guess, is Mixon and getting him back on the field. But Aaron Raybould was just telling us a second ago that he's not practicing, but he has been in the huddles offensively, just trying to get guys on the right page with everything. And I think, again, that was the guy that I didn't mention a second ago when you mentioned guys that they brought in from outside the organization. But Joe Mixon played in a Super Bowl a couple of years ago. He was in the NFC Championship game just 2 years ago. So that's a guy that also has experienced winning at the highest level.
Joe Mixon standing right in front of us as they go ones versus ones, full go right here at Texans training camp. And here's where I stand with Joe Mixon. I'm starting to believe, Adam, that they're just kind of holding, because of the Hall of Fame game, maybe he had a little something. He's probably over it already. I think they're just kind of rested. He is an older running back. He's not ancient, but he's a little older running back. This might just be kind of that Laramie Tunsil type thing that they're doing with him. Hey, just take it easy. We'll ramp it up when we get to the Pittsburgh practice, to the Ohio practices.
He's got nothing wrapped up or anything like that.
No.
There's no heating pad or anything on anything. There's no ice on anything. It doesn't look like he's walking around with a limp.
He's running around the whole thing. I think this is just like giving him the old veteran break. Couple of pre-snap mistakes by the defense here, and the offense has had a good start here, so we'll keep you up to date on that, of course, as well.
Now, here's my thing, and it's nothing with Mixon. Just say that.
Yeah.
Like, why can't we just, say that?
Yeah.
Is it that hard to ask to know what's going on?
Well, DeMeco did say, he's not concerned or whatever, but he didn't say it's nothing, that it's just a veteran-type thing with Laramie. I really start to believe that's what it is.
I mean, again, just say it.
Just say it.
I think they said it's a soft tissue thing. Okay, well, that could be a lot of things.
Yeah, and it could be bad.
There's a lot of soft tissue muscles out there. Why don't you go ahead and just say what it is? Again, it's not that big a deal, but it is just kind of a bizarre approach to the whole thing, to where we just have to be so secretive about this stuff on July 29th. I don't think you need to be as secretive as they have been so far. But this is day 9 at camp. They will practice again here tomorrow, and then they hit the road. And then that's when things really start to, I want to say get real, but that's when the season really starts. When you're playing games, when you get into that game day routine. The Texans, of course, play the extra preseason game for playing in the Hall of Fame game against Caleb Williams and the Bears. They go to Pittsburgh, and then they've got the 2 preseason games here. One against the Rams, and the other one is against the Saints, I want to say.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
and Davis Mills misses a wide open target there. We've talked about this. We talked about it a couple times last week, but of the quarterbacks, he clearly is the one that needs to pick up his game the most. I mean, that was a wide open little dump off, safe pass, and he threw it into the dirt. So this is something that kind of keep an eye on. Case Keenum is not practicing today. That is a Veterans Day. So Tim Boyle will be getting some more reps. And I don't know. I mean, it's not like we know what the stakes are with C.J. Stroud, and you want to keep him healthy. You got to have a guy that you can count on, and Davis Mills just been so inconsistent.
Yeah, I remember C.J. Stroud missed a couple of games last year. Davis Mills did not start either one of those games, and Davis Mills is a free agent after the season. So this is a showcase for him during this preseason, where he's not going to be the starter here, but he has a chance to at least audition for 31 other teams over these 4 preseason games, because he's going to get a lot of snaps. All right, coming up next from on In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610, John Lopez will give us his passing thoughts from day 9 of training camp. We're live at the Methodist Training Center. It's day 9 of Texans training camp. You're listening to In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Man, what a great day. Maybe this is the day to call.
and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, back at the Methodist Training Center, it's day 9 of Texans training camp. Adam Spillane and John Lopez with you. Mentioned earlier that there was someone in the injury tent for the Texans. It was Titus Howard, the right tackle. He has reemerged from the tent and appears to be okay, but at least for that last stretch of 11 on 11, it was Nick Brooker working with he was the first team right tackle for that last stretch. The guy who's second-year man out of Ole Miss, who they picked up on from waivers. So that was who was playing right tackle with Blake Fisher, the second round pick, playing left tackle.
Right, since Blake Fisher was there and Laramie gets the day off, it was Brooker there. But yeah, you're right. That's the first thing I noticed. He did seem to be moving around pretty good and seems to be out here.
But that's why you go and draft Blake Fisher in the second round.
Yes.
Because you need that second guy. Laramie Tunsil has not gotten through a full season in, I think, a long time. And the same thing with Titus Howard. Like, you need to be ready for when that tackle goes down, and you need to have a backup who can handle that role if it comes up.
And you just read my mind on the first of the passing thoughts here on day 9 at Texans training camp, and that was that. Like, I don't think Blake Fisher could have drawn up a better scenario for a team to go to. First of all, there's opportunity, but there's no real expectation. You know, like from the outside looking in, or from us, or whatever. Because it's Laramie Tunsil, it's Titus Howard. That's the story. They're going to be grabbing the headlines. Blake Fisher has gotten, I think, just about every rep as a starter at tackle. I mean, you can't ask for a better situation than that. And by the way, playing pretty damn well.
And this is a guy who was a starter at left tackle for Notre Dame as a freshman. He's the first freshman to ever start at left tackle at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for Joe Alt, he probably would have stuck over at left tackle. And if he had stayed this season at Notre Dame, he probably would have been a first-round pick in the 2025 draft. So this is a guy who has the talent, certainly, to be able to play that position.
Yeah, you can't draw it up any better. Another passing thought here, and this is from earlier today. I'm driving in, Adam. I think as crazy as fans are about this team in this city, as much as we've talked about it, I still think we might have underestimated just how nuts this city is going to be and is for this team. There were, I'm no expert, say that up front, it looked at least 1,000, maybe 1,500 people waiting to get in today on the first day of this is the first day of good weather of open practices. It's rained or threatened rain every open practice. And this is the first one where it's clear, partly cloudy, whatever you want to call it. And I could be wrong, don't want to misspeak, but it looked to me like it was going to be really, really difficult to get everybody in here.
I'll be honest. I think the fact that it was packed the way that it was on Friday when it was absolutely storming, I think that says a whole lot more about the fan base than today when it's overflowing, when it's nice and sunny out. So I think Friday was more impressive from a fan standpoint.
But the numbers just hit you in the face today.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it was just, like, awe-inspiring.
Let me tell you something. It hit me in the face on Friday when I get here, and there's no place to sit, and that's when
and
it's
you were
storming.
in traffic.
Yeah, it's storming. I'm having to walk. No.
Another passing thought here. Stephon Diggs, how many different ways can you say it? This guy is, I don't know if he's a different player, but he's certainly a comfortable player that has shown no signs of being anything but perfect for this team. I'm talking from the way he gathers the team in the huddle before practice even begins, to the way he came over to the sideline during warm-ups and was working the crowd, to the plays that he's making. One of the plays that we just saw in the red zone was Stephon Diggs making a terrific catch, ones versus ones, and I think it was in front of it wasn't Lassiter, it was the backup, and I forget the number, but Stephon Diggs, like, talk about you can't ask for a better situation. You can't ask for a better fit right now, anyway, from Stephon Diggs.
I'm really looking forward to asking Noah Brown about Stephon Diggs when we have him on when they come off the field.
Yeah.
Because obviously there are all these preconceived notions that you have about Diggs and just the reputation that he's gotten from the outside. But I'll never forget this. I had a conversation with Austin Rivers years ago, back when he was playing with the Rockets, and it was about Russell Westbrook. And he told me that Russell Westbrook is the best teammate that he ever had.
Yeah.
And he said that he had heard stories about how great of a teammate Russell Westbrook was, but he didn't actually believe them.
Yeah, because he sees the other stuff.
Yes, because he saw all the other stuff, and he heard how people who did not play with Westbrook had talked about him. So it wasn't until that he actually got into the same locker room with him that he understood, okay, yeah, this guy really is as great of a teammate as some people have heard. So I'm curious just to know from Noah Brown what he has thought of Stephon Diggs after getting to know him now for the last few months.
I totally agree. Another passing thought, and you mentioned this at the top of the show, worth mentioning again. C.J. Stroud, 100%, got stepped on at Saturday's practice, limped a little bit. DeMeco and he both said nothing to see here, and it's nothing to see here. It's just one of those things, eggshells, man. Anytime anything like that happens, you're on eggshells.
I did see some stuff over the weekend of people saying, well, maybe C.J. Stroud shouldn't practice or anything like that, at least for a couple of days.
Could have been worse.
Well, the thing is, that was a freak accident that happened. Like, that is the only way a quarterback is ever going to get touched in a training camp practice is if somebody accidentally steps on it.
Yeah.
Like, there is a better chance of getting hurt just by running than there is by getting hit.
Or a scrum, as we talked about. That was what worried me about that scrum that they had when Dalton Schultz and Derek Stingley got mixed up. Another passing thought here. Okay, this is an interesting one to me. First of all, we mentioned last week that Jalen Petrie doesn't even go over with the safeties anymore. I mean, there's three guys that work during warm-ups, during pre-practice, so to speak, drills with the nickels, and and Petrie is always there. Here's the other thing that was interesting. They started working. I don't know if I'm going to get slapped on the hand for this or not by the Texans, but I haven't heard otherwise, so I'm going to tell you. So they were working in dime packages. We've seen nickel. We haven't seen a lot of dime in all this. And the linebackers were Al-Shaair in the middle, and then Jalen Petrie and Deshaun Phillips looked like they were lining next to him at linebacker. So Deshaun Phillips and Petrie, that's going to be a really, really impressive pass rush if you do blitzes off of that, because Deshaun Phillips can tackle, can hit guys, and we know about Petrie as well. So that was interesting to me.
Why would you get in trouble for disclosing that?
I don't know.
It's an open practice.
There's
a million people here.
Oh, you know what? You're right. What am I thinking?
That's what I don't get. It's like, okay, we can shoot. Media can
stop shooting.
Yeah, like, okay.
And then everybody with the cameras.
Yeah, there's thousands of people over here with phones. What are they? Do they have to put their phones away too?
Well, no, I guess they don't. All right. I'm just the messenger. These are just facts, okay? No opinion at all. They did field goals. They did, I believe it was 6 field goal attempts. It was 5. The first 2 were inside 40 yards. Now, keep in mind, it's a breezy day.
Yeah.
It's a pretty breezy day. I think the wind's going to get up to 20 mile an hour, 25.
I don't think it's that breezy. I think we're just sitting with the fans.
No. I looked at the forecast, and you look at the flags on the. No, they said by about 11 it should be like 25, but it's a little bit of a breeze. All right, so I'm not making excuses. These are just facts. Ka'imi Fairbairn 0 for 2 from inside 40 yards, and 2 for 3 from outside 50 yards. So. I don't know. I mean, it's just, that's why you're at training camp, whatever you want to say. But Nick Caserio was standing there with his hands on his knees, and I was like, oh, man, I don't want to miss anything when Nick Caserio was watching me.
So are you saying Ka'imi Fairbairn is washed?
Just facts. I did not say anything of the kind.
Sounds like you think Ka'imi Fairbairn is washed.
Just telling you.
And that his job is now in jeopardy.
I am just telling you what is happening.
He missed. I saw him miss from 58. I think he hit from, 52 and
2
55?
inside 50, yeah.
Yeah, he was 4 for 4 on Friday in a driving rainstorm. I think he'll be okay. I think he'll be fine.
I think he'll be fine. However,
you think he's washed? But
I did not say that.
Aaron's not paying attention now. Figgy. Did by what you just heard from John, do you think he believes Ka'imi Fairbairn is washed?
I think so.
Okay. No, God, you guys are both the same. You guys are both the same.
But see, you saying all that, but you ain't talk about the 60-yarders he hit earlier.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
We talked about that on Friday.
We mentioned them on Friday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So why you going to mention this?
Because all I'm doing is sharing facts. Figgy, they pay us to sit at the 50-yard line and share information with our lovely listeners, and I am merely saying there has been no opinion injected.
You are merely saying Ka'imi Fairbairn is washed.
There has been no opinion injected whatsoever.
All right, so bring up the C.J. Stroud interception then. So just bring that up then.
I simply
and question
said,
that one.
0 for 2 from inside 50, and 2 for 3 from outside 50. That's all I said.
All right, spit some more facts then. Spit a fact about C.J. Stroud throwing the interception.
I'll spit some facts about C.J. Stroud. All right, here we go. This one is interesting. Remember Dare Ogunbowale when Fairbairn was hurt?
Yes.
They just practiced it, and he made the field goal.
Did they?
Dare Ogunbowale, I believe it was probably 30-yard field goal, 25, 30-yard field goal.
So basically like an extra point.
Like an extra point. Ogunbowale, I'm not going to say split the uprights, but it went through the uprights. So that was kind of cool. And it did lead me to think to the whole thing that you and I have both talked about, and others as well. I think it's on the table that Ogunbowale might be in certain situations, one of the kickers on the kickoff, or the kicker on the kickoff.
I mean, I think if anything, you want to make sure that he can actually kick field goals if you need it, because that almost cost them a game last year.
Yeah.
When Fairbairn got hurt and they weren't kicking extra points, you need to make sure that you have somebody who, if that happens again, whether it's Townsend or whether it's Ogunbowale or somebody else.
What a luxury.
Yeah, that's there are times where you need somebody to do something that they're not used to doing in an emergency, and you need to know if you have somebody that can do that. So it's not just kickoffs. It's do we have somebody who can kick an extra point or can kick a short field goal if we're in a desperate situation?
Luxury. One more passing thought for you guys here. And I know this is going to get people so excited, but I'm excited, and I might just go ahead and be all in on this cat. Kamari Lassiter went one-on-one outside coverage with Noah Brown, who will join us right off the practice field probably about 11 a.m. And the ball was perfectly thrown. I mean, perfectly thrown by C.J. Stroud. And Lassiter went up at the very last second, had his hand on Noah Brown, went up with his right hand as he's turning and knocked the ball free. This guy's ball skills, say what you want, and I have, and you have, about the 4.6 40 and all that stuff. We had him join us, and he talked about it. That guy is making some plays out here, man.
Yeah, he is. He's been impressive so far, especially when you look at the guys that he's going up against. And you said it, he's having to defend really good wide receivers who are getting balls thrown to them by a really good quarterback, and he's been able to more than hold his own. We'll have more from Texans training camp here a little bit later in the show. We'll hear from Noah Brown whenever practice is over. But coming up next, we'll switch gears to the Astros. The trade deadline is tomorrow. They just took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers in what was a really fun series. But yesterday's loss, and even Saturday's game to a certain degree, it showed some of the flaws of the roster that probably need to be addressed before the deadline hits tomorrow afternoon. That's next on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
things better than wet paper towels on kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, starting pitching is a priority, without a question. You know, we have 7 starters on IL. We have to go get a starter. We would like to get a bullpen guy. That would be, pretty helpful because we wore our guys down a little bit in the first half. They pitched a lot. And so to give these guys a break sometimes would be good. So if we can get a bullpen guy, that would be nice. And if the bat comes along that makes sense, we'll pursue it. But we are working in those 3 lanes of players.
All right, that was Dana Brown on Friday talking about the Astros' needs and their priorities at the trade deadline. We're back here at the Methodist Training Center. It's day 9 of Texans training camp. Adam Spillane and John Lopez with you on In the Loop. Figgy back in the studio. And the Astros take 2 of 3 from the Dodgers over the weekend. Actually, real quick, one update. Titus Howard is back on the field. He was just in on some 11-on-11 reps after he spent about 10 minutes in the injury tent. So good news on that regard. Now, back to the Astros. They take 2 of 3 from the Dodgers. Framber Valdez, excellent on Friday night in a shutout win. And then they have the big comeback on Saturday, down 6-0. They win the game 7-6 on the Alex Bregman walk-off. And then yesterday they lose 6-2, where they just offensively were not very good. The pitching, frankly, was Spencer Arrighetti was good. The bullpen after him was not good. And John, again, I feel like I said the same thing many, many times. But you saw the issues arise with the Astros here in the last couple of days and some of the things that they need to solve. Yeah. The main thing, obviously, is going to be starting pitching, which they are very, very thin at that position. They really only have the 5 healthy starters right now. Justin Verlander and Luis Garcia are making progress in their returns. But like today, you're asking Jake Bloss to go up against Paul Skeens. That's not a great matchup for you.
No, it's not. Wait, can you say that again?
Yeah, so Jake Bloss against Paul Skeens.
Not a great matchup.
Now, two members of the 2023 Major League Baseball draft class, one a little bit better prospect than the other.
Yeah, that's not a great matchup. So much to unpack with the Astros, and as we speak, we're going to keep you obviously in tune what's going on with the Texans. They are going 11-on-11 again. C.J. Stroud on the field versus the number 1 defense. We'll let you know on that. But so many things to unpack. First of all, a lot of people were saying, and I wasn't disagreeing, that walk-off Alex Bregman, a lot of people were saying that might be their best win of the year. That might be their best win of the year. And I don't disagree, and I didn't disagree at the time. Yesterday would have been nice to at least back it up with another win. But literally everything that you and I have talked about, that a lot of people have talked about, was on full display. And that is, what they need and the pitching depth and how stretched and strained some of these guys are. I think Blanco is at his limit now, right?
So 125 2/3 was his career high for innings pitched in a season.
I think he's right around that
now at 119.
119, so he's right around that. So he kind of gave it up a little bit. He pitched okay, and then obviously things kind of unwound a little bit. So everything we've talked about is out there. And then I'm listening to Dana Brown, as you just heard, and it reminded me of, everybody's seen Caddyshack, right? I'll have a hamburger. No, I'll have a cheeseburger. No, I'll have nacho. Like everything that they need, he said they're in that lane, I think is the term that he used, they need. And other teams in the division are making moves. The Rangers have made a deal. Mariners have made a deal. So, yeah, it could have was a terrific win, absolutely spectacular comeback. But, boy, some of their warts are really kind of starting to show a little bit.
Yeah, they go into the deadline here, and there isn't one area of their team where you say, we're set at this spot. Like,
yeah.
They need a bullpen arm. They need a starter. They could use a bat. Like, there are some years where you have known, okay, the roster is good here, but it's flawed there. They don't really have that. I think their roster is flawed really in all 3 phases. And we've talked so much about starters. I think the bullpen has really, you see the flaws there. Like, you look on Saturday, they're down a run in the 7th inning, and Joe Espada did something that he has not done really since May, and that is use one of the 3 leverage guys while trailing. And he did that with Brian Abreu. Then in the 8th inning, he goes outside the 3. He goes with Taylor Scott for the 8th inning. Scott gives up a homer. The Astros are still able to come back, though. They tied the game in the 8th. Hader keeps it tied in the 9th, and then Bregman walks it off in the bottom of the 9th. Then yesterday, they don't use any of the leverage guys. I was a little surprised that they didn't because they had done it on Saturday, but what happened? The bullpen really struggles in the 8th and 9th innings. It was Brian King who struggled in the 8th, and then it was Montero who had another bad outing in the 9th. So, they are going to need more than the 3 guys to get them through the rest of this season. And Taylor Scott has been great for them so far, but they need more than 4 relievers to be able to survive.
And they have to do so. It's not even a choice at this point. They have to do something. A combination of the innings that they're eating up, the starters, and the relievers, and ineffectiveness. Tick, tick, as they say. The trade deadline is tomorrow. Do you think they make more than 2 moves?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, I think right now, and Dana Brown said this on Friday, it is very much a seller's market. There are a lot of teams looking to buy, and there just aren't a lot of teams to sell. And one of the things I think you're going to start hearing now are contenders trading with one another. And you saw this just in the trade that the Rangers made. They made a trade with Kansas City. Kansas City right now is contending for a playoff spot. You look back in 2022, the Astros made a trade with a contender. They made a trade with the Braves. They traded Jake Odorizzi to Atlanta for Will Smith. And so, the Astros and Braves could have met in the World Series in 2022. That's how good both those teams were. So that's just one of those things to watch where it gives you more avenues to add a player if you are also trading with another contender. But oftentimes that means you're trading off of your Major League roster.
Yes, and that might be a bit of an ask. Actually, Dana Brown did talk about that as well. He said, hey, maybe they need something that we need, that we have, and we need something that they have, and it's going to be something that could make both teams happy, make both teams successful in the trade market. But I think that they have to make at least 2 moves, both pitching, in my view. And
so Dana Brown did talk about just how much it's going to cost to get pitching, and he even said, the cost is high right now.
I think the price for pitchers is still pretty high. I think, it's a seller's market. There's a lot of buyers because there's a lot of teams that are still in it, and there's a lot of teams that are feeling like, man, if we can get a pitcher here or a reliever there, we're in good shape. And so I think that's probably what's driving up the market.
I mean, look, my big worry, and this is a confession, but I'll say it right now, as I see these other teams make moves, as you hear Dana Brown talk, as you just heard right there, I don't know if they have the assets, man. They can find the assets, but it'll be a severe hit.
That is the problem that they're dealing with right now, and I've seen a lot of people give Dana Brown's taken some heat so far from people online just because they have not made a move yet. But it's difficult. When you have $1 and everybody else has $2, and it's hard to make that work. Yeah. So you've got to get creative. You've got to find some other guys. You can't just go and force these teams to take your offers. The teams have to want to take them, and right now it doesn't look like that's been the case.
And I'm not even talking about Dana Brown is shirking or not doing his job to the fullest or whatever. I just don't think they have it. I think the market is saying, kind of to your analogy there, we can't afford this house. Other people can. So they're going to put the bid in.
Yeah, they are going to get. And so far, they've been in on some of these guys that have been traded so far. Yeah. But they just don't have.
Well, Paredes was traded.
Yeah, Isaac Paredes went to the Cubs. Yeah. That was
and they were reportedly in on it.
Yeah, that was a non-contender for a non-contender type trade. Yeah. One of the starting pitchers that was traded last week, they were in on. But again, it's just really difficult to make that work. When you don't have a lot to offer, and you can't force teams to take your bad offers, and that essentially is what the Astros are trying to do. Now, there will be more guys that come open. There will be more guys that are out there. There will be more teams that probably look to sell here in the next 36 hours or what have you. That's when things really start to heat up. But I expect them to make at least one move. I'm telling you, though, they need to make more than just the one. They need to be making – I really think they need to add someone in all 3 phases. They need to add a starter. They need to add a bullpen piece. And they really need to add a bat, because you saw this yesterday. The drop-off in right field has been so staggering here without Kyle Tucker. And like Joey Loperfido, he's a decent prospect, but he looks totally overwhelmed right now. And yesterday he goes 0 for 3, and with 3 strikeouts, he saw 12 pitches. He saw 12 pitches, struck out 3 times. Hasn't been very good here recently. Chaz McCormick, we've talked about how much he's struggled. And then you've got the other option is Trey Cabbage. Those options right now just aren't good enough. And who knows when Kyle Tucker is going to be back?
Well,
you need more punch off your bench. You just do.
That's the other thing that Dana Brown said over the weekend. He said the whole Kyle Tucker injury situation has been frustrating. No kidding.
Yeah. It's been frustrating for a lot of people.
No kidding.
And he's still not running.
Yeah.
Like here we are. It'll be 2 months. You know, I think it was 8 weeks ago today when he got hurt. When he got hurt, and he still is not running after all that time. And I don't think that anybody. You have the 2 guys hurt right now with Verlander and Kyle Tucker. I don't think anybody thought that those injuries would be as long as they've been.
Yeah.
And Verlander is going to throw off the mound again tomorrow, so he's at least getting closer. Maybe he's on a rehab assignment next week, but he still has to get that pitch count built up. So like they're going to add pieces from within with Verlander and with Tucker here at some point, but they need to add more from outside the organization because as crazy as it sounds, I think the roster as is right now is better built to win in the postseason than it is to win in the regular season.
Absolutely.
Just because of just the lack of depth that they have. All right, but big series coming up here with the Pirates. Paul Skeens on the mound for them today. Paul Skeens might be next year. He might be one of the 5 best starting pitchers in all of baseball right now. And then you also get to see O'Neal Cruz, really fun shortstop for the Pirates, who the Astros have never seen before. So that's at Minute Maid Park this week. But coming up next, we will get back to the Texans because Warren Sharp from Sharp Football Analysis put out his preview guide. I think it came out a couple of weeks ago. But there are some numbers in there about C.J. Stroud that I found very, very interesting. I'm going to share those with you, and we'll get John's reaction to them next on Sports Radio 610.
Our guys on Area
live at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, day 9 Texans training camp. Practice still going on. It's kind of a long one.
It's a good one.
And the weather's been nice, a little warm, but at least no rain. That has been a welcome sight after I think it rained during every practice last week. Adam Spillane, John Lopez with you from the Methodist Training Center. Some injury stuff today. Titus Howard went into the injury tent for about 10-13 minutes, but he came back out and returned to practice. Joe Mixon not practicing today, but he's been out here, and he was just sitting right in front of us with Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs, so he's been very much involved, just not out on the field for the Texans today.
And a couple of other observations here, and by the way, Noah Brown joining us pretty soon as we get close to the end of practice here, right off the practice field. There goes the horn. They're wrapping it up, so we will be joined by him in a few moments. A couple of observations.
By the way, practice just ended with a Kaimi Fairbairn field goal. He made it after you said that he was washed.
No, I did not. By the way, Figgy, I have not seen Adam this excited just to be out here ever. Like
really?
Ever. Sunny day, nice breeze. He's sitting in front of a fan.
It's also my last one.
It's his last one, so he's going to get to move on. He's giddy. The word giddy and Adam Spillane hardly ever go together in the same sentence, but he's practically giddy. A couple of observations here. Again, just facts, just to keep it straight. The 2-minute drill was very crisp and efficient for both the first team and the second team offense today. And that includes Davis Mills. We mentioned how Davis Mills threw a couple into the dirt early in practice. He was sharp during the 2-minute drill. Another observation here as we're getting to the end of Texans practice. Very exciting Texas practice. Fans everywhere, several fans still outside. Cade Stover, 2 very good catches. And I've said it before, I've said it to you and others. I don't worry about Dalton Schultz. I'm still waiting to see how things start to separate in the backup tight end role. Cade Stover made 2 terrific plays in the 2-minute drill. And then lo and behold, here comes Brevin Jordan making a big play. So the tight ends, they're locked in a pretty good battle, man.
And if anything, I think if you're the Texans, you would like to be at the point where you can run some three tight end sets. And it just gives you so many more options, especially if all 3 of those tight ends are receiving threats. Yeah. It just gives Slowik and CJ just so many more options within that passing game, especially when you're able to give that run look. Yeah. So that is something to look at. I want to run some numbers by you. And this comes from Warren Sharp, from Sharp Football Analysis. He puts out probably one of the best preview books.
Extremely respected,
yes.
Yeah.
It's very long. It's a long preview book, and I'm looking forward. I'm going on vacation here this weekend. I'm looking forward to really diving into that. But I did look at a couple things with C.J. Stroud specifically, and he lists every single quarterback. He ranks them in terms of EPA added. And for those that don't know, EPA is expected points added per play, and it is as nerdy of a metric as it gets. But I do think that it's very telling when it comes to quarterbacks. Yeah. So I'm going to give you where C.J. Stroud ranks in some categories, and I want your reaction to it. All right, C.J. Stroud when there's no pressure in the pocket, 4th best in the NFL. C.J. Stroud in the pocket, 3rd best. This is a big number this is something that I've harped on. You've heard it all offseason. First downs, passing on first downs in the game's first 3 quarters.
You know how I feel about that.
C.J. Stroud 2nd in the NFL last year. And I think that is big for me because it just goes to show you C.J. Stroud needs to be throwing the football on first down more this year than he did last year. That pass run ratio needs to be like 58% as opposed to under 50, where it was last
you're
year.
Preaching to the choir, man. Let's talk about those first 3 things right there. Let's break it up into those 3 things. So top 5 top 4 with no pressure and in the pocket. That is crucial. It speaks to the offensive line. You got to get in protection. It speaks to his accuracy, which is his calling card. And it also speaks to, as you go to the third one, first down, in quarters 1 through 3. Let's say it all together. I've been saying it for about almost a year now. This is a passing team, man. This is a passing team. And that's why maybe the backup running back position isn't quite as, it's important, it's crucial, but it isn't quite as we may have thought otherwise.
And another aspect here is under pressure. When throwing under pressure last year, C.J. Stroud was 6th best in the NFL in EPA per play. Again, that first of all, for a rookie quarterback to be 6th best when throwing under pressure is a pretty remarkable stat.
Yeah.
Because that's where quarterbacks tend to struggle because they're not pressured all that much in college. It's not like C.J. Stroud is playing at Ohio State where he's just got NFL players all around him going up against lesser talent.
Yeah.
He's not getting pressured all that much. And the fact that he was able to handle pressure the way that he did last year as a rookie against NFL pass rushes was really impressive.
That's the mental game to me. It's always been the mental game to me. Toughness, cool, under pressure. We know he's accurate. We know any quarterback with no pressure tends to connect more than they don't, But when you are under pressure and there are hands flying in your face and there are bodies flying everywhere and you're on your back foot, and that to me is a mental thing. And that is clearly one of C.J. Stroud's greatest assets is how he can just kind of keep cool there.
All right, here's a bad one. Layup throws, 17th. So basically the easiest throws in the world, he's only 17th. And part of that is just probably a rookie thing where it's just more like footwork's bad and just like little mechanical things right there that can be adjusted pretty quick. But that's something to look at, though.
I'm wondering if we could break that, and I'm not asking you to, by the way, but I'm wondering if we could break that down first 6 games of the year and the last 11. Because remember early in the year, he even said it in some press conferences, I was trying to make too many spectacular throws, fit it into too many windows. And a lot of times that means like late in a play, like he just either throw it away or throw it in the dirt or whatever. I'm curious on that. Not to let him off the hook, but we know he's accurate. We know he can make layup throws. I'm wondering how much that broke down like beginning of the year and end of the year.
Yeah, I think it's just more footwork. I just think you have a really easy throw right in front of you. There's no pressure, guys wide open, and your feet aren't under you or just something small like that. Let's see. Inside the pocket, told you he was 3rd there. Outside the pocket, 25th.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's not something that you've really noticed them working on a lot in training camp, but it is something here, like when you do get under pressure and you have to throw from outside the pocket, can you improve in that regard? I don't think that's a real big part of their offense right now, but it is, something that you'd like to have down the road.
Look, they've been working on it, but not intentionally. Today and in recent practices, we've talked about how the defense has had better days by and large. Not like, overwhelmingly so, but they have better days. In fact, today we mentioned. Actually, we didn't mention it yet. There was one pass play where Kenyon Green got blown up, and read into that what you will. He's had a decent training camp, but on that one play, he got blown up. C.J. Stroud rolls out, misses the target. So that speaks to pressure as well.
Outside the red zone, 6th. Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Inside the red zone, 30th.
That is the one where I'm like, all right, and you've talked about it. You mentioned it in the last segment. Like red zone needs to improve. They have worked on red zone every single day so far, like even before they put the pads on. Every single day they've worked on red zone. It is a point of emphasis by far for this team.
Yeah, and anybody can move the ball from, to the 20.
Yeah.
That's easy to do. But you need to get touchdowns once you get inside the 20, because that's where games are won and lost. You don't want to be settling for 3. You want to put up 6 every time.
And that's where Stephon Diggs comes into play.
I do think that's where the weapons do help. Like they struggled to run the ball.
Yeah.
It wasn't just CJ. Yeah. They struggled to run the ball once they got to the red zone. If they can be better there, then that opens up things in the pass game. But again, that field becomes very, very condensed once you get in the red zone. Can you make plays when that happens? Against zone coverage, first. So rookie quarterback, best in the NFL against zone, also best in the NFL against too high.
Yeah, the two safeties.
Yes, against man, 24th.
Yeah, man, I can't quite figure that one out because it seemed like it was better than that, but the numbers don't lie. The zone is what they're trying to get you in. Mm-hmm. Like they are this offense, not just C.J. Stroud. It's Bobby Slowik's offense. It's how they run the routes with options off of those cuts. How they go underneath, and they go 3 levels basically. One guy lower, one guy mid zone, and one guy deep. this offense eats up zones. They're trying every snap to get you into that look. And, boy, first, you can't beat that.
Yeah, and I think some of that might be weapons, too.
Sure.
Where, the receivers weren't maybe as good and maybe they weren't winning their matchups the way that you would hope when they were going up against man coverage. Now I think you add Diggs. I think you get Dell back. You get Mechie, who's a year further removed from all the stuff that he's dealt with. Maybe that gets a little bit better for them. And then, I don't know if this – or then throwing short, 20th. Medium, 14th. Deep, 3rd.
That's accuracy on the deep ball. That is what he does so well. And we are getting
he's walking up right
we
now.
are getting Noah Brown now, so we can maybe take a break here and come back.
You can keep going.
What do you think? Keep it going. Okay, keep it going.
Yes, but I did think that those numbers were interesting just because it kind of shows you what C.J. Stroud was in comparison with everybody else in the league. Because you would like to see, some of these were like great. The fact that, again, he's having success throwing under pressure as a rookie in this league, I thought that was incredibly impressive because that's the last thing that you would think of. Like, you're thinking when you have a rookie in this league, you want to come after him as much as possible because he's going to struggle once he throws under pressure. That wasn't the case last year.
Well, we've got just the guy to ask about that. Noah Brown now joining us here in the loop. And that is a perfect segue to get into our discussion here with Noah Brown. Noah, John Lopez, and Adam Spillane joining you now. Go ahead.
First of all, we were just going through some numbers with C.J. Stroud last year.
Yes, sir.
He was 6th best on EPA per play against when he was under pressure. Why do you think he was so good when he was throwing under pressure last year?
Pressure's all about having answers and knowing what your answers are. And CJ is a very smart guy. He's very confident in himself and in the decisions he makes. So I think when he sees pressure, he gets excited because he knows he has the right decision to make.
Noah, this wide receiver competition is just so fun to watch. Like not only the guys like yourself and Tank and the guys we know, but you got Stephon Diggs in, you got guys like Skoranek come in. From your perspective, like what is it about this that is kind of getting you juiced up and the possibilities that these receivers have?
Oh man, it's exciting. I was just talking to Rob Woods the other day. It's kind of like a college.
I didn't even mention it.
It's kind of like a college receiver room, like kind of what I was used to at Ohio State. Like in a sense, we got a room full of 5 stars, and everybody got to come out and get their best game every day. And I think it's really raising the level of the room.
Mm-hmm. Now there are guys that are maybe not make this squad that we all know, so it's intense as well. I mean, it's helpful. You guys are always helping each other. We can see that. But this is a profession, man, so it's going to be pretty intense all the way through, huh?
Right. At the end of the day, that's one of the things I love about this room. Everyone has a very high level of skill, and everyone's very confident in themselves, but at the same time, everyone's rooting for each other. But at the end of the day, we know that as one guy excels, another one's got to go ahead and try and level up on him. So, like I said, it's just raising the overall level of the group.
Texans wide receiver Noah Brown joining us on In the Loop. What has it been like having Diggs in that room so far?
It's been a great addition. A guy with a lot of experience and the success that comes with his experience. He's been doing that at a high level for a long time, and he comes with a lot of energy, and he's ready to share the knowledge he has. And that's one of the things I appreciate about him is coming in and offering game and bringing extra energy, and it's been a value to our room.
Did you know him before he got here?
No, I didn't know him very well. I had played with his brother in Dallas, so I'd seen him in passing, but didn't really know him before.
So
go ahead.
He comes here and I don't know, he has the reputation is kind of he might not be the best locker room guy. How have you found him just as a locker room guy and just getting to know him? Does that kind of all get dispelled a little bit?
I try not to pay too much attention to those things. The outside perception of somebody when I have the chance to meet them in person, I don't really think that does too much for me. My experience with Stephon has been all positive. Like I said, he's been a great addition to the room, and I got nothing but good things to say about him.
I want to talk about the camp that you've had, but I just got to say it and get your reaction. It was really frustrating last week. The little dust up or whatever people want to call it. And people around the country are like, Stephon Diggs is in the middle. He was not in the middle of it. He got up and walked away. It's like everybody's got to shake that and just start with a new page like they talk about here. DeMeco has said it. Everybody starts new once they get here, right?
Right, absolutely. And I think that's just a testament to, you can't go by everything that you read in the media because, Stephon was definitely not.
We don't do it. We don't do it either.
Just take those things with a grain of salt and, keep it pushing.
All right, let's talk about your game because the last few days, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like you've really kind of stepped it up. Really good play down here. I know Lassiter got one that he got a hand on, but you've really stepped it up. What you're offering to this team in the context of everybody else in the room, what are some of the things that you've been offering?
Man, I think just an all-around player. I think somebody who can do a little bit of everything. Somebody's going to bring some physicality to the room, and just willing to do whatever I got to do. And I take pride in all parts of the game, and I try to show it out here on practice and on Sundays.
Noah Brown joining us on Sports Radio 610. You've had a chance to go up against Kamari Lassiter so far during camp. What have you kind of taken away from him?
That he has a chance to be elite. That's a really good young player. I haven't seen too many like him that are as sticky in coverage as he is at such an early time in camp. I'm really excited for him. He's got a good head on his shoulder. He likes to work. So, I think the sky's the limit for him.
This team has been a really good passing team in early downs. It didn't start out that way last year. It was more of a running team. As you move forward, I don't want you to go bulletin board material, but it's hard to stop these receivers. And then you throw in the tight end. Is this about as excited as you've been for a group?
For sure. I'm not a defensive coach for a reason, but if I were to try, I don't know if I'd be able to stop our offense just on paper. At the end of the day, we got to go out and do it and execute and put that same fear in people on Sundays through our play.
Yeah.
But I'm excited about our potential.
So last year, you guys win the division, win a playoff game. How much did that want you and everybody else wanting more? How much motivation was it losing the Baltimore game the way that y'all did?
Once you get a taste of what it's like to reach the higher levels of this game, you for sure get a hunger to get it back. And nobody's happy with how the season ended last year. And we're focused on excelling this year.
Is it hard? You're playing in these incredibly intense, high-leverage games, and now you have to start back from zero. So is it hard to get that intensity back?
I think you try to bring that same intensity to the practice field. I think that's how you elevate and push past the point you were at last year. As you don't go back to zero, you try and start from an elevated place, and I think we're doing a good job of that.
Everybody's watching the receivers. Everybody's watching C.J. Stroud. Y'all guys are the stars. What has C.J. Stroud brought that maybe is going to take his game to another level this camp?
You just see a focus. You see him taking the next step in his preparation and the reads that he's making. He was decisive last year, but you see he's just a hair more on it this year, and he's taking another step vocally. I would say he's just really pushing guys and getting out of his comfort zone, and that's something I see from CJ.
I know one thing he said, and one thing DeMeco said, they want to see him take more command of the offense. What does that mean? Is it what you're talking about, or maybe more at the line of scrimmage, or what does that mean?
I don't play the quarterback position, but from my standpoint, CJ does a good job commanding the offense and his reads. So
yeah.
You started your career with Dak Prescott, and so you saw Dak real early in his career. You now have had CJ early in his career. What stands out? What are the similarities between the two?
They both play quarterback. I wouldn't say that there's too much similar between them. They're both good quarterbacks. But they have their own game and they're their own person. So,
all right. Let's talk about this offense now. You say it's going to be you're not a coach for a reason, but it's going to be impossible to stop. What can be different this year with this offense that is going to take it to the next level? I know Stephon by himself adds a dimension. What else on this offense where you're out here every day? I think this is day 9. What have you seen where you kind of shake your head and go, man, this is gonna be nice?
It's just a plethora of options. I think every day this is practice 8 or 9. You can come out here and pick a different person who's going off that day. So just everyone coming, and when it's their time to show up and make the play, that they do it, and just that consistency will bring us to the next level.
Yeah. We've seen Mechie have a really good camp so far. What's it been like for you to be able to watch him after everything that he's dealt with the last couple of years to come in here and really perform at a high level?
Man, Mechie's a soldier. I said it last year. I think if you didn't somewhat know his story, you would never know what he's been through, because he just comes out here, he's excited to play, he's moving around. He's probably the most gifted athletically in our room, and he's somebody who's really coming on strong in this camp, and I'm happy for him.
Do you see a difference in the athleticism from right now compared to where he was last year coming off the ACL and the leukemia?
I wouldn't say necessarily his athleticism. It's more his mental, his decisiveness. He's much more confident in what he's doing. Coming off that long journey last year, it was a little bit of a road for him to get back and shake some rust off. But I think Mitch is definitely back.
When we talk about this team, we have expectations. Fans have expectations. I'm sure you guys do. And DeMeco always talks about eliminating that. Just to focus on the moment and all that. But I got to believe that part of y'all enjoy it. That you're in a totally different position from when you were sitting here last year. That's got to be a nice feeling.
Right, absolutely. I think that's what we come out here and work for. That's what you want to win games for, is to have higher expectations and that, push your goals higher. And I think we're ready to meet that challenge, and we're all excited about it.
All right, last one, then we'll get you out of here. Michigan beat Ohio State last November. Then they win the national championship. Has Nico Collins been insufferable about that?
Nico actually hasn't mentioned much about it, to be honest with you. Nico's been a good sport, but I hope we turn that around this year.
All right, man. Really appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Noah, thank you for joining us. Best of luck the rest of camp. That's Noah Brown, Texans wide receiver, joining us here, coming off the practice field on In the Loop here from the Methodist Training Center. Coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we'll react to that, and we'll react to what we saw at practice today. The Texans have just wrapped up day 9 of training camp. This is In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Where does success on the field start for the Texans?
We've talked about it from the beginning. DeMeco's talked about it. We want to be strong on the offensive defensive line, because I would say it's about being physical and having mental and physical toughness. So where does it start? It starts in the front.
Hear the full conversation with Payne and Pendergast on the free Odyssey app.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
What's good, y'all? Clint Stoerner here for Ability Tree Experts. Look, let's let this recent severe weather Mother Nature threw our way serve as a reminder. Whether you got caught flat-footed or you got lucky this go-around, know this. The big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property need regular attention to survive. That regular attention, it comes in the form of basic trimming and pruning. Thinning the canopy cuts down on the wind drag, which allows air to safely blow through them. Want to talk about curb appeal? Pruning also allows the sunlight to pass through the canopy and reach the ground, keeping your grass green and healthy. Now's the time, y'all. And Ability Tree Experts, they are the call you need to make. Lewis will come out, he'll inspect your trees, give you a report and a plan of attack. If there's something that needs to be addressed before the next storm, Lewis will find it. Word on the street is this hurricane season is going to be a rough one, so it's in your best interest to act now. Let Ability Trees help protect the most valuable asset on your property, and that's those beautiful trees. Lewis Flory's the guy you'll meet with. No one in Houston comes close to his experience and his knowledge. 281-441-4179 or abilitytrees.com.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing the things that you love with the people that you love? Bone-on-bone pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulder sounds awful. If you're dealing with that, let me get your attention one time. Clint Stoerner here for QC Kinetics. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that'll get you the lasting relief that you need. QC Kinetics is helping patients like you every single day. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. I'm talking cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your own body's healing properties to get your joints right so you can move again pain-free. They've helped so many people right here in Houston and tens of thousands around the country. If you're living with chronic joint pain from arthritis or an old injury, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your ability, and give you long-term relief. And get this, they do it all with no downtime. This is the future of medicine. Call QC Kinetics right now for a free consultation. 713-913-5285. QC Kinetics is in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress. 713-913-5285.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Halftime means back-to-school shopping time at Target. Get your phones out, dads. We're saving 30% off.
Wow, look at this. Backpacks, clothes, shoes, at 30% off.
There's the pizza backpack my kid wants. Add to cart.
Oh, my daughter's gonna love this heart tee. Better grab some leggings, too.
Even notebooks, folders, pencils.
And glue sticks and crayons? All at 30% off this week only.
My sideline shopping game is strong.
When it comes to getting 30% off, Target has your back to school.
Partly sunny this afternoon with a slight chance of thunderstorms, high of 84, and tonight partly cloudy with an overnight low of 78.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-881-4242. 800-881-4242.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
The Big Orange Wagon. All Astros, all the time.
They haven't developed first baseman. Why do they have to go get Jose Abreu? Well, they didn't have a first baseman in their system. Why are we talking about Mauricio Dubon at first base? Because they don't have a first baseman in their system. So, it's
an ongoing problem for the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, back at Texans Training Camp, day 9 is complete. We will hear from DeMeco Ryans coming up at noon. We just heard from Noah Brown, Texans wide receiver, talked with us after he came off the field. And I think the thing that stood out for me, John, was just the praise that he heaped on Kamari Lassiter.
Yes, I think that was one. Kamari Lassiter, I got to be honest, this isn't a confession. Like, we all know, Clint Stoerner's extreme knowledge of the NFL, having played in the league at the quarterback position, certainly knows a thing or two about the cornerback position. I haven't seen that. Like, he hasn't been real high on, I shouldn't say that. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but hasn't been as high on Kamari Lassiter as we have. Dude, everything I've seen has been him making plays. And if it's about making plays on guys that are big dudes like Noah Brown, and we just saw one, and we talked about it with Noah Brown, the ball skills, it's a term that people kind of casually throw around. He's got good ball skills. He's got good hips. All these little catchphrases. But he does. It jumps out at you consistently. So I'd love to see and have a conversation with Clint about that as well. The other thing that stood out to me with him is you can tell among these wide receivers, they're having a lot of fun. They know they're really good. But as kids like to say, the math doesn't math all the time. And the math at the position that they're at the wide receiver position, it ain't going to add up. There are a lot of guys, some really good players that are not going to make this squad.
I believe they carried 6 receivers on the initial 53-man roster last year. I mean, it's very easy to get to 6 and leave good wide receivers off with this team. I mean, you have the big 3 with Collins, Dell, and Diggs, and then you have Mechie, then you have Brown, and then you have Robert Woods, and then there's Xavier Hutchinson, and there are more guys after that. Steven Sims, Skoranek, like that's 9 guys right there that can easily play for any other NFL team, and they might have trouble finding their way on the roster. But again, it's a good problem to have, and they could certainly carry more than 6 if they wanted to this year. They can easily get that to 7, maybe even 8 if they get creative with how the rest of the roster is made up. But it's good competition. It's important to have competition like that during training camp because I do think that it makes everybody else better.
And speaking of getting to 7 or 8, Steven Sims continues to run with the kickoff. flat out with the first group. He and Damian Pierce. So that helps Damian Pierce, first of all. And we know he's going to make the squad. To what degree he's effective, we'll find out. But Steven Sims is a valuable asset in the kick returns. He's out there every time with the first group. So how do you squeeze him in? You know, we didn't even mention him. So it's a great competition. It's great to watch, and they are really, really good.
On the injury front, again, still no Laramie Tunsil. Titus Howard went into the injury tent for about 10-15 minutes today, but he returned to practice after he emerged from the injury tent. So that was good news on that front. Joe Mixon did not practice, but he was very active, just talking to guys. I mean, he was sitting right in front of us for about 5 minutes, just talking with Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs. He was also in huddles. Again, he wasn't playing, but he was in the huddle, just kind of giving out instructions and kind of helping, get everybody on the same page. So that was a step. And I don't know. I haven't seen from DeMeco if we have a better idea of when he might be able to return to the practice field. But it's not like he didn't have anything wrapped. He didn't have anything iced or anything like that. Yeah, he was just kind of, it almost looked like it was just a day off for him more than anything else.
I'm convinced that, let's tell our listeners right now, don't worry about Joe Mixon. At least not over this. I'm convinced this is going to be when they get through the Hall of Fame game, they're going to want to see some other backs. When they get through the Hall of Fame game, then he's going to step in and start doing more, kind of like Laramie Tunsil. So don't worry about him. You'll hear from DeMeco Ryans at the podium at noon, by the way.
And this is a game week now. Texans do have a preseason game here in 3 days. They'll be in Canton playing against Caleb Williams. I don't know if Caleb Williams is going to play, but they're going to play against the Bears.
Yeah.
And so it's an opportunity to see at least some of what we've seen on the practice field here over the last 9 days. You get to see it in a game situation, which is just so much more valuable than anything that you're going to see. To me, I think preseason reps are incredibly valuable. I don't expect to see any starters play on Thursday. You might see a few. I think it would be incredibly beneficial for somebody like Kenyon Green to play on Thursday, play against a different team, playing against a different type of opponent who might, they might scheme something.
Boy, that'll be a sign, won't it?
Yeah.
If we see Kenyon Green out there,
that'll be a sign. I think
they want it.
Yeah, I think that he needs to go up against a different opponent because this is a guy who missed all of last season. So he hasn't played in a game in almost a year. So I think that it's important for him to get some actual game reps just to get in that routine. Now, for some of these, like Titus Howard doesn't need to play in a preseason game.
Yeah.
Noah Brown doesn't need to play in a preseason game. Stephon Diggs doesn't need to play in a preseason game, or at least in this one. C.J. Stroud doesn't need to play in this preseason game. But guys like that, guys who didn't really play last year, I think it's important to get them some reps.
I hadn't even really thought about that. That's going to be interesting to watch, and I totally agree with you. Not only has he not played in a game in a long time, I mean, he's playing for a job, even though, like I said, they're not doing any favors out here. He's out with the first team for a reason because he's earned it. That said, he's Saturday, as Figgy and I were talking about during the break, kind of got blown up. Got blown up on a play. Today he got blown up on a play. But let's keep in mind, that's 2 snaps.
Yeah.
That's 2 snaps against the number 1 defense, Denico Autry and Mario Edwards, who, by the way, Mario Edwards, Rio, shout out to Brandon Scott, has spoke today, which is another sign of just how highly they think of him, and we'll hear from Mario Edwards probably about 1 o'clock or so.
Yeah, so that'll be something to look forward to. Astros and Pirates today from Minute Maid Park, Paul Skeens Day. Pirates are a fun team, and we'll talk about this a little bit later. O'Neal Cruz is probably a guy that you haven't seen a whole lot of, but he is worth the price of admission. A 6'7" shortstop. You don't see a lot of 6'7" shortstops, but you have that new age of shortstops coming from the NL Central with both him and with Ellie De La Cruz, who the Astros played against last year. Still nothing new on the trade front. With the Astros, the deadline is tomorrow afternoon. Obviously, they are certainly in the market for pitching, but again, they have not done anything as of yet.
6'7", got to make those scoops. You got to make those scoops at 6'7". No, he is going to be fun to watch as well.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we will play the hits. The Olympics are underway. It was kind of a fun first couple of days after what was a strange opening ceremony. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
All right, guys, Low T Center right now.
playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Adam Spillane, John Lopez with you from the Methodist Training Center. Day 9 of training camp in the books. We will hear from DeMeco Ryans in 20 minutes. But first, let's play the hits, and we will start by traveling to Paris.
How about that?
And we're not actually in Paris.
Let's go to Paris.
Yeah, it's a lovely place. We're in the Paris of Texas right now.
We're not in Paris, Texas.
That is it's like the Paris of Texas.
The Paris of Texas. By the way, that's going to be one of my confessions in about 40 minutes or so. It has to do with Paris, Figgy. But yeah, look, we this happens all the time. This isn't huge news or anything. But I became quite the expert of some great sports over the weekend. I mean, like overnight. I was watching rugby. I was watching fencing, a little synchronized diving.
I was watching women's fencing.
A little, yeah, that's the one I was watching.
Man, that was a matchup, man.
That was badass. A little beach volleyball, which I guess is more of a mainstream sport now, but fencing, synchronized diving, rugby, it's awesome. You know, people always sort of like forget about them, and it's like, well, it's not like it used to be. It is. Once the games start, it is like it used to be.
Yeah, I was watching basketball.
Well, I'm glad you said that because basketball. You didn't watch the other sports?
I watched a little bit on Saturday. I didn't get to watch any really yesterday just because I was at Astros. Yeah. So I watched a little bit of basketball. Greece against who'd they play Saturday? I think it might have been Canada.
Mm-hmm.
I know Giannis played in that game. France and Brazil was a basketball game that I watched quite a bit of. I think the basketball tournament so far has been really good. Team USA looked excellent yesterday in beating Serbia. I watched a little bit of the tennis, but I think they had some bad weather over there, so I didn't get to watch very much of it. And then I watched one swimming race. That was about it.
All right, I'm just going to say it. You got to do better than that. Well, you got to do better than that.
Again, I got other things, John.
Oh, so do I.
I can't watch right now. Like I wanted to watch Chase Budinger, the former Rocket.
Yeah,
he won beach volleyball today. He played against a couple French guys. So him and I don't know who his partner is, someone Evans.
Yeah.
They won their preliminary.
You got to do better than that. The Olympics is about all these other sports, man.
Again, I was trying to focus on an Astros.
So am I. Okay, but here's the thing: basketball was the banner headline, and first of all, Kevin Durant in the first half. Good Lord, was it 5 for 5 in threes?
I think at one point he was 8 for 8 from the field. So that's a nice little weapon to have coming off the bench for Team USA.
And LeBron, I think this Olympic Games, Figgy, might do more for LeBron. And as much as he's done a lot. And as big as his star is, like he's just becoming more like beloved. Like the look on his face, and the word beloved and LeBron have never really been put in the same sentence very often, but like this is his team. This is his game.
I think he is probably the best player on this team, which is crazy to think when he's gonna turn 40 years old here in a few months, and he is still incredible. It really is remarkable just how good he is at this point of not just his career, just his life.
Yeah.
How many people are that good at 39 years old, approaching?
But I am going to use the word beloved again because, like, he is this sort of like people are gravitating to him. You know, that look on his face when he did this one little steal and then full court drive layup, and he's growling, and the fans are going nuts. Like, people are I'll put it this way. People are looking at LeBron differently than they ever have.
Well, it's different now because he's playing
for
USA
America
across this.
Yep. He's playing for your country.
Yeah, he's not playing for the Lakers or the Cavs or the Heat or anybody like that. So, like, if you're an American and you're rooting for the Americans to win, then you're probably going to feel a little bit differently.
And he's been called
LeBron.
Selfish a lot. You know, he's sort of selfish or ego or whatever you want to put it. He is all about the squad, all about the jersey and all that. The other thing about the game that was really bizarre to me, how the hell did Jason Tatum not play? Like how? Like Steve Kerr was saying, well, that's on me. I'm embarrassed that he didn't play him. How do you not play Jason Tatum?
They won by 20.
How do you not play Jason Tatum?
I thought it was hilarious, just like the uproar and just like how upset people were about it.
It's not an uproar. I'm amazed.
They got a lot of good players on that team.
Well, yes, they do.
Everyone. Like, I saw some stuff where like people were saying that, well, Jason Tatum's not going to ever play USA basketball again. Like, first of all, who cares? He'll be okay.
Yeah,
it's
but
like
he will.
I mean, my guess is he will, and he won't be like that upset about this whole thing. But like, I don't really care if he plays. Like, if this upsets
like I said,
him.
I'm just amazed. Like a guy like that. You say that they have a lot of talented players. He's way up there.
No,
on the list.
he should
he's
be.
way up there on the list.
He's probably one of the 3 or 4 best players on that team.
Yeah.
But, Tyrese Halliburton didn't play yesterday either. So
who cares?
It was gonna be somebody.
The other thing, and maybe Figgy, I'm talking to you because Adam is anti-American on some of these other sports, but I am loving this USA and Australia rivalry in the swimming pool. This is badass. Like, they are talking crap. They got Michael Phelps involved. They hate the cowbells, and the Americans aren't even talking. Even some of the Australian players are having rivalries within their own team about it. But this is a great swimming rivalry that's really just heating up.
And I think there was a French guy yesterday who won a gold medal.
Marchand.
I think did he break a world record or something?
I think there's an Olympic record, and he was right behind the world record,
which he owned. I think he was the world record holder.
Yeah, he's there, Phelps.
Okay,
and absolutely killed it. One more point on the Olympics here, and I'm not saying this. I'm sort of just asking a question. I love Snoop. Who doesn't love Snoop? You're anti-American if you don't love Snoop. He's killing it. Are we getting close to overexposure territory with Snoop?
What
Probably
you mean
not.
by that?
Like, he is everywhere. It's like every single time I turn on the TV. And I love him, and he's funny. Like, we heard him doing some play-by-play with badminton, and it was funny, and it was awesome. But, like, you after 16 days of Snoop in every segment or Snoop in every hour, are we getting close to that? I'm just asking.
I mean, he's been a very, very, very public figure now for 30 years, and he's probably gone more mainstream here in the last 15. So no, I don't think that you can ever be. I don't think that you're oversaturated with Snoop at this point.
Who knows?
One of the things that has been fun about watching the Olympics is more like just seeing the athletes interact with one another. And I think the perfect example is you have the Team USA. Like that whole delegation, the whole athletic delegation, which runs like 900 athletes deep, and you're seeing the biggest stars that you can imagine with LeBron James and Stephen Curry and Anthony Edwards, and then they're sharing the same boat with a bunch of like fencers and table tennis players. And it was really fun seeing a conversation that Stephen Curry was having with some table tennis players and basically instigating things with Anthony Edwards saying that Steph Curry is telling Anthony Edwards that these table tennis players could beat him 21-0, and just seeing like how competitive he was over that. That was really fun to see, just like seeing like the biggest stars in the world interact with just kind of normal athletes who you don't know a whole lot. There was one interaction between Stephen Curry and a fencer. And this fencer goes up to him and says, "Hey, can I shake your hand?" Like, they're all on the same athletic delegation. They're all competing in the Olympics, but it's just such a different dichotomy between some of them.
It is nice to your point there, like the respect these mega stars have for a fencer, who is also, by the way, performing at that level. Like they I don't know if they're a mega star, but maybe in their sport they're considered to be that level of player. It's just cool to see. Like these guys who could be, hey, I don't have time for you, like respecting fencers and rugby players who have reached the ultimate level.
I really hope that you see the NBA players at some of these, like, not as popular events. Because I think that would just, put a spotlight on them and just, like, be cool to show support for other American athletes, because you're all, in a sense, kind of in this whole thing together. So I think that's what makes the Olympics a lot of fun.
One more thing, a bit of news here on the Paris Olympics. If you watched the opening ceremony, you heard Mike Tirico talk about this. You may have also read some stories. The Seine River, the Seine, however you want to say it, but the Seine River is going to be the open water swimming competition venue as well as triathlon. Well, remember all that rain that Paris has had the day of the opening ceremonies, and the next day there was a lot of rain. The water is not healthy. They've been trying for 5 years to get it swimmable, if you will, and the mayor of Paris jumped in, Lord help her, to prove the point. Well, now they're reporting out of Paris that excess rain this past weekend swept, quote, millions of gallons of sewage into the river, and triathlon swim training today has been canceled, second day in a row because of high levels of E. coli virus. It is quite literally a bleep show.
Wait, so what is in the rain clouds in Paris?
It's swept in sewage from Lord knows where. Maybe from whatever, sewage lines or nearby whatever.
They didn't think that was an issue before?
Dude.
Did it rain so much there?
It's a poop river, and you can't swim in it.
Oh, well.
How are they going to have the triathlon, and what are they going to do? What's their backup plan here? And the open water swimming, too.
They better figure that out, I guess. Can you go to the Mediterranean?
You can have it in the Buffalo Bayou. Would you swim in Buffalo Bayou?
No.
Figgy?
Nah, man.
God,
Come on,
you
man.
out of your mind? And Major League Baseball trade deadline is, in 27 hours or so? I believe it's at 3 o'clock tomorrow. We're almost at 12 o'clock today. The Astros haven't made a move, and I want to respond to something that a texter just said. What's holding Dana Brack from pulling the trigger on a trade? The pitching staff has been in disarray all season. He's done nothing. Dana grade, flat F-. What's holding him back from making a trade is that somebody has to accept the offer that he makes. And you can't just say, hey, here's our package that is worth 60 cents on the dollar. Yeah. You must take this. You must accept this.
Go ahead and send him over now.
Yeah, he just he's not working with a whole lot, especially when you look at what some of these other teams are able to offer. And, the Mariners were able to get Randy Arozarena without having to use one of their top prospects. But the Mariners' 20th best prospect is a whole lot better than the Astros' 20th best prospect.
Yeah, look, there are a lot of things that we can criticize and have criticized Dana Brown for. This is a tough one because they frankly, it's not all his fault. In fact, very little of his fault that they don't have the assets that other teams have. It is a seller's market. They are willing to pay more. We can blame Dana Brown for a lot, and have. But it's hard when, as you put it, everybody else is saying, here's $2, and he says, all I got is $1.
Yeah, if you're trying to sell your house and you want $1 million for the house, and somebody says, well, the best I can do is $600,000, well, you're not taking the $600,000. You're keeping the house, and you're looking elsewhere. So that's the position that the Astros are in right now. I still think that's something that's done. If you want to criticize Dana Brown for anything, it's that he wasn't more proactive in looking to make a deal earlier in the season.
And we have.
And this is what we talked about before the season started. This goes back to the winter, where I said the best chance the Astros were going to have to improve the roster would be in free agency, because it was going to be very difficult for them to improve the roster in a trade because they just don't have a lot to trade with. So that's why just go out and spend your money. Go out and spend it all, because that is the best way that you have to improve the roster, and we're finding that out right now. Now, again, they can still go and make a trade. They can still make 2 trades. It's just, it is going to be difficult just because they can be outbid by so many other teams. There have been quite a few trades that were made, some splashy ones also. The Mariners add Randy Arozarena on Thursday night. They also were able to add Yimi Garcia to add to what has been a pretty leaky bullpen here in the last month or so. So the Mariners, who were really struggling, they swept the White Sox over the weekend, and the White Sox have now lost 14 in a row. This is the White Sox second 14-game losing streak of the season. What is hilarious about that is that if you combine the White Sox losses from their 2 14-game losing streaks, that is more that's more losses than wins that they have. They've won 27 games all year. They are on pace to lose 120 games this season, and the Astros get them for 3 coming up here in about 2.5 weeks.
How many games under 500?
They are, let me find the standings exactly. I mean, it's unfortunate. They are the White Sox are 27-81. They've won 25% of their games, so you can do the math. I think that's 56 games under 500, and there's still 50-something games to go. They are on pace to lose more than 120 games this season, which is really remarkable. They've got a run differential of -218. They are by far the worst team in the league, and the Astros will get them for 3 games at Minute Maid Park in about 2.5 weeks. Coming up next on In the Loop, we will hear from Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans. This is a game week. The Texans have the Hall of Fame game on Thursday against the Bears. They will also stick around in Canton to see Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction. DeMeco Ryans was asked about that. You'll hear his thoughts next on Sports Radio 610.
Nick Caserio reinforced the Texans standard in an exclusive conversation with Payne and Pendergast.
Everything is earned here. It doesn't matter who you are, where you were drafted. Quite frankly, we don't really care. Ultimately, you're going to be judged on how you perform on the field, and everybody's held to that same standard.
Hear the full interview now on the free Odyssey app.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Patrick Mahomes is definitely underpaid in terms of the value he generates for the NFL and in comparison to the contracts these young QBs keep signing. But according to Pro Football Talk, Mahomes can make $215.6 million over the next 4 years, the most in the league. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or your tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. There's absolutely no one in hair restoration I trust more than Advanced Hair. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time, so get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 832-688-HAIR. 832-688-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and take advantage of their best offer ever. That's 832-688-HAIR.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Sports Radio 610. Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, we've got breaking news here from Texans training camp. DeMeco Autry is being suspended 6 games by the NFL for violating the performance violating the policy on performance-enhancing drugs. This is a statement that DeMeco, and this is a lengthy statement that DeMeco Autry just put out. And this statement is time-stamped last night at 10:10. So I don't know did you see him at practice?
Yeah, he was here.
Okay, well, he was at practice knowing that he was going to be suspended for the first 6 games of this season. So here's the full statement from Autry. Over the course of my 10-year NFL career, I have never engaged in the use of performance-enhancing drugs. Over that period, I have been subject to countless tests, none of which have ever returned a positive result. I was therefore stunned this offseason when I learned that one of my tests returned a positive result. I immediately investigated the matter and discovered that a pharmacy to which my doctor submitted a prescription for a different medication had, whether intentionally, recklessly, or negligently, included a banned substance. I want to be clear, at no time did I know or even suspect that this medication contained a banned substance. Upon discovering the source of the positive test, I immediately retained legal counsel in connection with this matter. My counsel provided the NFL with information, including documentation from my doctors, establishing that I neither asked for nor was prescribed any banned substances. It was important to me that the NFL know that I did not intentionally or even knowingly ingest a banned substance. I understand, however, that under the NFL's policies, the ultimate responsibility for what enters my body rests with me. To that end, while I intend to explore legal options pertaining to the circumstances that resulted in my positive test, I have accepted the NFL's punishment of a 6-game suspension. I want to apologize to the Texans organization, my teammates, and the fans for any distraction this may cause. Finally, I want to assure our fans that my commitment to competing to the best of my ability has only grown, and I look forward to returning to the field.
All right, a lot there. First of all, the suspension. 6 games is enormous. Mm-hmm. That is a big hit. That is an enormous hit for this defense. They had him down in the middle. He's been kicking ass. He's been looking really, really good. And then there's the suspension itself and his statement. Very adamant. And, you know, I know this happens all the time. Hey, I didn't know what they gave me. And it's sometimes a cop-out type excuse. His was very clearly, like, specific. He even mentioned what we all probably could figure already anyway. Lawyers will be involved. But it doesn't take away from the fact that he's being suspended. Yeah. And the fact that he did ingest something. And this is a big hit for the Houston Texans. I want to get your thoughts on that before I share what I just tweeted and I was telling Figgy during the break.
It's obviously a hit. Like, this is a guy who I think you were expecting to start for you on defense. But I don't think it's that big just because he's a 10-year vet. Like, you kind of, in a sense, want him a little bit on a pitch count. Mm-hmm. And this is a team that wants to play deep into January and February. So maybe getting him those 6 games off, those 6 weeks off might help him moving. Again, this is the glass very, very half full looking at it that way, but it keeps him healthy. It keeps him on the field. Hopefully maybe he's fresher towards the end of the season, because he's not taking hits in September and October. So I think that's like the positive spin that you can put on it.
I mean, yeah.
It's not great. Like, listen, I'm grasping here.
I feel like it is a little bit of, I mean, you're not wrong, but it is a little bit grasping. Keep in mind, the early part of the schedule is when they can make hay, against some teams that I feel are very beatable. Rookie quarterbacks playing in those games. And keep also in mind, one of our biggest worries about this entire defense until DeMeco Autry came around was the interior. The interior defensive line was our big worry, and it's going to continue to be a worry now for at least into the first 6 games of the year. Figgy, did you see my last tweet?
I didn't.
You didn't? It's very short and sweet last tweet that I just made. What's up, JJ Watt?
Oh, I see what you did there.
So you're stirring that up.
Is it unfair?
I mean, kind of a different position, right?
Well, but you can move him in and out, and he's moved in and out. He's talked about moving in and out. It gives you another guy out there in the front. Don't shake your head at this. Like, what did DeMeco say? If anything comes up, I will give you a call. I could give you a call.
Well, DeMeco's right in there.
Something just came up.
Aaron, can you go get DeMeco real quick and let's see what's going on there?
Again, I'm not opining here. It's an opinion. Like JJ said, hey, you got my number.
I will say you're not the only person who's thinking this. We have multiple people on the text line now.
DeMeco said, yeah, anything happens, I'll give you a call.
Aaron's walking over, so I think he's going to go check on DeMeco and see if this qualifies. That's it. The talk seemingly has died down about the J.J. Watt stuff, so obviously that will stir it back up again. But hey, they need another body here for the first part of the year. 6 games is a lot. It's 35% of your season.
Yeah.
And so being without a starter for 35% of the season is a big deal. But if you want to look at it half glass full, he's going to be healthy later on.
He will. No, that's more than fair. By the way, our friend at Texans Cap is saying that the 6-game suspension will cost DeMeco Autry $1.676 million a game.
A game?
A game.
So $1.67 million a game.
Well, no, here it is. No, I read that wrong. Cost him $1.676 million and per game bonuses.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that's a pretty good hit. Pretty good hit.
A pharmacy giving you something that you say a pharmacy gave you something that. Can you sue the pharmacy for that?
It sounds like he's thinking about it. He's already mentioning lawyers and everything
else.
I
would.
Yeah.
I would be on that right away. But obviously, so if you're just joining us, breaking news today from Texans camp, DeMeco Autry has been suspended 6 games for violating the NFL's policy against performance-enhancing drugs. Obviously, we will hear from DeMeco Ryans about that tomorrow. But let's hear from DeMeco Ryans today, after today's practice, as the Texans are in a game week. They will play in the Hall of Fame game on Thursday against the Bears. Here is what DeMeco Ryans had to say after day 9 of training camp.
Finally, no rain. It's been a hot day. How good was it just to kind of get back into the elements you normally play?
Yeah, really good day for us today. Nice, clear day. Hot day here in Houston, like normal training camp. So it's good for our guys to get out in the heat and just mentally, right? You have to be mentally tough to play in this league, and we need all types of weather that we can work in. We need those things to continue to build our resiliency as a team. And it was a good hot day for us today where guys had to truly tough it out.
DeMeco, we do have multiple wide receivers trying to fight for reps. What stood out about Noah Brown so far throughout training camp?
Noah's, he's always been a very consistent guy, right? Every rep that he's taken, like he's tough, like he finishes, he plays the right way, and he's just consistent. You know what you're going to get out of Noah every time he steps on the field.
What kind of look has Jeff Okuda given you guys so far?
Jeff has done a good job through camp. He's competed, right? He's made some plays for us. He's done a really good job.
Coach, heading into this first preseason game, how do you evaluate it? What are you looking for? Even, it's not a real game, but it's still a game.
Yeah, anytime we line up, right, it's real. So for the guys who are out there, right, it's important. That's the first thing that we have to understand, that all these guys are vying for a spot, on this team. They're vying for a spot, a chance to play in the NFL and make it. So we don't take it lightly for all the guys to get reps, and we want to make sure our guys are prepared and they're playing their best, right, so they can showcase their talent to the entire league. And we have a lot of young guys who we'll see play in this game, and I'm excited to see them just go play. Right? You work a lot with them in the classroom, making sure they understand the X's and O's. But certain guys, they show up when the lights come on. You may not see it out here at practice all the time. When the lights come on, they just have a good feel for playing the game, and that's what we want to see on Thursday.
You targeted Aziz more than once. Now he's here. Can you see the impact he has out there every day, even at this point in camp?
Aziz done a great job of leading our football team. Right? He brings energy every day. He brings passion. And I know everybody feels that on our team, not just defensively. And I'm very pleased with where Aziz is. He's continuing to show that the leadership aspect of what we do is really important.
After the game, Andre will go into the call and the formal induction. What do you think it'll mean for everybody to watch that and for you to have the team show, hey, this is what we're looking for you guys to be like?
With Andre Johnson going into the Hall of Fame, it means everything to our organization. I think every person that's worked in this organization, every player who's strapped it up and put on that Texans jersey, right, Andre is representing everyone. And there's no better guy than Andre to be the first Houston Texan going in as a Hall of Famer. Definitely deserving of it. He's always been the best player in any field that he stepped on, and has been a great man in the community, great leader as well. So Andre is definitely, we're happy to be there to support Andre, and wouldn't want to do it for any other guy.
Coach, can I ask you
and has been a great man going in as a who's strapped it up and put on that
to have the team show, hey, this is what we're looking for you guys to be like.
Hall of Fame is,
hey, this is what we're looking for you guys to be like.
With Andre Johnson going into the Hall of Fame, it means everything to our organization. Like every person that's worked in this organization, every player who's strapped it up and put on that Texans jersey, right, Andre is representing everyone. And there's no better guy than Andre to be the first Houston Texan going in as a Hall of Famer. Definitely deserving of it. He's always been the best player in any field that he stepped on, and has been a great man in the community, great leader as well. So Andre is definitely.
Coach, can I ask you
Stingley's done great throughout camp. He's made some plays. He's been consistent throughout camp as well. He's showing up every day. So Stingley, I think it's another big year ahead of Stingley. Right, he just continue to build off of, each and every day, continue to build.
Well, go ahead. How do you feel like the offensive line cohesiveness is coming along? A lot of good talent on the defensive line. How do you feel about the O-line and how they've kind of built together?
Yeah, O-line, they're doing a good job of working together and still building that, right, cohesiveness, and it's still coming together. But I think they're headed in the right direction, right? Just continue to play the style of football that we want to play. A lot of different guys. We mix up a lot of guys in there, a lot of different groups. And, with those guys, I think it'll definitely show themselves in the game come Thursday. So I'm excited to see how our O-line shows up on Thursday.
question.
You talk about the new kickoff rules. What's the process and what's going to be the thought process if you have to do an onside kick? How does this work now?
Yeah, with the new kickoff rule, with the onside kick process is, first you have to be down. It has to be in the fourth quarter. You have to be down, right, by a considerable number of points, and you have to let the other team know. So there is no more surprise onside. So the opponent will know when there's an onside kick coming, so everybody can prepare, and it'll look just like a normal onside kick from last year, but there won't be any onside kicks in the first through the third quarter.
Coach, can I ask you a question to take you off the field for a minute? When was the last time you actually been able to celebrate a birthday? Because as a player, as a coach, like, your birthday falls right in training camp. When's the last time you've been able to celebrate?
So I tell people, I'm always working on my birthday, right? It's always in training camp. I'm always working, and I'm always thankful to know that I'm working and I'm enjoying getting to do what I love doing on my birthday. So it's been a long time since I celebrated a birthday, and I can tell my wife I don't miss it. I'm good. The birthday cake and everything, that's for the kids. They enjoy it more than me. Thank you for that.
CJ gonna play on Thursday?
We'll see. Thursday. All right.
All right, that was DeMeco Ryans after today's practice. He gave out the "we'll see" if C.J. Stroud will play.
Oh, we know
on Thursday. He's not going to play. I think it's important for starters to play in the preseason, but when you've got 4, you don't need them to play the first game.
Not that important.
Yeah, so I would be very surprised if C.J. Stroud does play on Thursday. I'm disappointed because we've gotten a lot of questions about the onside stuff, the onside kick stuff with the new training camp rules. I'm going to miss the surprise onside because I think it's a great play, and I think that more teams should do it more often. So we lose that, and now you can't have an onside kick before the fourth quarter.
Right.
So even if you want to try and steal possession, you can't.
You cannot.
That's disappointing.
But the positive is the field position and the excitement of the play.
I'd rather see onside kicks.
I don't know if I would or not, because kickoffs were just forget it. Go to the bathroom. They were a non.
This is a nice luxury to have.
They were a non-play. It was
fast forward that.
It was the NFL, this elite league that dominates the world, that owns a day, for God's sakes. They own Sunday, and you had several moments every game where it was just nothing. So I do like the fact that it's going to be exciting. It's going to be returnable. It's going to be better field positions, a lot more breaks. Hey, you give and you take. By the way, for anybody who wasn't listening earlier, a couple things. Big breaking news today involving the Texans. DeMeco Autry suspended 6 games for violating the policy, I think is what they said,
yes.
Of substance use, performance-enhancing drug, whatever you want to call it. And that news came after DeMeco Ryan spoke. So we will get their reaction to that ASAP. But it's a big hit, man. It is an absolute big hit on this team. There is a somewhat, if you squint, as you did, kind of a cup half full thing there in terms of he's an older player that can maybe be ready by the end of the season. But still, 6 games at a very workable part of the schedule. I thought the Texans would go 4-1. I'm predicting the Texans go 4-1 in their first 5 games. Well, you're not going to have DeMeco Autry.
And his explanation, he put out a pretty lengthy statement, and his explanation is, quote, I immediately investigated the matter and discovered that a pharmacy to which my doctor submitted a prescription for a different medication had, whether intentionally, recklessly, or negligently, included a banned substance. I want to be clear, at no time did I know or even suspect that this medication contained a banned substance. So that is the explanation that DeMeco Autry gave. This was a statement that was dated last night. So obviously he's known that this was coming for a while, and the NFL has announced it today. So like John said, DeMeco Autry suspended for the first 6 games of the 2024 season. So he will miss the first 6 of 17 games. So that's about, 35% of the schedule. But then you would hope, or you would think, that he would come back healthy for game number 7, and maybe sitting out those 6 games will keep him a little bit fresher as this season moves along, because remember, the Texans are hoping that this season goes deep into January and in February. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we've got some lunchtime confessions. I know John has one about Team USA basketball.
I got one about you.
Well, that's never good. That's next on In the Loop.
D&M Auto Leasing right now. D&M Auto.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's do some confessions on Sports Radio 610. It's in the loop. John, you go first.
I will go first.
These are my confessions.
All right, Figgy, you got to back me up on this. Now, Adam, you're going to Europe this weekend.
Yes, Sunday.
Right?
Yep.
Awesome. Happy for you.
Don't sound like it.
But, well, here's my confession. You got to pop over to Paris. You got to pop over to Paris and catch some of the Olympics.
I'm not going to that part of Europe, though, because that's Western Europe. I'm
but
going to
here's the
Europe.
thing. You know how easy it is to get around on train.
Not where I'm going, though. It would be like a 40-hour train ride from where I'm going.
All right.
I'm in Eastern Europe here. That's not easy to just like get.
Well, why would you plan this and not go to Paris for a day?
Part of it is I've been to Paris before.
But not during the Olympics?
No, not during the Olympics. But also I wanted to just kind of, you want to go to multiple places when you go over there.
Yeah.
But I have basically been to every other part of Western Europe. So it's like, okay, well, I could go back to London or whatever, but I've been to London multiple times. I don't want to go back just so I can go to Paris for a couple of days.
Yeah.
So that was the big reason why. Trust me, it certainly popped into my head, and there were two. It was the Euros, and it was going to the Olympics were certainly something that I had planned on possibly doing, but just didn't work.
You got to make it happen.
I'll go to the Olympics in 28 in LA. And I'll go to the World Cup here in 26.
Have fun with that one, man.
L.A. Good Lord. That's like saying, you want to go to the Super Bowl? No, I'm going to catch a preseason game.
Not at all. The Olympics are the Olympics. The preseason is the Super Bowl is not the preseason.
L.A. is not exotic.
It is going to be a crap show, man.
And yes.
It's already busy going to L.A. on a Wednesday.
Yes.
It's busy in Paris, too. Same issues in Paris as they have in L.A.
I think you really missed the boat here.
Okay, well, next time.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I guess my confession is going to be, so on this trip that I'm taking, it was partly inspired by a texter.
Oh, really?
So I'm going to Bulgaria and Romania. And I had mentioned, I think it was with Brandon, that we were just talking about like traveling and things like that. And I had told him that Bulgaria, I don't know why Bulgaria was on my list, but it just kind of was. I think partly it's because I can fly through Istanbul, and I like flying through Istanbul.
Yeah.
And so a texter said and said, like, hey, don't go to Bulgaria, go to Romania. Like, okay, well, I'll just do both. And so that was kind of the inspiration for the trip. And so it's close when you can, like, check the weather. And, like, the weather comes up the days that you're going to be there. So it's going to be hot.
Well, I am happy for you, but still think you missed the boat. Go ahead, Figgy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So for the first time ever, I really been all in on the Olympics, man. Like I've been watching everything. Shout out to Peacock. So you could go back and watch some old videos and games and stuff like that on the rebroadcast. So I've been doing that. I've been I caught the some of the highlights from that women's fencing game.
Yeah.
And it was intense, man. Shout out to Vivian Kong, who came back. She was down 7-1, I want to say. Came back. They won in the overtime, whatever that is. and she won. Actually won gold.
Yeah.
Now, the other highlight I seen was from swimming. I think it was diving. And this guy literally fell flat on his back in the water.
Yeah.
And I actually listened to this highlight. I gotta play this for y'all.
Okay.
And this was hilarious. And this guy became a meme.
15 Southeast Asian Games are taking place right now in Singapore, and right now the Philippine diving team, they're having a rough go at it to start off with. Everything got started when diver John Elmerson Fabriga earned a 0 for his routine, which didn't exactly go as planned as he landed on his back.
My man earned a 0, man. Look, man, I'm the last person need to be criticizing anybody about swimming. But my man looked rough out there, man. This dude.
You could land on your feet and outscore him.
Dude, I didn't land. I didn't jump in the pool better than that. My man looked like he wasn't even supposed to be out there. He looked so disappointed.
I saw some people talking about when you lie on your resume.
Well, that's like when you get a 0 on a dive, that's like taking a test and getting a 0, but it's because you got every single answer wrong. Yeah. It's not because you didn't do it, it's because you got everything wrong.
He just,
poor guy, I feel bad for him.
Yeah, man, his country should be disappointed, man. That was awful, man. I did better cannonballs than that.
Yeah. All right,
watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, while we're on the Olympics and these sports, I don't mean to be, I know I'm not alone on this. This gymnastic scoring thing, I could not hate it more. Give me a scale of 1 to 10. Like, give me old school. The world knows, hey, a 9.5 is really, really good. Hey, a 10 is perfect. These scores that they're doing, and by the way, the United States team, spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert, is competing in both men's and women's finals, team finals. But they have like...
How they doing?
They have like... Their score is like 14.2349652, whatever. Nobody gets that. Let's just figure out a way to go back 0 through 10. Give me 0 through 10. That's all I'm asking for. Is that asking too much?
No, I don't think so.
This scoring system throws everybody. Is that good? Was it 12.7 good? Was that good? I don't know.
Or they could have easily got a 0 like my man's and diving.
Exactly.
These sports with the subjective scores are always, it's the same thing like with the figure skating for the Winter Olympics.
Yeah.
Like some things are worth more than others, and some people like
difficulty.
Yeah, their routines automatically put them above other people. So yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So people have made a big deal over Jason Tatum not playing in Team USA's win over Serbia yesterday. He was a DNP CD. And now people are saying, well, this is huge because maybe he won't play in the Olympics ever again. And we need him if we want to win a gold medal or whatever. I don't care. I want to see Team USA win, but I'm not like we're up in arms over Jason Tatum maybe not ever playing in the Olympics again because, frankly, I don't think the Americans necessarily need Jason Tatum to compete in the Olympics.
They might.
I mean, I'm sorry, but as good as Nikola Jokic is, and Nikola Jokic is probably the best player on the planet right now, his team got beat by 23, and Jason Tatum didn't play.
Yeah.
And like, you have some of these countries have great players. You know, Greece has Giannis. Slovenia has Luka Doncic. Serbia has Nikola Jokic. But after that, things start to get a little thin. So I'm never really worried about a Team USA not winning the gold medal as long as you have the NBA players in it and as long as the NBA players actually care, which wasn't really the case in 2004.
Yeah, my thing with that is not so much like up in arms or anything. I just thought it was beyond bizarre. It was beyond bizarre. Go ahead, Figgy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of basketball, I think I like Olympic basketball way more. I think it's way more entertaining than the NBA, man.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's just so rowdy, and I feel like they play harder for some reason. I mean, even Team USA was playing harder than they would like during the regular NBA season game, and I get why. Because, you know, they ain't going to play, you know, they ain't going to take no time off just like a regular, you know, game, like 30th game or something like that. But it was just way more rowdy. I like the crowd. The crowd was so hyped. And
I like the rules.
Yeah, me too.
Just get the ball out of bounds, go, let's go. And then off the rim, you can get it off the rim, all that stuff.
Yeah, I love it, man. I feel like the NBA, I don't know what the NBA can do to make it like this. I don't think they can, but.
Well, they can do the sideline and the rim thing.
I think they can, but just the crowd, man. I just like people just so rowdy with the flags, and Serbia was just going nuts. It was fun, man. I wish the NBA was kind of like that, or at least the crowd part of it.
Yeah, I got another one for you.
Well, really quick, there's two main differences. First of all, the games are shorter.
Yeah,
you only have 40-minute games. You don't have as many timeouts. Like, you're not taking TV timeouts every 4 minutes. You don't have 3 or 4 timeouts for the last 2 minutes of the game. So you're just actually playing basketball. Yeah. And also, there's not like a bunch of music and sound effects going on during the game. Like, I don't think people realize just like how annoying that is. And it's why I like college basketball so much. Yeah. Because you don't have that crap. Like, if you watch NBA games from like the early 90s, you had some of it, but it wasn't on every single possession.
A lot of times organs.
But like, you go to a Rockets game and it's every single possession. There's some sort of music or sound effect. You got the PA announcer yelling defense.
You got the entertainment, and let's time for some T-shirts, everyone, and get on your all that stuff.
I think they throw out T-shirts at these games, but there's just so much less like noise. It's more basketball and less noise. And
it's just so rowdy, man. I love it, man. I'm like DeMeco Ryans. I love it.
I totally agree with you. Hey, I got one more for you. Figure it's the Jamie Erdahl.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Thank you, Jamie Erdahl. She was on, I think it was this morning. I think it was today.
NFL Network.
NFL Network, yes. And this is what she said. You're going to love it.
Part of the sideline reporter pact, please don't say, tell me about.
Okay, there it is. Tell me about.
I don't care if it's Bubba Ventron. I don't care if it's special team. I don't care who you're getting.
How about talk about?
You are talk about it. I like Kyle's talk about it. Coach, tell me about. Don't do it. It's end it with, you cannot start tell me about and then end it with the question. It's physically impossible. It's grammatically incorrect. Don't do it. Don't do it. Sus and tell me about. Tell me about is sus.
Today, she is my favorite person. You guys who listen to us for any amount of time, that is one of my biggest pet peeves. You are paid a lot of money by big networks to be on the sideline, to have access that no one else literally has. And you go, hey, talk about the blah, 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 blah. Hey, tell me about, do your freaking job. That's not a question. It's a cop-out, too. I just hate the cop-out nature of the talk about.
It's lazy.
Like, it's ridiculous.
It's lazy.
It's lazy.
It's really all it is. There are some coaches who won't answer. I think Pop has done that a few times where you'll ask him a talk about question and he won't answer it. He'll say,
good.
How would you like me to talk about it?
I mean, these people are supposed to be at the apex of their profession. Hey, can you talk about C.J. Stroud? Well, he's 6'2".
Yeah, well,
what are we doing?
All right, coming up next, we will replay our conversation with Texans wide receiver Noah Brown. We asked him about Kamari Lassiter, his early impressions of him, and also what has Stephon Diggs been like in the Texans locker room. We'll hear that next on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, right now, Low T Center, lowtcenter.com. You know where to go.
It's the Sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the Sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the Sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the Sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the Sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the Sheet.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Back on In the Loop here from the Methodist Training Center, Texans Training Camp Day number 9. A little earlier in the show, we had a chance to catch up with Texans wide receiver Noah Brown. The first thing we asked him is why was C.J. Stroud so good when throwing under pressure last season as a rookie?
Pressure's all about having answers and knowing what your answers are. And CJ is a very smart guy. He's very confident in himself and in the decisions he makes. So I think when he sees pressure, he gets excited because he knows he has the right decision to make.
Noah, this wide receiver competition is just so fun to watch. Like not only the guys like yourself and Tank and the guys we know, but you got Stephon Diggs in, you got guys like Stoerner come in. From your perspective, like what is it about this that is kind of getting you juiced up and the possibilities that these receivers have?
Oh man, it's exciting. I was just talking to Rob Woods the other day. It's kind of like a college.
I didn't even mention it.
It's kind of like a college receiver room, like kind of what I was used to at Ohio State. Like in a sense, we got a room full of 5 stars, and everybody got to come out and get their best game every day. And I think it's really raising the level of the room.
Mm-hmm. Now there are guys that are maybe not make this squad that we all know, so it's intense as well. I mean, it's helpful. You guys are always helping each other. We can see that. But this is a profession, man, so it's going to be pretty intense all the way through, huh?
Right. At the end of the day, that's one of the things I love about this room. Everyone has a very high level of skill, and everyone's very confident in themselves, but at the same time, everyone's rooting for each other. But at the end of the day, we know that as one guy excels, another one's got to go ahead and try and level up on him. So, like I said, it's just raising the overall level of the group.
Texans wide receiver Noah Brown joining us on In the Loop. What has it been like having Diggs in that room so far?
It's been a great addition. A guy with a lot of experience and success that comes with his experience. He's been doing that at a high level for a long time, and he comes with a lot of energy, and he's ready to share the knowledge he has. And that's one of the things I appreciate about him is coming in and offering game and bringing extra energy, and it's a good value to our room.
Did you know him before he got here?
No, I didn't know him very well. I played with his brother in Dallas, so I'd seen him in passing, but didn't really know him before.
So
go ahead.
He comes here and he has the reputation is kind of he might not be the best locker room guy. How have you found him just as a locker room guy and just getting to know him? Does that kind of all get dispelled a little bit?
I try not to pay too much attention to those things. The outside perception of somebody when I have the chance to meet them in person, I don't really think that does too much for me. My experience with Stephon has been all positive. Like I said, he's been a great addition to the room, and I got nothing but good things to say about him.
I want to talk about the camp that you've had, but I just got to say it and get your reaction. It was really frustrating last week, the little dust up or whatever people want to call it, and people around the country are like, oh, Stephon Diggs is in the middle. He was not in the middle of it. He got up and walked away. It's like everybody's got to shake that and just start with a new page like they talk about here. DeMeco has said it. Everybody starts new once they get here, right?
Right, absolutely. And I think that's just a testament to, you can't go by everything that you read in the media because, Stephon was definitely not.
We don't do it. We don't do it either.
Just take those things with a grain of salt and keep it pushing.
All right, let's talk about your game because the last few days, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like you really kind of stepped it up. Really good play down here. I know last year we got one that he got a hand on, but you've really stepped it up. What you're offering to this team in the context of everybody else in the room, what are some of the things that you've been offering?
I think just an all-around player. Somebody who can do a little bit of everything. Somebody's going to bring some physicality to the room, and just willing to do whatever I got to do. And I take pride in all parts of the game, and I try to show it out here on practice and on Sunday.
Noah Brown joining us on Sports Radio 610. You've had a chance to go up against Kamari Lassiter so far during camp. What have you kind of taken away from him?
that he has a chance to be elite. That's a really good young player. I haven't seen too many like him that are as sticky in coverage as he is at such an early time in camp. I'm really excited for him. He's got a good head on his shoulder. He likes to work. So, I think the sky's the limit for him.
This team has been a really good passing team in early downs. It didn't start out that way last year, more of a running team. As you move forward, I don't want you to go bulletin board material, but it's hard to stop these receivers. And then you throw in the tight end. Is this about as excited as you've been for a group?
For sure. I'm not a defensive coach for a reason, but if I were to try, I don't know if I'd be able to stop our offense just on paper. At the end of the day, we got to go out and do it and execute it and put that same fear in people on Sundays through our play.
Yeah.
But I'm excited about our potential.
So last year, you guys win the division, win a playoff game. How much did that want you and everybody else wanting more? How much motivation was it losing the Baltimore game the way that y'all did?
Once you get a taste of what it's like to reach the higher levels of this game, you for sure get a hunger to get it back. And nobody's happy with how the season ended last year, and we're focused on excelling this year.
Is it hard? You're playing in these incredibly intense, high leverage games, and now you have to start back from zero. So is it hard to get that intensity back?
I think you try to bring that same intensity to the practice field. I think that's how you elevate and push past the point you were at last year. As you don't go back to zero, you try and start from an elevated place, and I think we've done a good job of that.
Everybody's watching the receivers. Everybody's watching C.J. Stroud. Y'all guys are the stars. What has C.J. Stroud brought that maybe is going to take his game to another level this camp?
You just see a focus. You see him taking the next step in his preparation and the reads that he's making. He was decisive last year, but you see he's just a hair more on it this year, and he's taking another step vocally. I would say he's just really pushing guys and getting out of his comfort zone, and that's something I see from CJ.
I know one thing he said and one thing DeMeco said, they want to see him take more command of the offense. What does that mean? Was it what you're talking about, or maybe more at the line of scrimmage, or what does that mean?
I don't play the quarterback position, but from my standpoint, CJ does a good job commanding the offense and his reads. So
yeah.
You started your career with Dak Prescott, and you saw Dak real early in his career. You now have had CJ early in his career. What stands out? What are the similarities between the two?
They both play quarterback. I wouldn't say that there's too much similar between them. They're both good quarterbacks. But they have their own game and they're their own person. So,
all right. Let's talk about this offense now. You say it's going to be. You're not a coach for a reason, but it's going to be impossible to stop. What can be different this year with this offense that is going to take it to the next level? I know Stephon by himself adds a dimension. What else on this offense where you're out here every day? I think this is day 9. What have you seen where you kind of shake your head and go, man, this is gonna be nice? It's
just a plethora of options. I think every day this is practice 8 or 9. You can come out here and pick a different person who's going off that day. So just everyone coming, and when it's their time to show up and make the play, that they do it, and just that consistency will bring us to the next level.
Yeah. We've seen Mechie have a really good camp so far. What's it been like for you to be able to watch him after everything that he's dealt with the last couple of years to come in here and really perform at a high level?
Man, Mechie's a soldier. I said it last year. I think if you didn't somewhat know his story, you would never know what he's been through, because he just comes out here, he's excited to play, he's moving around. He's probably the most gifted athletically in our room, and he's somebody who's really coming on strong in this camp, and I'm happy for him.
Do you see a difference in the athleticism from right now compared to where he was last year coming off the ACL and the leukemia?
I wouldn't say necessarily his athleticism. It's more his mental, his decisiveness. He's much more confident in what he's doing. Coming off that long journey last year, it was a little bit of a road for him to get back and shake some rust off, but I think Mech is definitely back.
When we talk about this team, we have expectations. Fans have expectations. I'm sure you guys do. And DeMeco always talks about, eliminating that, just to focus on the moment and all that. But I got to believe that part of y'all enjoy it. That you're in a totally different position from when you were sitting here last year. That's got to be a nice feeling.
Right, absolutely. I think that's what we come out here and work for. That's what you want to win games for, is to have high expectations and that, push your goals higher. And I think we're ready to meet that challenge, and we're all excited about it.
All right, last one, then we'll get you out of here. Michigan beat Ohio State last November. Then they win the national championship. Has Nico Collins been insufferable about that?
Nico actually hasn't mentioned much about it, to be honest with you. Nico's been a good sport, but I hope we turn that around this year.
All right, man. Really appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Noah, thank you for joining us. Best of luck the rest of camp. That's Noah Brown, Texans wide receiver, joining us here, coming off the practice field on In the Loop here from the Methodist Training Center. We just heard from Noah Brown, Texans wide receiver, talked with us after he came off the field. And I think the thing that stood out for me, John, was just the praise that he heaped on Kamari Lassiter.
Yes, I think that was one. Kamari Lassiter, I got to be honest, this isn't a confession. Like, we all know, Clint Stoerner's extreme knowledge of the NFL, having played in the league at the quarterback position, certainly knows a thing or two about the cornerback position. I haven't seen that. Like, he hasn't been real high on, well, I shouldn't say that. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but hasn't been as high on Kamari Lassiter as we have. Dude, everything I've seen has been him making plays. And if it's about making plays on guys that are big dudes like Noah Brown, and we just saw one, and we talked about it with Noah Brown, the ball skills, it's a term that people kind of casually throw around. He's got good ball skills. He's got good hips. All these little catchphrases. But he does. It jumps out at you consistently. So I'd love to see and have a conversation with Clint about that as well. The other thing that stood out to me with him is you can tell among these wide receivers, they're having a lot of fun. They know they're really good. But as kids like to say, the math doesn't math all the time, and the math at the position that they're at the wide receiver position, it ain't going to add up. There are a lot of guys, some really good players that are not going to make this squad.
I believe they carried 6 receivers on the initial 53-man roster last year. I mean, it's very easy to get to 6 and leave good wide receivers off with this team. I mean, you have the big 3 with Collins, Dell, and Diggs, and then you have Mechie, then you have Brown, and then you have Robert Woods, and then there's Xavier Hutchinson, and there are more guys after that. Steven Sims, Skoranek, like that's 9 guys right there that can easily play for any other NFL team, and they might have trouble finding their way on the roster. But again, it's a good problem to have, and they can certainly carry more than 6 if they wanted to this year. They can easily get that to 7, maybe even 8 if they get creative with how the rest of the roster is made up. But it's good competition. It's important to have competition like that during training camp because I do think that it makes everybody else better.
And speaking of getting to 7 or 8, Steven Sims continues to run with the kickoff flat out with the first group. He and Dameon Pierce. So that helps Dameon Pierce, first of all. And we know he's going to make the squad. To what degree he's effective, we'll find out. But Steven Sims is a valuable asset in the kick returns. He's out there every time with the first group. So how do you squeeze him in? We didn't even mention him. So it's a great competition. It's great to watch, and they are really, really good.
On the injury front, again, still no Laramie Tunsil. Titus Howard went into the injury tent for about 10-15 minutes today, but he returned to practice after he emerged from the injury tent. So that was good news on that front. Joe Mixon did not practice, but he was very active, just talking to guys. I mean, he was sitting right in front of us for about 5 minutes, just talking with Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs. He was also in huddles. Again, he wasn't playing, but he was in the huddle just kind of giving out instructions and kind of helping get everybody on the same page. So that was a step, and I don't know. I haven't seen from DeMeco if we have a better idea of when he might be able to return to the practice field, but it's not like he didn't have anything wrapped. He didn't have anything iced or anything like that. Yeah, he was just kind of, it almost looked like it was just a day off for him more than anything else.
I'm convinced that, let's tell our listeners right now, don't worry about Joe Mixon, at least not over this. I'm convinced this is going to be when they get through the Hall of Fame game, they're going to want to see some other backs. When they get through the Hall of Fame game, then he's going to step in and start doing more, kind of like Laramie Tunsil. So don't worry about him.
That was our conversation with Texans wide receiver Noah Brown. Got him right off the practice field. Thank you to him for joining us. Coming up next on In the Loop, we will go around the NFL. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
to be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, thank you to Noah Brown for joining us on today's show right off the practice field. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Before we go around the NFL, there are a couple of MLB trade notes that I want to throw out there because they both involve players that have been linked to the Astros. And the first is White Sox starting pitcher Eric Fedde. Again, the Astros are in desperate need of starting pitching help. Fedde had been right at the top of that list. He's had a real good year this season after coming back to Major League Baseball from Korea. But it looks like Eric Fedde is headed to St. Louis. This is being reported by The Athletic. It's a 3-team trade right now between the Cardinals, White Sox, and Dodgers, where the Cardinals would get Fedde, the Dodgers would get Tommy Edman, who's been hurt all year, and then a bunch of prospects would go from the Dodgers to the White Sox. So you can scratch that name off your list. Now, there is a one other note. The Astros have been in on Jack Flaherty, who's currently with the Detroit Tigers. He finished last year with Baltimore, made an all-star team with the Cardinals. He is scheduled to start for the Tigers tonight. He was scheduled to start for the Tigers tonight. He has been scratched from tonight's start. There is no report of any deal that's been made, but again, there's a note that he has been scratched, and Chandler Rome brings this up. Remember when the Astros traded for Zach Greinke 5 years ago? Wow, it's already been 5 years since that happened. Yeah. Greinke started that day. Greinke started for the Diamondbacks against the Yankees, and then he was traded after he got off the mound. Well, right now, just kind of interesting to throw that out there. So, trade deadline is 26 hours away. We will keep you posted on any news involving either the Astros or a team that's kind of adjacent to the Astros. I'll be at Minute Maid Park here this afternoon, so we'll be able to keep you up to date even after the show.
And around the NFL, of course, now, and we got to mention again, DeMeco Autry. That is the big news around the NFL. Has been suspended 6 games for PEDs. I'm not going to go through all the words they use, but basically that is. And is explaining it rather thoroughly, mentioning attorneys, mentioning that that he had, obviously, and we've heard this before, but nevertheless, worth mentioning, he had no idea. He was, apparently it was some medication that he wasn't aware had something on the banned list, and said that he's never taken it, never would. But he did unknowingly, and so now he's going to fight it. But we've also seen on the text board and on YouTube and Twitch people saying, well, he'll appeal it, and it'll probably be reduced to 4. No, there is no appeal.
No, he said that,
he's accepted it.
What I took was illegal. I just didn't know that what I was. Yeah. I just didn't know that I was taking it.
Yeah. So
he's fessed up to it. He's owned up to it. There's going to be some legal action taken, but I think it's mostly going to be probably against the pharmacy that gave it to him, because he says that the pharmacy either recklessly
or the doctor
negligently
or something
or whatever. They kind of screwed up there.
Yeah,
so
he's going to try to get some of that money back.
Yeah,
he is. $1.6 million plus bonuses he's going to miss.
Get it if you can. Now, we've also had people ask, well, what does this mean with the Texans in terms of J.J. Watt? Because remember, J.J. Watt said, well, if there were an emergency or something that would arise, well, then, hey, my phone's on. You have my number. Now, this would seem to be one of those situations. However, the Texans have known about this. Yeah. This is not something that the Texans just found out. Like we just found out about it an hour and a half ago. The Texans knew about it well ahead of time.
I'm glad you said that, because that kind of makes sense with the Jerry Hughes signing.
Yeah.
Because I didn't understand that at all. Mm-hmm. And I'm just thinking, okay, bringing an older guy back. I think they knew about it then. And when you hear this or read this wording or what he said, he mentioned off season. They found out in the off season.
Yeah, he was tested and got the results in the middle of the off season, not like yesterday.
When this stuff happens, you are given a heads up that this test came back. So you don't just take the test, it comes back positive, and then boom, you're suspended.
Yeah.
No, there's some legal hoops that you have to go through for the suspension to actually come down. And so that's why the team was aware of it. That's why I think they probably signed Jerry Hughes. Again, we will know more about this tomorrow, because again, this report came out after DeMeco Ryans talked to the media after practice today. So the Texans have not actually addressed it, but I imagine it will come up with DeMeco Ryans tomorrow, and I'm guessing that's what the explanation
And rest assured, no matter what you feel about J.J. Watt and coming back later in the year or not coming back, that will be addressed as well. Yes. Because, the simple facts are J.J. Watt said, hey, my phone's on. DeMeco said, hey, anything happens, maybe we'll call you. That'll be addressed as well.
Yes, so stay tuned for that. Now, some other news around the NFL. We had a couple of quarterback extensions get announced. I guess it was Friday night. You had...
And who was the first person I thought of?
Well...
You.
Mr. Not My Money.
Again, it's a salary. See, it's a salary cap thing, though. And so I don't like it because there's salary cap implications.
We are aware.
So
I think you don't like it because they get it way earlier than they should.
Yeah. And a lot of times they haven't earned it. Now, so I don't have the exact contracts with me, but the two quarterbacks that got paid, Jordan Love and Tua Tagovailoa, and they got in excess of $200 million.
Yeah.
And so, so now here's the AAV. Jordan Love got $55 million annually. Tua gets $53.1 million annually. Now you saw a tweet from Rich Eisen, and you thought of me because you knew it would probably drive me crazy.
Yes, highest paid quarterbacks, the top 8 annually this year. Jordan Love, number 1, $55 million a year. Trevor Lawrence, $55 million a year. Joe Burrow, $55 million a year. Tua, $53.1, as you mentioned. Goff, $53. Herbert, $52.5. Lamar Jackson, $52. Jalen Hurts, 51. Yes. Combined playoff record of the top 8 paid quarterbacks in the NFL. 16 wins, 17 losses. Combined Super Bowl wins, 0. Combined Super Bowl appearances, 3. They are paying guys on future.
Well, this is how Rich Eisen ends the tweet. Quote, praying and hoping.
Paying and hoping.
Yes.
Paying and hoping. That's what they're doing.
So, hey, man. Do what you got to do, but giving the Jalen Hurts got his contract coming off the Super Bowl. Okay, I get it. Lamar Jackson, I get it. Justin Herbert, that money for that little production, 0 playoff appearances. The guy could not protect a 30-point lead in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I understand he's immensely talented. I get it. I absolutely get it. So you give him that contract, and then he turns in the year that he turned in last year. That's rough.
Yeah,
that's a really bad look. Jared Goff, in a sense earned that contract.
Yeah, he did.
I'm fine with that one. Burrow, fine. Trevor Lawrence, being the highest paid quarterback in the NFL right now, $55 million. I mean, this is a salary cap league.
No, I get Trevor Lawrence.
Hey, the top 2 guys. Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence.
Jordan Love won a playoff game last year. He won a playoff game on the road last year.
Oh, playoff game.
And also, he didn't have, we don't have that much film on Jordan Love.
Yeah.
And, with Trevor Lawrence, you've seen him, which probably is another reason why Jordan Love probably shouldn't get that contract. You're giving it to him based off of essentially a really good last half of last season.
Spec. Yeah. It's all spec.
But he was in the last year of his contract. Lawrence got his contract with 2 years left plus the team. He had 2 years left plus the franchise tag.
Yeah.
The Packers really didn't have that much of a choice because of the contract that they just gave Jordan Love before last year. That one I'll excuse. The Tua contract? Are we for real?
you know we about to be in the same dance with CJ Stroud.
Yeah,
except it's going to be 65.
But,
yes.
But at least I think CJ's good.
Yeah.
I think CJ has a chance to be an elite quarterback, an elite top 3 quarterback. Do you know whose name we did not mention with these top 8 quarterbacks?
I think it was with Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, his name not mentioned. No one mentioned Patrick Mahomes, the guy who's won 3 Super Bowls here in the last 5 years. No mention of him.
Yeah.
He's won the last 2 Super Bowls. He's not one of the top 8 quarterbacks. CJ Stroud, I think, will eventually be in that same group.
But let's say CJ Stroud, let's say they do have a good season, but they get bounced out of the divisional round a couple times. Would you feel better? I mean, would you feel okay paying them a little early?
Well, you can't do it after this year.
Yeah.
You have to wait. So it's after the 3rd year. So, if they have a really good year next year, or this year in 2024, and then another really good year in 2025, He can name his price.
Yeah, and he will.
Names his price, and he will get it.
Yeah.
He will get every penny of it. Now, if he takes steps backwards this year and next year, then you start asking questions about whether or not you think he's worth it. I don't think that's going to happen, but you got 2 more years on your deal. Go out and earn it.
The crazy thing is $55 million a year for Love, Lawrence, and Burrow. None of them won a Super Bowl. Love and Lawrence have each won 1 playoff game. And but it also, like C.J. Stroud, it also comes down to, I say they're all they're all speculating that they're going to be the guy. Well, C.J. Stroud is so far ahead of them in terms of what people think he is, like what you're talking about. He's good. Like he is by all accounts, like just name your NFL expert, going to be a stud. So it's going to be, it'll be 65.
Do you feel like these other teams are just trying to put the horse ahead of the cart, though? Just try to get a head start?
Yeah, it's pride.
Let's pay him now, because if we really believe in Trevor Lawrence or Herbert that he will get us to a Super Bowl eventually, that price going to be way higher than if I pay him now.
That's part of it, Adam. But the other thing is they don't want to get burned with this guy not, becoming something really, really special and not under contract.
But it's also, these guys threatened to hold out.
Sure.
And Jordan Love wasn't. Jordan Love was holding in before he got his contract.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the whole thing of, well, we don't want to piss off the player.
Yeah.
We don't want to ruin the relationship
and the agents,
with the player, which is so stupid.
Well, it is the case.
But see,
though.
you really see that with the players we have questions about. So probably like a Trevor Lawrence, I don't think they can afford to piss him off, because that's all they got.
What's he going to do? Is he going to leave?
No.
He going to not play?
He might hold out.
But you know how it works? I mean, they don't want that strife in their lives. They just don't.
So the richest people in the world worried about strife.
Yes.
These guys negotiate over pennies. And
yes, it's true. It's true.
I wish we could talk about this 4 hours a day, man.
I quit. Let's move on, because I'm just my head's going to explode. Yesterday was the 25th anniversary of really one of the most shocking NFL stories that maybe we've ever seen
since Jim Brown.
Yeah, and that was yesterday was the 25th anniversary of Barry Sanders retiring from the NFL. He retired completely out of nowhere. No one had any idea it was going to happen. He was, a good season away from breaking the all-time rushing record, and he just walked away. And this is what it was like on SportsCenter that day.
First Jordan, then Gretzky, then Elway, now this, which, unlike the others, was completely unexpected.
And we're only one average Sanders season away from breaking the NFL's all-time rushing record. The 31-year-old today announced he is retiring from pro football after 10 seasons. The game's most elusive running back has his reasons, and apparently making more money is not among them. Desire to exit the game is greater than my desire to remain in it. I have searched my heart through and through and feel comfortable with this decision. I leave on good terms with everyone in the organization. I am not involved in a salary dispute of any kind. If I had played this season, I would have earned a more than satisfactory salary.
I expected him to be here, but, that's his decision, and all we could do is move on from there.
A few of us were in the locker room earlier, and it was kind of a shock type of thing where you break up with the girlfriend or something, and then you just can't believe anything. Maybe in a couple of weeks we'll work things out, and that's what I may be overly optimistic, but hopefully he'll come back in a couple of weeks after he misses football for a little while.
He did not.
Everyone was overly optimistic.
He said, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
No one thought he was going to stay retired.
And I don't think he ever had any second doubts about it.
No.
I think he walked away, and he was totally cool with it, and he never doubted that decision for a second.
His last 5 seasons, 1,800, 1,500, 1,500, 2,000, 1,500.
And he was paid a satisfactory amount of money.
Did he ever say why he did that? Like, explain why?
So Amazon did a whole documentary about this. I think it came out last year. It was actually very good and very nostalgic for people who loved watching football in the 90s. I think he just said he was ready to retire.
Yeah.
I think that was all it was.
I just think it's weird to see him do that and Calvin Johnson with the same exact team pretty much do the same thing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, is it something over there that they just get tired? They just get tired of losing, or?
But the thing was, the Lions weren't bad back then. Like the Lions were like a perennial playoff team. They weren't like winning playoff games, but they were always getting there. And I believe Barry Sanders' last game might have been a postseason game, or maybe they missed it in his last year, but they had made it the years before, and then they made it the year after he retired also.
It's kind of like with Calvin Johnson, man, because they were making the playoffs, but they wouldn't winning playoff games.
He was mostly losing, though. He was losing a lot. Like Barry Sanders, I believe Barry Sanders made the playoffs more than half of his career. More than half the years of his career, they were in the playoffs. They went to the NFC Championship game in 91. They won the division again in 93. They just didn't have playoff success, but they were always there.
I think it was just, it was bizarre. I remember thinking to myself, he'll be back. It's a contract. It wasn't the case. He was happy. He was content with the decision. I think it was just a matter of he just woke up one day and said, you know what? That's it.
And I think what was shocking, too, was just that, not that he was walking away, but like he was a season away from breaking Walter Payton's record. I was like, wow, I can't believe that he would not want to get that record. And I think that's ultimately what was surprising about that. All right, we got time for one more. Mike Evans. I think a lot of people thought that Mike Evans would be a target of the Texans in free agency. I think a lot of people thought that Mike Evans would maybe wind up back with the Texans. He's from Galveston. You know, it's a short trip from Galveston back up to here. And Mike Evans said that he was actually pretty close to joining the Texans.
I mean, I've been here my whole career. And that was a goal of mine, obviously. I mean, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking Houston, Kansas City. I love Pat Mahomes' game. I'm thinking those two teams, obviously. And I'm obviously thinking Bucs. So it would have been extremely hard if I hit free agency to leave here. But this is where my family knows. My kids were born here. You know, my wife's been here a long time. She doesn't want to pack up and move everything. So it was really her decision is the reason why I decided to stay. And she loves this place, and I obviously love this place. But when she gave me the go-ahead, like, we should stay here, no-brainer.
Look, my man wanted to keep the household happy, man.
Yes, you guys have heard me say it so many times.
Tom Brady should have took some notes.
You've heard me say it so many times. Don't ever underestimate the spouse. Never.
Happy wife, happy life.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm telling you, like, if I ever get offered a radio job up in Cleveland, it is up to my wife. Does she want to move back or she want to stay here?
Yeah.
I can't just say, you know what, I'm taking this job, let's go.
No, and that's smart. But the other part of this that's very interesting, I mean, he pretty much said Houston was in the plan. Houston was in the works. They were, whatever communication there was, Houston was definitely part of the equation.
The other scary thing was he also said Kansas City.
Yeah.
That would have been scary to see him in Kansas City.
Well, good thing for the Texans that didn't happen, and they don't have to worry about Tampa Bay this year either. So,
no.
Like, if you're not gonna go to the Texans, stay somewhere far away that we don't have to deal with, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, the internet is going nuts, and a lot of it has to do with the Olympics. We'll get you caught up on that. And also, if there is any late-breaking trade news from Major League Baseball, the trade deadline is less than 26 hours away. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig back with you. The internet is going nuts, and it really started to go nuts at, around 11:40 or so when the news about DeMeco Autry's suspension came down. And if you're just joining us, DeMeco Autry has been suspended 6 games by the NFL for violating the league's policy on performance-enhancing drugs, and he has admitted it, that he was given some sort of a medication. He did not know that there was a banned substance in that medication, and that's why the test came back positive. So he is docked for 6 games. And immediately what people started pointing to was J.J. Watt. Does this mean that a J.J. Watt Texans reunion is now likely, or even more possible now than maybe it was before? And it has been pointed out that the Texans have known about this for a while. Even though they did not say it publicly, it has been known. Like, these positive drug tests don't just come out of nowhere, and then
it could have been June.
Yeah, it could have even been before that.
They ain't find out today.
Yeah.
My goodness, what are we gonna do?
Yeah. So they've known about this for a while, and I think that they have been planning this, knowing that they were going to be without a starter on that defensive line for the first 6 games of the season. And I think that's probably why you saw them go sign Jerry Hughes.
They probably knew about it once they signed Jerry Hughes around that time. Maybe a couple days after or something like that.
Nevertheless, it's going to keep buzzing, so to speak, until someone says otherwise. Yes. And that's not our fault. I mean, JJ talked about it, and the DeMeco and the Texans have talked about it. So, part of the reaction the Texans are going to give on this, whether it's DeMeco or Nick or whomever, is got to kind of address that. And if the door stays open, then we're going to get real interesting.
It will. It will. Listen, when the suspension came down, when it was made public, DeMeco Ryans had already talked to the media today.
Yeah.
So that was, I'm sure, strategically planned that they would put this out there after. So I'm sure that it will come up with DeMeco Ryans after tomorrow's practice, and I'm sure that DeMeco Ryans will be asked about the possibility of J.J. Watt somehow joining the Texans again because of this possible opening. So stay tuned for that.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, the Major League Baseball trade deadline is at 5 o'clock tomorrow, so we are, 24 plus 3.5 is 27.5 hours away. Still nothing from the Astros. However, there are a couple of pitchers that the Astros have been linked to. One is on the move. One has been scratched from his start tonight. We'll start with the pitcher who has been moved. That is Eric Fetty of the Chicago White Sox, who's had a really good year, one of the few bright spots for the White Sox as he's come back from Korea. He went and pitched in the KBO last year, has had some great results, but it looks like he is headed to the St. Louis Cardinals in a 3-way trade with the Dodgers. The Cardinals get, this is reported by The Athletic, the Cardinals will get Fetty and Tommy Pham from the White Sox. The Dodgers will be getting Tommy Edman from the Cardinals, who's been hurt all year, but he's a really good player. And then they're also going to get Michael Kopech, who at one time was a massive, massive prospect and has dealt with some injury stuff really throughout his career with the White Sox. But he's going to the Dodgers, and I'm sure the Dodgers will turn him into an all-star next year.
Probably. And the White Sox get a couple players that
they get Miguel Vargas. They get Miguel Vargas and some prospects.
Yeah.
So it's a good trade by both the Cardinals and the Dodgers, and then the White Sox, who have lost 14 in a row for the second time this season and are, 56 games under 500, on pace to lose 120, they got worse, if that's actually possible.
They did.
Now,
I got the internet going nuts.
The other starter that the Astros have been linked to that is in the news today is Jack Flaherty of the Tigers. And Flaherty is scheduled to start tonight's game for the Tigers. Let's see, the Tigers today are hosting Cleveland. Flaherty was scheduled to start today's game for the Tigers. He has been scratched from today's start. There has been no reason given for why he was scratched from today's start, and there has been no report of a trade. But that's something to keep an eye on.
Well, I mean, as you pointed out, I guess Chandler Rome put out there, Zach Greinke actually played and was after his game was traded afterwards. But by and large, you get pulled from a start healthy, presumably,
yes,
because you're going to get traded.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, so there is definitely something to watch there from an Astros perspective.
Yeah, and listen, the Astros, again, they need starting pitching. They've been linked to Flaherty before. Flaherty's had some really good years in the past. Last couple of years have not quite been as good. But Tigers are one of those teams that is kind of out of the mix at this point, and they should be looking to at least sell some of their guys that they don't have under contract for a while, and Flaherty would be top of that list. And Dana Brown said that his number one priority right now is starting pitching. And I'll tell you this, if the Astros do, in fact, make a play to get Flaherty from the Tigers, they should probably look up and down that roster for maybe another bullpen piece or something. Like, see if you can get more than one pitcher out of the Tigers if possible.
Yeah, I agree.
So we'll keep an eye out on that. We'll let you know if anything comes of the trade deadline here before we're off the air at 2. And then I'll be down at Minute Maid Park here this afternoon.
And it's happening. There's a lot of movement right now.
It has been a busy trade deadline so far. You haven't had, like, the big names get moved so far, but there are trades being made, and there are teams looking to make additions to their roster.
Yes.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, the Olympics. It is, let's see, opening ceremonies were on Friday, and now you've really had things get underway here in the last couple of days, and it's been entertaining. And I will tell you, the men's basketball has been really fun so far. You haven't had, like, elite games by any stretch, but there have been some entertaining games. And I'll tell you, watching France against Brazil on Saturday, Victor Wembanyama's going to you might throw some money down on him to be the MVP this year.
Yeah. No, it's been ridiculous. Some of the way he's played so far. Basketball has been very, very entertaining. Obviously, a lot of other entertaining stuff. Figgy and I were talking about some of the so-called minor sports that have been making news. But let me ask you this: what is the best gig you have ever had in terms of being sent, for work? Like, what's the best trip you've ever taken?
For best work trip?
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't really a trip, but I really enjoyed covering the Super Bowl, the Falcons-Patriots Super Bowl. I thought that was I was never somebody who, like, wanted to go to a Super Bowl, and it was kind of last minute where they asked me if I would go.
Yeah.
And I loved it. I thought that was so much fun, just the pageantry of the event. The halftime show is great when you're in person, and then the game obviously was outstanding as well.
Yeah, so you've never been to Tahiti.
I have not been to Tahiti.
But this is one of the more bizarre things about the Olympics this year. Colin Jost for SNL is their surfing correspondent. Tahiti it's French Polynesia, so it's a French territory. But he's 10,000 miles away from Paris. That's further than we are.
Sounds great, actually.
like he's 10,000 miles away. And it's been fun watching him. They got just the right guy. We're not going to play all this, but this is a taste of some of the things that Colin Jost does.
Oh, I feel great, Maria, and I apologize that we were a little delayed getting to you. You're not going to believe it based on this yard full of chickens, but we had some technical difficulties. This job has been absolutely a total joy. There are some obstacles that I did not anticipate. For example, before you came to me, I had gotten some open wounds on my foot from hitting coral reef, and I actually have been walking in place in this yard because if I stand still, ants begin crawling inside the wounds, which was, not something I anticipated. I'm apparently going to a medical tent after this, which is very exciting. Also, earlier I was talking to Mike Tirico in the water where I was standing, and while I started talking to him, someone came by and talked to one of our producers and said, "Hey, what's he doing in there? Doesn't he know there are stonefish right there?" Yesterday, someone was there, stepped on one, and it was so poisonous he had to be medevaced off the island. They withheld that information from me until the interview was concluded.
After the interview, that's good. That's like a stingray. He was
stonefish is?
Well, it's not exactly. It looks different, but the poison aspect of
What's it look like?
Like it kind of blends in with the coral. And if you step on it, it has a barb on the back that hits you in the back of the leg or the heel, the Achilles or something. And the poison is goes straight through your body. You have to be hospitalized. They probably have to cut the wound open and give you all kinds of antibiotics and medicine.
How lethal are we talking?
Pretty lethal.
What are your chances of surviving?
I would say 80. But you're going to be
But
in
you
a
have to
lot of pain.
go straight to the hospital.
Straight to the hospital.
So let's say you wait like a couple hours.
Yeah.
Are you done?
Well, then the odds go way down. Okay. The odds go way down.
So a couple hours, you're probably...
And his producer's like, he'll be all right. He'll be all right.
It's crazy. I would cuss everybody out and sue everybody.
I'm suing, definitely. One other note. This is another injury note in the AFC South, and I meant to mention this when we were doing around the NFL, but forgot to. Big injury out of Colts camp today. Samson Ebukam, who was their sack leader last year, he tore his Achilles and he is out for the year. ESPN is reporting. So that is a huge loss for the Colts. He wasn't like a huge sack guy. That wasn't like a big pass rush team, but he did have 9.5 sacks last season.
Mm-hmm.
He's their best pass rusher, and he is done for the year.
And that is huge. 9.5 sacks and depth, and that's part of the reason this is such a huge hit. To kind of localize it here in the midst of internet going nuts, that the DeMeco Autry thing, that's 6 games, man. At least it's better than being done for the year.
Yeah, at least you get him for 11, which you'll take, and you hope that DeMeco Autry will be healthy then later on in the season. That's the stonefish.
I am showing.
It looks like a stone.
It is. It's how it blends in.
Yeah.
And it has a big barb on the back, on the sides.
And so that'll kill you.
That'll potentially. But you see that, Figgy?
Yeah.
Do you really? Because he blends right in.
Fun times.
That's crazy, man.
And the ocean, I'll tell you. One other, so we did mention DeMeco Autry. Again, if you're joining us late, he was suspended 6 games by the NFL for violating the league's policy on performance-enhancing drugs. I imagine the Texans will address this tomorrow, but this came out today. And then also at practice today, Titus Howard was in the injury tent for about 10, 15 minutes.
Something like that.
He did return to practice, though, after reemerging. So
participate.
Yeah, he did participate after he left the tent. So that was some good news there. Nothing serious. But day 9 of Texans training camp is in the books. All right, coming up next, we will wrap up this show. The Astros hosting the Pirates today. We were talking about them a second ago, but their series against the Dodgers, it showed some of the weaknesses that the roster has and why they should be busy at the trade deadline. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Our guys
extended life oil filter for $37.99.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, starting pitching is a priority, without a question. You know, we have 7 starters on the IL. We have to go get a starter. We would like to get a bullpen guy. That would be, pretty helpful because we wore our guys down a little bit in the first half. They pitched a lot. And so to give these guys a break sometimes would be good. So if we can get a bullpen guy, that would be nice. And if the bat comes along that makes sense, we'll pursue it. But we are working in those 3 lanes of players.
That was Dana Brown on Friday. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Final segment of the show before we hand things off to Ron and Clint. The Astros are in the starting pitcher market. The trade deadline is, almost 27 hours away. Now, there is news involving 2 of the Astros trade targets. Eric Fedde has been mentioned of the White Sox. It looks like he is headed to the Cardinals in a 3-team trade. That also includes the Dodgers. It's a good trade for both the Dodgers and the Cardinals. And then there's Jack Flaherty, currently with the Detroit Tigers. He's had a very good bounce-back season with the Tigers after he's been injured the last couple of years with both the Cardinals and the Orioles. But the ERA for Flaherty is under 3, and the outside numbers also look very good. The strikeout numbers are great. So that would be a very nice addition if you could get him. Well, Jack Flaherty was scheduled to start tonight's game for the Tigers against the Guardians. He has been scratched from that start. So we'll have to wait and see if, in all likelihood, that means a trade is probably done. We have not seen anything yet, though.
You heard Dana Brown. They want a little of this, a little of that, and a dab of that. They're in the market for everything. The question is, I'm starting to get to a point where, and I know, look, we still have more than a day left before the deadline, but we are getting signs that they just don't have what other teams can offer. Paredes was one that was in the market in the rumor report mill with the Astros. Well, he's not coming to the Astros. Obviously, some of these other pitchers that are out there, other teams have more to offer. So the question becomes, do you just maybe go for one bigger time, starting pitcher that can maybe help you mix and match behind him? If you don't have the assets for 2 guys, which is starting to at least feel that way, maybe you can go all in on one.
I don't think they have that. I think, and Dana Brown said this on Friday, they're just trying to find a number 3 or number 4 type starter. Mm-hmm. That's really what they're looking for. That's really what's out there.
I know we can't believe everything they say.
No, well, the Astros have been known to stretch the truth a little bit, but it's not like there's an ace out there. Mm-hmm. There's not a Zach Greinke out on the market.
There's a Blake Snell
in this. I don't know if anybody would necessarily consider him to be a 1 or a 2 at this stage.
Well, but look at his last.
At least based off of what he's done.
But his recent outings have been outstanding.
He had, I think he struck out 15 against the Rockies. Well, yeah. I mean, striking out 15 Rockies isn't like striking out 15 of
15
of a regular major league team.
I get it, but he would be a huge get. And I'm not predicting. I'm not saying I've seen anything. I'm just, it's how I feel right now with this squad. We've talked about it a couple of times today. They don't have enough to go get some of these guys.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of people both on the text line and just online period from fans kind of ripping Dana Brown for not getting anything
not his fault.
done. Yeah, it's you're limited by what you can spend, and if you have a house and you're asking $1 million for the house, and somebody comes and says, "Well, all I got is $600,000," are you going to take the $600,000, or are you going to hold out and try and get your $1 million? You're going to try and hold out to get your $1 million, and that's the position that Dana Brown is in. You can only offer what you have to offer, and he just doesn't have a ton to offer right now. Now, I do believe that there are some guys that he would rather not trade. Yeah. Maybe he starts to put those guys on the table. I don't know. It's yet to be seen. But my guess is I would be absolutely floored if 5 o'clock comes around tomorrow and they have not added anybody to the roster.
Oh, for sure.
I would be absolutely floored if that were the case. Now, if you want to criticize Dana Brown, I think the criticism comes from back in March and April when they had some injuries with their starting rotation, the fact that they weren't more proactive in trying to improve the roster. That's when things should have been done back then. but like it's hard sometimes to get deals done at the deadline just because you have, Ken Rosenthal's reporting that there are 10 teams right now looking for starting pitching.
Yeah.
There aren't 10 teams looking to sell starting pitching right now. So it is certainly a seller's market. And one of the things that Dana Brown brought up yesterday, I think on the Astros TV broadcast, is that they're calling around contenders. Like they are calling other contenders and saying, hey, maybe we can help each other out here. Maybe you have a surplus here, we have a surplus there, and then maybe we just exchange surpluses. So I think that's something that you have to look out for.
I think there was something of a silver lining for not sweeping the Dodgers, and that is all these things that we're talking about were live and in color right in front of us. This was a team that, Ronald Blanco, I think, is 6 innings short of the most he's ever pitched ever in the big leagues. We know, Arrighetti, is in the same boat. They don't have the starting pitchers that can extend themselves. They also don't have the relievers that you can count on in middle relief. They used Abreu when they were losing.
Yes.
And so all these things, it's like, if you want a silver lining, it's like, okay, we're feeling a little bit full of ourselves and this squad can do it. No, it can't. You need to help.
Yeah, the last 2 games against the Dodgers, even the game that they won, the thinness of their bullpen.
Well, they gave up a home run late. Yeah.
The thinness of the bullpen stood out because they had gotten back in that game on Saturday. And so they get within a run and they decide, you know what, we're going to use Abreu here. Yeah. And that's the first time in 2 months, more than 2 months, that they had used Abreu in a game where they were trailing. Abreu puts up a scoreless 7th. They go to Taylor Scott in the 8th. And Taylor Scott gives up a homer in the 8th inning. The Astros still came back and won the game. Then you look yesterday, they go with Brian King in the 8th inning against the top, against 2, 3, and 4 in the Dodgers lineup. All 3 of those guys reach. They all score, or 2 of them scored. And then they go with Montero in the 9th inning, and Montero gives it up
as well.
So, like, that top 3 is as good as you're going to get in baseball. Taylor Scott has been really good throughout most of this season, but still, you need to see him do it for a full season.
Yeah.
But then after that, it gets very, very iffy. And if the Astros are the team, let's say the Astros are the team that winds up getting Flaherty, if you can also get a reliever in that deal too.
Well, then now we're talking.
Because the Tigers do have the Tigers can't hit, but they can pitch it. And so if you can get, a couple pitchers off that team, I think that's a big win.
Yeah, I totally agree. But we got about a day to go. We also have the Texans, obviously, with a lot of news happening today on a beautiful day. It was hot, but it was finally good weather, and we kind of underestimated. I talked about this early. Man, that was a crowd out there. There were. If I had to guess, I'm not an expert, but there were probably 1,000 people that were in line when the stands were already full.
And there were people who were lined up behind the end zone. Like when we were there last week, I don't know how it was when you were there on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but when I was there Friday, it was just the bleachers.
Yeah.
You did not have like that standing room area behind the end zone that was full. That was full today. So there were a lot of people out there. Again, it was warm, but it was nice. Like it was a whole lot better than if it had been raining. So a fun day. A lot got done. Again, I guess the big scare of practice today was Titus Howard going into the injury tent, but he was fine. He returned to practice after that point. No Joe Mixon, but he was involved in practice, just not practicing.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud did practice after he kind of limped off a little bit when he got stepped on Saturday. But all in all, good practice so far. We heard from Noah Brown, and I think what stood out about Noah Brown was just the way that he raved about Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah.
And Lassiter, and he said how good he was when he was on with us, and then he told the media that Kamari Lassiter is the best rookie corner he's ever seen.
Yeah.
And I think that for Lassiter, I think it's been a strong camp for the most part. I mean, there are times where you're going to get beat, especially when you're going up against the receivers that the Texans have, but they have to be very encouraged by what they've seen.
It's pretty incredible. Kamari Lassiter stood out to me, and certainly, he had a great play with Noah Brown, actually, where C.J. Stroud put the ball exactly where he needed to put it. Noah Brown was in exactly the right position. Somehow, some way, Lassiter gets his right arm as he's turning around toward the ball and knocks it free. The ball skills are way advanced compared to most rookies. But there are a lot of good things. The thing, and you heard Noah Brown talking with us. But the thing about this offense and these receivers that is so outstanding. All that said, the defense has been playing probably 60-40 better than the offense. That's not that the offense has been stinking, but this is a great development. It's not a good development. I mean, all the defensive guys that we've talked to are like, wow, those receivers, C.J. Stroud, et cetera, but they're still having a good day. This defense has gotten some really good performances from a lot of people, and we're going to hear from Mario Edwards tomorrow. He has been playing well. DeMeco Autry has been suspended for 6 games, but he's been playing well. The inside linebackers, I'm not nearly as worried about the linebackers as I was in the past, going into training camp. The defense has been playing pretty well, and Lassiter's right in the middle of it all.
And you mentioned the linebackers. Azeez Al-Shaair has been, I think it's turned into a very underrated signing so far, just between his play and just the leadership that he can provide. I think that's been a really welcome sight for this Texans defense. And then there's Derek Stingley. And, we haven't talked a lot about Stingley so far during camp, but I think that just goes to show you how good that he's been, just because you don't want to necessarily be talking about the veteran cornerbacks, because that usually means that they're getting beat or they're hurt, and that just hasn't been the case with Stingley. He's just been as good and as solid as you would expect, and I do think that we will be talking about Derek Stingley as one of the best corners in the league before the season.
Well, they already are, and, a lot of people always talk and keeping an eye on Jalen Petrie. He is a nickel cornerback. He is in the nickel exclusively, nothing else. I did find it interesting. They got into the so-called dime package today for a few plays, and he was up as a linebacker, as was Deshaun Phillips, which was pretty interesting. Only Shaair was the kind of like the pure linebacker that was in the middle of the field. So they got some options. And the other thing that I found interesting, and I didn't get a chance to get this answer from Noah Brown, but the numbers game at the wide receiver position is just fascinating to me. I mean, it's a great problem to have. But Steven Sims is going to be a kick returner, or at least right now, that's all he's done. All he's done is first-team kick returner. Steven Sims is a wide receiver, by definition. And then you have all these other wide receivers, Noah Brown being one, coming along strong these last few days. And obviously, Robert Woods had a better first few days, but he hadn't been bad. John Mechie, they're saying good things about you can't put 9 into 6. That's not even to mention Skoranek or Xavier Hutchinson or all these others. It's a great problem to have, but it's fascinating to watch because Steven Sims, if you ask me today, he is on the roster. He's going to make the squad.
They carried 6 receivers on the original 53-man roster last year. You could probably stretch that up to 7, but I don't know if you can carry more than 7 receivers on that opening roster. I mean, you can try, but you have to really take away from other areas of your team. But yeah, that room is really deep because once
where do you give up the other roster spots?
Once you get past 6, there's some good guys at 7, 8, 9. But hey, it has been mentioned that it does give you the opportunity to maybe get back some draft picks if you do feel like you don't have you have too many guys. Maybe you can get something back for one of them.
Oh well, yeah. But Clint, I am interested in your views on this because. As the kids like to say, the math don't quite math at the wide receiver position. If Steven Sims is on this squad, and I think he is.
Yeah.
I mean, he's first team. He and Dameon Pierce are the first team kickoff returners day in, day out.
Yeah. Well, I think Skoranek is right there.
We didn't even mention him.
Front, just for that sixth receiver. And it is interesting because I think normally with an offense, the way the Texans are going to run offense, or it looks like they're going to run offense, I think I heard you guys talking about it earlier. I think Adam's right. You could even stretch this thing into 7 or 8 guys.
Mm-hmm.
But with this new kickoff and kickoff return, I think you're going to see more safeties than and I'm talking about on special teams. Like the priority when you get beyond your top 4 safeties and your top 4 wide receivers, then I think you're going to be heavy linebacker, safety, tight end, running back. Guys that can tackle because that new kickoff rule has a chance to really change the game.
The roster.
I mean, definitely change the roster, but it has a chance, guys, to really change the game. Now, I like our chances because Frank Ross is obviously one of the best special teams coaches in the game. So I like our chances there. But boy, I think that's got a real chance to change how rosters are built and how.
And where do you cut them off?
Sure.
Where do you give away some roster spots?
Yeah.
At positions. That's what's interesting to me.
Yeah, it's going to be especially when you get down to who's active and who's not.
Yeah.
You got your several handful of guys that aren't going to be active, 4 guys, 5 guys, whatever it is, that aren't going to be active, and you can couch that any way you want to week based on injury. But boy, what position do those guys play?
Mm-hmm.
Anything stand out from you guys today?
Well, besides DeMeco Autry, I guess. No, man, it was like we were talking before. Like it was good to see, Joe Mixon out there. That,
he's healthy.
At least moving.
He ran all the way across the field and chest
I don't know where the soft tissue is. I've heard rumors of where it is. But like to me, I was in my mind thinking, all right, man, if we get here to Monday and we're now like 7 practices missed or something, but just to kind of see him at least out there because he wasn't even out there last week.
It's very Astros of them.
And I said it Friday. They are paying for the Astros with me. I'm sorry. I apologize when I see injury weirdness and I'm like, yo, what? And I know it's not fair, but they're paying for it a little bit.
I think they're sitting him through the Hall of Fame game. They're giving him that.
It just
mixing.
I think they're doing it with all of them.
Yeah. No. I'm saying he's not going to practice until after the Hall of Fame.
I don't think Laramie Tunsil is either.
Yeah, they're treating him like Laramie.
There's with what went on at practice today doesn't look like Nico's going to get much work, which makes sense.
To the point you made though, it makes you feel better when you put your eyes on him and see him. Like Clint said, he went high stepping all the way across the field.
Before you do your thing, Adam, I do want to acknowledge. I heard you guys talking about Kamari Lassiter. I do want to acknowledge Kamari Lassiter had a good day today.
I wanted to ask you about that. I don't see it, man. I see him making plays on the ball.
we can't. I mean, look, he had a good day. I don't want to. This is you and I having a back and forth conversation.
He'll tear him down here in a little bit.
No. Look, I'm not here to tear anybody down, but look, I mean. We can't take a guy ran step for step with Noah Brown on a couple of go routes. It was a really good practice. Made a couple of really good plays. Yeah. Did we see the Nico Collins out route in the red zone that drew a flag because he jerked his jersey earlier in practice? Did we see the flag or the blatant pass interference with Stephon Diggs on a go route a couple of days ago in practice?
No.
There's no doubt the kid can play. He's a second round. He can play.
Yeah.
The question for me is he an inside or an outside guy? His what we continue to see from a physical standpoint, what we continue to hear from coaches being in the right place, right time, and this physical guy, to me, I still think, and I know they don't like this, I still think that guy is going to end up being a better player early inside.
Okay.
All right, that's Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley. They have you till 6. They will rip Kamari Lassiter for the next 4 hours, so stick around for that. For Figgy Fig, for John Lopez, I'm Adam Spillane saying thank you for listening. Have a great rest of your day. You're listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey Sports Station, and The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. We'll now be ripping Kamari Lassiter for 4 hours. We will give our thoughts about Kamari Lassiter.
These guys just baiting that text line. I know what's going on.
Oh yeah, they're on it. They're on it. No, but no, The Drive is live. You heard Clint there.
Look, text line already, Lopez. Lopez, remember to ask Clint about Lassiter's performance.
They're already there, baby. They're already there. Tyler in the building back there. And Clint, I will just say right now to get in front of it, I keeps a lot of medications. If you need some Dayquil, I can run down to the car and get you some.
You got some?
Oh, I got the gels, too.
Okay.
If you need some Dayquil, I can run down and get you some.
I actually probably use a couple.
All right. Next break.
Okay. Appreciate that, man.
Well, I don't know if I'll run down, but I will get down there and get you some Dayquil.
I appreciate it. A little nasally today?
I can hear it.
You should have heard it yesterday.
It feels like it's just trying to come in.
Oh, no, it's backside. You should have heard it yesterday.
Oh, is it backside? Okay. I feel like it's just coming in, and you need to go ahead and do something.
Yeah, I tried to pin it on allergies, and I was like, I ain't real sure what this is.
That sounds like you need
got me a great workout in, though, boys.
Oh, I bet that probably helped.
Got me a killer workout in.
Get that sweated out.
I don't know if people around me appreciate all the hacking I was doing, but I got it in.
All right, a lot to get to, but the big story right now, and I'm sure we'll hear more. You're pointing to me.
Cal and Hannah, 3 o'clock, bro.
I'm trying to get there. The big story.
Oh, okay.
The big story. First, as Clint said, took that from me, Cal and Hannah. They will join us 3 o'clock sharp.
Does this count as us being on your show?
It will. 3 o'clock sharp. The owners of your Houston Texans, Cal and Hannah McNair. We always have a fun time with them. They will join us coming up 3 o'clock. So stay tuned and be ready for that. I'm sure they will not talk any DeMeco Autry, but they will join us coming up at 3 o'clock as we'll hear from them for the first time this year. A lot to get to there, as many of you are out there at camp today. The owners will join us. The other big story here overall, and this has been lead stories on NFL Live and ESPN and all throughout, and that is DeMeco Autry has been suspended for 6 games for violating the NFL's policy on performance-enhancing drugs. He is out for 6 games, and He had a statement. He says this quickly: over the course of my 10-year NFL career, I have never engaged in any use of performance-enhancing drugs. Over that period, I have been subject to countless tests, none of which have I ever returned a positive result. I was therefore stunned this offseason, which is interesting, Clint, that when they hear this offseason, not necessarily meaning just like this just happened, but stunned this offseason when I learned that one of my tests returned with a positive result. I immediately investigated the matter and discovered that a pharmacy to which my doctor submitted a prescription for a different medication had, whether intentionally, recklessly, or negligently, included a banned substance. I want to be clear, at no time did I know or even suspect that this medication contained a banned substance. So he is going to be suspended for 6 games. He also went on to say, I want to apologize to the Texans organization, my teammates, and the fans for any distraction that this may cause. Finally, I want to assure our fans that my commitment to competing to the best of my ability has only grown, and I look forward to return to the field. That is from DeMeco Autry. He is not fighting this, Clinton Tyler. He is accepting the 6-game punishment here, and he will be gone for 6. And right off the bat, this is my thought. Now, I'll throw this out to you and the people, Clint Tyler, 713-576-4610. 713-572-4610, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch can join in on this. How big a deal is this? How big a deal, right? This isn't one of your, Danielle Hunter, C.J. Stroud, Diggs, Stingley, your Tunzel frontline guys, but this is still one of your big offseason pickups, a guy that was going to be a part of this defense. How big a deal is the loss for the first 6 games of the season of DeMeco Autry?
Well, look, I think it's a huge deal. I mean, this.
So you put it in huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can argue that this is the most important guy on this defense in terms of them taking the next step. I mean, they did not address their interior defensive line the way that they had hoped to. I think they tried, but they didn't land the guys that they wanted to. And the answer was DeMeco Autry was going to play inside and outside. And all we heard since free agency, since they signed DeMeco Autry, was, man, he had 11 sacks last year. I mean, this guy can play inside. I'm telling you, they're trying to convince that he can play inside. This guy, whether you believe that he was going to be the force inside on every single down, not just passing downs or not, regardless of how you felt about DeMeco Autry and him being the answer to the issues inside for the Houston Texans, he was definitely who they were going to lean into. He was definitely a defensive end that is going to be asked to play interior.
He's slated as their starting defensive tackle.
Absolutely. And so any way you slice it, they were depending on him in a major, major way at a position of weakness, interior defensive line, and now your best player in that room is gone for 6 weeks. Now, I would assume there's going to be an appeal, probably drop it down to 3 weeks, 3 games, whatever.
No, I don't think this is going to be an appeal.
Oh, you don't think so?
The PEDs. It's usually hit at 6.
Oh, okay. Well, I would damn sure appeal if it was a prescription that was bad by a pharmacy or a doctor
they're
or
talking
something.
about he's going to bring lawyers involved in this.
Right, yeah. Either way it goes. I mean, if it's not appealed and decreased, then you're looking at 6. But here's the deal. It's a big deal any way you slice it because you're looking at a third of the season. You're gonna miss who was your answer to the interior defensive line woes, to the defensive front. This guy was supposed to be a difference maker, and you're missing him. You're losing him for week 1 versus the Colts, right? Week 2 versus the Bears, week 3 versus the Vikings, week 4 versus the Jaguars, week 5 versus the Bills, and week 6 versus the Patriots. You got the Colts that are going to come downhill. Not real sure what the Bears are going to do yet, but you got the Colts that are going to come downhill at your chin, and you got the Bills that are definitely going to come downhill at your chin. And I would imagine that the Patriots are going to do their damnedest, and the Vikings with their young quarterback, with their quarterback situations, to come downhill at your chin. So that run defense, right now, you've got to be concerned about it.
Well, and Clint, you were going to be concerned about it with him in it.
Absolutely.
And because, the run defense may get better, Because right now, Clint, they are Foley, Tim Settle, Mario Edwards, Khalil Davis, Kurt Hinish. Like that's when you take out DeMeco Autry, that's where you are in the interior at this point. And like you said, he's your most accomplished player. Although one could argue he's more of a D-end than he is a defensive tackle, especially in a 4-3 defense.
Right.
So,
but Ron, if you ask somebody with this team and said, "Hey, what is this? Give me one player that this performance of this defense kind of hinges on." I think they would start with DeMeco. He's got to be a force inside and out. He's got to be depth at defensive end. He's got to be a problem versus the run and the pass at defensive tackle. I mean, this guy's an integral part. Given that that's the weakness, this guy's an integral part to them being better than they were last year.
And see, that's what I think the big hit is not really the run, although we'll see what happens. It's the best thing that this defense, that I would say walking into the year, you'd say they're full strength. The best thing they do is rush the passer, right? Like when you say, hey, man, we're going to put DeMeco Autry on passing downs. We're going to have him on a guard or a center, and we're going to have those two, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter on the outside. Like, we can get after the passer when you start to have those three guys on the field together. And now, you know, for the first 6 weeks of the season, you're going to take that away. For the first 6 weeks of the season, you're going to lose the ability to have that pass rushing type of a unit on the field, which I think is the strongest thing that you would say walking into it that they do. So this, it's obviously it's not like losing Danielle Hunter for 6 games or losing Will Anderson or Derek Stingley or Christian Harris. Even I think you could argue for 6 games. But to the point you're making is this was a guy that they had big plans to play inside and outside, and arguably the most accomplished guy they have when you talk about the guys on the inside, and he is going to be out. The next point about it, and I see people on the text line wondering, is do they need to make a move? Is it so much so that they have 6 games here without him? Do they need to make a move, or are they good enough with what they have? Are you comfortable with the Texans rolling with Foley, Tim Settle, Mario Edwards, Kurt Hinish, Khalil Davis on the inside, or do they need to make a significant move for these first 6 weeks to kind of fill the void of DeMeco Autry?
I don't think it changes. I don't think it changes course. Like I as I've said,
you'd wait it out. You'd wait the 6.
No, hell no, I wouldn't. Like I told you from jump.
Oh, you would have made a move before.
No, I think it's absolutely paramount that the Texans make a move. When these cuts take place, there's going to be some really good defensive linemen on the streets.
Yeah.
And if the Texans aren't, like I expected them to be really aggressive. And not, look, it's not about what I think about the guys they have in-house. I mean, those guys, they may feel confident in those guys. But look at what the Texans did. The Texans went out there and tried to land a couple of big fish in free agency in terms of interior defensive linemen. They told all of us that they want to get better at the interior defensive line position, right? And so it only makes sense that when a big chunk of defensive tackles hit the streets, that the Texans are one of the more active teams. It only makes sense if you are one of those defensive tackles, and if you're one of the top 5 defensive tackles, and there's going to be some really good ones get released at cut day. If you're one of the top 5, it only makes sense the Texans are on your short list. I mean, if you're a defensive tackle now that you feel like you're a legit NFL dude,
can play,
you want to be in this camp right here. I mean, you want to be. You don't want to be sitting behind. All pro and Pro Bowl guys working your ass off, all like right now, like our boy Blake Fisher over here. Trust me, he's getting work and he's getting worked. I mean, he is both. I mean, no, look, I mean, just in a good way, He's getting great reps. But reality is if Larry Tunsil stays healthy, he ain't gonna touch the field all year long, more than likely. So it's and that's good for him right now. But if you're one of these 2nd, 3rd, 4th year defensive tackles that's trying to get that opportunity.
You got a chance to make a move.
I mean, sitting behind a guy that's going to play a boatload of snaps and he's an all-pro and he's going to make all – no. Hell, you come here, you show up and show out. I mean, you very, very well could be the guy getting 50, 60% of the snaps.
Yeah, text line coming in, no moves needed. They'll be fine. Is Jerry Hughes a DT or a DN? Jerry Hughes is a defensive end.
Defensive end. Why he's wearing sweatpants out there at practice, I don't know.
Trying to get a sweat in.
Even in the
like
full,
you,
even Friday in full, but he's in full rain. I mean, it's raining. He's soaking wet. He's got pants on, like not tight ones either. He's got the
sweat.
He's got the old man, the old baggy.
The gray ones like the ladies like.
No, these were blue.
Oh,
they were not the gray with where you could see the unit. It was the blue, kind of like the ones I had when I was playing with the straight zipper down each ankle. You know, where you had to they weren't just automatically bunched up.
Yeah.
So, you know, and man, they were soaking wet. And I'm like, what does he do? I mean, he's 30 minutes into practice, soaking wet.
Yeah.
Today, Jerry Hughes, he got his helmet off. He got his helmet off, Ron. And I look out there. He has got a hoodie.
Texas kid.
He's got a hoodie under, bro. I ain't joking. I've never seen this all my years. He's got a hoodie on.
Under the pants.
The hood on. The actual hood on.
He's got it on.
And a Gatorade towel on his head, and he yanks his helmet down over it. He's wearing 2 layers under his helmet.
Somebody should stop him from wearing all that.
I mean, what's the point? I mean,
he wants to get a real good sweat.
I mean, he is seriously.
You know what he looks like? He looks like those people at that YMCA that stopped me when I was doing jumping jacks in the sauna. Those people who ran me down.
Yes, that guy, whoever
that guy was. Hey,
agreed.
Man, you can't do exercise, then you're gonna pass out.
Agreed. Yeah. Hey, look, you can't put a hoodie and a Gatorade towel on your head and a helmet. Yeah. It was hot today too, man. They've been really lucky up to this. Well, they had one hot day before this, but today was a scorcher, my friend.
Yeah, I just want to say that people said no moves needed. I disagree. I thought they were in need of a move with him. Like, I thought they were in need of a move interior wise with him, and I'm not saying it had to be like it at least another rotation piece at least, but I mean when you they told you they went from Eric Armstead trying to bring back Sheldon Rankins to the plan that they have. Like they were trying, like you said, they were trying. So to me, it felt like if they could find improvements around, that they should do that. And that was with him. Definitely the first 6 weeks that he's going. I feel like they could stand to make an addition to that room. We'll see. But DeMeco Autry out the first 6 weeks. If you missed it, by the way, also as we said, coming up 3:00, Cal and Hannah, they're going to join us. I think Tyler's going to take pictures with them.
No question.
He should.
Come on, T.
That's what we got to get you. Yeah, we got to get you that.
What's he not talking to us today? He's not talking to the people today?
No.
Is that what we're doing?
No, I'm not going to take a picture with the McNairs.
He's angry. Yeah, he is. He's going to take
Why would you not, man?
I have one with him.
This one
from the last time they were here.
You got to get a different pose this time.
No.
Get you a different. That's why
I think y'all need to grab a pic with the McNairs.
That's why we gotta get Clint that Dayquil so he doesn't pass that along.
Yeah, I mean, run on down there.
Can that stop? Can that stop it that quick?
Look, he goes and spends a little time at the doctor this morning. All of a sudden, he's going to cure everybody.
I'm not going to cure everybody.
Now, all of a sudden, he's providing.
I'm just saying, I got a bunch of pills.
All of a sudden, he's worried about everything.
I got a bunch of different things. Well, I heard you.
Hey,
I heard you coming down the pipe.
We got about a 3 minute. We got about a 3 minute break.
No, we got more.
Get on down there, bro.
We got more than 3.
I appreciate it. I actually appreciate it more than you know.
Yeah,
I forgot it at home this morning.
I was going to say I got Dayquil. I'm going to give you a NyQuil because I need you to stay with
me. My
pre-workout
actually had me a little jacked and forgetting about it, but I'm starting to come off the high.
These people aren't going to come off this JJ Watt thing, are they?
Well, I mean that is a
that's an option.
That is what are we going to do? Even though JJ has lost a bunch of weight,
last time we looked at him, he looked like a guy that could play.
Yeah, defensive end. No, he'd have to go. He'd have to go. I mean, he'd have to spend a month just fattening himself up a little bit to play inside, I would think.
Yeah, it does.
But I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed to the conversation. This sparking that conversation.
Why not? Yeah, that'd be fantastic. All right, coming up, I'm going to get Clint some Dayquil, and we're going to prepare ourselves a little bit later on 3:00 for the McNairs as they'll join us. But Saturday night at Minute Maid, I know many of you were there. It was a special feeling, and I'll tell you, it gave me some feelings, and I'll share what those are coming up next on the other side.
All right, if you're whiskey blooded, baby, if you enjoy drinking a good whiskey with your friends or
and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Three o'clock coming up. Cal and Hannah McNair will join the drive. They will be live right here on the drive, and you don't want to miss that. We'll have some fun and get the real nitty gritty out of them. Real nitty. I'm really thinking about the opening question, Tyler. I'm just not quite sure.
Well, Cal told me at practice. I said, "Man, what you got, man?" He said, "Whatever's on your mind, man."
Yeah, I know it.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, man. Cal, Hannah, Grissom, Ginger Nation. Hey, man, they in hog heaven right now, boy.
Why not?
Ooh, that team's looking good.
Season tickets sold out.
They got training camp sold out. I saw.
They got lines.
Did you see
crazy.
That? Hey, the line this morning. I mean, it was through. What is that? What is that parking lot next to Teal? Is that blue, or is that yellow? Tyler, you don't want to talk about
that blue's on the other side.
The blue's on the other side. What is that right next to the Teal parking lot? Is that yellow?
I think it's blue.
No,
is it blue wrapping around? I thought blue was on the other side. I don't know.
Man, we got to talk about whatever your Sunday and Monday morning, man. We got to talk about this. I don't know what the hell's going on in there.
Out a mouthful of sandwich.
I know it. That's a I say, Clint. That's a giveaway.
Yeah,
that fool's eating lunch.
Of it.
That man's eating lunch. The hell's going on? Like normally if somebody's like, "Hey man, Ron hadn't eaten we hadn't seen Ron eat all day." When you start to see Tyler eating, like, "Hey man, what's wrong, man?
It's been a minute.
What's wrong with you, man? What the hell you doing, man? You eating? Something you need to tell us?"
I eat every day.
I know it. Just
every damn day.
Just not lunch. And when you eat lunch, that makes me concerned. It makes me concerned when Tyler started eating, especially a good hearty lunch, like something we would eat. That's a good hearty sandwich. It looks like a train wreck.
You nailed it.
And that's what that looks like.
Yeah,
I got a nose for it.
Pot belly wreck.
Yeah, that's all right, man. We're praying for you. That's what we're doing. All right, we said about Saturday night. How about this weekend? Astros, they had you knew what it was going to be. Looking at the Astros, they had a 3-game series against the Dodgers, and the Mariners were going to play the White Sox. And the White Sox, after the Mariners series, fellas, have lost 14 straight. 14 games in a row, the Chicago White Sox, and they're trading away people as well. So that did not help the cause, but taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers, and then Saturday night, I got to say this. Saturday night, for me personally, maybe this is different from other people. For me personally, fellas, the whole situation, seeing Bregman, go deep, finish it off, that swagger, and then how the game was coming and how they were running down the Dodgers and they kept getting it close, and then they tied it at 6. That was, to me, was like one of the first times I had the feeling of the old Astros. The Astros that have been to 7 straight ALCSs, the Astros who've been to 4 World Series and won 2 of them. The feeling for the first time was, I feel like they're gonna find a way to get this done. And that's just not the feeling I've been having all year. That's the first time to me of the old Astros.
Oh, and rightfully so. Hell, if anybody tries to tell you that they've had that feeling with the Astros all year, they're lying to you.
I bet you somebody is going to.
Oh, I'm sure they will. Here's the deal, though. I didn't get a chance to sit and watch the Astros consistently any of the 3 games this weekend. I just saw bits and pieces of it, highlights of it, but I just want to pinpoint. Obviously the Bregman home run to end things is absolutely beautiful. That's a talking point. Bregman's back. Bregman's hot. Bregman being a game changer. He changes his lineup when Tucker gets back. Look out now. Bregman's that whole deal. I understand that. But I'm pretty sure that I saw another report. I think it was a Chronicle or somebody that reports on the Astros about Bregman essentially leading from third base. And when I say leading from third base, communicating with the catcher, the pitcher, during games kind of deal. I love the Bregman that hits home runs in the bottom of the 10. against the Dodgers and send Joe Kelly's punk ass back to, well, there's just a handful of guys that I would say that about in pro sports. And
But say that was a Tyler Milner.
Yeah,
That is, you're not, or me.
He irks the hell out of you. He just irks me. That human being irks the hell out of me. He has got to be a black belt. I mean, he's got
the level of confidence.
The fact because
I don't think he is.
Let's
catch a Joe Kelly back.
I would think that he would get his ass whooped on a regular if he wasn't.
He's got to.
There's got to be a reason nobody. There's got to be a reason nobody.
And nobody just tried it.
I mean, just mud holing. I mean, there's at the end of the day, like. That whole Joe Kelly thing, like there's nothing to me more, and usually that stuff, like I said, doesn't even matter to me, but there's nothing more gratifying than when something like that, like when Altuve hit that double, off the wall last night, I thought, even though we were losing, I thought we had a shot. I think it was last night or yesterday. I thought we had a shot to come back. Boy, that just makes me feel really good. I mean, but the Bregman thing that really turns me on is the long term. If he's going to step up and lead from third base and be a vocal dude on the field with some of these young pitchers. You told the story about Spencer Arrighetti last time in the dugout, or actually it was on the plane, I think, heading back.
He did a lot of talking to Spencer again.
That's who it was. Yeah. I mean, hey man, if that's the Bregman that we're going to get the rest of the way, man, I'm here for it, man. That is a beautiful thing. If there's not a coach in that damn dugout that's going to say, "Hey Spencer, let's not throw a slider to a guy that absolutely crushes any slider thrown." Like, if there's not a coach that's going to do it, if he's not going to have the wherewithal, the awareness to not do that, damn it, somebody needs to tell him. And Bregman being the one is absolutely beautiful. So whether we're talking about the bomb he hit or just the way in which he seems to be leading in a little more outspoken manner, man, I love where Bregman's at.
No, yeah, I just, for me, it was like, yes, a part of it and that swagger that he – I mean, that bat flip out of this world where he went through it. But for me, it was the first. It was like, there goes that feet. Because the Astros were not just really, 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 really good. There was just kind of an aura and a feeling with them. Like, they're going to get you. At some point, they're going to get you. Somebody's going to get you in the like. At some point, it don't matter. And then when they and then if they lose, you're actually more surprised when they lose. That's not the feeling that I've been having this year. That for me personally, and more times than not, I'm thinking they're gonna find a way to blow this up.
Yeah, no.
And I didn't down the stretch of that. I didn't. I was like they're gonna find. And that ball, when he hit that ball, and I mean
I want to know exactly what he said. He hit his chest and pointed at the ground like something.
This might.
Yeah. That's
might.
But it didn't look like he said that.
I know what he said.
What did he say?
He said, "This is my effing house." Somebody on the interweb slowed it down. I just saw it like a while ago.
Even more. Turn me on, Breggy Boner. Hell with Breggy
my
Bombs.
Freaking house.
Breggy,
my sauce.
Breggy Boner.
My sauce. My salsa.
Breggy Boner.
Love it.
My Breggy salsa.
I mean, if that's the Bregman you get in the same lineup with Tucker and Alvarez.
What they can do, though, for me real quick is they can stop that HEB commercial.
Oh, that ain't happening.
Have you seen the latest one?
I mean, I just need HEB to get Apple Pay. I'd appreciate that.
Have you seen the road trip one?
Is Braggy being ridiculous?
That road trip one is rough,
I hadn't seen it.
Oh, my God. When he leans over to Pena and says, hey, Pena, chip me.
I hadn't seen that. I noticed he didn't say Apple. He must have said chip me because the Apple Pay. Was it the chip at the register?
No, they're like
actual chip.
A chip. They're on he goes, I think you could do it yourself. And then they get Kyle Tucker in there. You know, that's not his strong suit. You know, the acting.
Yeah.
Are we there yet? What are we doing in Paris? Paris, Texas.
Oh.
God,
I hadn't seen that one yet, boys.
God, I can't get away from it. I can't. I've seen it I saw it 10 times this weekend. They've got to slow that up. All right, coming up. But before that, sorry, that was our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Coming up, camp today. A couple of things stood out, and yes, Clint will, I believe, congratulate Kamari Lassiter on his day, but we'll also be fair about what his day looked like. And somebody that nobody's talking about that you all may want to look out on in this defense. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, let this recent severe weather.
Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up after this segment, 3 o'clock hour, we will be joined live in studio by the owners of your Houston Texans. Cal and Hannah McNair will join us coming up at 3 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. I know Cal was out there today watching camp, and I know you was out there today watching camp. And let's go ahead and get this out of the way. Because it does, and people text us in, tweet us this, it does to people feel like we view Kamari Lassiter different than many people do. We see things differently than many people do because many people, like today, Noah Brown said that Kamari Lassiter was the best young D-back that he had seen come into the league ever. Okay. And many people always come to us. Oh, I wonder if the drive saw this.
Wasn't he in Dallas when Diggs came in?
I wonder, maybe does he mean does Young have to be rookie?
Well, he was there when Diggs came in.
Yeah, no, he's there when Diggs came here. He was here last year with Stingley. So I don't know what
good point.
What rookie what Young means.
Okay, go ahead.
But I know they view us looking at it at a bit different. And I think we both agreed he had a pretty good day today.
Yeah, look,
for what we watched.
Look, there is a competition at cornerback too. So it's not an infatuation. It is a if you're not focusing on who the cornerback is going to be opposite Derek Stingley as one of the top stories on this defense, and I don't know what you're watching. And here's the deal. So that's where the conversation stems from. Period. Right. And here's what I can tell you about the way that I watch practice. They've had 9 practices. I've been at 8. One of them I was a tad bit distracted because we had clients and I was up in the tent dealing with clients. Even at that point in time, I probably should have spent a little more time with clients because I'm over there trying to get a better view on what's going on the field. I go out there. I don't chit chat. Our show's not till 2 to 6. I don't do any of that stuff. I go out there. I get my purpose of being there is to get a good view on what the hell's going on at practice. Whether that's individual or it's 7-on-7 or it's 1-on-1 or it's team. I can just tell you what I'm doing, right? It's my only purpose of being there. And there is Kamari Lassiter was immediately handed the starting cornerback spot for the Houston Texans opposite Derek Stingley Jr. So again,
from the jump,
if you're not watching that, like looking to see something like, damn, I mean, he was just handed the keys. I mean, that's his spot. So I expect to see flashes of this has got star in the making. This has got huge play potential. Not what we keep hearing from DeMeco Ryans in terms of, well, he's where he's supposed to be. He's a dog. Like, that's great. I get it. I'm not knocking what DeMeco's saying. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying the kid can't play. I'm just telling you, usually a kid is drafted and he's handed the position. There are big play flashes throughout camp. I've watched 7 practices with as minimal distraction as I possibly can have. And I've not seen that. Right? And at the end of the day, today was a very good day for Kamari Lassiter. And when it's all said and done, the context around it, unless you want me to just come on here and tell you that boy, he had a great day, man. Everything was as normal, had a great day, right? That's not what happened. When I'm watching practice, he gets matched up. I think it was 7-on-7 or it's some kind of red zone. Maybe it was 1-on, maybe it was team. I'm not sure. Over to the left side where the fans are, Nico Collins runs a speed cut out route. I couldn't tell if he caught it or not from my angle, but I could clearly see yellow flag go way up in the air. Nick Caserio go over there and ask what went on. Pointed at 14. Boom. Pulled the jersey, coach. Clear as day. Right? Now, they went back out there. Nico Collins did not take – I don't believe Nico Collins took another snap the rest of practice. Right? So Noah Brown stepped into that role. And C.J. Stroud threw Noah Brown 2 go routes. One of them, I know Kamari Lassiter was pressed, and Kamari Lassiter ran step for step and made a great play on the ball. Had a really, 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 really good day. No question about it. But was it a good enough day to go, that's the guy hands down, 8 practices into training camp? Was it a play that I go, okay, now I understand why DeMeco just said
you still haven't
it's
had
your
that
job.
Moment. You haven't seen that yet.
No. I mean, I haven't seen has anybody seen a play where it was just like, wow, that was ridiculous. We've seen Stingley make those plays. We've seen Jeff Okudah with the pick on the sideline. We've seen Kalen Bullock make a couple of plays, breaks on him. Now he dropped the interception, but we've seen him make a couple breaks on balls that put himself in position to make an interception. Made a big play over the top today. Now it may have been he got a little rough on. I think it was Noah Brown again. He was a free safety, and he just jetted over the top of a corner route that somebody threw and made a great play. All I can do is tell you what I'm seeing, and I'm not going to tell you the kid can't play. Clearly, he can play. He's a second-round corner, and DeMeco, the best defensive play caller in the damn game, gave him the job. Clearly, he can play. I go out there every day, the eyes and the ears, to see. Okay, show me that you are a corner that is just gifted, that handed the job from jump.
Yeah,
that's it. I mean, we're talking about a group that all they do is preach competition. All they've done since they've been here is it's competition, man. C.J. Stroud was not getting all the first-team reps last year with Davis Mills. But yet a corner comes in, boom, he's the guy. So I'm expecting this to be like, wow, jump off the page, what am I missing kind of deal. And I just hadn't seen it.
From YouTube and Twitch, this quite literally is the only Texans channel I've seen that hasn't been impressed with Lassiter. And this is what I'm gonna speak for myself, as Clint did, and I think we're probably in the same ballpark. Is, to me, it's how you're judging him. Has he been good for a rookie just coming into camp? Yes. He's been good for a rookie just coming into camp. As Clint said, can he play? I think he can play. But hey, Texans fans, you're in a different ball. You're in a different area. You're trying to win a Super Bowl. So this isn't judging just like, you used to. You're trying to win a Super Bowl, and you have a second corner who his screaming red flag is speed and ability to cover downfield. That's his screaming red flag. And they are starting him as your second corner, a place where teams can easily attack. And has he looked good from a standpoint, or have we been impressed from a standpoint of this guy can be someone left on an island at time? This is a guy who can cover man-to-man. This is a guy where you feel good on Jalen Waddle or Tyreek Hill running out to him, or any guys on their schedule that they're going to run into. Like, do I feel good about? Haven't reached a point where I'm like, yeah, I feel great in that scenario. Yeah, I feel great in that scenario. And to me, I'm not just judging him as a rookie. I'm judging him as one of the other starting corners on a Super Bowl level team that's playing against great offenses a lot of the times during the season. That's how I'm judging him. Now, I'm not saying that the kid can't get there, or that it's done, or that they've completely made a mistake. But yeah, there is I'm not as impressed for what they're going to ask him to do that he can go step for step with Noah Brown. The alarm bells jump off when he has issues with those top 3 guys, which are the type of guys that he's going to be matched up against. That's just for me. But for a rookie at someone Texan, yeah, he's been good as a rookie.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're one of them sensitive, soft sunbucks that just can't take a little bit of a conversation that isn't just stroking everybody in a Texans uniform, I'm sorry. You're listening to the wrong guy. I'm not that guy.
Every clip I see, you can't be every clip.
Well, he said, but read that one. He said every clip I see, he's hand fighting, borderline PI and holding. I mean, at the end of the day,
my fault. I didn't read that.
I mean, here's another one, because one thing about football, the eye in the sky don't lie. If he wasn't good enough, he wouldn't get reps. Now, look, we watched Tavier Thomas get reps and start ball games last year. Big eye in the sky. What happened? Big eye in the sky didn't catch him. I mean, there's at the end of the day, there's a competition at cornerback too, and we're going to talk about it, and we're going to be critical about it. And if we don't see starting caliber, wow factor type stuff from a guy, I'm gonna talk about it.
And again, it's not.
I was dead ass wrong on the receivers with this team a year ago when those guys exploded. I have no problem being wrong. I have no problem being wrong, right? And I hope I'm dead wrong, and I hope Kamari Lassiter is a Pro Bowl caliber corner. But I'm not going to come on here and watch, I'm not going to watch practice, come on here, watch a guy that's rigid when he's moving and that PIs when one of the top receivers are against him and feed y'all a line of bull jive. I just ain't going to do it.
Yeah, for me, my thought is not that he can't. I'm not saying this cat can't play here, automatically move him. I am skeptical of it, and I'm wondering about it. And then when I see moments where he has struggles out there of what is feared, it kind of jumps up a bit.
Sure.
It jumps up a bit. All right, coming up, we'll talk to Cal and Hannah McNair. I see them. They're standing right outside the studio. They will join us coming up at 3 o'clock.
Cal recently spent a little time in Baytown, over on the east side, over in the Dirty.
Oh, wow.
Dirty Bay.
Cal doing over there, man?
The hell was he doing over there? All right, well, we'll get their thoughts. They're out there. They'll be coming up at 3 o'clock. You can catch that on YouTube and Twitch. You can see them as well if you want to go on over there at Sports Radio 610. But stay tuned for that. That's coming up next. Before we get there, guys out there, Lord, I know you need to be taking your health very, very serious. And not just your health, but in particular testosterone. That is a conversation a lot of men are having, whether it's low or high, just getting an understanding of where their numbers.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is the McNair family. They've joined us. Clap it up. Good to have them in. Good to have them in. There we go. Cal and Hannah McNair joining us fresh off of another sold-out visit from the fans at training camp. This is crazy. The line is like we couldn't even figure out which lot that was. It was spilling over to the excitement, and it is shown. We knew this was going to be maybe the most anticipated season by fans, but the lines we're seeing every day when fans are available to come out is just it's insane.
Even in the rain. I mean, the rain was so bad this weekend, and they were all still out there. That was really fun.
Yeah, I was really surprised at that because of all the rain, and yet still the fans were all there, and I'm excited to be there and watched us get rained on for the whole practice. But it was awesome. It's been awesome.
Turn on everybody's mic, and I got mine off. What a great day to have the cover for the fans, though.
Oh yeah,
I mean, good gosh, with that
a few years ago, right? Just full coverage.
Yeah.
We used to have a little bit of coverage, and then now we've extended it all the way.
Right.
Just because it got so hot, but now with the rain and the heat, now it's all weather.
Last year was so hot, and then this year has been so rainy. So it's kind of a.
We've only had 2 days. We've only had 2 days where I could literally feel the sweat running down my back.
Today?
Today was one, and there was one earlier in the week earlier in camp. We're 9 in, probably day 4 or 5. Where we got a little touchy out there.
I got nervous in OTAs. I thought, boy, this is about to be rough.
I like today though. I like the heat.
There's a breeze.
Yeah, I like
a little bit of cloud cover.
So CJ and Tank will tell the rookies this year they have no idea what last year was. Last year was so hot, and they're getting the good weather.
It's always interesting to hear guys talk about the weather when they get here that aren't from this part of the country that step into it for the first time, full pads, trying to go. That's always fun. Hey, obviously there's some news on the Texans front today with DeMeco Autry. We can't have you guys in and not at least ask about it. What's the latest on DeMeco Autry?
I think it came out. He's suspended 6 games.
Yeah.
So, but the good thing about that is that we have a good D line out there, and so we'll have that coverage. We'll be fine.
Yeah, and speaking of the good D line, good different spots, this team is a totally different team. Although some of the things are the same, but totally different team than last year. And I think the expectations are completely different this year. Many people view the Texans as a championship level team right now. Vegas has them tied with the Ravens with the 3rd best odds. Is that what your expectation is? Do you have expectations who've helped put this thing together? Do you have expectations Super Bowl level type team?
Well, I think a lot of our young players come from places that they have those high expectations, like Ohio State, like Alabama. And they're used to embracing those and playing with those expectations. If you're asking about mine are a little more simple. I just want to win our next game. So whatever's on the schedule, I want to win the next game. But I think you really have to keep your focus that way as a team, or you'll kind of get lost in the expectations. I mean, you know that. You can get lost in those things and forget what got you there and what's going to give you your best chance to win. So
when you talk about the guys that are from those programs that obviously the expectations are different, you guys obviously behind the closed doors talk about that kind of thing, and that's got to be by design. Guys that are ready to play, guys that know what it takes, guys that have played a lot of football at the closest NFL level as you can in these bigger conferences, some of these bigger schools. What's that conversation like? Obviously, it's worked out well for y'all.
It has, and so the guys going to those schools are some of the highest recruited guys coming out of high school.
Sure.
And they go to those schools and play in the highest level of competition in college, coached by some of the best coaches in college. So the expectation is, there's less of a jump from there to the NFL. There's still a jump. It's still a projection, but it's less of a jump than coming from our good friend Jacoby Jones, who we lost. I have to say something about him. But he was our teammate but anyway,
small college in Tennessee.
He went to Lane, and that was a big jump for him, yet he made it. But that's a rarity. The guys coming out of Alabama, you really kind of know a little bit more about what you're going to get. So.
Yeah, Cal and Hannah McNair joining us, and we talked a little bit about this before we actually got on the air. I would say, for me, we talked about this last week, what are our biggest surprises thus far in camp. And to me, not a surprise that Stefon Diggs is still a great player, but to me, the impact that he has had with everybody around him. It's not just like Tank or John Mechie who's around him. It's the corners. It's everybody. And I said this to him. I said, yeah, there's some extra that has come with Stefon Diggs, but to me, seeing his impact makes all of that worth the risk, so to speak. And to me, I don't know about you all, it was a bit surprising how much he has impacted, not just on the field, but everybody around him.
But it's not just him. You have Joe Mixon in the running back room. You have Aziz in the linebacker room. Yes. You've got Daniil in the D-line room. You've got all these guys that Nick and DeMeco have brought in to do just that, to impact that room and take it to a higher level. So you've got more than just Stefon doing this. You've got guys in every room.
It just seems like I'm going to tell you. We talked a little earlier about the reputation of Stefon Diggs and what fair foul. I mean, it's real when fair. Okay, fair enough. And you've got the ability to make that judgment because you're obviously you're privy to that information. Obviously, at this point, even more so than when you wrote the check. You've seen it live and in person. And I agree. By the way, we talked about it. Just a lot of times owners, coaches, GMs, they throw around this guy's, he's a veteran and he's going to come in here, he's going to set the standard and he's going to help our young guys. And more times than not, 95% of the time, we never see that. Fans never see that. It was immediate with Stefon Diggs that the value that he brings to this team I'll be honest with you, in all the playing days and covering teams, he's the first guy that I've seen from watching practice. I'm not saying he's the first guy ever, but he's the first one that I've seen watching practice, and I've been like, that's what everybody's talking about. When they say this guy's going to set the bar, this guy's going to help mature and develop our young guys, this guy's going to be the thermostat in the room, this guy's going to help our young quarterback. Like, he's been the best example of that I've ever either played with or seen in my time.
Well, he's been really good at sharing, his feelings in a very positive way that I've seen around with the teammates and the discussions he's had, just kind of being around. He has a high desire to win and is highly competitive. And like I say, he shares that in a very positive way with his teammates, and he wants them to operate at a high level too. And so I think that's really infectious, and he does it in a good way.
There was never any issue, any thought when the thought came of bringing him on. There was that you all were fine with having him as a part of this team, even with everything that had been said about him or things that have been done prior to him coming here. No issues with him at all when the thought came about him joining the Texans.
No, you're bringing in a terrific talent, and let's keep doing that. Bring in terrific, talented guys, and let's be highly competitive. And go win every play. Let's go.
I forgot to mention Ward.
Bring in talented guys.
Jimmy?
Yeah.
I like
it. Like if you look at every room, it's not cool.
Yeah, a lot of win now moves.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of win now
time.
moves. Yeah. I mean, that's
So the quarterback, on his rookie deal and a couple other guys. So
some game changers, right? All right, we got to jump a plane here in a couple of days to head to Ohio, obviously, to play a game. This is from
play a game. That's what you think we're doing in Ohio.
We got a game. We got a game this week.
Yeah,
Cal said the next game. That's right. Cal's really honed in on this Bears
game.
He's honed in on this Bears.
Let's talk about Andre. We got our first Hall of Fame.
Yeah. That's a good point. There's a lot going on there. Let's. I mean, how stoked are we about the now that it's here? We obviously found out he was going in a while back, but now that it's here, I mean, this is a big thing for the Texans. I mean, obviously it's about Andre at this point, but it's a big thing for the Texans to have that logo up there and have him representing the squad and the organization. That's a big deal.
It is a big deal, and he's totally earned it. And we're just very, very happy he's our first one. There'll never be another first one. He's our first one, and we're so excited that he is our first one. I mean, he did everything, put the team on his back, and did it for a lot of years, and 14,000 yards. He did it the right way. He did it on the field, in community, and just a wonderful example of who we all want to be as Texans.
He's made a lot of sacrifices, and for us to see him do that over those years and to put in all that work, and now to be in the Hall of Fame, I mean, he deserves it.
Yeah,
it's a great exclamation point on the end of it for everybody. What does this look like for you guys in terms of we're going down obviously to cover it all and doing shows and everything from down here, but from the ownership standpoint, what does that look like for y'all? Y'all are obviously super excited about it. What does it look like for y'all in terms of Andre's induction?
Yeah, we have a full itinerary. It starts Thursday with the game.
Yep.
And then there's a whole itinerary full of activities, dinner jacket dinners and parades and parade floats. And then we have a party for Andre.
I can't wait to go to that. What is that party?
Oh,
yeah,
private party for Andre. I'm sorry. You didn't get your invite. It's in the mail. It is in the mail.
Okay, it's Monday right here. I'm gonna be down there. I'm just saying. I'd like to. I mean, hey, just sneak me in there. You won't even know I'm there. That sounds like a good party that you weren't supposed to talk about.
Oops.
That sounds like no. Real quick, as I see people texting about Andre, with him. He's so quiet. Like it feels like it's hard to get close to Andre. Obviously, you've been around his whole career. Obviously, afterwards as well. Like it kind of let people know a little bit about the Andre that maybe some people don't know as much about, because he seems to keep a lot of things close to the vest, except for with Cortland Finnegan.
Nice. He does. But when he speaks, people listen, and that's the gravitas he has with him, and part of, who he is, but it is when he speaks, people listen, and it's insightful and meaningful what he says. So that's one of the things we've gotten to know over these many years is we're listening when he talks. We're listening.
I mean, we've had a lot of really good conversations with Andre over the past few years, and he's honest, right? He's authentic. When he speaks to us, it's through love, and you do listen.
And he loves the team, and he loves the city, and so he always wants the best for them.
Good intentions.
Yeah.
Well, this has been a crazy offseason. When I say crazy, just in terms of so many different things that have happened. You sell out the season tickets. That's what the first time in a few years that's
You're gonna make a dig. I knew he had to put a dig in there.
It's not a dig. It's just factual.
It's the first time.
Damn it, Ron.
So long.
I didn't say it long. I said in a couple of years. You're like a listener. You're looking for it. I just said it was factual. I just said it's been the first time.
You don't want me to be a listener?
I want you to be a listener, but I felt like you could see a little bit more Swiss cheese.
Hey, Tyler,
I'm fully aware.
cut his mic off, Tyler, before he pisses noise off the owners, man. Cut his mic. Cut his mic.
He's like, unlike my Kansas City Chief, it's taking y'all.
See, I didn't say that. You said it. See, now you're going next. I'm just going. You know what? I'm not going to get my question to what I said here. But it's been the first time in a couple of years that the fans are completely. It seems like completely bought in. Everybody, like we talked about, the lines out of the. Like all the way down the street. People are so excited about everything that's going on with this team. Are you surprised at all about how this season, all the moves made, and how this season has just seemed to bring everybody in this city to the Texans in the rate that they have been?
Well, we got a bandwagon, and there's room for a lot more folks to come join. And it's been, we're off to a good start. So a lot of good practices, and we got to go play games. And so hopefully, this all translates to wins, and that's what we're looking for. And we got room for more folks to jump on. So come along. It's going to be a fun ride this year.
Hey, how busy do you think y'all will be at when all these cuts are cut down and a bunch of guys hit the streets? How busy do you think y'all will be?
Oh.
I know it's probably a better Nick
Nick's
question.
always busy.
We haven't even played our first preseason game. And here he's talking about cuts.
But he's always looking to improve the team.
It's not just a game, Hannah.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's a game within a game within a game.
I really don't like it because, for the first time, it's probably everybody's looking at our waivers as opposed to us looking at others' waivers so much. So that's a fun spot to be in. But I don't like to see anybody get cut. They work so hard.
They all deserve to make it.
They're all very good.
Give them all the job, Hannah.
I know. I wish I could. There's a salary cut, unfortunately.
Darn salary cap.
Man,
messing up again.
Cal, you got it. Next time y'all come over on the east side, now you got to give me a call now.
Baytown.
Y'all don't stay too long in Baytown now unless you got a local around.
I needed you.
Yeah,
could have used some help.
Well,
we had
it's the
fun.
safest thing to do.
We had some fun. The folks at Baytown were really nice.
Didn't the mayor of Baytown come out?
Yeah, I met the mayor. Really nice and really supportive of the baseball, Little League baseball, and all the things that are the positives around that. And they did a great job for us.
Yeah. They hosted sectionals for Little League.
Yeah.
Y'all got Little League hats are on now for the next few years, huh?
No. We've only got one more in Little League. The two older boys are now.
They're done. Ooh-wee.
They're in year round and football and everything else. So.
They're loving all of it.
And listen, guys, we appreciate you joining us as always.
Are you okay, Ron?
I'm fine. I just want you to know,
he's just cutting
that
off,
wink of that party.
Let's not talk about Baytown.
I'm just saying. No, I'm bound past that fake town. I'm just that party, that wink. Like we can get together on that.
You kind of hurt yourself on that invite.
No, I don't think. I think you can overlook this, Cal.
Remember that bandwagon you were talking about, Cal? I think Ron's trying to jump off.
Come on, we got you.
I'm trying to jump on that party. I'm just saying the way you just described that party, I could see it. I saw it. You looked up in the sky. I looked too. I said, "Wow, this is gonna be a hell of a party."
We just have to remind Andre he can't talk about us partying with him.
I'm just telling you.
He came out after Super Bowl.
I got an outfit.
Yes.
I got an outfit.
But it is exciting. It's an exciting time for the Hall of Fame.
I can't wait
exciting to start playing ball. We're excited about the season ticket sales, and there's a lot coming on. We got the premier event coming up towards the end of the month,
August 29th.
and Cal's Cookout at the end of training camp.
August
and so
22nd.
We're excited about a lot of things. A lot of good things going on.
That's that day I get put to work.
That's right.
Yeah.
You get a towel.
Cal's Cookout.
Get a towel and water this time.
That last time. That first one. Last time I could do it. That first one, I flipped 108 burgers that day.
Old McLean and Pendergast left you hanging, didn't they?
Just walked up, taking pictures of their flipping these burgers.
They said, "I'll have a cheeseburger, please." That's what they.
Just no. Again, we listen. We have a lot of fun. We're really excited about this season. Excited to cover what could be a really, really, really special season. I know, Cal, you're going to act like you're just looking at it from game to game. We're looking at it overall. This could be this could be one of the best seasons in the history of not just this franchise but football in this city. And
that'd be awesome.
We're excited. We're excited.
See, we want you to be saying that at the end of the season.
I want to. I want to, for the most part. I want to.
For the most part.
What? That was for
you. See, it's coming out.
was for you, Hannah. I couldn't.
He bleeds red.
Strike two.
And yellow.
You taking shots. I have to.
I mean, see, I told him before, guys. I said, look, whatever you do, whatever you say, I need you to know that it impacts Tyler and I as well.
I want you to know that too.
No, we have full separation.
Tyler, I want you to know that too.
Tyler's full Houston, like every sport.
If you don't believe Hannah, just look at the Twitch and YouTube, and he'll show you his arm. I mean, there's no, along with a couple other things in there. But,
yeah, we ain't doing that right now.
I mean, I think I probably.
Is he saying something?
Yeah, he's not.
It's not
it's
important.
All positive. I feel like I built a little rapport with you guys. I feel like there may have been an outside chance that I could have got in the party. And thanks to you,
I'm going to that.
There is zero chance you screwed it up.
No,
I
I'm
appreciate
going to
it,
that
bud.
damn party.
Appreciate it.
I didn't screw it up.
Thanks, bud.
I got a few days.
Damn, so
The clock is ticking.
I got a few days. I'm just saying, I got an all-white outfit. I'm ready.
You're going to the wrong place, buddy. Yeah, you'll fit right in. Let's go.
Hey, how do you know the attire?
Listen, I'm ready. I know these type of attires. I felt this party. This is all white. I knew I'd be right. Got a Kango hat. Don't know if I'm going to wear it backwards or forward. I'm telling you. Listen.
Coming up next.
No, it's not coming up next, damn it. We're talking to the owners. Coming up next, the big stories of the day. We'll tell you. We'll talk about those as well. The Astros, a huge series they had against the Dodgers. The lineup is out. We'll give you the rest of that and a conversation these two are going to have in a couple of years. Jordan Love, Tua, they got paid big money. Who's in a better position, Jordan Love or Tua? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I just got to the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Our guys on Area 45 have high expectations for Jalen Petrie headed into this year.
We need to see the guy that looks like he's a third-year player.
leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. We appreciate Cal and Hannah McNair, the owners, for jumping on with us. If you missed that, you can go back. You can use that Odyssey Rewind feature, or just go back on the podcast page and listen to it at the 3 o'clock hour, top of the segment. I do want to go into some of the big stories here. As usually we do the big three there. The biggest story of the day is the absence, or at least for the first 6 games, the suspension of DeMeco Autry, suspended for 6 games for violating the policy of performance-enhancing drugs with the NFL. So he is suspended 6 games. It's going to be 6 games, and he is not appealing it, I don't believe, from his statement. And he says it was not done on purpose. It was an accident, according to him. The pharmacy that he used had something that was on the banned substance list. So he is going to be down 6 games. And oddly enough, Clint, they have just released the Texans' unofficial depth chart heading into this game on Thursday. And obviously he's not even on it anymore. They have Mario Edwards and Foley as the 2 starting defensive tackles, with Tim Settle and Khalil Davis behind them. So that is where we are. That big news of the day. And Clint, I know we talked about it a bit earlier. I do think this is an important situation, and obviously they know what they have behind DeMeco Autry. To me, it does look like they may need to make a move, at least look hard at, which I'm sure they are doing, to look hard at making a move, because this was their best interior pass rusher. I think, arguably, to me, their second best pass rusher. I mean, if you think about what he has done in the league, coming off a double-digit sack year, I know we really, really believe Will Anderson Jr. can have a lot of promise. But you could argue this is their second best pass rusher on the team that they were going to have play inside and out, and now you're replacing that with other parts. So I do think this is a big deal, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryans are trying to make not just a little ad as a body, but a player that has a chance to really get minutes.
Yeah, look, I mean, without a doubt, I think they were doing their due diligence and working extremely hard and staying up late at night to find that guy anyway. But with DeMeco Autry going out, then for at least that's a third of the season, man. I mean that could determine what kind of season that you have ultimately. I mean, you drop a couple of these games. Because the earlier part of the schedule, if I remember correctly, is somewhat of an easier schedule. You got the Colts, you got the Bears, you got the Jacksonville Jaguars, you got the Minnesota Vikings. That first 6 ball games there is I guess on the lighter side as you get down the schedule. So you mess around and drop a couple of those games that you shouldn't drop because you don't have enough lead on the defensive line, then I mean it could be a problem. So that's a big chunk of the season. I think when you look at DeMeco Autry, the caliber player that he is, along with the fact that, at least as far as I'm concerned, that the interior defensive line on this team has a depth issue and has a top line game changer type issue. DeMeco Autry was going to be leaned on to play a lot inside, and not just in obvious passing situations. So you're not just losing a key element to that nasty pass rush in obvious passing situations. You're losing an interior defensive lineman that this team was going to lean into in terms of starting ball games and being a 3-down D lineman. So this one hurts. I mean, this is going to be one that I definitely could see the Texans making a move to bring somebody in. I don't know that it'll be in reaction to DeMeco Autry being out, because I think they're going to do that anyway.
You think so? Yeah.
But it damn sure makes it more urgent for them to do that.
Yeah. By the way, on that depth chart, Kamari Lassiter's starting corner.
Gotcha.
Opposite Derek Stingley.
Okay.
And Des King starting nickel.
Really?
Petrie and Jimmy Ward are the starting safeties. How many times have you seen that?
I don't think. Is that just for this next game?
It's just how they have the secondary listed as the depth chart.
Oh, it's not for the game. It's just this the depth chart's got everybody on it.
Yeah, it's got Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter as the corners, Des King as the nickel, Jalen Petrie and Jimmy Ward as the safety.
I don't think I've seen Des King take a snap with the first team this year.
I don't think I have either.
But hey, I'm just there watching, so I don't want anybody to think I'm hating. I don't want anybody to think I'm hating on Des King.
Petrie has played nickel. I mean, almost the entire.
Yes, and Eric Murray and Ward have been the safeties.
Yep.
And Eric Murray has had a decent little camp.
Yeah. By the way, the Astros, they get going tonight after taking 2 or 3 from the Dodgers. They got Paul Skeen. I can't wait to watch this. Tyler, you betting high on the Astros today? This
got a few things in the works, you know.
Why don't you bet the under on Paul's strikeouts tonight?
Maybe I will. Don't tempt me.
This is what gets me with you, man. I give you credit.
Well,
you bet.
It's going to be a big number. The under's not going to be a crazy bet.
What do you think it's probably? I bet 7 or 8. I would imagine. That's the thing though with Tyler. Tyler is a heart better, and that's why I give him. He wins a lot for betting with the heart.
Whatever the number is going to be, it's set in a spot where it's a gamble either way.
Is it 8?
6.5.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I don't know if Tyler won't let me, but I wouldn't mind throwing a few dollars at the
over.
But
I'm not placing.
Tyler doesn't place those bets.
I'll let you bet your $20 on it. Your $20 that you know you're going to owe me in a couple of days.
I'm going to give you that 20.
You don't want to bet it and make it 40?
No, I want to give it.
I'll take the under.
No, I'm going to give it to you. He's not going to allow you.
No, I'll do it with you. The $20. I'll take the under. You got the over.
No, I'll just give you the $20.
Oh, okay.
I'm good. Line up on that. Altuve, Bregman. I don't know why the way he said it, I feel like I'm getting duped. So
no, you're not. Double or nothing.
I know I'm not, but just the way that your confidence, like you know something. So no, I'm not doing it. Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez in left field. Diaz is the DH tonight. Pena, Singleton, and Jake Myers, Caratini's catching tonight. And how about it? Trey Cabbage gets it tonight. So that'll be a fun matchup. All right, coming up on the other side, I think this is to me, Clint, is one of the major advantages that the Texans potentially have this year compared to the other top contenders. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you're one of those guys or gals that you look in the mirror before you go out to dinner, or you look in the mirror in the morning before you go to work, either way it goes. If you look at whiskey.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. There are reports out there that Chas McCormick was scratched from the lineup. So that's one, Tyler, I'm sure you and Cheryl to keep an eye on.
Oh, yeah.
With the potential there of maybe something happening. Chas McCormick, reports are he was scratched from the lineup. We'll keep you updated if that means anything. I will say, speaking of the trade deadline, which does come to an end tomorrow, 5 o'clock, so that's something we're going to be watching throughout. As if you remember Friday, Dana Brown to the media said what it is they're looking for, like a number 3 type starter, bullpen, and a bat in that order. Adam Spillane reported that along with others. And we've seen some starters go. Lorenzen went to the Royals. Another starter from the White Sox, he was moved, somebody that was linked with the Astros. And now it looks like the latest, Jack Flaherty, who is pitching for the Tigers, reports are that he is in extensive conversation with the New York Yankees. So the potential starters that are out there are potentially rolling away, but that's one to watch. Chas McCormick scratched from the lineup today, so we'll see if that means anything moving forward here for the Astros.
They must not have wanted us to play that music anymore, Tyler.
Well, I mean, listen, it was...
Maybe he's out looking for pudding.
It was suspended. Or, maybe he had the eye issue again like he did last year or something. I don't know. We'll see. That's one to watch. We will, as we said, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock tomorrow is when the trade deadline ends, so that is one to watch. All right, this is when we watch and cover the Texans as we do every day here. I think one of the major advantages, in particular, for the Texans are one of the top favorites in the AFC to come out. I'd say at the lowest, if you think it's hard to say there are 4 teams you'd put to me in front of the Texans in the AFC. I think they have a legit argument to be right there as the top 4 in the AFC. But I do think one clear advantage, Clint, that they have when it comes to the other contenders, they still have young dudes on their team that have the ability to have real serious growth that the others don't. There are some teams like the Chiefs and the Ravens that have added new players where they'll get better, like, adding Derrick Henry to the Ravens, adding Hollywood Brown. But they don't have as many young players young players that we have seen have some success, like Derek Stingley and Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins at Tank Dell, at the NFL level. We already know they can play. But then all of those guys that I named, Christian Harris you can throw in there, there's probably still another step for them to take that they can naturally improve, not only improving because it's year 2 in the system, but improving because they haven't reached anywhere probably close to their ceiling like I think the other contenders have. The Bengals got some great players, right, Clint? But we probably know what Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Burrow are. The Chiefs have some great players. Outside of maybe Xavier Worthy, we know who a lot of their guys are. Same with the Ravens. The Texans have some guys that can take another step. And I think that is a clear advantage to me for the Texans that they have over the other contenders.
Yeah, it's a clear advantage, and it's a big advantage, assuming those guys make that leap, right? I mean, assuming that all of these guys flashed last year, but Tank Dell got injured, right? What does that look like in year 2 against a significantly better schedule? You look at Christian Harris, started slow, was big time flashing late, Can he do that for 18 weeks, right? Can he do it for a 17-game season? Can he stay healthy? You mentioned Will Anderson. Does Will Anderson take that next step in a sense of having a more expansive toolbox in terms of the pass rushing? We know he can play the run. We know he can bull rush. We know he can go get you 8 to 10, but can he be a 14, 15, 16 sack guy with the high motor and the willingness to play a high percentage of snaps? It's there, but does he have that ability with that pass rush? I mean, I agree with you, and I'll be honest with you. There's not a guy that I mentioned that I don't believe, assuming they stay healthy,
they can reach it. They can go it.
Yeah, look, I think it is very easy to arrive at a place where every single one of those guys, with the exception of health, like I don't know. I hadn't seen enough from Tank to know whether he can stay. He plays I don't want to say reckless, but a risky style of ball in terms of he exposes himself a lot, which I love, and most great players do. But he exposes himself a lot when he goes and makes these great catches and great runs. And, so Christian Harris with the health, if these guys can stay healthy, with the exception of health, I firmly believe that there's 8 to 10 guys on this team that were already game changers last year that could even be more significant game changers this year.
Yeah, and because they don't have a bunch of like Kenyon Greens, you know what I mean? Like Kenyon Greens to where,
right?
I mean, there's promise. They were drafted high. There's talent. They got a good amount of dudes that are young that have proven in the NFL they can play. Some to a high Pro Bowl type level like CJ did, like Nico did, like Stingley did, and then some you're like, well, Christian Harris was coming. Like we've seen even flashes of Titus Howard at right tackle that are coming. Like that is to me a separate level of growth. And then when you add that with, all right, we know what Daniil Hunter is.
Yep.
We know pretty much what Stephon Diggs is. We probably got a pretty good idea what Joe Mixon is. When you add that together, that's a different element that I don't think the Bengals, the Chiefs, the Ravens, who else you may want to throw in there that have that. So that is their level of growth at the end of the year when the playoffs potentially come. Like you said, if everybody stays healthy, it's potentially a lot different than everybody else, which is scary for teams outside.
Another advantage they're going to have for the next 2 to 3.
Yeah, you're right, and they'll just stop this year. Yeah,
because it's not just C.J. Stroud. I mean, you had so many guys have success year one that it's or two. It's not just C.J. Stroud. I mean, you're going to have 2 or 3 years of the advantage of playing a quarterback on a rookie contract from jump. So you're ultimately going to have 5 years of that. But there's again a handful of guys that, I mean, it's just you're going to pay them pennies on the dollar in terms of when their contract comes up for the next 2-3.
Yeah, text line, we haven't reached the AFC Championship. They still have to learn how to win consistently. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with that at all. Yeah, they've got to learn how to win.
I disagree. Okay. I disagree from the state. Like, I don't worry about this team winning consistently. Like, I think they're consistently going to be a 9, 10, 11 win team.
Oh, winning like that.
I think the moves they made this year were made for one reason, and that's to make that run that the texter's talking about. So I disagree. I think this is going to be a team that, as long as they're healthy, they're going to live in the playoffs. Even with this difficult schedule, I think they're going to live in the playoffs. Whether these big moves that they made in the offseason, these win-now moves that we talked about in the offseason, whether they hit or not, and those guys really impact the way that we think they're going to impact, that'll determine whether they get over the hump. But winning consistently, I'm convinced after last year and after what we've watched and how they did it, I'm pretty confident they're going to win consistently.
Yeah, but I mean, my point with the texture is, I'm just saying is the other contenders, yes, they're going to get naturally improve naturally just as the season goes on, as they play with each other more, as they know the system more. They're going to get better that way. I think the Texans clearly are going to get better that way and have the potential to get better because they have guys that haven't reached their potential either, right? And a lot more than some of these teams in which we have seen them do. Like you'd be surprised if Stingley took a big step back. You'd be surprised if Christian Harris took a big step back. If Nico took a big step back. Like some of these younger dudes, CJ took a big step back. You'd be surprised at that point. So that's why I'm saying they have multiple ways that they can grow in this thing. So yeah, man, I think that's a big advantage coming up. My man up here talking about I got excited about Paul Skeens. I ain't get excited. I'm excited about the matchup. I can't wait to see that.
It's gonna be fun.
I can't wait to see that thing. 6.5 on the strikeouts, Tyler. I think you might just want to try it. My thing to this, Tyler. Just because you bet the over on the strikeouts, don't mean you think they're gonna lose.
No. Let me tell you what. You don't even, after the way you did me, Tyler. You don't even think about it.
No, I'm not. I would never place a bet that
like
nope.
No, that's not a bet saying they're going to lose.
No, but it's gonna. The more strikeouts he gets, that's got to have an effect on the outcome.
Yeah,
of
it can have an effect on running his pitch count up. Can have it like
Stop.
I'm just saying he could get 7 or 8 strikeouts and give up 2 or 3 homers with a walk in there. That's not one. Like I feel like that's like if you're saying, all right, I'm gonna take the over on 5.5 runs. I feel like that's a little different. You say, hey man, they're facing Clayton Kershaw in his prime, man. It's at 5.5, man. I might as well pick up that easy money. Just saying, don't mean they're gonna lose.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Yes, you can, man. That's silly. It's just really silly. How you feeling over there?
But he can't do it.
It's silly, man.
No, he can't do it. After what he did to me, because my bet was very similar.
Oh, I know it. I thought it was
not saying the Astros were going to lose. It was obviously they weren't going to have as much success as his betting card will show every night.
Like Tyler,
he disrespected me. He used my tone in talking to me.
He used my tone. He gave you a piece of your own message.
Yes.
So Tyler, right now, if that thing popped up right now and said Paul Skeens over under on strikeouts tonight 3, you wouldn't go and take that money. You wouldn't go and take that money.
I'm not going to bet the over.
Oh, my God.
No. Because I don't want to put that juju out into the baseball atmosphere.
Then I demand that you stop gambling. Like if you're
you don't think he likes money?
If that's your deal, like now that's really scary. That's over the gambling with the heart. Like one strikeout. You went 1.5. You wouldn't place a bet?
I might.
Oh man! So then all of your stuff is
listen, I've won money on this fool on his over strikeouts this year. Whenever he's playing other teams, it's not when he's playing the Astros. Not going to participate in that.
You don't have to explain yourself, T.
It's just silly.
You don't have to explain.
Bad juju.
It's not bad juju, man. They could still win if he has 11 strikeouts. All right, what you got coming up in the
This season for the Texans is all about one thing. When it boils down to it, one thing. And I'll tell you what that is. And Bobby Slowik, he spoke directly to this point. We'll let you hear a little audio from the offensive coordinator talking about what ultimately matters for the Texans and their success this year. We'll have all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Verlo Mattress, man. VERLO Mattress. If you're in the market for a new mattress, I'm telling you, man, y'all are crazy if you don't look into Verlo Mattress. And just give them a chance. Just check them out. And I promise you, you will decide to go with Verlo. Comfort to comfort, dollar to dollar, Verlo wins every single time. Sleep better, you live better.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party. I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
I'm due a party, boys. I'm due a party. I know we talked about this a while ago, but I'm due a party. We've got a little something set up for tomorrow. Everybody out there. We'll be at Downtown Specs, 2410 Smith Street, for those that need the exact address. The Downtown Specs is where we will be, thanks to Sagamore Rye Whiskey. They'll have representatives out there hanging with us. A live broadcast from a Specs is always a good time. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. Yes, it may be a tad bit dangerous for you and I and anybody else on the clock. However, it will be it'll be a good stop through. Hang out with us for a little while, say hello, maybe get a shot of that good Sagamore Rye whiskey. See what that's all about. And I'm telling you, it's top notch. They will you can get it at Specs. All you got to do is walk in and ask for that Sagamore Rye whiskey. They'll point you in the right direction. And I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty confident in saying that you'll appreciate the suggestion. As I said, the Sagamore Rye whiskey folks will be there and tell you a little bit about the product and introduce you to a fine rye whiskey. Ron, I know you ain't never pushed away a good whiskey.
No, not I haven't pushed away many bad ones.
Good point. I'm with you. I don't turn much down. Downtown Specs, 2 to 6 tomorrow, 2410 Smith Street. Come through and hang out with us. Also, real quick, I'd like to give a shout out to everybody out there listening, YouTube, Twitch. We love you. Angie, by the way, on YouTube or Twitch, whichever one you're doing. As you noticed, I know I'm a little under the weather today, but as you noticed, I saw the text line, and your disgust with me spitting in the garbage can your text was read, and it was taken as constructive criticism. I have not spit in the garbage can since. So you're welcome, and thank you for watching via Twitch or YouTube. Appreciate you, Angie.
Yep.
If you listen on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, there's a rewind feature on there. Not now, but when we get off the air, there's a rewind feature on there. You can go back, and at 3 o'clock, we had the owners of the Houston Texans on, Cal McNair, Hannah McNair. They were in the building right here in studio with us. Obviously, always a great hang, and this is a good time of year if you are Cal and Hannah, or if you're Greg Grissom, the president of the Texans, to be out and about, because they've sold out season tickets. They ain't got enough seats over there at training camp for everybody that wants in the building, and they are a popular group right now, without a doubt. And if you listen on 100.3 HD 3 or 2, which one are we? 2. You're like me, that's how I listen, or the old 610 AM dial. We greatly appreciate y'all as well. So big shout out to everybody out there listening. Don't forget, as I said, Texans owners were in the building at 3 o'clock. Check that out. Real quick, guys, we talk about a lot. Look, there's the number 2 corner. That competition figuring out who that is. A lot of folks believe that the decision is made with Kamari Lassiter. I don't. For whatever reason, that's a controversial take or thought. The DeMeco Autry news of him getting suspended for the first 6 games obviously is not good for the Texans, but when you look at the interior defensive line being the issue, or being, for me, a big concern here, that's a major hit to that part of the team. We got to discuss that. But ultimately, all these camp conversations, they're good for now. They're going to come out in the wash. It's going to work itself out in the wash. This season, for me, there's 2 or 3 things that are going to be critical, but I think there's one that is above and beyond the others, and that is C.J. Stroud and C.J. Stroud's ability. They've made it blatantly obvious that they are going to be more aggressive on offense. Hell, C.J. said as much. One thing in camp he wants to do is I can't remember how he said it, so I'm paraphrasing a bit, but push the ball down the field, drive the ball down the field, be more aggressive offensively. That's one thing they're focusing on, which I agree, especially, Ron, after we watched that damn Baltimore game Thursday that they lost in the playoffs. It was on the big screen in Buffalo Wild Wings. After watching that game, there ain't no doubt. They've got to practice and work on and be able to drive the football down the field and back these defenses off, at least that caliber defense when they can. So I love what they're doing offensively. But that brings about a question, Ron. We saw a C.J. Stroud lead the league in yards per game and lead the league in the fewest interceptions in a season last year. Phenomenal. When those 2 stats are true, you had a hell of a year, and your team won a lot of football games. But if you look at how he did that, sure, there were some moments where he had to put the team on his back and drive the ball down the field. Tampa Bay was one of them. Cleveland, I think, was one of them where they drove it down the field quite a bit. But really, it was about protecting a young quarterback with an offensive line that was hurt, protecting a young quarterback with a receiving core that was young and injured. And so it was a lot of times it was about get the ball out as quick as you can, find an outlet, get the ball out, let's move the football. And they had a lot of success that way. When you look at how they had success last year, which I just explained, and what they're trying to do this year, Ron, and be more aggressive, this season boils down to, first and foremost, C.J. Stroud's ability to manage playing the game the way he did last year while also being very selective in how and when he gets aggressive in games. Right? If he tries to get too aggressive, takes too much risk, turn the football over. It's not just about turning the football over. Now you're in 3rd and long more often. Now you're punting more often. Now you're killing drives. There's a lot that goes with that. How he manages that, I think, is huge for this team this offseason. And Bobby Slowik, you don't feel good about this, Houston. Bobby Slowik, the offensive coordinator, spoke about it, and he doesn't seem to be too worried.
Yeah, and I think it's what's been fun with him is he can do all of that, and he also recognizes that, there's times to do that, and the more you do that, the less consistent you'll be. So he's very adept at I know I can make this play. It was the right time to make this play. I let it go, but I know I can't just throw like this all the time because I'm going to miss more than I make.
Bobby seems very, very confident in C.J. Stroud's ability to process just big picture, not in the moment, just process big picture of, I need to be more aggressive, but I got to be really selective on and smart with when I'm more aggressive to make sure I'm not hurting the team, make sure that I'm getting accomplished what we want to get accomplished, which is to show the ability to drive the football down the field, but not be reckless with the football. Ron, I think this is going to be a big factor into whether the Texans can take the next step with the more difficult schedule, and it's something that as the season gets here, we got to look closer at.
Like when you think about consistent things, it was easily the most impressive thing about that rookie year. The ability, it takes quarterbacks a long time to do that. There are some quarterbacks that are pretty good quarterbacks right now that have yet to get that, and that is still make big plays, but know exactly when to make big plays. Usually, especially young guys, you get guys that either are scared to death to make plays, Davis Mills, or guys that I'm a gunslinger and I'm gonna keep making them. Josh, the Josh Allens of the world that keep trying. He seemed to be able to find the happy medium all last year. and that to me easily was the most impressive thing. Some of the stuff, as you said, him just at the end of the games, having that poise, having that, like Peyton Manning said, that quiet calm at the end of games. Outside of that, but the consistent, now I'm going to pull the trigger. No, I'm not going to pull the trigger. I'm going to dump it up. To know when to do it was the most impressive.
Yeah, it seemed like it came out in the wash last year, and it worked out that way. But when it came down to, okay, boys, they're suffocating us. They have the ability to suffocate us. We've got to lean on something that we've been practicing. To me, that's what it sounds like more the Texans. We're not going to come out and be balls to the wall and just be a four verts. Like, we're not going to come out and be the Miami Dolphins. We're just going to come out here and sling the ball all over the park. I mean, we're going to throw it a lot, but we're not going to be reckless and careless with the ball and try to drive it down the field all the time. What I take from what Bobby Slowik and even C.J. Stroud said is we've got to practice the ability to be aggressive against really good teams, not just when it's a shootout and him and Baker Mayfield are going back and forth, but when it comes down to it, again, the Baltimore game last year. Hey, they are going to they're going to smother you. They're going to play low. They're going to sit their corners, or they're not going to let you have the easy stuff. They're not going to let you have the underneath stuff. We better have the ability to sit in there, and we better have practiced and executed multiple times these different ways that we're going to attack these really good defenses, because we may not get but one or two shots against a team that's doing that, and you've got to hit the shot. I think it's more of an attempt to do that than a statement of like, oh, we're just fixing to cut this thing loose. So hopefully that's the what we see with the Texans being, because I'm telling you, this training camp, there's no doubt about it. Good, bad, or indifferent, regardless of who's covering who, they have been more aggressive this training camp than they were last year. That means C.J. Stroud, really all of them, but C.J. Stroud is without a doubt throwing the football down the field more consistently in practice and pushing the ball down the field more consistently in practice than I ever remember last year. So, which makes sense because he was a young quarterback.
Well,
so.
The young quarterback and didn't really know what he had, and now he knows what he had, and he's got more of it.
Yeah, he should be more confident with it. Hey, on another note, boys, let's jump over to Minute Maid Park real quick. I got a little bone to pick. I want to play this audio for y'all and let y'all know or see what y'all think about this. This is Dana Brown, and Dana Brown was asked about several questions leading up to the trade deadline here and acquiring talent and yada, yada, yada. And apparently he was asked about who, if anybody on this team, on this Astros team, is untouchable in terms of a potential trade. Here's his response.
If you got a deal that you feel like, it's going to help this team win, I don't think anyone's in that untouchable mode. I mean, there are guys that we really don't want to have to trade, but ultimately, no one's untouchable.
How y'all see that? Surely, I can't help but let myself go, okay, he's got to be talking about.
I got to be talking about the
guys' names that have been mentioned in there,
and farm system. Yeah.
I mean, surely we're not. I mean, because look,
Jordan's not touched.
Well, I mean, I wasn't even going to go there, but we were talking earlier in the season. I mean, look, there was Bregman's name was thrown around. Tucker's name with his contract situation has been thrown around. I mean, surely at this point, those guys are untouchable.
Yeah. I think he's meaning probably in the
Jake Myers down.
Yeah, but
that's the only starter, right?
especially in the minors, especially anybody that they potentially drafted.
Well,
yeah,
I just need a little help there, Tyler. What is that?
I don't think Hunter Brown's touchable.
Yeah, I would say the first name that popped into my head whenever I heard it was Pedro Leon. So I'm thinking the guys at that top of your farm system that you love and you really, really wouldn't like to get rid of. But
tonight's starter, Jake Bloss.
He's untouchable?
I'm thinking he's touchable. About. Yeah, he's very touchable.
Yeah. Pause.
No.
You're sick.
I'm very touchable.
You are a pretty touchable guy.
If we're talking about sports. I am
He's
not
a friendly guy.
I am not going pause. I'm not going pause on the touchability of Jake Bloss because I'm talking about sports.
Oh.
I'm talking about baseball. I'm talking about his.
I think I'm just hoping like hell he's talking about Jake Myers and down.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Jake's got to be the only starter, and then I think any of the rotational outfielders.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has to be concerned that Jeff Passan's going to say, and Ronel Blanco was traded to Cesar.
Well, no, I mean, because he also made the point that the priority number one is starting pitching.
Or that, hey, Jeremy Payne has been
moved.
We're going to move.
Yeah, I know. Okay, that was an easy talk off the leg. When I first heard that, I thought, damn, man. Look, I know Jordan's obviously untouchable. How you'd be a fool, but the situation with Tucker, and with what Bregman is doing now,
I think Bregman was touchable. I think he was. There's a point where he was touchable.
Well, I didn't even want to have the conversation. That's where I was going. I didn't even want to have the conversation then, but now it's I'm good.
Yeah, Bregman's not touchable to the end of the season.
Okay,
which everybody would be able to have their hands up. Pause. I'll go pause on that one. I'll give that.
There'll be a lot of them with their hand out. That's for damn sure.
You're right. Guy like that.
Trying to touch something.
Tell you, guy like that, bringing it like that. Something like that. All right, coming up, Joe Espada has some updates on Justin Verlander and Luis Garcia. We'll give you the latest on that. And the Astros haven't made a move yet. Now, Chaz McCormick was scratched from the lineup, reports are saying, so that's one to look out for.
Touchable.
Very, very touchable. Pause. But they have not made a move yet. I'm just wondering where everybody are, because we are just over 24 hours away until the trade deadline ends. They need to make a move. Dana Brown has said what they needed. How you feeling about the Astros getting what they need to get coming up in the next 25 hours? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, ladies, you need to be paying attention to this too as well, because you've got important men in your life. I know Clint has helped me get to Low T Center, a place that we would both recommend.
Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, trade deadline, as we said, just over 24 hours and 30 minutes away. And the Astros, they've got that much time to make a move because the Seattle Mariners aren't playing, as they have added Justin Turner, a lot of experience in the playoffs with the Dodgers, and they make a move and add another bat. This is the third person they have added to this team since the trade deadline, or since they've had the ability to make trades. We'll see what they do. Again, many people thought they needed to add two bats and an arm, and they have done that with Randy Arozarena and Justin Turner. And I forgot the arm they added. They added Friday.
Yimmy.
Yes, Yimmy Garcia. How could I forget? Yes, they add him to the bullpen. Oh, Yimmy. He is added to the bullpen, so they've made that move. Before we get to the Astros, because I want to, honest to God, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, I would love to hear where you are and your thoughts of the Astros adding to this team and adding the type of player or players that they need. What's your confidence level in that, as we are getting close to hearing something, potentially, hopefully hearing something in the next 24 hours or so. But Joe Espada, Clinton Tyler said that Justin Verlander and Luis Garcia are still on track to throw off the mound tomorrow. Hitters will stand in but not swing against Verlander. but it will be a live BP for Luis Garcia. So that is the latest with those two. Still no timetable on Verlander, but he's actually going to throw with people in the batter's box.
Yeah, off the bump, people in the batter's box. I would be interested
here.
I would be interested to hear, what the significance is. Like, why are we not swinging? I mean, obviously, you don't want the interruption of somebody hitting the ball back at him. You want him to just be able to stand up there and not react.
Yeah.
But beyond that, what is the difference? But nonetheless, those two arms throwing off the mound, live or stationary, however you want to couch it, live or dead, batters in the box, either way it goes. I just love the fact that they're getting closer, baby.
Yeah, good for them. Yeah, and they are going to, especially to see what they're able to do over the next 24 hours plus. They need these cats to get back. They didn't even get back. I said Friday, Clint. What Dana Brown said was they need a number 3 type starter. That's what he said. He identified that, and I know he didn't just identify that on Friday when he said it. And for me, I expect that a franchise like the Houston Astros, when you go out there and say what you need, you go out there and we see people, you get it done. That's my expectation from Dana Brown, and I will have an issue if they don't execute that. And we'll see what happens, because we're seeing the guys that we have heard them connected with that would fit what he's talking about starting to go off the board. But that's my expectation from Dana Brown.
Well, I mean, look, after he says it, it'd be tough not to expect it at this point in time as a fan. I could, if they didn't get it done, if they didn't land the guy that they want, I can live with it. Again, assuming that Verlander and Garcia are nothing's more serious than it already was. I don't like being razor thin like that in the rotation. I don't like it at all. But I can get down with, hey, let's just get to October, boys, and see what happens. But you're right. I mean, that one move, assuming
he comes out with his chest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, there's no doubt. No, Dana doesn't hesitate. He has no problem. I think he has no problem being wrong either. I mean, there ain't no doubt about that. But it would be a tough pill to swallow. But I wouldn't lose hope. I guess that's where I'm at, Ron. I mean, if he goes out and makes a move for a top 3 starter in a rotation, I mean, hell, I can get real excited. It's not just, oh, good job, man, we needed that. To me, it's, I mean, you're potentially putting this rotation on a whole other level.
Yeah, and then
assuming guys,
and then giving yourself also the protection of what potentially could be.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's the right guy, and you're talking about throwing Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Justin Verlander, and whoever this guy is out there.
Jack Flaherty is a name that's been out there, although he's in big talks with the Yankees.
I mean, you throw those. You have the ability to throw those 4 guys out there. I mean, damn, that's impressive, man. So we'll see.
Yeah, Michael Lorenzen, another starter, is off the board. Probably wasn't going to get him when he was with the Rangers, but we'll see what they're able to do coming up. But time is running out. Got about a little over 24 hours before they can make that move. You feel good though? You feel good they're gonna do something?
I do. Yeah. I mean, Dana. I listened to all that audio from Dana this morning, man. He ain't, like you said, he's saying it with his chest. He ain't backing down from it. He's laying it out there. Starting pitchers priority. Secondly, we'd like to get somebody for the bullpen. And thirdly, if a bat does present itself and it makes sense for us, we'll go get that too. I mean, he's very. There is no. I mean, maybe that's just how he plays the game. Is that we're come one, come all. We're takers. We'll make deals. But the World Series window being open and these guys being motivated to make these big boy moves. Hell, I'm here for it, man. And Dana seems like he's always open.
I still hope they do. As they sit here tied atop the West with the Mariners, who are making moves. They've made 3 3 key moves, and to what Ocho just said, they made 3 key moves and haven't had to give up anybody in their top 10 of their farm system. So they've been able to pull some stuff off. So hopefully they can make that move happen tonight. They got a big one with the Pirates tonight against Paul Skeen. So make sure we're watching it. All right, coming up, fellas. I just want to have this conversation. And we'll get to a lot of what we saw at camp, because I do want to get to some. There's a player that Clint believes we're not talking about that could be a potential part of this defense that's really showing himself during camp. I'll let him get to that, but this may be my number one thing over the weekend. I feel like this is a pretty solid crew to have this conversation with. The number one thing that jumped out to me almost all weekend in sports. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Houston, what's good, baby? I got a quick question for y'all, man. If you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident,
Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Twin Peaks Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
By the way, wasn't I right, Tyler? Friday, didn't I tell you Framber was going to piss me off?
I do recall you saying such. Did he?
Yeah. I told him, I said, Framber's going to piss me off because Framber has those moments, those games where you're like, you just get pissed because this is the guy. And which you're like, this is the dude that has the top 10 Cy Young finishes. This is the dude that just can walk through any lineup with, well, he's going to sweat, but not from being nervous or scared of it. Like, he could roll through, and they got the Dodgers. And I know you got the over on strikeouts that night. I mean, he was between 8 to 10.
Yeah, I know at one point he had 10.
Yeah, he was at 10. I mean, he was just mowing them down. Can't wait to see what he does next time.
And it pissed you off? Was he so good?
It pisses me off because he's not – like, he'll do that, and then he may come up against the Pirates and just –
The letdown's not 6 or 7 Ks. It's 6 or 7 runs, huh?
Oh, yeah, 3 runs in the first. It's just like, dude, like that dude from the Dodgers doesn't always translate to the next start. And it would be all right if I'd never seen him do it before. But I've seen him be as consistent as anybody. And it's just the up and down roller coaster that it is the ride with Framber Valdez is something else. All right, 713-572-4610. We appreciate you jumping on and joining with us. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this too. This is what I want to get some help. And I know this didn't just occur, but it just seemed to really, really be prevalent this weekend. How did we get to a point where Snoop just became so safe for mainstream? Like, if I were to say out loud, I mean, we got a guy who was on trial for murder. We got a guy who has consistently, what would you say, 20, 30 years now? Like, he has been synonymous with weed.
Ain't no doubt.
And stays high. I don't want to put up. I'm certain he's a Crip. I'm just. I am about. But like that dude, NBC said, like, we're gonna have him be as much a part of our coverage. And listen, and he kills it. He's out there as much as Mike Tirico.
Yeah.
I'm just like, how did he get to be the one that was safe?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's crazy to me.
I don't have the answer to your question, but I know I'm thankful for it. It is because it's interesting, right? Like, I'm pretty bullish on. I would say that when it comes to commentating and analysis and all this kind of stuff, I like traditional with a little bit of flair. Like, I don't like the whole just 180 move on the way of doing things, right? Like, I tend to be a little bit more, like, give me more Troy Aikman, just I don't need a tie and matching jackets and all that kind of job. Like, loosen him up a little bit. And like I don't know about just changing the game completely yet. And the fear with, like, Tirico and Snoop doing highlights, right, is like this could come off the rails. But what Snoop did, Ron,
it's gold.
It's golden. It's
me and Courtney are sitting there watching. You saw it last night when they put the jacket on him and he did the highlight.
Oh,
me
it
and
was so
Courtney
good.
I said that's literally when I put the segment.
It was so good.
I said, how did we get here? that Snoop of all the and it worked. He did that highlight package and he crushed it.
He made it better. What the hell is Tirico gonna say about pickleball?
I don't know.
That makes but there's nothing but like Snoop did that whole. Let me get that. Got that one. Let me get that. Oh, go get that one. Like he did it for a minute almost.
He changed
on pickleball, and I'm laughing the whole time.
Yes, and it was on.
Oh, it was great, man.
He's a part of the whole coverage. Like just when you say it out loud, I'm glad. I'm glad. It just I wonder if anybody else could slide in there. But when you say it out loud, opening ceremony. All right, man. We got Mike Tirico, flanked to his right, Peyton Manning. All right, here we go. Flank to his left, Kelly Clarkson. All right, got it. Snoop, we're gonna go with him. He's on every boat, and we're rolling with Snoop. He is on the coverage as much as Mike Tirico is,
and he should be, and they should increase it.
He renamed that Dressel the baby's name. He changed the kid's name.
Did you see the highlight when he's up there, and you could tell he's in it? That it's obviously was it the Star Spangled Banner.
He was up there emotional. Yeah, he was.
He was emotional, man. It was, and they played the video, and you could tell he was like, "Yeah, y'all caught me at an emotional moment." Man. He started talking about all of his love for the country and all that. It was great, man. I'm with you. I'm here for it, man. I think it's because to me, like
because Eminem can't do that, can he?
No, hell no.
Like like Drake can't do that.
No,
Drake not anymore. Definitely, Kendrick can't do that.
No, they know you. I mean, because there is a. The interesting thing is, like, he's not just Snoop up there interjecting whatever. It is put together. It's well put together when he's going to do what he does, and then his bits are out of this world, right? Like I said, he added to that little run that you talking about. Did you saw last night too? Like he added in places where Tirico had no chance,
or he just made it feel different.
Yeah. But I mean, but it just he filled space that. To your point, if it would have been filled by anybody else, it would not have been entertaining. And instead, it's something we're talking about today at 4:45.
I'm just blown. I'm telling her, I'm serious. I am blown away that if you roll down his resume,
yeah,
that they're like, man, we're gonna give him a hot mic, and we're gonna let him go. And we're gonna let him go, and in an age where, like, there are certain sections of people who like certain sections of people. Like someone said, Snoop is like the uncle who gets hot. Like, but it feels that he can be that for everybody.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
Feel like he crosses that to where I watch him and it's cool. Tyler watches and it's cool. You watch it and it's cool.
Well,
Ben watches it and it's cool.
But you got to think.
Parker watches it and it's cool.
If you're 50 years old at this point in time,
yeah.
I mean, if you're a 50-year-old, 55-year-old white dude in America, the odds are, even if you don't like hip hop, the odds are that you were banging Snoop Dogg coming up. Easy, Tyler.
Pause.
Easy, Tyler. I mean, the odds are that was playing somewhere. I mean, it may have been amongst 14 country songs, but Snoop was getting in there somehow, some way. Every damn party you went.
Or at least you really know who he is. But it's been that way for a minute. Like him with Martha Stewart. Like he could be. I mean, 50. Wish he could.
Nah. It's got to be the stick. The Snoop stick too works. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it's just what I love about it. Like he's not even that I've seen. I'm acting like I've seen it all. Like I just watched about an hour's worth last night and saw him multiple times. He never made it about him. Never one time did I feel like this was a Snoop promo. You know what I mean? He was always being a professional and doing his thing as a co-host or an analyst or whatever. It never was self-promotion.
But and that's the thing is, and he is being him.
Hell yeah,
he's like
through 100%.
He's not like changing. He's being him, and they like, yeah, give us more of that.
Yes, sure they are. Them ratings got to be through the roof.
Yeah. I was looking at this. I said, where in the hell? How did we get here?
What's on the docket tonight?
Well, I know a lot of stuff's already happened, but the men's gymnastics they got a medal. For the first time in a long time, as a team medal. I keep seeing clips of them going crazy and losing it. I think Simone Biles.
Y'all check out those horses over the weekend? Equestrian?
No, I avoided telling my wife about it, or she would have damn sure locked the TV.
I bet she gets locked in on that.
She's passionate about that stuff, man. That's one of those like one thing that's real expensive that I know that I'm going to have to purchase because of who I married is a horse.
Yeah,
it's just a matter. Like I'm not going to be able to tell her. I'm not going to be able to tell her no. I mean, she makes her own money. I can't tell her no way. But it's like it's. I know it is another mouth to feed and got all that kind of jive. It's a huge expense. I'm just going to have to bite that bullet.
Texter coming in. Everybody wants to hang out with Snoop. I'm 66 and I'm a 66-year-old white dude, and I enjoy Snoop. That's just, how do you get there? Like, how did he pull this off? Like, again, if you go down,
his way of going about things, he doesn't offend people. Like he doesn't run people off by it's by what he says, or like he doesn't really voice. Maybe I'm wrong, but he doesn't never really voice like real strong opinions that push people one direction or another. He's just unbelievably likable all the damn time.
But there are a lot of people like him. I think there not a lot. There are people that kind of are in the same realm of what he is that don't pull this, like they can't pull this off. Like there are some things about, hey, dude was on trial for murder. Dude, like all of these things to where it would be a turnoff. And it is like
that game has, and that ship has sailed. Those days are over. Hell, Michael Vick's doing TV, you know. I mean,
but he's not. He ain't universal love. Tyler still hates Michael Vick.
No, but I'm talking about. I'm just talking about getting.
No, shake it.
I'm just talking about getting the opportunities. I mean, clearly, corporate America don't care about that kind of stuff anymore.
Yeah, but that's right. Like Tyler, don't shake it. Tyler has to hate Michael Vick.
Why?
I don't hate Michael Vick.
Yeah, the dog situation. Yeah, Tyler,
I don't hate Michael Vick.
Yeah,
I don't. No. I think what he did was.
So you can overlook it. I feel like I just
feel
like
what?
on principle.
I feel like you think less of me for my little. You can keep in an 81-degree house, but you're gonna give Michael Vick the benefit of the doubt.
No, man. I mean, you could still go on the SEC Network and talk, and it wouldn't bother me. But yeah, I'd probably think a little less of you. But that's different.
I think you got to, Tyler. I'm sorry. I think you got to be 10 toes down on not liking Michael Vick.
I mean, what he did is down there with the lowest of the low, and
you can't.
It's pretty monstrous. But you can talk about football. I don't care. Whatever.
You got to be 10 toes down. I can't stand it. Mike Vick, you can't. Like for you, as strong as you are about it, and I respect it. I don't always agree with it, but I respect it. You can't. Michael Vick can't come back from that with you. Just can't happen.
Yeah, your opinion on Michael Vick can't start with
No, it's got to be. No, I'm done with the guy.
It's got to start with two middle fingers, Tyler.
Yeah, it's got to be like. Yeah, I almost did.
Two big pickles. Two big pickles in the air, Tyler.
Big pickles on the That should be.
When was the last time you saw a grown man two hand eat a big pickle?
That's a real. Oh, I didn't see that. Hold on, pull that out a little bit.
He had two hands on it.
Oh, that's like one
look
used
at the
to
side.
get.
That's some serious girth right there.
That's the one you used to get at like baseball games.
Yes, he had two hands on it a while ago.
Oh yeah.
Before he gnawed half of it down.
God, if you told me right now, if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you could see it. That thick. Pause. That thick pickle he's got. I wouldn't know the first hand.
Pickle.
Like, would you know right now where to go buy that? Like,
No.
where to go get one?
No.
I keep a jar of them at my house, but this
The
one's
big
from
ones?
Potbelly. Yeah.
I would have never been able to tell you where to get them big ass pickles.
Potbelly offers him big pickles?
Oh yeah. Yeah, theirs are good. Wow. But the jar of them, I get just some Del Dixie, man. Got to get them at the old hip.
Boy, that was risky. That was risky in a big pickle conversation.
Text line, Ron, nobody brings up Snoop's past but you. Yeah, we don't do that with other people. Yeah, we don't do that with other people. Coming up, the news of the day. The Texans have lost a starter for at least 6 games. We'll tell you about that and let you hear his statement. Also, we'll get you ready for tonight's game. It's an interesting one. You have an all-star starter against somebody who probably shouldn't be pitching in the major leagues right now. We'll see how that goes. We'll discuss all of that coming up next as we are live right here on The Drive.
All right, are you ready to build your dream home, that custom home, the home you and your wife always been thinking about, your forever home?
To find your favorite Cabernet or a new single-barrel bourbon to try. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Big Deal.
The Big Deal.
Psycho T, T-Mill, and Moneybags have the latest for you. Big one tonight. Tyler's bets. I'm sure he'll put them out at some point. How was the weekend?
It was good. Profitable.
The Astros had a pretty good weekend.
Yeah, it was profitable.
Why not? You on big tonight?
Big-ish.
Yeah.
Big-ish.
Yeah, it's a Monday. Why not? Chill.
Get the toes dipped in there a little bit.
I like that, man. Under 6?
Probably right around 6.
I guess it is for you. Really dipping the toes. All right. The big story today was DeMeco Autry. He has been suspended for 6 games, violating the NFL policy on performance-enhancing drugs. If you were just getting in your cars after getting off work, a lot of people getting off at this time, he is going to be suspended 6 games, and it doesn't look like there is going to be any movement on this with PEDs. They are pretty serious about this, all to the point where they have actually taken, or they've moved him down on the depth chart, the unofficial first depth chart that just was released by the Texans. They've kind of taken him off. Words from DeMeco Autry, by the way. Over the course of my 10-year NFL career, I've never engaged in the use of performance-enhancing drugs. Over that period, I have been subject to countless tests, none of which were ever returned with a positive result. I was therefore stunned this offseason when I learned that one of my tests returned a positive result. I immediately investigated the matter and discovered that the pharmacy to which my doctor submitted a prescription for a different medication had, whether intentionally, recklessly, or rather intentionally or recklessly, included a banned substance. I want to be clear, at no time did I know or even suspect that this medication contained a banned substance. He said, I want to apologize to the Texans organization, my teammates, and the fans for any distraction that this may cause. Finally, I want to assure our fans that my commitment to competing to the best of my ability has now grown, and I look forward to returning to the field. So that is the latest with DeMeco Autry. And my big thing with this, yes, I think this is a big loss. He was slated to play, if not be a starter, Clint, at least to play starter-type reps. He was a guy that was a big piece. They went out and got him and paid him pretty good money to bring him in. Arguably their second best pass rusher, their second most accomplished pass rusher. The big thing to me now, Clint, as you kind of move forward to it, do you believe Nick and DeMeco need to go make a move? Significant move.
I thought they needed to make a significant move before this. I mean, this only makes it more urgent, in my opinion. So yeah, I mean, 6 ball games, man. That's a third of the season. And you want to talk about this season. We've talked at length about this season, the schedule being more difficult. The first 6 ball games, you can argue, is the easier stretch run of ball games. You got the Colts, you got the Bears, you got the Vikings, the Jaguars, the Bills, and the Patriots. I mean, the Texans should be the favorite in every one of those games. Now, assuming how the season goes, they should be the favorite in every one of those games except for the Bills. Maybe the Colts to start the season, but I
think they'll actually be favored of the Bills at home.
Well, I mean, even if they're +1 or 2, I mean, you're still it's still really a pick 'em, right? I mean, so ultimately this is the stretch run before you get into the Packers, the Jets, the Cowboys, the Lions. You know, that's a different animal right there. So It's 6 ball games. It's 6 ball games that you would hope the Texans would get off to a really, really good start this season. If you look at DeMeco Autry, I mean, he clearly – you can argue in terms of how this defense is laid out, you can argue he's one of the most important players on this defense. He's a defensive end that they were going to ask to play defensive tackle. In obvious passing situations, he would be an absolute monster on the inside with Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter on the outside. You remove him, you have zero pass rushing presence from the inside at this point in time. Right, and then even with him, he was slotted as a starter at the defensive tackle position. He was going to be relied upon to be a starter, a 3-down defensive tackle in this system. I don't know how that was going to work out. I'm a little bit leery of that anyway. But now you subtract him from the situation, you're even thinner in the middle in this defensive line. So look, I think any way you slice it, this is not good. This is a major concern for the Texans, and I felt like they needed to make a move. With or without DeMeco Autry at that interior defensive tackle position, I definitely feel that way now. Luckily, in cut date, there's going to be some good defensive tackles on the streets, and hopefully they'll be able to grab one of those. I got to believe that if you're a defensive tackle that ends up on the streets here before camp is out, I got to believe that one of your destinations should probably be the Texans, given their interior line depth.
Let me ask you this, because I think this is probably for us, an advantage that we have, I think probably like Payne and Pendergast. You've been in the locker room, in the league. You know how this works in terms of the testing and PEDs.
Yeah.
When I first heard it, I'm going to tell you what my thought is. Now, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but my first thought is, man, you've been in the league 10 years, and everything I've talked with, like, everybody knows what's on the list, and everybody, like many times, I've talked to people in the league, they're like, hey, I just kind of show them what I'm taking, and or whether it's our trainer or whatever, understands and shows it to the league, all right, is this good to take? And then you take. Like, should there be disappointment in that he allowed this to happen, or do you reading what he said and what his explanation of what happened, is that something you can understand happening, or is this something where you're like, you got, especially veterans like this, shouldn't be tested, shouldn't have this pop up on?
Well, look, it's human error. If it's what he's mentioned, it's obviously human error. I don't know what drug it is. I don't know how common it is. We're not privy to the information, Ron. If it's something that we all know is if it's Adderall, then I mean, it's hard for me to think that he didn't know, doctor didn't know, and it just got slipped in there. Like I don't know what he's getting popped with, and there's always a human error in there. Look, for me personally, like I don't know. Now, I've never been an 11-year vet trying to compete with 20-year-olds. So I don't know what that's like in terms of needing to take. I've also never been a 280, 300-pound guy. Like, I don't know what that need from a supplement perspective. I don't know what that looks like for those guys. But I'll never understand how a player from a supplement, like I never put anything in my body that I didn't get from the Cowboys.
That's what I was going to say. I've talked to players that were playing currently and in the past that, like, yeah, man, some things happened. And I talked to other guys like, there's really not an excuse. You've been in the league. Yeah. There's really not an excuse, for it to happen. Yeah. And the league, he's like, everything. I remember I took Sean Barber. He's a guy who played linebacker in the league for a long time with the Eagles for a while. He said, everything I took it to my trainer with the Eagles, and they would be like, all right, good to take. I'm talking down to aspirin.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you would think, especially, like, I was also never a guy that had $10 million a year on it. If I had $10 million a year on the line, I don't care if I had to pay for it. I would have somebody that I sent everything that's in my house, I would send it to them and say, hey, send this back to me when it's cleared. Figure it out, send it back to me when it's cleared. I mean, because you look at this is a $3 million.
Yeah, it's big.
I mean, he makes $555,000 a game. 18-game schedule, $10 million. I'm not even looking at his incentives. $10 million. That is $555,000 a game, I believe. I did the math on a calculator. I think that's right. I mean, this is a $3 million plus, probably almost a $4 million mistake. I mean, yeah, I don't. I'm with you. There's no excuse for me. I can't understand why anybody would put anything in their body. Now, these guys are totally different nowadays. They're trying to do everything they can to get away from the team, except for in the season. They got their own trainers, they got their own doctors, they got their own this, their own that, to each their own. So I don't understand that world in today's game. But if this right here was possible and if there was $3 million on the line, yeah, I'd get mine cleared to the team.
Well, he's going to be going 6 games, and we'll see what the Texans, if they do anything to try to add because of his absence in those first 6 games.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Astros open up against the Pirates tonight, and they're pitching against one of the best pitchers in baseball, even though he is a rookie in Paul Skeen. Jake Bloss gets the ball tonight. I was hoping maybe they would have another starter in place there to where they potentially may have to go with Jake tonight. But Jake is going to get the ball at least one more time through in the rotation. And I'd say we're probably going to have a bullpen-heavy game in this one tonight with Jake getting the start. So we'll see how long he is able to go and hold the Pirates down. But the lineup: Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez, Diaz is the DH with Alvarez in left field. Pena, Singleton, Myers, Caratini is catching tonight with Cabbage in right field. So that is the lineup tonight for the Astros. Continuing to win series right now, as they are now tied with the Mariners, who got a chance to play against the worst team in baseball, who's lost 14 in a row, the White Sox. They've tied the series. They've made some moves, but it's just key for the Astros. They're 23-10 in their last 33, so if they can continue to just keep winning series, and that could start with it tonight, even though this is a tough matchup for them.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the Pirates, and I haven't looked to know enough about the Pirates lineup, so I don't know how Jake Bloss is gonna fare against these guys. But just given what we've seen in the past, I got to believe this turns into a bullpen game fairly quickly.
Yeah, Jake. I mean, if Jake give you 4 tonight, let's rock. He's been around the 3 and the 4. He's had 3 starts. He's gone 3 innings once, 4 innings twice. So.
I got Jordan going deep tonight.
Why not, man?
He's going to put Skeen in his place.
Do it. If anybody can, the best hitter in baseball can do it. Feels good to say that. He is, man. Something else.
You were proud of that one.
He is.
5 o'clock fire.
Got to be honest. Can't hate on it. All right. Since we last were together, Clint, 2 quarterbacks got paid. Jordan Love, he just recently got paid over the weekend. The Packers, they've agreed to a 4-year, $220 million contract. That makes him the highest paid quarterback in NFL history. He also gets a record $75 million signing bonus plus another $155 in new full guarantees. How about it? David Mulligetta on the ones and twos when it comes to that deal. And then Tua Tagovailoa, a guy who is tied with you for the most yards thrown in SEC history. He gets a 4-year, $212.4 million contract extension with the Miami Dolphins. Of the two, who do you feel is in the better situation right now? Who would you feel better about if you're a Packers fan or a Dolphins fan giving up that contract?
Ooh, wow. Ah, man, that's a tough one, Ron. Dang it.
It's the Packers to me, right?
Well, I mean, you didn't ask about a team. I feel better about the Packers probably as a team.
I'm just saying,
but Tua's weapons. I mean, I feel like Tua's going to have to bump his head again to not throw for 5,000 yards this year. I mean, he's going to have to be. He would have to be absolutely awful for them to not continue on a terror's pace of scoring points and chewing up yardage. I mean, I don't look. I
think they both have great coaches with them.
I agree with that. I like Jordan Love, but I mean, we've seen a half of football, man. I mean, we've seen a half of a season.
I
mean, he was not good the first. I think it was the first 9 games last year. He was not good, I'm not talking about. He's obviously a good player, and I think he's one of the future stars in this league. But just as a whole, man, like, is that team as good as we think they are just because they went down there and torched Dallas's team, Dallas's defense,
and had Niners on the ropes and just down the stretch they were really good.
Yeah, the last 8 games he was tremendous.
For me, if I'm a Packers or Dolphins fan, I feel more confident that Jordan Love can go toe to toe with other quarterbacks and offenses. I feel better. Like, Tua didn't have a chance in hell, and I don't care what the weather was against the Chiefs in the playoff game they played. I mean, I like, the weather obviously hurt, but like going head to head in games that matter, even with the weapons, like I just don't have as much confidence as I do in Jordan right now in Jordan Love going head to head against really good teams. To me, Jordan Love just gives me a little bit more confidence than Tua.
Yeah, I like Jordan. Like, if you're saying pick a quarterback, I like Jordan. I agree with you there. If we're talking about the team around him, boy, it's hard to not believe. I mean, gosh dang, that offense is nasty, man.
No, yeah, he's got better parts, but to me it feels like at times the parts kind of help make the Dolphins go, and it feels like the Packers started to be more led with Jordan Love. So that's the latest. All right, 2 big takeaways from camp today on the defensive side of the ball. We'll get into that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. You know I do it every day now. Got to tell you about this time of day. It's perfect timing because a lot of folks out there getting off. I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light, y'all. Obviously.
time.
They haven't developed first baseman. Why do they have to go get Jose Abreu? Well, they didn't have a first baseman in their system. Why are we talking about Mauricio Dubon at first base? Because they don't have a first baseman in their system. So, it's
an ongoing problem for the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I do want to get your I feel like we need to just do this every day, Tyler. The Kamari Lassiter update. Live from training camp. Kamari Lassiter, number 14. Before we get to the Kamari Lassiter training camp update, Clint had it. Eye for eye, step for step, close range. We'll get there for you. But there is somebody at a position group, hey man, right now, especially with Christian Harris not being on the field yet, this is one to watch. Will it be Henry To'oTo'o? Who's going to be the other linebackers outside of the two big guns when the season starts? As we know, a lot of them will have to play. You said there's a leader in the clubhouse, and it's not Henry To'oTo'o. The guy you've been seeing out in that linebacker group that's really kind of jumped out to you. And this is interesting. This guy seems to have forced you to have to find out his name and number because he's kind of been impressive in that role in there for Christian Harris.
Yeah, Del'Shawn Phillips. I told y'all from jump one of the storylines here in camp. One of the camp watches is the depth at the inside linebacker position. We know how well Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner played out in San Francisco, and how instrumental they were in DeMeco Ryan's defense. And so we kind of just been waiting for that to emerge here. The first year was kind of rotation, and there were a lot of guys going in and out. It was clear that several of the linebackers didn't fit exactly what DeMeco wanted to do. I don't think there's any surprise that Blake Cashman and Christian Harris ended up being the guys late, being the go-tos late, given the fact that those guys can run and can cover as linebackers. So I think that's kind of the what DeMeco's looking for. And obviously with Azeez Al-Shaair, he's a guy that comes in. He's going to be the starting Mike linebacker. He's going to be the communicator. So it is what it is. I mean, whether you like him in coverage or not, he seems to be fine, seems to be good. Obviously, he's a tackling machine. One of the top tacklers in the league last year at the linebacker position, hell, in all of football, not just the linebacker position. So clearly that's the guy there. Christian Harris is the guy next to him, but Christian Harris is yet to practice in 9 training camp practices. And so I think that's really a good thing ultimately because the depth at the linebacker position, a position where you're going to have to roll some guys through there. You're not going to play 18 games and just play 2 guys. You're going to have to roll some guys through there. So getting that depth, creating that depth, and finding out who that depth is going to be, I think is critically important in this training camp for this defense. And so I've just been – can't see a whole hell of a lot because they don't have full pads on and they're not tackling to the ground. But you can see how guys are moving, and we've some of these guys we've seen in the past, and we know that they're not going to – all of a sudden in one offseason become.
There's some concerns with guys like Henry To'oTo'o if they can play in space.
Yeah, I think that's the key. You got to find guys that between the 20s can play the linebacker position. You've got plenty of guys that in goal line or short yardage where you want to get them. You just want them to stick their head in there. You got plenty of guys that can do that. But can you play the linebacker position in 2024 in the NFL between the 20s, and can you cover? Ultimately, are you long in zones where you close windows really quickly in zones? Can you play man-to-man? Can you sift through traffic when you need to playing man-to-man? That stuff matters. And so I've tried to at least keep an eye on who's getting reps where. And today, number 13, which is a great linebacker number, by the way. Didn't think I would like those. Looked really good, next to 0 at linebacker. But he got the bulk of the 1 reps today. Again, this is all situational, so he could just be a package linebacker. The Texans aren't just out there blindly running plays. It's all situational football, and these guys are playing guys accordingly. But Delshon Phillips, number 13, 6'2", 230 pounds, 27 years old, I think this is his 5th year in the league. And this is a dude that I have not gone back and watched a bunch of film with the Jets and with the Ravens. I think he started with the Bills, been with the Jets, with the Ravens for the last 2 years. I haven't gone back and watched a ton of film and had this big breakdown on him or anything, but I know as I look out there, he's built different. He's built like a guy that can run, built like a guy that can cover. You got Henry To'oTo'o, who's a bigger-legged, heavier-set guy, and I'm talking about ass and legs. You've got Neville Hewitt, who I think he's got the Brian Bosworth the neck roll on still. He's clearly a downhill linebacker. He looks like a guy that can cover and run step for step with tight ends and running backs. And so he's the guy that looks like it. He's getting tabbed, again, 9 practices into this thing where he's going to get run when Christian Harris isn't there. And today was a pretty good look for him. He looks like he moves really, really well in the coverage department.
So he could an option there. And that's what they have right now, and that's what they're going to need behind it. All right, Kamari Lassiter. He had a good day. This was one of his better days. And I think that was reported and was shown around and talked about around that he was able to have some solid one-on-ones on certain folks.
Yeah. Kamari Lassiter had a good day today. He's been tabbed the
say
starting.
It again, real quick. Say it again.
Kamari Lassiter had a really good day today.
Kamari Lassiter, for those in the back, had a really good day today.
Yeah, had a really good day today. He was matched up on Noah Brown 2 different times in go route situations, and he covered him step for step. I know for a fact one of them he was impressed because I watched it from the jump. He was impressed, and he ran with him and jumped up, deflected the ball. Did a really, really good job on those 2 particular plays.
Yeah, so it made you feel better after today about.
Oh, well, look, anytime he covers man-to-man, I'm going to feel better about the young cornerback simply because we haven't seen it. But am I in any way, shape, or form subscribing to what I'm hearing around in terms of this guy's showing starter caliber stuff? No, I'm not.
You haven't seen that yet.
No, look, this is a guy that was handed the starting job opposite Derek Stingley, and the reality of it is this is an organization that constantly preaches competition to a point where C.J. Stroud was competing last year with Davis Mills through camp. This guy was tabbed the starter the minute he was drafted in OTAs and everything else, and so I'm watching that cornerback 2 competition with a firm eye, and I've yet to see consistently. I've yet to see really at all. I've not seen anything jump off of like, okay, now I get it. Now I understand where it's coming from. I see what DeMeco's talking about? Yeah. I mean, I see a guy that's where he's supposed to be, when he's supposed to be there. And I see a guy that is not getting beat on the regular in terms of the go routes and things of that nature. But really there hadn't been a whole hell of a lot of opportunity for him to either impress positively or disappoint negatively, if I'm being completely honest. But no, there's nothing that I've seen. And I can tell you this, what I told you guys earlier. I don't go to practice to talk. I don't get caught up in verbals. I try not to. I go. My goal is to get my eyes on these players and watch, and then bring what I see to the people. I'm trying to get the best vantage point that I can every single time that a play is ran, every drill that is ran, and all I can do is tell you what I've seen. There's not been one moment where I was like, yep, I understand why this guy was gifted the starting role. There's also not been a moment. There's not been a moment yet where I was like, oh, hell, the Texans are in trouble. That 4-6 is real. There's no way this guy can play. There's none of that. I'm just telling you, with an organization that preaches competition, when they hand a guy a job, I expect to see things jump off the field, and I just haven't seen that. Today, for instance, yes, had a good day. Ran step for step with Noah Brown, right? I did not see him get mixed. I did not see him get matched up on Diggs. I did not see him get matched up on Tank Dell. I did see him early in practice get matched up on Nico Collins. He ran an out route in the red zone and yellow flags everywhere. Nick Caserio goes over there. What was it? And very clear the ref said, pass interference, 14 grabbed his jersey when he broke towards the sideline on a basic out route. And so if you want to overlook that, if there's some folks out there that want to overlook that and talk about how he ran step for step with Noah Brown, and that makes sense why he's
damn, you got
gifted.
yourself two stuff.
Well, no, I mean, the reality of it is I mean, there's sensitive people out there. There's sensitive people out there that want you to just come in here and stroke everybody, and I'm just not going to do it. The reality of it is there's some give and take there, and I think it's something we got to keep an eye on at that number 2 corner spot right now.
There's never really been stroking on the drive.
Pause.
I'll stroke when stroking's due.
Yeah, you give.
I will have
appropriate stroking.
Yes, I'll stroke the hell out of them.
Yeah, stroking. I mean, I'm just
stroking with a smile.
That
at least I think we should speak honestly of what we see. Now, sometimes our opinion will match yours. Sometimes it won't.
No matter what,
you could.
Somebody's going to get stroked.
No. We said there's not. We don't do a lot of stroking.
Oh. Well, I didn't follow.
Thank you for coming on.
No, it's clear. Nasty. It's clear. Some folks believe in just stroking the stroke, but I don't believe. I don't believe I'm
pull the strokeville. But that's all right. Some of the homers are strokers. That's all right. You might piss somebody off with that one. All right, coming up, the Astros Saturday night had those special feelings, and we'll also let you know good news. Even though this player didn't practice today, there's still a pretty good feeling after what we saw. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right,
Another example of the best businesses in the world turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Remember, Clint, we are live. Where are we at tomorrow? Little Specs action?
Downtown Specs, Smith Street. Little Sagamore Rye whiskey.
I remember the
putting
day
this out in the streets a little bit.
The day after the Astros, or the day of the Astros parade, we were out there.
Yep, had us a good old day.
Getting it in.
Actually, there was an old boy in Buffalo Wild Wings the other day brought that up. He said, "Yeah." He said, "I was out there at that parade, man. Y'all had y'all good old time."
Why not?
I said, "Well, yeah, the later it got, the more fun we had." So, but yeah, Smith Street, Sagamore Rye Whiskey, Specs, downtown location.
They got a nice little deli inside that piece.
Nice deli. It is one of the nicer Specs right there. I'm actually going to stop by there and grab me a bottle of Sagamore tonight.
Why not, man? I'm going to taste it tomorrow. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, you might as well, man. You might as well. They got several different rye whiskeys now. They got several different, what is it called? Several different levels there.
Oh, yeah.
Labels there. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. No doubt. We'll be out there. Sagamore Rye Whiskey. Come by tomorrow. Hang with us. We'll be there 2 to 6 p.m. Got a couple of things we'll be giving away. Texans fans, you're going to love this. We'll be giving away that. And then obviously the Sagamore folks, Sagamore Rye Whiskey team will be there. So you need to stop by and see them and get what you can get. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we'll be out there tomorrow 2 to 6. Come hang out with us and chat it up with us. Go back and forth with us. Hang out with us and enjoy yourself as we'll be out there at Specs downtown tomorrow 2 to 6. Did we announce? I guess we did announce that we are heading to Canton. That's we're gonna cover that thing as we said. Man, Andre goes to the hall. We'll be there in Canton covering that thing. We'll be there for the game on Thursday, and then for the ceremony and get you the coverage no one else can get you around here. So hang with us as we'll be down in Canton to get ready for a huge day with the Texans. If you missed it, the McNairs, they spoke about that earlier today. They were on with us in the 3 o'clock hour. Hannah got a little spicy as usual. Had a good time with them. Spoke with them for about 20 minutes. So if you missed that, you can go back to the podcast page at 3 o'clock sharp. They joined us, and you can hear that interview. By the way, Clint, I will say, and I know you can attest to it yourself, feel a lot better about Joe Mixon after seeing him on the field. I said it Friday. I said, boy, we come in here Monday, man, we start missing 7 days or so of practice straight up and not really hearing a lot about what's going on. We've heard some rumors about it. The most we've heard is soft tissue issue. But I know for you, as you said, you saw him on the practice field. It made you feel a lot better. My man's out here. He's moving like he's ready to go right now. He looks like a guy that would play if there was a game.
Yeah, no doubt. Look, there is I can't think of the Jordan, little running back. He broke a nice little run with the threes out there in team. And man, I look up and from the opposite sideline, he's making a run, a beeline. He being Joe Mixon making a beeline all the way across the field to chest bump the running back that just scored a touchdown. So I said immediately at that point, right, ain't nothing wrong with his legs because there was a pep in his step. He was hopping and skipping across there, running. So his legs are fine. Look, I think there's just right now when you talk about Christian Harris, Laramie Tunsil, Joe Mixon. I think today when we got beyond like the first, I think midway through practice, I don't think Nico took another rep. I would imagine that's going to come with Titus Howard. Actually today, Titus Howard, I saw some reps with somebody else, a 60-something taking reps with the first team at right tackle. They're already starting to pull some of these reps back today. You look at C.J. Strauss. C.J. took more reps with John Mechie and Noah Brown in the huddle with him than he has all camp long. And so they're going to start pulling these guys back that aren't going to play in the game Thursday night and rest some of those guys, rightfully so. I would think that we'll see those guys get introduced back to training camp at some point when they get back. Heck, they're going to be gone for a minute, ain't they?
Yeah.
Who do they joint practice with right after?
Is it the Rams?
Right after the Cleveland game, they go to L.A.
To the Rams, yeah.
They go to L.A. So yeah, I mean they're out all next week, and so I would imagine we won't see our guys back at practice. Like we won't see them until that following week, which I think is August 8th or 9th, something like 10th maybe. So yeah, I would imagine that there's a method to the madness of holding off some of these bigger, more impactful players at this point, and it's not necessarily because they're injured. It's more just let's not overdo this.
Yeah, and I think that's a good way to put it. I feel probably as good about
Joe
that I do about Laramie Tunsil. Like,
yeah.
It's just like it just feels more, just chill.
Yeah, well, I think there's, Bobby Slowik, he spoke about the GPS, which all these players, I don't know exactly. I'm sure all of them are wearing them, but the vest underneath their pads that are monitoring everything you could possibly monitor. And the GPS aspect of it apparently registered some off-the-charts things with Joe Mixon the first 3 days he was at practice, or however many days it was he was at practice. They were awfully pleased and impressed with what all the analytics or the data off of those vests GPSs. They were awfully impressed with what came from Joe Mixon's apparently. So I would imagine they feel pretty good about him at this point in time. Not that they didn't before, but I would imagine that they got a little glimpse of what he looks like in practice and said, no, we're good.
Yep. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as they break down the 9th training camp practice and a little tight end breakdown for the Texans, as well as behind that Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. And tonight might be a wild one, especially with those fellas, because there could be some moves being made with the Astros. And Clint, we say that things to kind of look out for. Chandler Rome and many others have reported in the last 5 minutes or so, Clint, that the Astros have scratched Jake Bloss from his start tonight. They've scratched Jake Bloss from a start.
Damn, that's Jake and Chaz, huh?
When Clint rises up with that look when I know he doesn't know it yet.
Well, I mean, the guy that's going to start, did they at least give him his cleats and his gloves?
It means something, right? That has to mean, like, Jake, all right, all right, man, we're going to just all of a sudden we've decided we're going to make this a bullpen game after we didn't already release the start lineup. Like, it feels like I would honestly, I'd be a bit surprised if Jake is moving. Because this was a Dana Brown pick. Jake's a Dana Brown guy. As we had Adam Spillane with us a few weeks ago, he said this was one of his first guys that got up there. He said you played it earlier. He said nobody's untouchable. And I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there is an injury that we don't know about with Jake. I know he did go on the IL for shoulder issue, but it seems odd, with less than 24 hours left in the trade deadline, that now Chas McCormick, it's been reports that he has been scratched, and now Jake Bloss has been scratched from his start tonight. Do we have any idea, Tyler, who is in his place?
As of now, it is a giant mystery. I was just looking at our guy Adam Spillane's Twitter feed. He took a screenshot of the starters for tonight, and he said, well, the Astros do not have one
TBD
as of right now. So, yeah, it'll be interesting.
Sorry.
No, it's right.
Oh, you do like TBD. It's
TBA is not.
Yeah, it's TBA
is
the
not
one you
to be
don't like.
announced. No, it ain't it. It's to be determined.
To be determined.
I like
TBD.
We'll announce it when we determine it, but it's to be determined.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look. Hell, if Dana can make a
thumbs up.
If Dana can make a move the needle move with Jake Bloss and Chaz, not white boy Chaz, but Chaz.
It's Chaz.
Yeah,
That's who he is right now.
Yeah, I mean, let's make it happen.
God, that would hurt you if he leaves.
No,
and he turns back into white boy Chaz.
No. Oh, well, if he does, yeah. Well, no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
You're good. You got enough of it. That catch in center field is Philly. Maybe that was.
Well, no. Look, I just don't think. I don't think that it's like right now. I would be a-okay with that move. I'd be A-okay with that move. They got options in the outfield. They're swinging it well. They're all producing. They're all really producing better than him at this point. I'll be a white boy Chaz fan forever if he does decide to resurface. But right now, man, it's Chaz.
That's going to be a tough one for Clint if we come in here tomorrow and.
No, it's not.
Chaz,
if he goes somewhere and hits 300 and has 1,000 OPS and